In the year 2010, in the beautiful country, Cleveland, at the Quicken Loans Arena. Chinbo, wake up. We are on the verge of losing. How can you possibly sleep at a time like this? What on earth? Chinbo, bewildered, shielded his head with his hands and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the water dispenser before surveying the vibrant, raucous crowd in the massive arena. He was utterly perplexed. He recalled lying in bed, sipping cola, enjoying skewers, and leisurely watching the League of Legends World Championship. With a lone LCK representative, T1, was dominating the finals, ruthlessly defeating WBG to claim the championship title. The first top laner, Shy Guy, had been utterly decimated by Zeus, resulting in abominable statistics. Thus, the most promising year for LPL had once again crumbled, leaving him with a throbbing headache before he lost consciousness. And now, he found himself here. As Chunbo regained his composure and organized his thoughts, he realized he was a second-round pick selected by the Cavaliers. For the entirety of the season, he had merely observed from the sidelines. The towel he had waved frayed to the point of disrepair. Defense, defense. The booming voice of DJ jolted Chunbo back to the court, where the most prominent feature was the gigantic screen displaying the score point 82-63. Indeed, this was the Eastern Conference semifinals, the decisive Game 5 of the 2009-2010 season, with the Cavaliers trailing the Celtics by 19 points. Having been nearly obsessed with basketball prior to this transmigration, Chunbo understood that this was merely the beginning, for the Cavaliers would ultimately suffer a 32-point annihilation. It was a scene of utter despair. In such circumstances, how could he possibly win without resorting to underhanded tactics? Furthermore, there was no way a rookie like him would be granted playing time in this semifinal. What good is staying awake? I can't even get on the court. Chunbo rolled his eyes and decided to embrace the situation, casually waving his towel. In the worst-case scenario, he would return to the CBA after the season. In the NBA, if they deemed him merely a water boy, he would not complain, but returning to the CBA, he would be the greatest of all time, as long as he could play comfortably and earn money. Where he played was inconsequential. Was it truly that important? Ding, detecting host's apathetic attitude. Awakening the ultimate apathy system, slacking off will lead to strength. Task. Participate in and win this pivotal game. 5 reward. Jokic Template Fusion card permanent. Will you activate it? Activate it. Initiate it at light speed. Chunbo sprang from his seat, his excitement palpable. Oh, great system. May you never perish. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Wait, hold on. I have to win this match to receive the reward. Do I need to use my head to win? With a look of exasperation, Chunbo exclaimed, System, I signed up for early morning training. If you want me to return to the CBA, just say so. Though he might indulge in apathy, the earnings in the CBA could never compare to those in the NBA. Who would choose the CBA over the NBA? System, say something. Chunbo was clearly becoming anxious. Ding, system lag has been resolved. Chunbo, system successfully activated, granting a beginner's gift pack, featuring a Pete Curry 3-point experience card and an advanced Fusion Jokic Template experience card limited to this game. Commencing Fusion. Fusion successful. After the fusion, Chunbo shivered, feeling the changes in his body, and was instantly overjoyed. He then awkwardly admitted, ahem, I confess that I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. In an instant, a translucent panel materialized in his mind. Host, Chunbo from a mediocre performer to an evolved top center. Total score, 68-93 position. Center height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 221 centimeters weight, 129 kilograms close range shot, 90-99. Mid-range shot, 75-93 point shot, 30-85, enhanced by Kaui's influence, 96 temporary ball handling, 40-85 court vision, 60-96. Rebounding, 75-85 strength, 90-95 stamina, 80-83 speed, 59-65 steal, 49-60 block, 59-75 vertical leap, 60-70. With the enhancement from the essence of Nikola Jokic, Chunbo possessed an astonishing level of combat prowess. However, this was rather insulting, wasn't it? I share the same height and weight as Jokic, yet there is not a single skill where I can match his prowess. Sure, I can indulge, but wait, I can also embrace mediocrity. Sit down quickly, what are you doing? The equally unnoticed Darnell Jackson hurriedly reminded him. The team was on the verge of losing with such excitement. Were you here as an undercover agent? Fortunately, the head coach remained focused on the game and did not notice. With the experience card from the human essence of Jokic, Chun Bo's confidence surged, and he resolved to actively pursue a bright and liberated future for himself. He strode directly to Mike Brown, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Coach, I request to take the court." Mike Brown's brow, already slightly furrowed, contorted further as he glanced at the mass of muscle on Chun Bo's abdomen, dismissively waving his hand, "Sit back down." "Coach, Big Z and Varejao going in is counterproductive," Chun Bo argued, for Varejao was known for his flopping defense. Yet this was the semifinals, the fourth quarter, and both had only managed to score 5 points each. Even if the referee were LeBron's godfather, it wouldn't suffice. "Coach, get down." This time, Brown's voice grew more emphatic, his gaze piercing. Chun Bo could only retreat in indignation. How could he become the top center in basketball if he wasn't allowed on the court? How could he embrace mediocrity? Unable to play before the traverse, and still unable to play after it does that mean my traverse was in vain? Damn. Brown was well aware of these circumstances, but basketball is not merely a sport. It entails human relationships and social dynamics. Big Z and Varejao were accustomed to playing brotherhood basketball with LeBron. Any changes needed to consider the situation, at least not at this moment. At this time, the lineup on the court: Cavaliers, LeBron, Williams, Jamison, Varejao, Anthony Parker. Celtics: Garnett, Perkins, Pierce, Rondo, Ray Allen. From the third quarter onward, the Celtics imposed an unyielding dominance, leaving the once promising Jamison, Big Z, Varejao, and Williams in a state of utter disarray. Crucially, LeBron also struggled to assert himself. The only semblance of defense came from the aging Shaquille O'Neal, whose presence in the paint resembled that of a sieve. As Garnett received the ball down low, he executed a turnaround hook shot over Jamison, extending the lead to an insurmountable 21 points. In this series, Garnett's containment of Jamison has reached a historic magnitude, effortlessly neutralizing an opponent who lacks clear identity. Speed, strength, skill, and even banter, all aspects were overwhelmingly in his favor. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a thorough domination. Possession shifted to the Cavaliers. Williams crossed half-court but committed a careless pass, leading to a steal by Rajon Rondo, who converted a fast break into an N1, as if the Cavaliers were caught in a daze. Repeated turnovers plunged the Cavaliers' morale to an abyss, leaving the players dejected, merely struggling to endure the game. Beep Brown hastily called for a timeout. LeBron alone had racked up 5 turnovers. If this continued, they would find themselves in garbage time far too early despite the bleak circumstances. Hope was scarce. Noticing the situation, Chun Bo eagerly volunteered, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Coach, there's still a chance, let me play." Brown glanced at him, withholding any definitive refusal. A spark of joy ignited within Chun Bo. His was an opportunity. He hastily promoted himself, stating, "Coach, I can facilitate from the high post, I can shoot from beyond the arc, and most importantly, I am young." With 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the game and a 24-point deficit, Brown observed LeBron, who sat on the bench with a vacant gaze, nervously biting his nails. He hesitated. The team's spirits were low, as if they had already surrendered the game. The playoffs necessitate strategic adjustments and the introduction of unexpected talents. A competent coach must possess the audacity to effect change. Perhaps Chun could offer a glimmer of surprise? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Beep, as the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Coach, Chun Bo grew anxious. If he wasn't granted the opportunity to play soon, he might find himself returning to the CBA to reign supreme. Chapter 2. Clearing the bench. Chun, it's your turn. Brown cast a furtive glance at James, who offered no response. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and stepped onto the court. In competitive sports, only results matter. Thank you, Coach. I wanted to let you down. Chun Bo expressed his excitement with gratitude. Brown forced a smile, his lips barely curving. As Varejao was benched, an Asian center entered the game behind James, causing a palpable hush to fall over the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The atmosphere quickly turned sour, with murmurs of dissent rising, and even some disheartened fans choosing to leave prematurely. This Asian player is merely a garbage time specialist during the regular season. How could he possibly play in such a crucial game? Has Brown lost his mind? While O'Neal may have been defensively vulnerable, he at least posed an offensive threat. What use is this waste? He asked, so slow and inexperienced. Is he just here to be humiliated? Perkins of the Celtics scoffed at James. You're sending this guy to defend? Garnett is about to score 30 points, ha. James shot him a cold glance, saying nothing as his mind spiraled with confusion. His elbow injury compounded by the gossip surrounding his mother and teammate West, leaving him utterly drained. Nevertheless, Chun Bo was undeterred, retorting, you talk too much. Humph, rookie, you'll soon learn what a real gap is. Perkins, taken aback by the Asian player's audacity, simmered with anger, vowing to teach this rookie a lesson. Williams advanced the ball into the front court. Chun Bo stepped up to set a screen, leveraging his robust physique, enabling Williams to take a mid-range shot. However, Garnett's sudden defense disrupted him as he raised his hands for interference. Clang. Another clang echoed. This was the theme of the night, as Williams' shot went astray. The playoff Celtics exemplified the essence of tenacious defense. Compared to the regular season, they had become more focused, more spirited, and more aggressive. On the other end, Rondo orchestrated the offense. His development was pivotal in sustaining the Celtics' competitiveness as the Big Three aged. At that moment, Ray Allen was closely guarded by Parker, leaving him without an opportunity to receive the ball, while the imposing interior duo of Garnett and Perkins provided exceptional screen quality. Rondo executed a swift drive to the basket, maneuvering past Jamison for a floater, an effective tactic throughout the game. 2 points seemed to beckon him. Yet, instead of the satisfying swish of the net, there was a resounding thud as the ball was swatted away. Oh, a volleyball rejection. This young player has some talent. A flicker of excitement ignited in James's previously detached gaze when he witnessed Parker snatch the ball. Without hesitation, he charged forward, launching a rapid counterattack. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized that the rotund figure had somehow surged ahead of him. How could this be? To one's astonishment, there exists an individual more adept at executing swift counterattacks than one could ever imagine. James's pupils dilated in shock. Parker, equally discerning, opted for a long pass, ensuring both player and ball arrived simultaneously. Upon receiving the basketball, Chun Bo soared into the air, delivering a thunderous axe-like dunk that ignited the previously subdued atmosphere of the Quicken Loans Arena. Though it merely accounted for 2 points, it was undeniably invigorating. Brown, positioned by the technical area, could not restrain himself and exuberantly waved his arm. A spectacular block followed by a dunk. He single-handedly transitioned from defense to offense. At this moment, the disheartened fans rekindled their yearning for victory. With possession of the ball, the Celtics' Rondo continued to advance, utilizing his breakthrough advantage. He deftly evaded Williams' defense and penetrated the lane. Parker was poised to defend Ray Allen. Swiftly, Chun Bo astutely discerned Rondo's intentions, understanding that, in contrast to scoring, Rondo excelled at facilitating assists for his teammates. However, Parker furrowed his brow in displeasure, thinking, how dare you, a mere rookie watching the water cooler, instruct me? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Rondo indeed chose not to force a shot as he approached the paint. Instead, he compressed the defense and passed the ball to Ray Allen, who was already waiting on the perimeter. Receiving the ball, Allen leaped, flicking his wrist. This motion was as familiar to him as breathing. It was inevitable. At that moment, Parker, belatedly aware, felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, staring blankly as the basketball was flicked away from Allen's hands. In the next instant, a colossal figure obscured his view. Boom. Another emphatic block. At the moment of urgency, Chun Bo disregarded Perkins beside him and leaped to contest the shot, launching his body into the air. The entire bench, witnessing the enormous silhouette overhead, scattered in panic, vacating the area in an instant. This spectacle evoked a chuckle from O'Neal, who was resting on the bench. This kid has my flair. At 128 kilograms, Chun Bo's presence would leave anyone beneath him bruised and battered. Observing the now desolate bench, the fans erupted into laughter. The atmosphere in the arena, once heavy and oppressive, transformed into one of exhilaration. Oh, the ball is still ours. The home crowd, inspired by Chun Bo's tenacity, chanted his name, Chun Bo. Chun Bo. In the face of the crowd's fervor, Chun Bo was far from the bashful demeanor of Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian. He shook his number 15 jersey and cupped his hands to his ears, urging the fans to amplify their cheers. In that moment, the Quicken Loans Arena was engulfed in fervor. A mere 20 seconds had elapsed, resulting in 2 points and 2 blocks. Celtics head coach Rivers, chewing gum, remained composed, sitting firmly as the clock displayed 5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining with a commanding 22-point lead. Why rush? The ball transitioned to the Cavaliers. Mo Williams advanced the ball across half-court. Pass the ball to me. Chinbo, exuding confidence and enthusiasm, proactively positioned himself at the arc to initiate a pick-and-roll. His previous two superb plays had convinced Williams to trust him once more. As he surged into the paint, he prepared to pass, only to realize that Chinbo had not followed him into the key. Instead, a voice emerged from beyond the three-point line, turning his gaze. Williams beheld Chinbo bending slightly, hands poised to receive the ball. Williams widened his eyes in disbelief. You're a center. Why are you out on the perimeter? Do you fancy yourself a guard? Have you ever even shot a three? However, by this time, he had already halted the ball. And with the impending double team from Ray Allen, he could only pass to the unguarded Chinbo. In 2010, centers occasionally attempted three-pointers, yet their success rate was notoriously low. Perkins had no intention of defending against a rookie, especially one drafted at the tail end of the second round. Go ahead and shoot. I'm curious to see if you Easterners are as soft as they say. A center squatting on the perimeter. What a joke. Perkins mocked ruthlessly, with a disdainful smile. Chinbo took a deep breath and lifted the ball high above his head. Though unguarded, the basketball traced an impressive arc as it descended from its apex. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena. The three-pointer was good, bringing the score to 87-68. Reducing the deficit to 19 points with 5 minutes and 31 seconds remaining. What? Chinbo has a three-point shot? Someone mused. He must have just gotten lucky. Nobody was guarding him. Garnett, Pierce, and others paid little heed to the shot. The gap remained formidable. After all, who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the new year? Chapter 3. Displaying brilliance before others is pure arrogance. The world of humiliation and injury belonged solely to Perkins. Chinbo's dismissive gaze ignited a spark of fury within him. How dare this inexperienced rookie ignore me? Perkins seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. I assure you, this will be your last stroke of luck, for I shall smother you defensively, ensuring you receive no passes. In response to Perkins' taunts, Chinbo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your verbal defense is undoubtedly the most formidable. As Rondo advanced the ball into the half-court, Perkins aggressively demanded the ball, eager to reclaim his pride, despite being heavier than Chinbo at that moment. When he turned to back down his opponent, he found himself utterly immovable. How is this rookie so strong? As the shot clock dwindled, Perkins opted for a turnaround hook shot. Yet, standing at 2.13 meters tall with an impressive wingspan of 2.21 meters, Chinbo raised his arms, denying Perkins any advantage. Clang. The ball clanged off the rim as Chinbo snatched the rebound and launched a long pass that soared across the court like a guided missile, landing perfectly in front of James. Chinbo understood James well. He knew that in transition, he was unmatched. Bam! A powerful slam dunk reverberated through the arena, establishing an undeniable momentum. The score ascended to 87-70. Goodness, am I truly witnessing this? The quarterback's long pass evoked an exclamation from the chief commentator. Chinbo has astonished us all. It is crucial to recognize that such extensive passing demands exceptional skill from the passer, requiring both strength and precision in equal measure. Even a guard would find it exceedingly challenging. How much more daunting it is for a center. Once again, possession returned to the Celtics. Perkins, wearing a grim expression, sought the ball again, eager to prove himself. Should a rookie best him, he would be forever marked on the annals of disgrace. Yet this time, Rondo hesitated. Come on. Show me your prowess. Unleash your might on me. Chinbo taunted, provoking Perkins, who foolishly believed that besting a player like Vergeo elevated his status. You are but a mere bystander. Perkins, with his robust and imposing demeanor, could hardly tolerate such sarcasm. He bellowed in fury, Ball. As the veteran leader of the team, Garnett stepped in, sensing that the situation might spiral out of control due to this second-round rookie. Chill out, big guy. At that moment, Rondo chose to heed Garnett's counsel, allowing himself to trust once more. With adrenaline coursing through him, Perkins unleashed an even greater force as he received the ball. The commentator, Mike Breen, eagerly anticipated the confrontation. It's on. Perkins seems determined to reclaim his ground. Can Chinbo withstand it? Under the basket, Chinbo braced himself. Taunting. Is this all you've got? Haven't you eaten? My grandmother is stronger than you. Perkins, resembling a feral beast, relentlessly pressed forward, gradually pushing Chinbo into the paint. James attempted to assist defensively, but Chinbo gestured for him to refrain, declaring, This is a clash of sinners. Stay back. Rookie. I will teach you what it means to be a center. With that, Perkins thrust his hips back forcefully, preparing for a resounding dunk to release his pent-up frustration. To his surprise, Chinbo merely smiled, retreating slightly to execute a chair pullback. Perkins lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Following the steal, Chinbo, noticing Pierce closely trailing behind James, had no choice but to carry the ball across half-court himself, as Williams was also closely guarded by Rondo. In a flash, Garnett returned to the paint, exemplifying the Celtics' remarkable transition speed. Upon crossing half-court, instead of penetrating the paint, Chinbo opted to launch a three-point shot from beyond the arc. Observing the ball trace an elegant parabolic arc, Garnett, Pierce, and even James stood in astonishment. The majority of fans held their breath, mouths agape, hands clutching their heads in anticipation. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball netting echoed once more. 3 points. The score now stood at 87-73, a mere 14 points behind. At this moment, the entire arena erupted, the sound of synchronized cheers from the fans resonating throughout the TD Garden. Chinbo, Chinbo. Even Rivers could no longer maintain his composure. This was a revelation that shattered his perceptions. A rookie, a second-round pick, a center, confidently launching a three-pointer with ample time on the clock. One might mistakenly believe it was the Cavaliers who were leading. Was this not a reckless shot? In this sequence, Rondo had lost faith in Perkins, opting instead to take control of the play himself. Chinbo gazed at his hands, pondering. Is this the sensation of shooting threes at the peak level of Curry? Absolutely splendid. With 4 minutes and 28 seconds remaining, Rondo, utilizing Garnett's screen, penetrated inward. Meanwhile, Chinbo had already anticipated the move, positioning himself in the path of Rondo's drive. However, it seemed Rondo had foreseen everything, effortlessly bypassing Williams and confronting the defense at the rim, where Chinbo stood guard. With a no-look pass, he delivered the ball to an unguarded Pierce cutting in from the weak side. Unlike James's self-deceptive no-look passes, Rondo's was genuinely deceptive. Capable of fooling even his own teammates, only someone as in tune as Pierce could capitalize on it. As Pierce received the pass, he prepared for a thunderous dunk. But alas, he was met with a resounding rejection from James, who utilized his explosive athleticism to execute a powerful block with his left hand off the backboard. Upon landing, James turned and looked up, only to find Chinbo sprinting beyond the three-point line. Wasn't Chinbo supposed to be under the basket? With no time to ponder, constrained by an injury to his right elbow that hindered his scoring, he resolved to make amends through assists. For him, his statistics had to be impressive. He opted for a quarterback-style long pass. This time, Perkins frantically pursued, determined not to falter on the defensive end despite failing to score on offense. Upon receiving the ball, Chinbo noticed Garnett had returned to defend the paint, and Perkins was adequately contesting him, so he refrained from driving inside. After all, a center lacks the speed advantage against these forwards and guards. Instead, he maneuvered to the left corner, where Perkins taunted him directly. Shoot. If you dare, go ahead and shoot. At that moment, Rivers felt a pang of anxiety. For some reason, he sensed something was amiss. Chun, pass the ball, James shouted, as he found himself mismatched, a prime opportunity for statistics. Yet, Chinbo shook his head and executed a move that left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. He performed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc. No, don't be impulsive, Brown shouted. Swish. The commentary team, led by Mike Breen, erupted into frenzy, and he'll have a chance for a 4-point play. This was a momentous occasion, Chinbo's inaugural playoff journey. The poise of this young talent was undeniably suited for the grand stage. The Celtics hastily called a timeout, having gone nearly 3 minutes without scoring a single point. Chinbo shook his jersey, performing his signature celebration. He directed a playful grimace at the camera, exuding an exuberant spirit, a testament to the vitality of youth. What is youth without a touch of recklessness? Inside the Swadai Arena, the fans erupted in a chorus of cheers, their excitement palpable. This was undoubtedly a resounding accolade and encouragement for the rookie. Chapter 4. What is wrong with drinking cola? Is it not refreshing? At this moment, Williams, O'Neal, and others surrounded Chinbo, celebrating fervently. In stark contrast, LeBron James returned to his seat with an impassive expression, while Varejao beside him wore a similarly pained countenance. The more remarkable Chinbo's performance, the more precarious Varejao's position became, and the looks directed at Chinbo turned increasingly hostile. At this juncture, the point difference had surged to 11, with Chinbo also having a free throw to take. Back on the bench, Chinbo wiped the sweat from his brow, parched, and searched fruitlessly for water, only to find the dreadful Gatorade. Left with no choice, he produced his beloved indulgence, a chilled soda. Upon twisting off the cap, he unabashedly indulged under the spotlight, quickly downing half the bottle. After a satisfying belch, he wore an expression of pure enjoyment, refreshing and uplifting. The legendary post-game cigarette paled in comparison. This moment did not escape the notice of the onlookers. Was he truly drinking cola? No wonder his stomach was so large. Lacking self-discipline, he seemed merely a fleeting phenomenon. One could say he was merely fortunate. Yet, what of self-discipline? As long as he proved himself. What harm was there in enjoying a soda? If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Mike Breen on the commentary team awkwardly chimed in. Perhaps this is his secret weapon. Others joined in the light-hearted banter, chuckling. Indeed, it suits his physique. Throughout the match, this young player had offered them a plethora of surprises and contrasts. Oblivious to the discussions around him, Chen Bo was once again interrupted by the system's voice. Ding. Detection of the host consuming carbonated beverages in front of the camera. Significant influence detected, meeting the criteria for slacking off, with a slacking value of 100. The slacking value can be exchanged for items to enhance stamina, speed, ball control, shooting, and more. In disbelief, Chen Bo could hardly contain his fantasies of a bright future. Reflecting on the countless overachievers striving relentlessly, he couldn't help but smile. Effort? He had no intention of toiling away in this lifetime. Life is but a fleeting few decades. One should savor each day, for the unexpected lurks at every corner. Beep. The timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Celtics retained their original starting lineup, exuding composure, knowing they held an 11-point advantage. Yet, they remained vigilant. For this was the semifinals. Rivers gathered everyone for a passionate address. Remember this. This is the essence of chicken soup for the soul. The coach who embodies the human spirit of resilience. My role is merely to cheer you on. How you perform is entirely up to you. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers made the first strategic change, substituting Jamison for O'Neal. Indeed, Brown intended to employ a twin tower strategy. With Chen Bo's presence, the usual rotation was rendered obsolete. Furthermore, Chen Bo's remarkable performance on both ends of the court in this game could effectively compensate for O'Neal's defensive shortcomings. With a free throw by Chen Bo, the score escalated to 87-77, widening the gap to 10 points. The ball returned to the Celtics, and Rondo crossed half-court before passing it to Pierce. However, Chen Bo was left dumbfounded as James switched to guard Ray Allen, neglecting to defend against a scoring threat during such a critical moment. This was, indeed, a data-driven style of play. Consequently, Parker had to contend with Pierce, and the best strategy for punishing the mismatch was to take a jumper, prompting Chen Bo to abandon the paint and move to assist at the high post. Perkins followed suit to disrupt the play, leaving O'Neal as the sole sentinel beneath the basket. Observing the situation, Pierce deftly passed to his old teammate Garnett, who, utilizing his speed, created space and easily scored with a hook shot. O'Neal could only watch helplessly. As the possession switched, Chen Bo initiated the play from the backcourt, calling out, "Pass me the ball." Williams nodded in agreement, but as he crossed half-court, he heard James's voice, "Ball, give it to me." Although James had shown little desire to attack in this game, Chen Bo's provocation ignited a sense of challenge within him. At this stage, James's offensive skills were rather rudimentary, relying heavily on his physical prowess as he barreled forward with the basketball. Williams could only cast an apologetic glance at Chen Bo, as if to say, "I'm sorry. Chen Bo, I've chosen James." A melancholic tune plays. With the ball, James executed a deceptive drive, but unfortunately, he faced both Pierce and Garnett, each renowned for their defensive prowess. Coupled with James's lackluster acting, his intentions were easily discerned. Caught between Garnett and Pierce, James found himself in a predicament. "LeBron, pass the ball," Chen Bo shouted from the weak side. In that moment, James made a decision, opting for a forceful fadeaway jumper. Clang. He missed. James had it only 3 of 14 attempts, accompanied by 5 turnovers, with 4 minutes and 11 seconds elapsed. Offensive rebound. Brown called out from the sidelines. At that moment, O'Neal asserted his presence, fiercely snatching the invaluable offensive rebound and swiftly passing it to Chen Bo on the perimeter. Indeed, Perkins turned around just in time to see Chen Bo positioned at the three-point line, while Garnett, the core of their defensive strategy, moved to provide assistance. However, the disparity in height was indeed substantial, and coupled with Curry's peak three-point prowess, such interference was utterly ineffectual against Chen Bo whoosh. With a crisp sound, Chen Bo successfully landed his third three-pointer in a single playoff game of his career. Simultaneously, The large screen at the venue displayed his statistics for the evening. 2 minutes and 37 seconds on the court, 3 attempts with 3 successes, 10 points, and 2 blocks. This scoring efficiency was nothing short of explosive. After scoring, Chin-Bo extended 3 fingers, pointed to his head in a celebratory gesture, and upon turning, shouted towards the Celtics bench. "Are you even trying to defend me? Go home and sleep." Rivers' face turned an unmistakable shade of green, and the bench glared in anger. Appalled that a rookie dared to be so audacious, Perkins seethed with resentment, feeling personally affronted. "What's wrong? You've already committed 5 fouls, darling." "Oh, never mind. You're of no use on the court anyway." Thus provoked by Chin-Bo, Perkins could no longer contain his fury and retaliated with an elbow, striking Chin-Bo like an adhesive bandage. This act successfully drew a technical foul. The referee's whistle echoed promptly, as Chin-Bo lay on the floor. Upon hearing the whistle, he sprang up, filled with fervor, and shouted defiantly into the air. O'Neal and Williams rushed over to assist him. The camera focused on Chin-Bo as the crowd erupted in cheers. Such tenacity from a player always garners the admiration and applause of fans. Following Perkins' 6th foul, the Cavaliers had completely subdued the Celtics' momentum. Chapter 5, the blame game. Yet the Cavaliers collectively languished. And it was solely due to Chin-Bo's exceptional performance on both ends that the game remained a back-and-forth battle. With merely 36 seconds remaining, the score stood at 98-101 in favor of the Cavaliers, trailing by 3 points. LeBron successfully penetrated the paint, drawing a foul. He made the first free throw, but the second bounced off the rim. Garnett secured the rebound. The score was now 99-101, down by 2, and the Celtics called their final timeout. Rivers, for all his shortcomings, managed to call the timeout rather timely, a slight improvement over Coach Head. Thus, Chin-Bo could never comprehend why the Bucks simultaneously selected this dynamic duo of talent, a perplexing situation indeed. Let us execute a 3-point play. Big baby, you and Garnett. Pierce will finish it off with Ray Allen. Rivers did not devise a complex strategy. The nickname Big Baby for Davis was not due to his physique or appearance, but rather because, at the age of 9, his stature necessitated playing with older, larger children, and due to the rough nature of the game, he often cried. His coach would always comfort him with, "Don't cry, my big baby." Hence, having this 131-kilogram giant serve as a screen was indeed a commendable choice. Regarding the decision to score 2 points, should one really attempt to penetrate the paint against the likes of Chin-Bo and O'Neal in search of a foul? Rivers certainly contemplated this, yet that damned Chin-Bo, with his evident prowess in both help and recovery defense, showcases himself as a cerebral athlete. Far from the naivety of a rookie, it seems more prudent to rely on Ray Allen for a 3-point shot. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the arena reverberated with the deafening cheers of Cavaliers fans. The Cavaliers needed to defend this possession if they hoped to secure a victory in the final moments of the game. Rondo, with an assertive posture, leaned against Williams while dribbling to consume the clock. As the shot clock dwindled to around 11 seconds, the formidable Davis stepped up to set a screen, allowing Rondo to exploit the opening and drive into the lane. Chin-Bo closely shadowed him, denying Rondo any advantageous positioning. Yet, the ever-enthusiastic LeBron was quick to provide assistance, which momentarily unsettled Chin-Bo. Victory in this contest was paramount, regardless of the opponent. At that juncture, social niceties were of no concern. "LeBron, stay back and guard Ray Allen," Rondo instructed. Sure enough, Rondo drove into the paint but feigned a shot, instead delivering a pass to the waiting Allen on the perimeter. LeBron, heeding the command, made a desperate lunge to contest Allen's shot, which struck the rim multiple times before ricocheting away, an iron clang. O'Neal secured the rebound as only 19 seconds remained. Brown immediately called a timeout. The audience instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, rising to their feet in anticipation. At this moment, a 3-pointer could be chosen, or a 2-pointer, but with Garnett in the paint for the Celtics, the likelihood of defending against a 2-point attempt seemed slim. The defensive focus shifted to the 3-point line. A 2-pointer would merely force overtime, while a 3-pointer could clinch the game. LeBron, having struggled throughout the match, was somewhat agitated and impulsively seized the tactical board from Brown's hands, sketching a 3-point play. Chin-Bo was not surprised by LeBron's boldness, but rather by how the entire Cavaliers team appeared unfazed, including Coach Brown. After all, as the self-proclaimed king of Cleveland, such authority was hardly astonishing. To his fortune, Chin-Bo found himself incorporated into the tactical framework, albeit stationed in the paint while the others crouched at the weak side corner. A starkly authentic scenario. As the timeout ended, The atmosphere in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was palpable. Fans were utterly focused, holding their breath. Rivers, displaying acute awareness, substituted Rondo for Tony Allen to bolster the defense. Thud. 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 Williams advanced past midcourt, passing the ball to LeBron before instinctively retreating to the corner, epitomizing a blend of intelligence and compliance. Those who defied the strategy were merely remnants of the past. LeBron, operating from the 45-degree angle, called for O'Neal to set a screen, given O'Neal's superior screening capability. However, the Celtics were entirely unfazed. Tony Allen promptly initiated a double team, as they deemed a two-point score acceptable compared to a three-pointer. This predicament rendered James unable to create any shooting space, forcing him to dribble beyond the three-point line. The strategy had officially declared its failure. As time gradually slipped away, with only a fleeting moment left, James found himself on the brink of despair. At that juncture, Chin Bo made a decisive move, sprinting to the top of the arc without the ball. This instilled in James a sense of unexpected hope, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball to Chin Bo. This time, Garnett did not underestimate Chin Bo. The instant he received the ball, Garnett closed in, denying him any opportunity to shoot. With just 8 seconds remaining. Noticing Chin Bo's hesitation, the trash-talking maestro Garnett seized the moment. Bent over, he pounded the floor with his hands, taunting, "Come on, shoot, softy. Are all Asians like this?" Such was Garnett, a master of psychological warfare, employing banter to unsettle his adversaries. Moreover, he was merely up against a young rookie. And it is well known that long-range shooting heavily tests a player's mental fortitude. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chin Bo was an ancient soul reborn. Holding the ball, Chin Bo stepped back, distancing himself 2 steps from the three-point line, right at the edge of the Cavaliers' home court. With 3 seconds left, Garnett, relishing the imminent success of his strategy, could not help but cheer. "Ha ha ha. Go ahead and shoot." The commentary team was momentarily stunned. This is a pivotal moment. What does this freshman from Dong University intend to do? How dare he? Mike Breen, the lead commentator, exclaimed, "Chin, you are a rookie, a sinner." The iconic commentator, Charles Barkley, unabashedly remarked, "If he makes this, I'll kiss a donkey's rear." Kenny Smith chimed in, "Then I'll bet he makes it." The banter from the two commentators dripped with mockery and disdain, laced with an air of arrogance towards the Dong University player. Smith's wager was merely for entertainment value. As the countdown reached 2 seconds, 1 second, the commentator's words had scarcely settled when Chin Bo had already released the ball. The sensation was akin to that of the pinnacle of Curry's shooting prowess. A mere 2 steps beyond the arc made no difference. It was a relentless assault. The commentators, unable to believe what they were witnessing, gazed in astonishment as the basketball ascended into the air. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that the rustling of leaves could be heard. No one believed that Chin Bo's audacious three-point attempt could succeed, save for Chin Bo himself. Buoyed by the confidence bestowed upon him by the greatest shooter of the 21st century, Curry, the moment the ball departed from his fingertips, Chin Bo elegantly turned his back to the basket, raising 3 fingers skyward. The ball he released became a tether, capturing the gaze of everyone present. In that instant, the illuminated timer, the soaring basketball, and the hushed crowd became a frozen tableau. Chapter 6, Long-Distance Precision Strike. 1 second later, the basketball, akin to a guided missile, found its mark, crashing into the hoop with precision. Boom. A long-range three-pointer. It was a game winner. A game winner from 2 steps beyond the arc. Most crucially, the rookie astonishingly did not even glance at the hoop after releasing the ball. With unwavering confidence, he raised 3 fingers behind his back. The basketball that thundered through the net, along with his elegant turning silhouette, resounded deeply in the hearts of every fan within the arena. The entire venue erupted in an explosive cheer, reverberating with a deafening roar. The fans, in harmonious frenzy, chanted fervently. The atmosphere was electric, engulfed in a euphoric celebration. Garnett stood frozen, gazing at Chin Bo in the distance. In that moment, he regretted provoking Chin Bo, wishing instead he had encouraged him to drive into the paint for a simpler two-pointer. That would have preserved their chances. Rondo and Pierce stared in disbelief at the scoreboard, unable to fathom the reality of the 24-point deficit being overturned. It was one thing for the tide to turn, but it felt utterly surreal to be at the hands of an obscure rookie. In this whirlwind of emotions, James was in the midst of a jubilant celebration. This left Chin Bo poised to celebrate by shaking his jersey, momentarily awkward, as he could only shake his head in resignation. For a moment, it was hard to discern who had truly delivered the final blow. The bench players had surged onto the court in a frenzy. with Darnell Jackson feeling particularly elated for his fellow East University brother. They hoisted Chunbo high and tossed him into the air, a vivid expression of their exhilaration. The center had sunk an extraordinarily long three-pointer, having missed only one throughout the game. Truly remarkable. The crowd was nearly delirious, the decibel level rising, exclaiming, "So cool. I want to bear your children. I can too, as long as gender roles aren't too rigid." In the broadcasting booth, Kenny Smith halted his pen mid-spin, exclaiming in disbelief, "He did it. This freshman from East University has executed a game-winning shot in a pivotal moment." Barkley, with a forced smile, could only grimace, lamenting yet another lost bet. He could almost envision the dreaded outcome drawing near. Chief commentator Mike Breen, flushed with excitement, declared, "Chin has saved the Cavaliers. And also rescued LeBron. I can already see a superstar on the rise." At this point, another commentator interjected, "Mike, it's just one game. We have seen countless players shine briefly." No, Mike countered. "What seems like luck can be attributed to good rhythm, but the insight, judgment, and composure displayed on that court cannot be mere fortune. This is the hallmark of a player made for big moments. I see a leader in him." Pausing for emphasis, Mike continued with admiration, "He is only 20. The possibilities are boundless." Meanwhile, on the domestic platform CNA Sports and in the live chat room, praises and astonishment echoed incessantly. "Wow, is Chunbo really that formidable? Incredible, 6,666. Our East University truly produces exceptional centers." Yet, there were still plenty of critics lurking amidst the accolades. "It is truly astonishing. Could one not aspire to learn the humility and modesty exemplified by the likes of Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming? Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Why resort to insults? To shoot and not even glance at the hoop? Who do you think you are?" There is a complete lack of respect for the predecessors. Furthermore, there is the audacious individual who boldly declared on site, "It's all merely luck. Who doesn't he enjoy dumplings during the new year?" A player who has only graced the court during garbage time throughout the season. How can he possibly consider himself formidable? If he performs with such arrogance in the next game, I shall go live on television, perform a handstand while washing my hair, and consume 2 tons of excrement. After the celebration, Garnett and others approached the Cavaliers players to exchange embraces and greetings. "Chun, you performed admirably tonight. However, in the next game, we shall not grant you any opportunities," Garnett stated as he embraced Chunbo, patting his shoulder earnestly. "You are strong as well. In the next match, we shall not remain idle." Chunbo responded with a smile, exhibiting neither arrogance nor servility, harboring a genuine respect for this Wolf King. Historically, Garnett certainly holds a place among the great power forwards. He is incredibly formidable. To triumph over such an opponent is indeed an honor. After exchanging farewells, assistant coach Malone intercepted Chunbo as he headed towards the players' tunnel. "Hey, Chin, don't leave yet. We need to conduct a live interview with you." This was hardly surprising, as tonight he was undoubtedly the brightest star in Cleveland. LeBron also approached, playfully nudging Chunbo. "Chun, you were fantastic tonight. Enjoy this moment. I certainly did not make the wrong choice in selecting you. Thank you." Regardless of the external criticisms of LeBron, accusations of hypocrisy, theatricality, bullying, and creating cliques, his reputation has not plummeted to dismal depths just yet. Should one speak of a dramatic downturn in public perception, it all began with a monumental decision made this past summer, LeBron's groundbreaking event. The decision to broadcast his choice nationally, which led many casual observers to turn against him, labeling him as overly showy. Previously, Chunbo had only heard about this through hearsay, but now he has experienced it firsthand. Fortunately, all of this shall come to an end. As long as he remains uninvolved in any controversies during this period, he is more than willing to acknowledge this team's leadership. Do not falter. This is your opportunity. At this moment, LeBron exuded the aura of a leader. Chunbo nodded and expressed his gratitude once more. After LeBron offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, he departed. As media personnel awaited to interview him, as a star player favored by the league, he was never short on attention and exposure. As they conversed, a beautiful reporter with chestnut brown hair approached Chunbo, the cameras gradually zooming in. Her smile was sweet, and her voice was as honeyed as syrup, melting into the heart of this 20-year-old virgin. This caused an involuntary smile to grace his lips. "Hello, Chun. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chunbo responded with a blend of grace and seriousness. The beautiful reporter blinked her large eyes in surprise, tilting her head slightly. "Is this your version of humor at Dawn University? You've arrived. It seems you truly understand me." A beautiful woman is indeed intelligent, wouldn't you agree? Chin Bo replied with a smile. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, deepening her curiosity about this young man. Having interviewed numerous Dong University players, including Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi, she noticed a common trait among them. They often appeared somewhat reserved when first facing her. In contrast, Chun Bo exuded a sense of confidence and warmth, making communication effortless. Chin, you shone brilliantly tonight. How did you manage that? Would you care to share? Chapter 7. More brazen than I confronted with the reporter's inquiry. Chin Bo fell silent. He could hardly confess. I'm just a mere wallflower, and that's the reason. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. Well, no effort equates to no reward. This is a lesson my elementary school teacher imparted to us. Have you ever seen Cleveland at 4 in the morning? That is the result of countless days and nights spent training, pouring sweat. All my endeavors have led to this moment. Opportunity favors the prepared. Of course, I won't feign gratitude towards others. I silently appreciate the system that supports me. Now, he possessed the foundation to stand firm. Jokic was merely a starting point, not the conclusion. The system was merely an auxiliary force. Ultimately, Chin Bo would not lose himself. He resolved to work diligently, worthy of the honor bestowed upon him. He reminded himself, as previously mentioned, that unexpected changes could occur at any moment. What if the system were to vanish? As for why he was so hefty, that was of no concern to her. Did she not dream of gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University during her school years? The beautiful reporter continued. We noticed that prior to your entrance in the fourth quarter, you seemed to have a disagreement with the coach. Can you share some details? That's a secret between men. Are you certain you wish to know? He could hardly admit that he had stubbornly fought for his chance without the coach's consent. Some matters were better left unspoken. The beautiful reporter observed that Chin Bo did not resemble a rookie. Instead, he seemed like a seasoned veteran, adept at evading traps. After a couple more casual questions, the interview came to a close. Chin, thank you for your time. I hope you continue to excel. With your kind words, I wish you continued beauty, he replied. The beautiful reporter graciously opened her arms for a brief embrace, followed by a cheek-to-cheek gesture that left Chin Bo, a mere novice, feeling quite flustered. As he watched the beautiful reporter depart, he remained lost in thought, touching his own face, perplexed by its softness. Little did he know, as she turned away, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Humph, your lack of cooperation is utterly ungracious. Have you even glanced at the excess around your midsection? Is this what you call effort? I wouldn't believe a word you say, for your tongue is as slippery as oil, devoid of any truth. With this thought, the beautiful reporter turned her gaze towards Chun Bo as he entered the player's tunnel, her delicate nose crinkling slightly in disdain, followed by a cold huff. Do not let me encounter you in my next interview, she muttered. Just as Chun Bo stepped into the player's tunnel, he suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Who the hell is cursing me? Could it be LeBron? Chun, stop daydreaming and get ready. You need to prepare for the post-match press conference, Coach Brown said with a smile. Shortly thereafter, a prepared Chin Bo followed Brown into the conference hall, accompanied by James. This marked Chin Bo's inaugural appearance at a post-match press conference. Previously, since joining the Cavaliers, he had made scarcely a ripple within the team, let alone warrant a press conference. As a late second-round draft pick, many of his peers faded into obscurity after the rookie season, with teams showing little inclination to organize such events. Most either progressed to the developmental league or ventured overseas to play. Thus, it was entirely normal for him to receive scant attention from both the team and the media. Upon reaching the press conference venue, Chin Bo was taken aback, inhaling sharply at the sight of the throng of journalists. It was a sea of faces. A veritable crowd of people, creating a dark, overwhelming mess. In the game, James had shot 3 for 14, scoring 15 points, along with 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 turnovers. In contrast, Fer had shot 7 for 18, accompanied by 7 turnovers, continuing a lackluster performance. Yet, he still had the opportunity to attend a press conference. Perhaps this was the privilege of a superstar. On the other hand, Chun Bo had played less than 7 minutes, achieving a remarkable 5 for 6 shooting, with 15 points, 3 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 assists, including a game-winning shot, thus earning his place at the conference. As the saying goes, comparison reveals disparity. No sooner had the trio settled in than the journalists clamored to pose their questions, eager to discuss the thrilling match that had unfolded, with an abundance of material to explore. We noticed that the pivotal moment came from a successful defensive play that thwarted the Celtics' strategy. How did you anticipate that? How did you end up switching onto Ray Allen? The first reporter inquired, directing his question at James. This line of questioning diminished Chun Bo's initial excitement and nervousness considerably. Shouldn't they have interviewed me first? His internal monologue echoed this sentiment. You know, as the core of the team, one must be versatile and in control of the game. In that situation, with Chun Bo and Shaquille in the paint, they had no options, James replied, smiling as he brought the microphone closer, shrugging as he spoke with candor. It was as if he had everything under control, responding with ease. Your performance tonight was subpar. Did the injury to your elbow have a significant impact? How did you manage to execute that astonishing shot under pressure from the Celtics? Chun Bo furrowed his brow, the sensation growing increasingly unsettling. Who was posing these questions? Struggling to comprehend, he squinted downwards, only to realize that it was Windhorst, which immediately alleviated his concerns. Do you understand what a team truly means? Oh, you witnessed it today. A loss was merely a consequence of injuries. A victory, well, what more can be said? Standing shoulder to shoulder with Jordan in the realm of basketball. This is not a mere excuse. You know I cannot maintain excellent shooting every night. Yet I can contribute to the team in other ways. My role on the court transcends scoring. When Pierce and his teammates double-team me, I am aware that my teammates will find open opportunities. We are a cohesive unit, and I am delighted that Chun made that shot. The sensation is exquisite. LeBron spoke with an unwavering smile, engaging effortlessly with the reporters amid the flashing lights. Do you still have the audacity? Are you sure this was not your own ill-fated three-point strategy, aspiring to be a savior, but retreating to the perimeter, shifting the blame onto me, the rookie? You have no idea what kind of scrutiny I would face had I missed that shot. This is an attempt to undermine me. At that moment, Chun Bo empathized with Schroeder, who, after sinking a half-court three-pointer, humorously shook his head in self-deprecation. Who could accept such blame-shifting? Finally, after a barrage of inquiries, the spotlight turned to the hero of the game, Chun Bo. Yet, they struck him with a piercing question right away, prior to receiving LeBron's pass. Did you anticipate that you would have such an opportunity? Chun Bo was momentarily taken aback. How was he to respond? Should he express gratitude to LeBron for this chance? Affirm that he fulfilled his duty? Validate LeBron's trust in him? He refused. Chapter 8. Rescuing LeBron. Do you understand what it means to embrace mediocrity? To follow one's own heart, to do as one pleases. That is what embracing mediocrity entails. As for social niceties, to hell with them. He would not forget how he had been marginalized in the past, ultimately journeying alone to this point. Even if it meant monitoring the water cooler or facing uncertain employment, he bore no regrets. However, now was not the time to confront LeBron. After all, his consistent persona was not aimed at anyone in particular. He could fathom why Love had succumbed to depression. You see, the coach put me on the court last, solely to rescue LeBron, Chun Bo replied with a smile. Quoting Kerr's classic words, effectively conveying his stance while easing his own tension. It was a deft maneuver, avoiding any overt offense that might leave others feeling uncomfortable. No less, he was compared to Jordan, a comparison he had longed for. Thus, in the final moments, the coach chose to place his faith in me, allowing me to take the court. As long as I had the ball in my hands, I possessed the capability to conclude the game and lead the team to victory. Chun Bo spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding a sense of strength. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of displeasure crossed James's eyes, which was soon replaced by hearty laughter. Indeed, he possessed such capabilities. When the reporters realized the answers were not to their liking, their interest waned, and after posing a few conventional questions, they swiftly concluded the press conference. This rookie was quite a handful. The uninformed are often undaunted, and in the context of this particular match, he was indeed deserving of such an attitude. As the press conference wrapped up, Chun Bo prepared to return to the locker room, only to discover his agent, Bill Duffy, waiting for him at the door. Unbeknownst to Chun, Duffy had come to watch his game. After all, he had waved his towel numerous times without stepping onto the court, and it was inconceivable that he would play in such a critical playoff match. Duffy, what brings you here? Are there still players on contract with the Cavaliers? No. I came specifically to find you. I have two pieces of good news. One is a sponsorship deal with 361, and the other is with Coca-Cola. Chun Bo felt a surge of excitement at this news and quickly led Duffy to a quiet spot to discuss further. In truth, after being selected in the second round, numerous domestic brands had approached him, including major names like Anta and Li Ning, as well as well-known shoe manufacturers such as Hoshinger and Peak. Even Adidas and Nike had made offers. However, he had declined them all. The offers were simply too paltry, and the contracts bound him for several years. akin to a form of servitude, alongside the additional stipulations of performance clauses. Why would I sign that? Chin, I suggest you consider 361. Their offer is $1 million a year. From the perspective of an agent, numerous factors come into play. The key is to sign first and, should he establish a reputation later, to negotiate an early renewal. This would reflect the true worth of Chin Bo's game-winning shot. Duffy let us wait a bit longer. Duffy withheld his words, ultimately deferring the decision to Chin Bo. What about the Coca-Cola endorsement? Should we take it? I recommend focusing on playing well first. Their contract has limitations, which could adversely affect your image as a player. Being seen drinking Coca-Cola on camera could be misconstrued. After all, players typically refrain from consuming soda during timeouts, as it does not contribute to maintaining peak performance. While there are no explicit rules against drinking soda during breaks, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, as most players prefer healthier beverages to replenish energy and hydration. Even Jokic, who used to drink soda daily before games, has since given it up to maintain optimal physical condition. Duffy, what is the signing fee for this? Chin Bo inquired with genuine curiosity. $100,000 a year isn't worthwhile. We should pass. It's best enjoyed occasionally, with maintaining one's physique being paramount. Duffy felt a pang of urgency and quickly urged, fearing the young man might succumb to temptation. You mustn't let a small loss lead to a greater one. Indeed, it is quite insufficient, and one must not sacrifice the greater good for trivial matters. Chin Bo nodded in agreement with Duffy's sentiments. Yet he could not allow his physique to hinder him from attaining the coveted slack value. How could he possibly accumulate such value if deprived of carbonated beverages? Without that value, how could he progress? If he fails to advance, how could others expect to do so? He was acutely aware that his peak Stephen Curry three-point experience card had expired, and in the forthcoming match, he would lack that range, speed, and accuracy. If he were to rely solely on his own capabilities, engaging in a genuine contest, his three-point threat might significantly diminish. That is precisely the point. I shall revisit the negotiations regarding the sneaker contract, augmenting our leverage, though all of this hinges on your performance in the upcoming games. Duffy stated earnestly. This is my confidence. Chin Bo was thoroughly satisfied with Duffy's work ethic. The rationale behind his choice was simple. Duffy was diligent, kind-hearted, and possessed a strong sense of responsibility. To put it plainly, he held a good person card, and good guy Duffy served as his calling card. He had previously signed contracts with Yao Ming, Anthony, Nash, and later, the prominent star Doncic. Moreover, a crucial factor was his understanding of the cultural nuances of Dongda, promoting the Dongda brand and enhancing the commercial value of players. Duffy, we can negotiate the sneaker contract, but we must also collaborate with Coca-Cola. Inform them that the market is saturated with carbonated drinks. As for consuming it during the match, that's not an issue at all. What? Duffy's smile instantly vanished. Is that a jest? Have you considered your physique? You're nearing 130 kilograms. Trust me, do you see my current shape? Chin Bo retorted, lifting his jersey to pat his pale belly, which spread like ripples. Does this impact my performance on the court? Bill Duffy hesitated. Perhaps you should reconsider? There's no need. You go ahead and negotiate. I will prove myself in the subsequent matches. Chin Bo refused Duffy's suggestion, possessing unwavering confidence in his abilities. After this match, Chin Bo realized the sole advantage of playing alongside LeBron James, the ample exposure. As long as one possesses skill, the attention would inevitably follow. Upon returning to the dormitory, his close friend, Chris Pitt, an entertainment journalist and photography enthusiast, immediately approached him. Chin, you were incredibly impressive tonight. I truly regret not being there in person. I assure you, I will be present for the next game, Chris lamented, filled with remorse. It was hardly his fault, as a water boy during the playoffs. Chin Bo should never have had the opportunity to play, compounded by his status as an intern journalist. His salary hardly permitted him to attend every match. However, the tickets for the next game had already sold out, hadn't they? Well, I can support you from outside. Observing Chris's awkward demeanor, Chin Bo decided to cease his teasing. Rest assured, I will grant you a position in the next match. Are you capable of handling it? Chris inquired, filled with doubt. Chapter 9. The protagonist is not you. What on earth do you mean by that? You better apologize and offer your due respect. Chin Bo felt insulted. It appeared that elevating the prestige of his name was indeed necessary. After all, he was the administrator of the water cooler, a legitimate draft talent, and had his own agent. Surely he could manage this minor task. Believe. Chris felt a chill run down his spine and hastily acquiesced. Having experienced that kind of pain before, Such twisted games know no borders. When you least expect it, hands converge, fingers poised to strike. The sensation is exhilarating, akin to flying. Chun Bo recalled a time in high school when he was lifted by a few close friends and began to dominate the goal. Let us just say, no high school has a clean backdoor. Seeing Chris's earnest attitude, Chun Bo left contentedly to freshen up. Afterwards, the two engaged in carefree banter in their dormitory. The night passed in silence, yet the impact of Chun Bo's decisive victory began to ferment wildly. The following morning, wake up, Chun Bo. You need to see the reports on social media, Chris exclaimed, shaking him awake while holding his phone in front of him. What is the fuss? Aren't they just praising me? Keep it low-key. It's all standard practice, Chun Bo mumbled groggily. Yes, it's praise. But you are not the main focus, Chris retorted, pursing his lips. Since returning from the previous night, he had sensed something was off with Chun Bo. Although he hadn't been particularly disciplined before, he would never have consumed so many sugary drinks before bed. He dismissed it as a reward for his last-minute heroics. What? Chun Bo jolted awake, scrambling upright and snatching Chris's phone. He had anticipated reading glowing reviews from the audience about his performance, only to find, can people truly be this shameless? I'm still a rookie, akin to a freshly sprouted chive, only to be cut down. He had underestimated LeBron James and the powerhouse team behind him. Distorting facts was merely routine. Thankfully, it was his own last-second victory. Had it been LeBron's, the scene would have been unimaginable. As for stealing the coach's strategy board, that was trivial. He was a tactical maestro, rescuing the Cavaliers from the brink. What frustrated him was his utter helplessness in this situation. Public ridicule had escalated. Jackson's earlier comments about being benched seemed mild in comparison. He might as well have returned to square one. In Cleveland, LeBron's words carried more weight than those of the mayor. Fortunately, the influence of his agent, Bill Duffy, proved beneficial. An article titled "This Report Has Sparked Widespread Attention Among Fans on Social Media" provided Chun Bo with a modicum of solace, as there remained some fans who acknowledged his performance, albeit the majority were rather pessimistic. Regaining his composure, Chun Bo packed a few garments and made his way to the airport, preparing to journey to Boston, a city renowned for its rich sports culture. 17 championships are no trivial matter. The legacy is substantial. However, for teams from other locales, this is akin to a calamity. On the flight to Boston, Shaquille O'Neal approached Chun Bo to strike up a conversation. Though he had noticed Chun Bo before, he had not anticipated the young man's resilience, having underestimated him. I am not particularly fond of Boston, O'Neal remarked, his voice low, as if recalling some unpleasant experiences. Was it racial discrimination? O'Neal nodded in surprise. You know? He was indeed aware. The moment underscored the significance of Bill Russell, who had made monumental contributions to the league's African-American players. No one wished to play in that city until Russell's arrival changed the narrative. O'Neal shifted the topic. Indeed, no seats. Chun Bo concurred, finding O'Neal's demeanor quite agreeable. And the two conversed amiably. Upon landing in Boston, they boarded the hotel shuttle, still engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly unperturbed by the impending game. Soon, the shuttle arrived at the Cavaliers Hotel, and Chun Bo was astonished to see a throng of people gathered outside. I truly envy LeBron. He has so many fans in Boston. However, upon closer inspection, he retracted his earlier admiration. These individuals were clearly extreme Boston fans, intent on creating unrest and disrupting mental fortitude. Regrettably for them, LeBron was invincible in this regard, effortlessly ignoring their taunts as he strode into the hotel with his backpack, the most conspicuous of the shirtless detractors. Seeing that LeBron had disregarded him, turned his ire towards Chun Bo. You're just a poor imitation, he shouted, pulling at the corners of his eyes. Caught off guard while observing the spectacle, Chun Bo momentarily hesitated and glanced at Jackson. Stay calm. You must remain composed, Jackson urged, gripping Chun Bo tightly. The shirtless man, sensing the tension, grew bolder, muttering insults. Damn it. Chun Bo, a robust figure standing at 6 feet 9 inches, was hardly someone Jackson could restrain. The man, sensing Chun Bo's formidable presence, retreated a few steps, realizing that should Chun Bo retaliate, he would be left with bruises. Jackson shouted, Shaq, stop him. Yet, Chun Bo remained unfazed. The racial slurs were directed at him, and no ordinary person could react faster than an athlete. The man was abruptly pulled back, and Chun Bo wrapped his arm around his shoulder as if they were close brothers. However, the man emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, revealing that the situation was far from harmonious. Their physiques were not comparable. Chun Bo leaned in closer and whispered menacingly, Say that again. And see if I dare to deal with you, you white-skinned swine. At that moment, O'Neal approached with purposeful strides, intervening between them. Calm down. This is what I mentioned to you on the plane. The man, freed from Chun Bo's grip, fled as if liberated from a death sentence, occasionally glancing back in trepidation, fearing they might pursue him. What are you doing? What is happening? The security guard at the entrance, perceiving the situation had escalated beyond control, rushed out to intervene. How can you hit someone? As a player, aren't you aware that fighting can lead to suspension? Truly, it was as amusing as a grandmother burrowing into bed, leaving him in fits of laughter. Chapter 10, is 20 minutes considered excessive? Chun Bo rolled his eyes at the guard's inquiry. With what eye did you see us fighting? We all witnessed it. Do you still want to deny it? O'Neal attempted to clarify the situation, as he still wished to maintain some semblance of dignity. But Chun Bo discreetly stopped him. Everything requires evidence. I merely approached that familiar brother to exchange a few pleasantries, and he was so moved that he shed tears. Mind your own business. If you're dissatisfied, take it to the police. But I assure you, I am blameless. You, however, may not be. Chun Bo did not harbor disdain for the security profession in general, but rather for certain individuals within it. He recalled the arrogance of some guards during the pandemic, wielding their authority as if they were the rulers of their domains, engaging in petty misconduct and extortion. Seeing the guard's bluster hiding his fear, Chun Bo shook his head, unwilling to waste further time on this. Naturally, the guard preferred to avoid conflict. While Chun Bo might not fear him, he dared not offend O'Neal standing behind him. Upon returning to his hotel room, Chun Bo ordered a sumptuous array of takeout, soda, fried chicken, burgers, and more. The spread was indeed lavish. Ding. Consuming soda grants 10 slacking points. Ding. Consuming fried chicken grants 10 slacking points. Ding. Watching his slacking points accumulate. The greasy fried chicken in his hand seemed even more delectable. The reason for the modest gain of only 10 points was that there was no increase in influence. It was merely a matter of indulgence, a nuance Chun Bo had long since grasped. O'Neal gazed at Chun Bo's gluttonous feast with envy, yet he kindly cautioned, Chun, you are still young. You should not engage in self-destructive behavior. Truly, I see the potential for greatness in you. Your 3-point shot is simply tantalizing. After Chun Bo indulged in a hearty meal, he glanced at O'Neal and sighed helplessly. Do you think I desire this? Alas, it's a long story. O'Neal appeared bewildered, questioning. Could it be that Chun has an unfortunate childhood? He found it difficult to delve deeper into the conversation, as it was evident that Chun Bo was reluctant to engage further, which would only lead to embarrassment. O'Neal's emotional intelligence was unquestionable. The following day, on game day, the team gathered early to prepare for their routine training at the arena, ensuring there would be an optimal form for the evening's match. But where was Chun Bo? Coach Brown scanned the group and inquired. While he could understand LeBron's absence, Chun Bo's was perplexing. O'Neal explained, he wasn't feeling well last night. He'll join us later. Humph. Feeling unwell? I suspect he is still asleep. What do you mean? O'Neal retorted, defending his young teammate. I saw Chun Bo order a plethora of takeout. You two were talking late into the night. Varejao would not let such an opportunity slip by. After a stellar performance, this was unacceptable. A firm reprimand was necessary. All right. Let's head over first. Seeing O'Neal's unwillingness to concede, Brown intervened to maintain team unity. Yet, his displeasure grew. He initially felt a sense of appreciation for talent, but now he felt indifferent. As an Asian athlete, Chun Bo already lacked physical advantages, and with his lack of effort, tardiness in training, and undisciplined diet, he was on the verge of failure, strutting before he had even learned to walk. In his hotel room, Chun Bo lay on the bed, his expression unreadable as he stared blankly at the ceiling. You are making this quite difficult for me. Can't you manage to train on time? Sure, you can be punctual. He retorted silently, but don't diminish my lethargy points. An hour later, cautiously, he extended a foot out of bed, relieved when no system notification appeared. Soon, he hailed a taxi to the training facility. Inside the venue, everyone was immersed in their training, some shooting, others dribbling, and some focused on strength conditioning. Yet, one individual was surrounded by reporters for an interview. Unsurprisingly, it was Cleveland's king, LeBron. Chin, you're here. Are you feeling better now? Brown approached, scrutinizing him. He hardly appeared to be unwell. It seemed Varejao had not been mistaken. I'm better. Thank you for your concern. Chin, we are a team. Your absence has hindered everyone from practicing the strategy. Let this be a lesson. Chun Bo was taken aback. Was he truly that crucial? Moreover, judging by LeBron's appearance, he had likely just changed out of his media interview attire. Chin, over here. O'Neal beckoned him, demonstrating what it meant to have perceptiveness. "Coach, I'm off to train," he declared, not allowing Brown a chance to respond as he dashed away. Mike Brown's expression darkened, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. A mere rookie, challenging his authority? Very well. In this team, apart from LeBron, none of his brethren dared to show him disrespect. After practicing low-post hook shots and back-to-the-basket drills with O'Neal for a brief period, Chinbo stepped aside to take a rest. The entire session lasted less than 20 minutes. "The training volume is excessive. Please ensure you take a proper rest." The system chimed in. "Is this a joke? At least let me maintain some dignity," Chinbo grumbled while seated on the bench. How was anyone supposed to perceive him? With a frown etched across his face, he felt as though a crow had ominously flown overhead, despite not having broken a sweat. 20 minutes was deemed excessive. His body hadn't even warmed up. However, despite his constant complaints, his body remained obediently seated. Ding. Daily training recorded. Current slacking value, 30, the system announced. A flicker of joy ignited within Chinbo as he opened a soda, savoring the moment while calculating his slacking value, which had accumulated to 300. This could be exchanged for various attributes of his physique. Yet, with the Jokic template already acquired, he decided to conserve it for now, perhaps opting for a lottery instead. It was crucial to ensure he had the opportunity to showcase his talents, especially with the remaining matches dwindling. Thus, he felt troubled. His slacking value was still insufficient. System. Are there alternative ways to obtain slacking value? Perhaps through completing tasks? He inquired. Yes. Would you like to initiate a task? You could have mentioned this sooner. Chinbo retorted, having approached the situation with a sense of desperation, only to find that there truly was a solution. Did you not ask how I would respond? Initiate. 3, 2, 1, initiate. Chinbo exclaimed eagerly, astonished by the system's capabilities. Task initiated. Deliberately miss 153-point shots during today's training. Reward, 100 slacking value. Current progress, 0-150. Just then, the Cavaliers' warm-up concluded, coinciding perfectly with the end of LeBron's interview. Timing is everything. It could be said that Chinbo was still too inexperienced. His slacking was so overtly awkward that it left him vulnerable. In contrast, others mastered the art of subtlety. Chapter 11. The Buffoon Chun. This is my personal trainer. If you need assistance, I can have him help you, LeBron approached, speaking amiably. Chinbo was somewhat taken aback. Was he trying to recruit him? But did he even need it? You're putting me in a bind. I can train. I was just interrupted after 20 minutes. No. Thank you. Regardless of LeBron's intentions, it was, at the very least, good news for most. However, Chinbo was inherently resistant to bending his will for anyone. He held no interest in being someone's subordinate. Ah, splendid. But you should practice self-discipline and engage actively in training. We are a team, and we cannot allow one individual to disrupt the entire group's progress, LeBron remarked, slightly taken aback by Chinbo's refusal to accept his offer. After all, it is rare for anyone in the Cavaliers to decline his invitation. All right, I will do my best, Chinbo replied with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, James had already turned and walked away. Since he could not be of use to me, there was no need to waste time. In that moment, Chinbo felt as if he had lost something vital. As the warm-up concluded, they progressed to targeted shooting practice. The current three-point shooting percentage of the Cavaliers' starting five was disheartening. None could be deemed proficient. The most accurate was Daniel Gibson, with a rate of 47. But as a substitute, he rarely had the opportunity to shoot, averaging only 6 3 points per game. Thus, three-point training was a priority set by Brown. The format was 2 players per group, alternating three-point shots from the perimeter. However, unlike traditional shooting drills, Brown aimed to simulate real game conditions as closely as possible. They would have interior players create distractions while the shooters took their shots. This method tested the players' ability to shoot under interference, yielding the best results. For instance, the first duo to take the court, Williams and Gibson, managed only 16 successful shots out of 25 attempts. Remarkably, they were the only 2 players on the Cavaliers who could be considered reliable. Next up were James and Old Parker. Seeing this, Chinbo couldn't help but chuckle. This was merely a pre-game practice. Yet Brown felt the need to ensure that James would prevail. Was it truly necessary to maintain his persona so meticulously? As expected, Parker, with a three-point shooting percentage barely surpassing 30, managed to sink only 9 of 25 shots while facing interior defense, maintaining his accuracy around 30. Not a point more. Meanwhile, James successfully scored 10, and that was with the interior defender easing off in the latter part of the session, Otherwise, it would have been uncertain. This illustrated the astuteness of Brown's tactical arrangements. Soon, it was Chinbo's turn, a decision made deliberately by Brown, as in 2010, centers typically remained stationed in the paint. Their scoring methods were rather simplistic, relying on brute force. The most sophisticated among them were players like Olajuwon, who combined his dreamlike footwork with refined low-post skills for scoring. Few could shoot from beyond the arc like Chinbo. Competing alongside him was West, who left no significant impression on Chinbo, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Nevertheless, it mattered little. West hit all 5 of his shots in the first round, but the response from the crowd was tepid, eliciting only scattered applause. This indicated his lack of popularity. Varejão's defense was merely average, considering it was just practice. When it was Chinbo's turn, he instantly became the focal point of the court, drawing James's gaze. Even a scout from the Celtics had produced a camera to begin analyzing. However, Chinbo was utterly indifferent to these distractions. His focus was solely on the basket. Taking a deep breath, he silently vowed, "I must not make a single shot." After receiving the pass, he shot directly, without any preliminary movement. "I was utterly reckless, dismissing the need for any preliminary motion. Just throw it, that's all." However, the defense by Varejão was noticeably different this time. He even lunged forward in an attempt to block. Clang. Unsurprisingly, under Varejão's interference, Chinbo's attempt was thwarted, resulting in a miss. The gaze exchange between Chinbo and Varejão revealed the latter's unyielding confidence, as he even raised his chin slightly in a provocative manner. "Varejão, focus on your defense and refrain from any distractions," was the timely reminder from O'Neal. With his intentions exposed by O'Neal, Varejão had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. Though his expression revealed a hint of embarrassment, Chinbo continued to receive the ball and shot again. Clang. That was the sound of another miss. Bang. The noise of the ball hitting the rim followed. It was a complete air ball, causing a wave of confusion among all present. Indeed, on the first attempt, Chinbo had produced a resounding 0. Moving on to the second attempt, West missed 2 shots, his performance rather mediocre, earning even sparse applause. As Chinbo prepared to shoot, Malone couldn't help but scold him. "Chun, focus and take this seriously, or I will have you practice alone today." What a fortunate predicament. I was worried that 25 shots wouldn't suffice for the task. Deep down, Chinbo understood that Malone was trying to assist him, subtly indicating that this was not his true capability. "Regrettably, Coach Malone, I must apologize. I have my reasons." Clang, clang, clang. As the sequence progressed, Varejão seemed to realize that Chinbo was merely a faude, and thus he ceased to defend him, allowing everyone to see Chinbo's true nature. As expected, the clangs continued, and the second attempt also yielded a score of 0. Is that all? I had already stated that night was meant to be his career-defining moment. Everyone knows shooting is about feeling, and he simply had a hot hand that day. Can someone like him be so arrogant? You all witnessed it. Seizing the opportunity, Varejão quickly took aim at Chinbo, then glanced at James as if to claim credit. It wasn't just him. The majority present shared the sentiment. Considering that Chinbo had previously only been a water boy, his performance during the draft combine had also been unremarkable, if not for the market potential of East University. Who would sign such a player? The only aspect of his game that caught anyone's eye was his decent offensive and defensive capabilities in the low post. Given his current performance, it was hardly surprising. His previous clutch shot had merely been an extraordinary feat, an unexpected delight. The doubts surrounding Chinbo were growing louder. O'Neal, visibly agitated, directed his ire at Moon. "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can sink a 3-pointer against Garnett and Perkins? If not, then kindly remain silent." At this moment, O'Neal's assertiveness seemed to subtly suggest that he was ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with James. Chinbo was merely following in his wake. The frail camel still surpasses the horse in stature, despite experiencing a significant decline. The renowned big shark of the basketball realm still commands a degree of respect. Others, like Varejão, merely grunt in acknowledgement and cease further debate. As for the third point, it remains unchanged. One basket made, another missed. At the conclusion of 5 attempts, West managed to score 15, a performance that was quite standard. In contrast, Chinbo failed to make a single shot. Yes, you heard correctly, not one. An entire 5 attempts without success? I could do that too. And yet he remained smiling. Varejão, who had intended to withdraw, could no longer contain himself. "This is a rare opportunity. What does it matter if you are O'Neal? I have my brother LeBron, the king of Cleveland. Not a single shot made, and he can still smile? How is that even possible? Today, It seems Chinbo simply lacks his shooting touch. He can practice later. Malone, noticing the situation, attempted to diffuse the tension with a laugh. But no one seemed to care. It appeared that everyone had seen through it. Chapter 12. Intentional Strikes, Current Task Progress. 25,150. The thought of the impending 150 points of ineptitude brought Chinbo a sense of joy. He chose to disregard Verijo's barking, filtering it out like refuse. After the shooting practice concluded, they proceeded to engage in a 55 scrimmage, which was merely a simple tactical exercise that wouldn't deplete their energy reserves. After all, they needed to conserve strength for the evening's game. The teams were divided as follows. Team 1. Big, Daniel Gibson, James, Verijo, and Anthony Parker. Team 2. Chinbo, Emma Williams, Jamario Moon, Leon Powell, and Jackson. As for the big shark, O'Neal, he was merely an observer, having recently returned from injury and thus refraining from participating in the scrimmage. For someone of his caliber, the style of play is already established. All he needs to do is maintain his shooting rhythm. Would one expect him to practice free throws or defensive maneuvers against screens? And what of James, who also claims to be injured? To suggest that this is merely a ruse is the epitome of LeBron skepticism. Yet the elbow injury is certainly not as severe as advertised. Chinbo vaguely recalls that after losing to the Celtics in this series, James did not undergo surgery for his elbow rehabilitation. One cannot argue that muscles can heal themselves while elbows cannot. O'Neal later corroborated this in his autobiography, where he criticized James as an actor, alleging he was not genuinely invested in winning. If the injury were truly severe, O'Neal would not have made such statements in his memoir. As previously noted, this injury could position him advantageously. To lose with an injury is acceptable. To win, once again, is to stand alongside Jordan. Intra-squad scrimmages typically last only one 12-minute quarter. After the jump ball, Big easily tipped the ball back, granting Team 1 the initial offensive possession. Despite having integrated Jokic as template into his game, Chinbo's leap remained far from impressive, as the defensive capabilities of his model were rather mediocre. Certainly, it is only relative and closely tied to his style of play. In the first round, James received the ball and immediately called for a high screen, then executed a right-side drive followed by a mid-range jumper. It was a flawless execution. Simple and efficient, this exemplifies James in a training match. Moon dared not escalate the intensity, especially with the constant screens being set. Indeed, it was challenging, and it was better to go with the flow. As the ball transitioned to the second team, Emma Williams held possession, with Chinbo pressing closely behind him. Seeing Williams momentarily hesitate, he was effectively contained by Parker, who displayed commendable defense. Chinbo raised his arms to request the ball, confident in his ability to take on his opponent. However, Emma Williams seemed oblivious to this, and reluctantly he initiated a screen that was dictated by James. Is it true that without screens, one cannot play? With Chinbo's obstruction, Williams accelerated towards the basket, only to be met by Verijo's defensive return. At this moment, Chinbo quickly retreated to the three-point line, seeking the ball, but was ignored by Williams, who opted for a sudden jump shot. Unfortunately, James, arriving just in time, executed a spectacular chase-down block, sending the basketball flying. Chinbo was left somewhat speechless, realizing that there are indeed instances of mistaken identity, yet no misnomer can be as fitting as the nickname for Williams, affectionately dubbed Mo doesn't pass by fans. As for the first team's offense, this time James chose not to assert himself. His initial shot was merely a test of his touch, thereafter intending to facilitate for his younger teammate, Gibson. After all, the competition among guards is fierce. Gibson aimed to emulate Chris Paul, seeking a mismatch against Chinbo, motivated to extract some retribution for James. He thought, how could this naive rookie dare to clash with James? Attempting to elevate himself above those of us who hold James in high regard? Gibson bent low, executing a series of crossovers, then faked a shot. But upon realizing Chinbo was unfazed, he opted to drive from the right. Although Chinbo's lateral speed did not match that of a guard, his court vision and defensive acumen were unparalleled. He had already positioned himself to obstruct Gibson on the right side. With a deep breath, Gibson launched a right-side jump shot. However, in the next moment, Chinbo showcased a remarkable dragonfly touches the water maneuver. As Gibson released the shot, Chinbo deftly swatted the basketball away with minimal effort, redirecting it. Chinbo then spotted Emma Williams and Jackson sprinting beyond the three-point line. What was happening? Did the Cavaliers possess such ferocity in their fast breaks? Indeed. A train's speed is ultimately determined by its engine. He swiftly passed the ball to Jackson, who evaded James's pursuit and executed a thunderous dunk. As for Imo doesn't pass. He could go wherever he pleased. Meanwhile, Malone was enthusiastically nodding at Brown, pointing towards Chun Bo, clearly commending his block as if he were a salesman promoting a product. Brown, however, paid him no mind. Initially, everyone played within the bounds of convention, but at some point, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with intensity. The crux of the matter lies with Chun Bo. Even the officiating seemed somewhat off-kilter, particularly concerning James's loyal protector. During this offensive play, Williams, after Chun Bo set a screen for him, opted for a direct shot, clang. Once again, he missed. Chun Bo had anticipated this, positioning himself early to secure the rebound. When suddenly, Varejao moved and elbowed him. Chun Bo stumbled forward as a result. The referee remained silent, prompting Chun Bo to cast a dissatisfied glance in his direction, yet received no response. Wasn't this a quintessential case of illegal pushing for a rebound? At that moment, Varejao flashed a smug grin at him. So, this is how it's going to be. In the ensuing play, Chun Bo retaliated, nudging Varejao as they both vied for the rebound. The whistle blew foul for pushing. By now, Varejao had already fallen to the ground. He was adept at feigning injury. Chun Bo, infuriated, exclaimed in Chinese, "This is utterly intolerable. Are you not going to call that a legal screen?" His anger surged as the double standards in officiating became glaringly evident. Even in a formal game, such biases would not be tolerated. Unexpectedly, the referee, casting a glance at Chun Bo, boldly stated, "What did you just say? Here. You must understand the rules. LeBron is the king." Although Varejao couldn't comprehend Chinese, he sensed the conversation was far from pleasant. "I said I love your mother. See you tomorrow." Varejao instantly bristled, charging at Chun Bo like a rabid dog, shoving him forcefully. Observing this, O'Neal and others rushed over. Despite being from Dongda, Chun Bo understood that dignity must be upheld, especially away from home. Even a clay statue has its limits. "I do not seek trouble. Yet I am certainly not afraid of it. If you want to exchange barbs, I am more than willing, and I will not shy away from a confrontation." Ignoring the pain in his chest, he retaliated. With a sudden, deliberate punch akin to Draymond Green's, Chun Bo advanced. Perhaps accustomed to playing the dramatic role, Varejao faltered, retreating several steps before ultimately crashing to the ground. After assessing the situation, Brown turned to Malone, exclaiming, "Hurry, take him away." Malone firmly grasped Chun Bo, leading him back to the locker room, expressing his frustration. "What is wrong with you? Do you not realize we were discussing the possibility of placing you in the starting lineup?" Chapter 13. Still smiling? Are you implying that it was my missed shots or the fact that I angered Varejao, thus provoking James? Chun Bo, with a smile, poured a cup of coffee for Malone, reclining leisurely on the sofa to savor it. "You still find this amusing? With things having escalated to this extent, you can still laugh?" Malone harbored serious doubts about Chun Bo's state of mind. "You should reflect on this," he suggested, his words trailing off as he sighed, seemingly witnessing the potential downfall of a future star. "Coach." Malone leaned against the doorframe, furrowing his brow as he turned, looking at Chun Bo with confusion. "Thanks." Chun Bo set down his coffee, his frivolous smile fading away. Malone glanced at Chun Bo, giving a slight nod, suggesting he should ponder how to explain himself later. With that, he made his way to Brown's office, aware that if today's matter was not handled properly, victory in the upcoming game would be elusive. He was acutely aware that the previous match had been salvaged by Chun Bo's timely intervention. Without him, they would have already faced defeat. A 24-point deficit left him pondering the possibility of winning. Could they really face the daunting challenge of arriving at the hostile confines of Boston's North Shore Garden trailing by 23 points? Before long, Malone returned. "Brown wants to see you in his office. Remember to communicate well." He spoke with the gravity of a father advising a wayward son to acknowledge his mistakes. Chun Bo nodded. Regardless of the situation, Malone had his best interests at heart. Pushing open the office door, Chun Bo immediately spotted Brown seated, his expression as dark as a stormy sea, radiating an intensity that felt as if he could devour someone whole. "Malone, step out for a moment. I need to speak with Chun Bo privately." Malone complied, but not before reiterating, "Be sincere, lower your head, and this will soon pass." As the door closed, Brown commenced his interrogation. "Do you understand where you went wrong?" Chun Bo replied, "Speak." "I don't know." His 3 words ignited Brown's fury, causing him to leap to his feet, sending his chair flying with a crash. "I don't understand. It was Varejao who provoked me first, pushing me. How is it wrong for me to retaliate?" Bang, bang, bang. Brown slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Is that the crux of the matter? The real issue is that you were fully aware there were Celtics present who would amplify the situation. Didn't you realize that? I did, but isn't that a good thing? It shows our training is serious and diligent, not merely superficial. And why didn't you confront Virajo? Were you afraid? Brown, infuriated, felt as if he might explode. Bang! The table suffered another violent assault. You. He pointed toward the door, commanding Chun Bo to leave. If you don't exit now, you may find yourself in a dire predicament. Coach, I'm sorry. Chun Bo stepped outside, seeing Malone waiting for him. Prepared to apologize, he was met with Malone's dismissive wave. Just go back. Malone sighed in resignation before re-entering Brown's office. Upon Chun Bo's return to the training room, he was met with a spectrum of gazes, some hostile, others admiring, and a few curious onlookers relishing the unfolding drama. The atmosphere within the Cavaliers was clearly fraught with tension. It was not merely one person's perception. Most felt compelled to endure silently to retain their positions within the team. Unfazed, Chun Bo walked to the three-point line, resolutely commencing his task. In truth, he felt uncertain about whether he would take the court that evening. It was all left to fate. He focused on honing his skills, with 125 shots remaining. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he began to miss his shots. Clang, clang, clang. Jackson awkwardly approached and grasped Chun Bo's arm, urging him, Chun, your performance isn't optimal today. Let's forego practice. If the coach finds out, you may lose your opportunity tonight. The fact that he came over during such a sensitive moment was no small feat, for he was not Shaquille O'Neal. Offending LeBron James could mean being dismissed from the Cavaliers altogether. Thank you, Jackson. Would you believe me if I said it was intentional? Chun Bo replied playfully while continuing to shoot. Jackson's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Bo cast a meaningful glance at Jackson and returned to his shooting, leaving him to ponder the implications. This was not an exercise in infinite time. He needed to complete it before practice concluded, lest he be deemed lackluster. The essence of lackluster play must be formal and perceptible. Clang, clang. The entire training facility echoed with the sound of Chun Bo's missed shots, warping the rim with each clang. Even O'Neal or Howard would likely not miss a shot. 50 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. The host has completed the lackluster task, missing 150 shots, earning 100 points of lackluster value. Now, with 385 points accumulated, it still felt insufficient, offering little enhancement to his base skills. Unable to instigate a rapid turnaround in the game's momentum, Chun Bo realized he was merely a water boy at present, lacking both shooting rights and the opportunity to orchestrate an offense. Thus, his Jokic-like abilities were significantly diminished. It would come down to luck. System, draw a card. Bronze chest, 20 points. Silver chest, 50 points. Gold chest, 100 points. Platinum chest, 1,000 points. Purple gold chest, 5,000 points. Divine chest, 10,000 points. Isn't this a bit extortionate? What could possibly be in the divine chest? A chance to resurrect? It requires 10,000 points? Chun Bo pondered, deciding to wait and assess the situation during the game before making a draw, for he could not afford to squander his meager resources. Soon, the training concluded, and only O'Neal, Jackson, and Chun Bo remained. Take care. I'm leaving, O'Neal said, departing first. Having not participated in training that day, and thus having no reason to linger, after they had left, Chun Bo continued to practice alone. He needed to gauge the three-point shooting percentage of Jokic during his peak season, which astonishingly reached 56 in the regular season, taking an average of 47 shots and sinking 23. His playoff performance also soared to an impressive 41. 2. This was a center, illustrating Jokic's profound impact, though, regrettably, the era of centers shooting threes had not yet arrived. Swish. After everyone had departed, Chun Bo managed to achieve a shooting percentage of 1 in 161 on his first attempt of the evening. Subsequently, it dwindled to 1 in 81. Yet he exhibited a distinctly different demeanor. Observing this, Jackson became increasingly resolute in his decision to relay the situation to assistant coach Malone. At that moment, the training room door swung open, revealing Big, the veteran of the Cavaliers. May I speak with you privately? He inquired. Jackson, ever aware, responded promptly. Then I shall take my leave. I just happen to be beset by a sudden urgency. Chapter 14. Foreshadowing. Is there something amiss? Chun Bo recognized that Big was aligned with LeBron's faction, thus his demeanor remained rather lukewarm, merely courteous without crossing into enthusiasm. I'm aware of the discord between you and LeBron. Chun Bo waved his hand dismissively, retorting, I have scarcely exchanged more than 10 words with LeBron. How could there be discord? You see, LeBron has been a figure of success since high school, which has drawn a multitude of admirers, causing him to lose himself somewhat. Over time, his mindset has shifted. However, he is not as you perceive him. He has always been exceedingly disciplined and hardworking. You mentioned in an interview that without effort, there can be no reward. Today's triumph is the result of countless arduous days. Upon hearing this, Chenbo furrowed his brow. He was disinclined to listen to such praises for James. He quickly clarified, I truly harbor no conflict with James. One thing you must understand is that it has always been James's subordinates who have sought trouble with me. You are aware that such dynamics can introduce numerous discordant elements to the team, especially now, at this critical juncture of the semifinals. Sensing Chenbo's resistance, Big continued, I shall address them. We are all in this together, striving for that elusive championship. Is that agreeable? Chenbo shrugged nonchalantly, stating, as I have said before, as long as they do not trouble me, I shall not seek discomfort. After all, I am merely a water cooler attendant and a towel manager. With both parties having reached an understanding, the conversation ceased, and shortly thereafter, Chenbo tidied up and departed the training facility, eagerly anticipating the upcoming clash at 6 that evening. That night, the North Shore Garden in Boston was a veritable hive of activity, teeming with fervent fans. True to form, their loyalty rivaled that of the Lakers and Knicks. The basketball culture in these cities had become firmly entrenched, creating an electric atmosphere. As Chenbo emerged from the players' tunnel, he was greeted by the sight of flags fluttering above the arena, an impressive total of 17. These banners, representing the most championship titles in history, likely served as a wellspring of confidence for the Celtics. Chenbo. Some fans even raised their middle fingers in his direction. As he surveyed the crowd, he noted that the signs of insult directed at him were comparable to those aimed at LeBron. Could it be that his amicable resolution of the racially charged incident the previous night had incited such a reaction? He insulted them, calling them white-skinned pigs. And now they were displeased, attempting to undermine his mentality. But what did it matter? He was merely a water cooler attendant. At that moment, Chenbo was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Could he really allow their antics to disrupt his composure to the extent of denying James access to the water cooler? He didn't even feel inclined to wave a towel anymore. As the warm-up concluded, the atmosphere shifted to the exhilarating opening ceremony. A deep, sultry voice resonated, gradually crescendoing. Boston. Following this, the starting lineup for the Cleveland Cavaliers was announced. Bara Williams, Bara Varajo. Finally, hailing from St. Vincent St. Mary High School in Ohio, the chosen one, number 23, LeBron James. At this moment, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause, courtesy of the James fans who had traveled from Cleveland. Being rivals, the Celtics could not afford to be overly grandiose, especially with the imposing figure behind them. They focused on introducing the Celtics' Big Three. And when it came to the legendary Kevin Garnett, thunderous applause filled the venue. As for Chenbo, he lacked the privilege of an introduction, as he wasn't even a rotational player. However, once the arena lights illuminated the scene, Chenbo seized the opportunity for a bit of theatrics. As the Celtics provided an up-close shot of him, with a smile, he stood and shook his jersey, then suddenly leaned closer to the camera to make a signature goofy face. The crowd responded with a chorus of boos. Chewing gum nonchalantly, he leaned back on his chair, exhibiting an air of indifference. A minute later, that troublesome camera lingered on him once again. What could fortune? Without hesitation, Chenbo unscrewed a bottle of cola and began to gulp it down. Observant viewers would notice that this time it was a blue bottle, not red. Indeed, Chenbo was applying pressure. He opted for Pepsi, Coca-Cola's archrival. It is essential to recognize that playoff games are broadcasted nationwide, and the advertising revenue is substantial. Of course, as a sponsor, Gatorade was also a brand he appreciated, but without the benefit of a lackadaisical attitude, it merely allowed him to appear acceptable to the league's sponsors. Casually sipping on camera. After all, his current status was modest, and he had not attracted significant attention from Gatorade. With the opening ceremony concluded, the starting lineups were announced. The Celtics remained unchanged: Garnett, Ray Allen, Rajon Rondo, Perkins, and Pierce. For the Cavaliers, James, Mo Williams, Parker, Jamison, and O'Neal. The jump ball commenced, and the game began. Perkins tipped the ball back, granting the Celtics the first defensive possession. Unlike the previous game, Rondo immediately passed to Garnett, who faced Jamison and executed a smooth turnaround jumper. It went in. The Celtics scored effortlessly first. Throughout this series, Garnett held a comprehensive advantage over Jamison. The possession shifted to the Cavaliers. Williams advanced the ball past half court, while O'Neal set a decoy screen beyond the midline. Seizing the opportunity, James made an off-ball run to the left side. With Pierce closely trailing behind, momentarily delayed, James received a brilliant pass from O'Neal and leaped for a thunderous dunk. Right from the outset, James exhibited an unprecedented hunger for offense, contrasting sharply with his previous two lackluster performances. At the very least, his attitude was apparent, devoid of the lethargy that had characterized his earlier demeanor, as if he were merely strolling on the court. Rondo received the ball in the backcourt and pushed it into the front court. Just across the midline, he passed to Allen, who was executing a pick-and-roll with Garnett. Allen, facing O'Neal and Jamison's interference, managed to take a contested shot, which found its mark. The ball returned to the Cavaliers. Williams advanced into the half-court, preparing to execute a play when he heard James calling for the ball from the 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, James made a decisive move to the left and took a jump shot over Pierce, but alas, the shot clanged off the rim. Chunbo, observing from the bench, shook his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that James seemed to believe he was a star after that dunk. Was that two-pointer truly his forte? That jump shot was something he had never mastered. After Rondo secured the ball, he delivered a long pass to Garnett, who exploited a mismatch against O'Neal and executed a smooth step-back jumper that found the net effortlessly. O'Neal's speed was simply inadequate to keep up. Within just 2 minutes of the game, the Boston fans elevated the intensity, collectively chanting, "Shaq." Nevertheless, O'Neal, with his extensive experience in the finals, remained unfazed by this pressure. Chapter 15. Barkley's rematch. Jamison inbound the ball to Williams. The game resumed. As soon as Williams received the ball, James demanded it before even crossing half-court. Eager to take control, upon reaching the front court, he faced Pierce's tight defense and passed to O'Neal, position high. James then made another run toward the left 45-degree angle, receiving a return pass from O'Neal. Repeating their initial play, he found Garnett and Perkins stationed in the paint, leaving James with no option but to slip along the baseline, passing to Parker in the right corner. However, Rondo anticipated James's intentions, intercepting the pass with precision. In a fit of frustration, James attempted to reclaim the ball but ended up committing a foul. The possession transitioned to the Celtics. Following an inbound pass, Pierce executed a series of crossovers against James, culminating in a pull-up jumper that swished through the net. The score reached 28, with the Celtics asserting their dominance at home, swiftly gaining the upper hand. With 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the deficit had grown to 10 points. Truth be told, despite Chunbo's mental preparation, he had not expected James to perform so poorly. While his attitude and desire for offense were commendable, it appeared he was overexerting himself. Whether it was reckless drives, careless turnovers, or missed shots, he struggled to find his rhythm. The crux of the matter lies in the coach's tactics, which are scarcely implemented. It is all left to individual efforts. At this moment, he bears a resemblance to the audacious Kobe and the relentless Westbrook in the preceding 2 matches. Despite a lack of focus, he at least collaborated with teammates on the weak side to draw defensive attention. So, what is his intention this time? To lose deliberately? Yearning for an early return to fishing? Or is he simply fatigued? Brown had no choice but to call a timeout. This was merely the first quarter, and should the game slip away, it would be a disaster for their morale. Upon returning to the bench, James wore a sullen expression, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. Brown cautiously approached him and inquired, "LeBron, is something amiss? Would you like to take a breather?" In response, James adjusted the protective gear on his elbow and nodded slightly, indicating his discomfort and its impact on his performance. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the Cavaliers altered their lineup, substituting James for Jamario Moon, a small forward primarily known for his exceptional athleticism and defensive prowess. Perhaps simplicity is key. Without James, the Cavaliers' offense began to flow more smoothly. O'Neal, no longer required to sprint back and forth, failed to showcase any offensive capabilities and instead became a liability on defense, succumbing to several plays against him. In the first 6 minutes, O'Neal was merely a transitional player, passing the ball without a single shot attempt. However, the dynamics shifted. Without James, Williams began to lob the ball to O'Neal beneath the basket, where he engaged Perkins in a physical battle. With a deft turn, he executed a soft hook shot, scoring repeatedly with his refined interior skills, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. The Celtics missed an offensive opportunity, and Williams surged down the court, attempting a layup that also failed to find the mark. Fortunately, O'Neal established position for the offensive rebound, preparing for a second chance when Garnett decisively committed a foul. Rivers, oblivious while chewing gum, failed to notice the development, while assistant coach Thibodeau stood at the sidelines, pointing out Garnett's infraction, poised to implement the classic hack-a-shack strategy. Damn it. O'Neal wore a grimace akin to a constipated expression, his mind drifting to the trash talk that Chun Bo had taught him, a needed distraction from his current frustrations. Free throws have always been an indelible source of pain for O'Neal. As he approached the charity stripe, the Celtics fans began to disrupt him, even resorting to psychological tactics, bringing in an impersonator resembling O'Neal. After numerous attempts, what began as a technical issue evolved into a complex interplay of skill and mental fortitude. Even he doubted his ability to make the shot. Wiping the sweat from his bald head, O'Neal took a deep breath, raised his hands, adjusted his wrist, and pushed forward. Clang. A resounding miss. The second attempt met the same fate, resulting in a chorus of cheers from the crowd, signifying the success of their strategy. Observing the scene, Thibodeau returned to his seat. 2 minutes later, with only 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Brown called a timeout urgently, substituting O'Neal. The mindless tactic of targeting Shaq quelled the momentum they had just built. On the bench, Chun Bo glanced at Brown, but there was no indication that he would be called upon to play, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Was he truly being benched? At that moment, someone approached James, whispering a few words while occasionally glancing towards Chun Bo. The camera then focused on Chun Bo, who was sipping a cola, appearing remarkably unfazed, which drew jeers from the crowd. Unexpectedly, Chun Bo stood up, signaling for the audience to raise their voices even louder. It seemed that this rookie wielded an influence even greater than his own, and James furrowed his brow, interrupting the conversation. Everything is according to the coach's arrangement. I have no authority here. Meanwhile, the commentary team was embroiled in a heated debate over the most intriguing topic: who would emerge victorious. Barkley firmly sided with Chun Bo, stating, "You know, even if Chun Bo gets on the court in the second quarter and performs well, I still favor the Celtics to win." "Oh, you've certainly been cautious this time. Haha. This isn't your usual style," Kenny Smith teased. Barkley replied with a smile, "Chun, if you keep playing like you did in the 5th game, the Cavaliers' chances of winning the championship this year could rise to 35. But that's impossible. You know he's a rookie." "Well, I believe the Cavaliers will win this series," Kenny Smith proclaimed confidently. Barkley smiled slightly, exuding an air of confidence. "If we lose this game, I'll walk to work and broadcast it live on television." Haha, sounds good. Although Barkley was known for his bold statements, he followed through on his word, having previously wagered on kissing a donkey's rear after losing a bet involving Yao Ming. The incident with Chun Bo kissing a pig's rear also made headlines, contributing to a surge in viewership. Barkley's antics were simply too entertaining. If the Cavaliers lost this game, James would find himself on the receiving end of ridicule. Having achieved nothing in 7 years, how could he still be considered a superstar? Barkley unleashed his full critique, unafraid of the so-called James fans. He was a formidable figure, one who had even criticized Jordan, famously declaring, "Jordan's looks mean nothing if you have billions. You're still not handsome." James, grappling with injuries, faced natural fluctuations in performance. Barkley shook his head with a smile at Smith, choosing to remain silent. As the first quarter concluded, the Cavaliers trailed by 6 points. The second quarter commenced swiftly, and James took to the court, leading Parker, Moon, Big, and Varejao. As for West, even making an appearance at the end of the first quarter was commendable. Particularly since Chun Bo had yet to step onto the court, it was highly likely he was being sidelined. Chapter 16, Mindless Fans. After resting for half a quarter, James had significantly recuperated. But for what purpose? To avoid the rush. This evening, LeBron's statistical sheet bore little beyond a couple of points from a thunderous dunk and 2 free throws awarded by the referees, alongside a tally of turnovers. Therefore, the immediate priority was to fill the void in his statistics, momentarily setting aside the outcome of the game. In the first quarter, he managed a modest 2 of 5 from the field, accumulating just 4 points alongside 3 turnovers in a mere 6 minutes, an unacceptable performance that necessitated a swift redemption. The Cavaliers found themselves trailing by as much as 11 points during his time on the court, and astonishingly, the deficit swelled to 6 points in his absence. Despite the team's commendable performance, he felt no joy. In the opening possession of the game, LeBron, with a fiery gaze, charged towards the basket, seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration. However, the formidable Anthony Davis awaited him in the paint. With a resounding thud, Davis fell to the ground, resulting in an offensive foul against LeBron. Upon witnessing the referee's call, LeBron's frustration boiled over. He spread his arms wide, his eyes widened in disbelief and discontent. Meanwhile, the The Celtics paid no heed to this, swiftly initiating a fast break. Brown attempted to signal to LeBron to return to defense, but it was too late. Eddie House received a long pass from Tony Allen and unleashed a shot from beyond the arc. With a 5-on-4 situation, the advantage lay with the Celtics. Varejao rushed to defend, familiar with this scenario as he often played the role of cleanup man for LeBron, yet as a substitute providing perimeter scoring. Failing to react in time could lead to dire consequences. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. At this moment, LeBron ambled back to half-court, hands on hips, allowing the cameras to capture his figure. Not 2 minutes into the game, the Cavaliers were already trailing the Celtics by 10 points. Chin and O'Neal exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads in dismay. If this continued, they might as well head home early for a fishing trip. Chun, you should be on the court. Varejao is merely there to clean up, contributing nothing offensively, Chin remarked with a bittersweet smile. After I chose not to compromise, I anticipated this outcome. Nonetheless, there will be opportunities. Game 7 is my stage, and I intend to shine in LeBron's city. Envisioning a clutch moment in Game 7, he mused about how he would not need to worry about job prospects this summer. Everyone knows about Lillard. Does anyone consider him exceptional? Perhaps not. His defense is lacking. And compared to other stars, his offense is mediocre. Yet, what earned him a place among the top 75 players? It was his immense composure under pressure, his ability to deliver in clutch situations. Tonight, LeBron seemed to be a negative presence on the court. As Parker prepared to inbound the ball, LeBron brought it across half-court, executing a deceptive right-hand drive that fooled no one but himself, and indeed, it did not fool the defensive stalwart Tony Allen. With Davis guarding the paint and long-range shooting not being his forte, LeBron had no choice but to force his way inside. With a resounding shout to bolster his spirits, he executed a drifting layup against the steadfast defense of his formidable opponent. Bang! The rejection came from the relentless Tony Allen. In that fleeting moment of being denied, LeBron James made an astute judgment. His body fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crumpling into a ball with his hands shielding his face. Yet, the referee remained silent, for this was indeed the Celtics' home court. LeBron, anticipating the referee's whistle, waited in vain, ultimately peeking through his fingers at the unfolding scene. Coincidentally, this moment was captured by the live broadcast cameras, eliciting a mix of amusement and sympathy. Unbeknownst to him, LeBron, now shedding any pretense, rose to a seated position, arms spread wide in inquiry towards the referee. Observing LeBron's reluctance to rise and his furrowed brow, the coach swiftly called for a timeout to prevent another fast break onslaught. Throughout this match, LeBron's determination was palpable, brimming with vigor. However, his offensive energy was marred by critical turnovers, 2 within a mere span of 2 minutes. Fortunately, the Celtics were also in a transitional phase, managing only a single three-pointer without further scoring. As the timeout concluded, Brown signaled LeBron to maintain composure, emphasizing the importance of this game in securing their place in the Eastern Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the Celtics maintained their cautious stance, with Rivers remaining unperturbed. Unexpectedly, Brown not only employed LeBron, but also introduced Jamison into the fray. This strategic shift catalyzed a significant surge for the Cavaliers, scoring an impressive 82 points. Although Jamison found himself at a disadvantage against Garnett, the latter's absence provided an opportunity. This tactical maneuver proved effective, as long as Jamison was not matched against Garnett. He reverted to his former self, an exceptional player averaging 8 points and 7 rebounds. He executed a thunderous dunk following a brilliant assist from LeBron, a smooth turnaround jumper from the low post, and a step-back jump shot, showcasing his agility and skill against the formidable big man. Such performances compelled Rivers to rotate his starters back into the game, as the uncertain dynamics of the match left them with little room for risk. Prompted by Malone's advice, Brown responded in kind, reinserting his starters as the margin dwindled to a mere 2 points. The second quarter unfolded with intense back-and-forth exchanges, culminating in the Cavaliers leading by a single point with just 2:48 remaining, 43-42. Ultimately, the first half concluded with the Celtics holding a slender 2-point advantage, 51-49. At the half, LeBron had made 6 of 14 attempts, amassing 17 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. O'Neal achieved a commendable 5 out of 7 shooting, accumulating 11 points and 3 rebounds, placing him just behind LeBron James and Williams in scoring. Williams, on the other hand, led the team with an impressive 20 points in the first half, playing a crucial role in the Cavaliers' efforts to close the gap. Others, such as Varejao and Jamison, failed to reach double digits. The moment Garnett stepped onto the court, Jamison appeared to shrink in stature, prompting the Celtics fans to jeer, "Look at Jamison. He is turning into Butterfingers under pressure." Furthermore, Chinbo ended the half with a score of 0, having contributed nothing during his time on the court. As both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms, they were met with a barrage of taunts from Celtics fans. "Chinbo," came the shouts, accompanied by disdainful remarks. Chinbo furrowed his brow, only to find that the source of the insults was a particular individual from Dong University. "Why are you insulting me?" he thought, feeling the sting of the words. The taunter, a young man with yellow skin, smirked, clearly relishing the moment. Chinbo felt the urge to leap over the barrier and confront him, eager to teach him a lesson about respect. However, O'Neal, quick to react, restrained him just in time, as security personnel intervened and escorted the abuser away. Chapter 17. Presenting the facts. Is that also black? Chinbo clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, and coldly remarked, "So it's you, the big nephew. Don't let me see you again." Tragically, many individuals, upon arriving in the land of freedom, mistakenly believed they belonged to a higher class, oblivious to the fact that their status was often inferior to that of others. Just moments ago, Chinbo was not the only one facing insults, yet it was only this individual who faced expulsion. Playing double standards in front of the beautiful country was a fool-esque game. Upon entering the locker room, he discovered Malone engaged in tactical analysis and adjustments, while Brown was conspicuously absent. Furthermore, James's locker was impeccably organized, indicating he had not yet returned. It was evident that Brown had taken it upon himself to provide James with individual coaching. In the eyes of certain individuals, James in 2010 was still a fledgling, a child with merely 7 years of professional experience. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that the coach was addressing his mindset during a lackluster performance. This demonstrated that while Brown may have appeared to be just a morale booster for the Cavaliers, he was, in fact, an effective mentor. As the halftime break concluded and the game resumed, Chinbo, seated on the bench and sipping soda, remained perplexed about why his hard work was met with scorn. Was it merely because he was from Dong University? Frustrated, he sought solace in some fried chicken. Unbeknownst to him, the cameras once again focused on him. "Chun, still so uniquely you," the live commentator quipped with a laugh. It appears that everyone enjoys finding amusement before the formal commencement of a match, and fortuitously, Chinbo is able to provide that entertainment. During the Ramadan period, the media made a spectacle out of him consuming a banana, which demonstrates their profound curiosity regarding such phenomena. After all, it is a rarity for participants to consume food during the course of a match. This is a fiercely competitive sport, and eating could be quite detrimental to one's stomach, especially for someone like Chinbo, who indulges in cola and fried chicken while wearing a look of sheer delight. This piqued their curiosity even further. Commentator Bryn furrowed his brow, pondering whether such gluttony was excessive. At this rate, his remarkable talent might be squandered. Barkley, with a hint of envy, reflected on his own days of strict discipline imposed by trainers and nutritionists. Can you imagine if he continues this way? Will he still perform well? Have you noticed that before the semifinals, although Chinbo enjoyed cola, he never drank it to such an extent during the games? Kenny Smith paused in realization. Indeed. So, are you suggesting that this cola is his secret weapon? The more he drinks, the more exhilarated he becomes. Barkley shrugged. Who knows? If he could just get on the court, we could verify that. Unbeknownst to them, Chinbo was reveling in the attention. The more eyes upon him, the greater the focus, and in such circumstances, his value in this playful performance increased. At this moment, his playful value surged by 150, bringing his total to 540. As the third quarter commenced, during the starting lineup segment, James exhibited an even sharper control over the ball. After effortlessly securing a defensive rebound, he transitioned the ball past half-court himself. The point guard positioned at the left 45-degree angle, Varejao stationed at the right corner, and Parker at the left baseline left Shaquille O'Neal unguarded in the paint. With his keen instincts, O'Neal raised his hand skyward, signaling James to simply toss the ball towards the hoop. He had executed such plays countless times with Kobe. Once the ball reached him, his cuts were unstoppable. However, James chose not to pass. Instead, he advanced to the right 45-degree angle, continuing to survey the court for an opportunity to penetrate. O'Neal, with his imposing stature, signaled for the ball, confident in his ability to score. Yet, James remained oblivious to his request. O'Neal resigned, had no choice but to draw his defender out of the key, clearing the paint. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Varejao, with cunning intent, drove the ball into the lane against Garnett, determined that even if he failed to score, he would not allow LeBron to falter. The outcome was predictable. The double team from Pierce and Garnett resulted in a block. It was truly incomprehensible. Jackson, seated beside Chun Bo, muttered in frustration. Even he recognized how advantageous that opportunity was, yet James refused to pass. Chun Bo let out a derisive laugh, indicating that not understanding was precisely the point. Jackson, puzzled, turned to Chun Bo and asked, "What do you mean?" As of now, LeBron James has yet to make his decision this summer, and most have not fully grasped the essence of this individual. However, Chun Bo certainly understands. How could he pass the ball to O'Neal when Garnett was right beside him, inadvertently resulting in a turnover? Who bears the blame for that mistake? Instead, he opted to pass to the open Varejao nearby, minimizing the risk of error, especially as the clock was winding down, rendering a return pass highly improbable. If you score, then I, LeBron James, merely record an assist. If you miss, I suffer no detriment. Jackson was left in a state of disbelief, his mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend, before finally swallowing hard and slowly remarking, "Chun, you truly are a LeBron detractor." "What detractor? Keep your voice down. I'm merely stating the facts," Chun Bo retorted with some displeasure. This offensive play was a microcosm of the third quarter, with James as the orchestrator of the strategy, while Williams' sole role was to linger beyond the three-point line. The halftime three-point deficit, initially manageable, was quickly exacerbated by James, escalating the gap back to 9 points. The fourth quarter commenced shortly thereafter. Having been substituted by Brown at the end of the third, James returned to lead the team at the start of the fourth, aiming to replicate his success from the second quarter. After all, during the second quarter's substitute phase, his scoring was quite impressive, netting 9 points. Given this opportunity, it was imperative to allow him to accrue more statistics on the court. 19 points hardly befits the prestige of the chosen one, especially when accrued through 14 attempts. Yet, in this segment, James lacked the vigor of the second quarter, plagued instead by turnovers and missed shots. With 8 minutes remaining in the fourth under his guidance, the Celtics surged forward, swiftly extending the lead to over 10 points, compelling Brown to call another timeout. One might wonder if Brown had lost his mind by allowing West and James to share the court, essentially creating a father and son dynamic. It is certain that this was not intentional. Brown would not dare offend James, indicating a lack of judgment on his part. During the timeout, commentators began to question Brown's tactical decisions. It was evident to all that from the fourth position, James and West were not in sync. Yet they were placed together on the court. How could this yield favorable results? Compounding the issue, they trailed by 11 points, and remarkably, the previously outstanding Chun Bo had not seen even a minute of playing time. This was indeed a matter for contemplation. At this moment, images of a certain individual surfaced in everyone's minds. Chapter 18, truly reluctant to falter. As the timeout concluded, James prepared to play the entirety of the fourth quarter. Brown, now aware, removed West and substituted Parker, aligning him with Williams in the backcourt. O'Neal and Varejao also took to the court, while Jamison, having faced limited opportunities in this series, remained on the bench alongside Chun Bo, relegated to merely observing the water cooler. Jamison, do not fret. The upcoming series will provide you with the opportunity to showcase your talents. Observing Jamison's dejection, Chun Bo offered words of comfort. Jamison had not anticipated that after 6 games, amidst the coach's reprimands, someone would extend solace. They urged him not to fear, to face Garnett boldly. Yet, little did they know, Jamison himself was perplexed as to why he struggled against Garnett, for logically, he should not perform so poorly. Some matters are intangible and should not be overly pondered. Your abilities are evident. Much like Murray, who, though an unremarkable second in command, could only be deemed a star within the league, never quite reaching the realm of superstars. However, whenever he faced the Lakers, he seemed to play as if possessed, consistently delivering extraordinary performances and clutch shots. The Lakers could surely empathize with Jamison's plight. Jamison remained silent, shaking his head in bitterness. Observing his silence, Chun Bo sighed and turned his gaze towards number 23 on the court. James continued to handle the ball, orchestrating the offense. During the timeout, O'Neal communicated effectively, and James did not oppose him. After all, he too sought assists and was willing to give a couple of possessions before resorting to his own endeavors. O'Neal, receiving a pass from James, turned to overpower Big Baby for a layup, only to be fouled. O'Neal donned the mask of anguish once more as he approached the free throw line, missing both attempts. Similarly, The Celtics struggled with their shooting, failing to score on several possessions. James drove to the basket along the baseline, only for Pierce to strip the ball away. Fortunately, utilizing his immense core strength, he managed to retrieve it midair. O'Neal seized the ball and executed a thunderous dunk, with Big Baby's attempts to thwart him resulting in a foul. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line once again, but fate was unkind as he missed yet again. Nevertheless, O'Neal dominated inside, rendering Perkins and Davis ineffective. The exuberant Shark was a formidable force. Age may wear one down, yet can one still perform? Indeed, this scene transformed the North Shore Garden into a library. With a familiar strategy, Rivers reacted swiftly this time, instructing Davis to commit a foul. O'Neal resigned, faced the free throw line once more, only to miss both attempts again. Witnessing this, Chun Bo felt a sense of camaraderie. When the divine opens a door for you, it often closes a window. Much like himself, equipped with an advantage but deprived of the ambition to strive forward, relegated to a cycle of eating and sleeping. Training had become a mere formality. Oh, family, who truly understands? Sigh. Brown, seeing the opponent poised to attack O'Neal, had no choice but to substitute him for Big. At this moment, the score stood at 74-78. Today, the Cavaliers faced another day of relying on their veterans as O'Neal, with James granting him possession, continued to score, maintaining the momentum from the previous game. As the substitute takes the court, partnering with Varejao in the paint, a mere 3 minutes and 30 seconds elapse before they are struck with a devastating score of 100. The tally now stands at 74-88, with 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, leaving the Cavaliers trailing by 14 points. It seems that this pivotal sixth game is slipping away. The Cavaliers regain possession, yet Brown calls for another timeout. The cameraman, attuned to the sentiments of the fans, shifts the focus to Chun Bo, as if to challenge him to prove himself. The Celtic supporters respond with a chorus of boos, a testament to their enduring resentment. Chun Bo mutters to himself, confident in his ability to deliver a game-winning shot, refusing to be subjected to such treatment. The root of the animosity lies in a previous altercation which ignited this tension. Upon returning from the timeout, James is visibly fatigued, his breathing heavy. His shooting is off target, yet he understands the necessity of taking shots to maintain his statistics. He must also secure rebounds, despite the risks associated with passing. His efforts have yielded 10 assists thus far, while he has accumulated 26 points, 16 rebounds, and is on the verge of a triple-double. For those fans who revel in statistical analysis, such near triple-doubles are sure to be the subject of fervent discussion. The intensity with which he played in the first half has drained his stamina, particularly in the third quarter. Had Brown not called so many timeouts, he might have faltered. He seems to be shouldering the burden of 5 players alone, although there is indeed a star on the bench. The referee's whistle sounds, and Williams inbounds the ball. James takes possession and crosses half-court. In the playoffs, particularly during critical moments, James's command of the ball has reached an extraordinary level. Upon reaching midcourt, Varejao proactively sets a high screen. Post-screen, James finds himself unable to break through Pierce's defense and opts to pass to Parker in the right corner. Parker drives towards the basket, fakes a shot, and delivers a precise pass to Jamison, who is making a cut from the left side. Swish. The two-pointer lands, with Jamison's delicate floater breaking the scoring drought for the Cavaliers. His previous lackluster performance had led to Brown's decision to favor the more offensively capable Jamison. In the second half, Williams has inexplicably gone silent, managing only 2 points compared to his 20 in the first half, a stark contrast indeed. With both interior players struggling to score and the perimeter players faltering, coupled with James's failed drive, the entire Cavaliers team finds itself in a state of stagnation. Hence, Jamison emerges as the optimal choice. Meanwhile, Rondo brings the ball across half-court and passes to Garnett. Pierce receives the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side, attempting a contested mid-range shot over Parker in hopes of drawing a foul, yet Parker blocks his effort. Without needing to look up, Parker instinctively knows that someone is already sprinting down the court for a fast break. He anticipates the landing spot perfectly. Fast breaks are the Cavaliers' specialty. After receiving the ball, James leaps high, seemingly seeking to vent his frustrations, and emphatically slams the basketball through the hoop. Upon landing, he arched his arms, bit his lower lip, pounded his chest with one hand, and strode forward with an imposing gait, unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens. Subsequently, the Cavaliers appeared to experience a resurgence, as Parker and Jamison each scored 4 points, leading to a fiercely contested battle. For the Celtics, losing this game would signify the end of their season. As the game approached its final 2 minutes, the Cavaliers trailed the Celtics by a mere 2 points, 106-108. At that moment, the entire audience at the North Shore Garden rose to their feet, fervently cheering for their home team. Pierce demanded the ball, facing off against the 206 centimeters, 107 kilograms Jamison. He attempted to back in, but found it impossible to penetrate, ultimately opting for a turnaround jumper that clanged off the rim. The reason Jamison was matched up against Pierce was twofold. He could not contend with Garnett, and those in the know understood the underlying dynamics. James secured the rebound, showing no intent to pass. Even as fatigue began to set in, the ball had to remain in his possession. Defense. Defense. Whether it was the immense pressure from the home crowd or his waning stamina, James fumbled the ball 3 times, striking his own foot. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Pierce moved in to defend. Garnett struggled to keep up with Pierce's speed. James, lacking a mid-range shooting threat, charged towards the basket. However, Pierce maintained tight coverage, denying him any position. Once again, James's layup attempt failed to find the mark. He spread his arms in frustration, glaring at the referee while voicing his grievances incessantly. With 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the game, Garnett grabbed a rebound and swiftly passed to Rondo, who accelerated down the court. Williams attempted a steal but inadvertently left Rondo unguarded, allowing him to advance unimpeded. In a moment of desperation, Parker had no choice but to commit a foul. Rondo stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, extending the lead to 3 points, 106-109. The ball was awarded to the Cavaliers. James received the ball from the baseline and dribbled across half-court. Once his teammates were in position, he suddenly accelerated towards the right corner at a 45-degree angle. Yet, he could not shake off Pierce, who relentlessly pressured him towards the corner, leaving no space to operate. Struggling to maneuver past Pierce, he found himself confronted by Garnett and Perkins beneath the basket, forcing him to make a wide pass in an attempt to reach Jamison in the left corner. However, Rondo anticipated the move, intercepting the pass with precision. As Rondo advanced into the front court, the Cavaliers swiftly returned to defense, denying any opportunity. The Celtics called for a timeout to devise a strategy. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds remained. The commentators jested, "Tonight, Chin Bo has yet to take the court. Will Coach Brown bring him in during this decisive moment?" Oh. Only God knows how desperately the Cavaliers need Chin's 3-point shooting ability to create space for LeBron. In the commentary booth, Barkley shook his head in disbelief, sensing that the Cavaliers were on the verge of defeat. Had Chin been on the court, it might have been the Cavaliers leading instead. Faced with mounting criticisms, Brown felt the weight of immense pressure. After all, he had been the hero in the last game. Yet this time he remained benched for the entirety of the first minute. LeBron returned to the sidelines, no longer engaged in seizing the tactical board, but instead sat there, brow furrowed in contemplation. He had committed 9 turnovers in the game, shooting 8 for 20, with 19 rebounds and 10 assists, just 1 turnover shy of a quadruple-double. Brown, under pressure, rallied the team, urging them to seize the opportunities they needed to unite. When chances arose, they must dare to shoot. They should emulate LeBron. Despite his off-shooting night, he could still draw fouls and assist the team where needed. Brown maintained LeBron James' dignity, choosing to overlook the 9 turnovers. Valerio Moon and others wiped their brows, nodding frequently in agreement. Meanwhile, Chin Bo found himself in a quandary, pondering which treasure chest to choose, given his meager 540 luck points. The silver chest required 50 points, while the golden one demanded 100. He decided to open a silver chest first, hoping for something beneficial. Ding! Silver chest opened. His heart raced with anticipation. It had to be worthwhile, or else his late-night training and indulgent eating would have been in vain. Not to mention the relentless criticism he had endured from detractors. Successfully opened, Smith 3-point experience card, limited to 1 hour. What? Chin Bo's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. Smith, the erratic player? This was the silver reward? Why not a Korver, a Curry, or even a Thompson? He had no choice but to accept it, for at least it granted him a 3-point boost, and given the Cavaliers' current struggles, his shooting percentage would still be among the best. "Coach, I request to play." Just as in the first game, opportunities had to be earned. Brown furrowed his brow, hesitating this time before glancing at LeBron, who ultimately nodded in agreement. The pressing issue lay in the Cavaliers' lack of external scoring options, as the Celtics relentlessly targeted the paint, preventing LeBron from driving in. The teammates on the court failed to create space. Chunbo's presence would alter that dynamic. They would not dare to leave him open again, thus weakening their interior defense. Moreover, LeBron was evidently not in his element tonight. It seemed it was once again Chunbo's time to shine. Winning, after all, was preferable to losing. As the timeout concluded, the camera focused on Chunbo, who raised his index and middle fingers, pointing at his jersey number. He surveyed the surroundings, wearing a smile. Oh, this guy is truly flamboyant. The live commentary heightened the atmosphere. Coach Brown has made the right decision. But can Chunbo salvage the Cavaliers this time? The fans on site immediately applied pressure, chanting clown, Chunbo. 15, get out of Boston. And Chin, you're terrible. These voices serve as a catalyst for Chunbo. Perhaps influenced by Smith, he now feels an unprecedented exhilaration. Can neurosis be fused too? Chunbo senses a surge of hormones within him. As the game commenced, Rondo received the ball at the front court, beginning to manage the clock and preparing to execute a play. With 14 seconds left on the shot clock, Williams advanced to apply pressure, and Rondo passed to Pierce. While Garnett was entangled with James, Ray Allen was stationed at the right corner, without any opportunity. Pierce opted for a high-profile pass to Garnett, leveraging his height advantage. However, James's explosive physicality made it challenging for Garnett to hold his ground, prompting Pierce to swiftly move toward the right 45-degree angle. As he reached the spot, Jamison fervently pursued, raising his arms to interfere. Seeing time dwindling, Pierce decisively took a three-point shot. Clang! The three-pointer clanked off the rim. Pierce was filled with regret. Had he seized that opportunity, the game would have been nearly secured. With 48 seconds remaining, Williams brought the ball to the front court. Quickly, keep an eye on Chunbo. Don't let him receive the ball. Rivers on the sideline was startled by Thibodeau, who suddenly stood up, vocally directing his players. Garnett and Perkins positioned themselves in front and behind, denying Chunbo any chance. At this moment, Chunbo disregarded everything else, pushing past Garnett to sprint toward the three-point line on the right. Perkins guarded the paint, unable to venture out, allowing Garnett, a formidable interior defender, to pursue Chunbo. His speed was no less than Chunbo's. Pierce closely followed, and in that instant, Chunbo seemed to embody the essence of the Cavaliers, feeling an unparalleled intensity of pressure. Damn, are you kidding me? You seasoned superstars are double-teaming a rookie. Chunbo could not help but curse. Meanwhile, the true core was waiting for a pass near the left side of the free-throw line. Pierce even abandoned his defense of James, as he deemed Chunbo a greater threat than James's shooting prowess that night. Just then, Jamison proactively set a screen for Chunbo, providing him an opportunity to move without the ball. With 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Williams seized the moment and delivered the pass just in time. Chunbo received the ball and, before Pierce could navigate the screen, swiftly completed his shot. The instant he released the ball, the timer lit up red. Though the action was on the edge, what of Smith? When his three-point shot is on target, it matters little whether you defend him or not, conversely. When he is off, even an open three-pointer may not find the net. Chapter 20, Equalizer. Chunbo's shooting motion was exceptionally smooth and fluid. Yet what stood out even more was the unwavering confidence in his gaze, devoid of any trace of a rookie's naivete. What radiated from him was an insatiable thirst for victory. This pivotal shot seemed tailor-made for him. As the basketball soared through the air, tens of thousands of fans in attendance could hardly contain their anxiety, with some burying their heads in their hands, while others shielded their eyes, unwilling to witness the outcome. The trajectory of the ball was so precise that, upon Chunbo's release, they instinctively sensed it would find the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed through the hearts of every spectator present. A three-point shot. An equalizing three-pointer. Chun! Remarkable! Exclaimed the commentator, leaping to his feet, his headset flying off in the process. Fans around the arena were incredulous, questioning the referee's oversight of an apparent foul by Chunbo Berlin, with eyes aglow in admiration. Remarked, I knew it. I knew he could do it. Chun! I truly see the shadow of Michael Jordan in him. Such praise was not to be taken lightly, as Berlin was a veteran of the sport, and it was rare for him to extol anyone so fervently. In the studio, Kenny Smith erupted in laughter, while Barkley, wide-eyed, shook his head in reluctant acknowledgement. Incredible. If given time, the Celtics truly stand no chance. He turned to Kenny Smith with a mischievous grin, adding, however, the game is not yet over, is it? Kenny Smith's smile gradually faded, sensing an unspoken implication in Barkley's words. Some matters were understood without the need for explicit articulation. At that moment, Chunbo found himself surrounded by Cavaliers players led by O'Neal, hoisted high into the air once more. It was nothing short of miraculous. With 2 consecutive game winners, he had completely won over all Cavaliers players except for LeBron's faction. Even Brown's eyes reflected sheer astonishment. LeBron, meanwhile, sat despondently on the bench, adjusting his protective gear, ever the actor even in this moment. The camera conveniently focused on him, emphasizing the impact of his injuries. Yet, what went unnoticed was the glimmer of resentment in LeBron's eyes. "I am the leader of the Cavaliers. I am the unequivocal core." The camera shifted back to Chen Bo, now lowered to the ground, for lifting a nearly 260-pound center was quite a strain, fraught with the risk of injury. At that moment, Chen Bo gestured towards the camera with a throat-grabbing motion, igniting a cacophony of boos and curses throughout the North Shore Garden. Gradually, the jeers morphed into a resounding chant of "Get out of Boston." Chen Bo, the darling of the court, was a force to be reckoned with. Chen Bo furrowed his brow, and the Cavaliers players were momentarily stunned into silence by the collective roar of the crowd. Truly, this was Boston, exhibiting behavior akin to that of a bandit, unable to accept defeat. "Shout? Very well, shout." Chen Bo brushed past Jackson, who, knowing him well, sensed immediate trouble. Before he could intervene, he witnessed Chen Bo swiftly making his way to the sidelines. Malone's heart sank. This was not good. Indeed, Chen Bo leaped onto the technical platform, locking eyes with the thousands of fans before him, radiating an aura that seemed to challenge the world. The cacophony of boos abruptly ceased. As astonished spectators turned to gaze at Chen Bo, their minds echoing a singular thought. How dare he? Oh, heavens, Chen, what are you about to do? Wait, is he attempting to emulate Wade? Just last season, Wade had executed a double overtime game winner against the Bulls, exclaiming in sheer exuberance. This was utterly audacious. Barkley, too, was electrified, sensing the potential for a thrilling spectacle. If such a talent could maintain his performance, he would become a favorite among networks, media, and the entire league. At that moment, Chen Bo stood boldly on the technical platform, capturing the attention of all in attendance. Not only did he dare, but his forthcoming words would prove even more astonishing. Chen Bo faced forward, his anger flaring. "Aren't you all the ones who boast of your superiority? Aren't you the ones who engage in racial discrimination? Very well. If you despise me so, I shall revel in this chaos and show you what true madness looks like." There was no need for restraint. He raised both hands high, fists clenched, and bellowed towards the crowd. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice filled with fury. Originally, Chen Bo had not intended to be so ostentatious. But the Boston fans shattered his expectations. Racial slurs, insults, and even bottles had been hurled in his direction. To make matters worse, someone had even thrown a bloodstained pair of underwear. It was not superstition. This was genuinely cursed. Yet, Chen Bo did not allow anger to cloud his judgment. The game was not yet won, and the opposing team still had the chance to stage a comeback. His earlier outburst had already relieved much of the pent-up emotion within him. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host acts with unrestrained abandon, disregarding reputation, enraging all Boston fans. Chaos value increased by 200. Chen Bo was taken aback. Was this truly considered chaos? It was, in fact, a pleasant surprise. However, he pondered, whether he plays or not, it always comes down to these critical moments. At that instant, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Bo recalled the global finals, where he always found himself under immense pressure during pivotal moments. Was this fair? Did Chen Bo have a choice? Perhaps, but he could not be certain. Soon, the Celtics' timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Brown's judgment was that the offensive play would be entrusted to the big-hearted Pierce, as among the starting five. Only Pierce and Allen possessed the requisite composure. However, Rivers, displaying superior strategic acumen, decided to allocate the final shot to Allen. At that moment, James made a critical error. Losing track of Allen, perhaps thinking that since Allen was not the primary executor, he need not concern himself. Coupled with his waning stamina, he momentarily lost focus. Chen Bo, drawn to the weak side by Garnett, found himself unable to provide timely assistance. The Celtics, at this juncture, had a plethora of tactical options, capable of scoring both from beyond the arc and within. Upon receiving the ball, Allen seemed to embody the Grim Reaper, wielding his scythe with lethal precision. With just 4 seconds remaining in the game, he sank a three-pointer, once again putting the Celtics ahead by 3 points, 109 to 112. Chen Bo could not restrain himself from cursing in frustration, uttering it in Chinese. The North Shore Garden erupted in a frenzy, prompting Brown to call an urgent timeout. The Cavaliers found themselves in dire straits once more. facing a crisis for the second time in a single game, all thanks to a certain pivotal core player. Chapter 21. The Scheme of Division. Often, Chunbo pondered what James truly thought. Was data really of such paramount importance? Could the outcome of the game be disregarded? As a superstar in the league, he now required a championship to validate his legacy. The statistics had become inconsequential. Consider Garnett, the unequivocal core of his team, who willingly transformed into a supporting role, serving as the stalwart of the defense. He focused diligently on his responsibilities, a crucial factor in their championship victory in 2008. Chunbo harbored serious doubts about whether James was, in fact, an undercover agent for the Celtics. Yet, at that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. And following a review, it was determined that Allen's three-pointer was indeed a two-pointer due to stepping out of bounds. This decision ignited a chorus of discontent among the North Shore Gardens fans, who united in shouts of corrupt officiating. Corrupt officiating. They lamented the earlier no call on a push and now the reduction in points due to the out-of-bounds infraction. Just hand the championship to the Cavaliers. The Little Emperor deserves it, they exclaimed. Against 8 players, who could prevail? Even Jordan would falter. As the crowd voiced their dissent, the lead referee offered little explanation, opting instead to replay the footage, highlighting the subtlety of the line violation. Without multiple angles to substantiate the call, misjudgment was indeed plausible. Yet, the facts were indisputable. Leaving no room for argument, the ruling stood. At that time, the league had not yet instituted the challenge rule, rendering any erroneous call unchangeable. Regardless, the Boston fans continued to voice their grievances, albeit with diminished fervor. "I will make the game-winning shot," Chunbo declared directly to Brown. As it became apparent that the Celtics led by only 2 points, Chunbo stood between Brown and James, and at that moment, Brown found himself in a quandary. What to do when their gazes did not align? Since James had not explicitly expressed any dissent, it seemed permissible to entrust this play to Chunbo, especially considering his greater reliability. Meanwhile, intense discussions were unfolding on the other side. Thibodeau, renowned as a defensive mastermind in the league, held a contrary opinion to head coach Rivers while devising strategies. He firmly believed that Brown would assign Chunbo the responsibility for executing the final offensive play. Rivers furrowed his brow. Was it not customary for the last play to be entrusted to James? Yet, at that moment, no one was heeding his counsel. What could a head coach do? A motivational coach, in such a scenario, ought to heed the player's input. Consequently, for the final offensive thrust, Garnett shadowed Chunbo throughout the court, ready to double-team him the moment he received the ball, leaving no opportunity for him to shine. Williams prepared to inbound the ball, while Rondo's hands flailed like a fan. However, the point guard's passing prowess surpassed that of Polish legend Shochi, allowing him to smoothly deliver the ball to the awaiting James. Chunbo, tightly guarded, found Garnett trailing him even to the high post. This time, there would be no comfortable catch-and-shoot for the rookie. "Hurry back to drink your milk," Garnett continued to taunt, hoping to rattle Chunbo's composure. The Celtics' strategy was to staunchly defend against the three-point shot. "Ball. Give it to me." Chunbo raised his hands, signaling for the ball, as Jamison had moved to the right near the free-throw line, leaving the interior somewhat exposed. James's expression shifted, his demeanor stern. "A pass? Huh." He paid no mind to that notion and executed a deceptive drive instead. This ruse indeed fooled Pierce. It was not a testament to his acting prowess, but rather an unexpected decision by James to take matters into his own hands. A mid-range shot was his forte. And with no defenders in front, only Perkins approaching from the side, James opted for the jump shot, not for lack of desire to drive for a layup, but simply due to time constraints. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, within a mere 4 seconds. Chunbo extended his hand in vain, bewildered by the deviation from the game plan. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear, if the strategy board could be seized, what was this? The basketball soared with a high arc, gradually descending from the apex, as the timer turned red. This shot was pivotal, a matter of life and death. A swish would mean survival for the Cavaliers. A miss would set the stage for a decisive Game 7. Clang. A miss. This was James, the focal point of the evening, striving to prove his worth, yet reality remained unforgiving. He was not yet a performer for the grand stage, particularly in this nascent phase of his career. Why? Chunbo disregarded the Celtics celebrations and approached James, softly inquiring. There was no accusation in his tone. It was flat, devoid of elation or despair. James did not meet his gaze, brushing past Chunbo as if he were merely a specter. His face darkened as he strode directly back to the locker room. Regarding the post-match handshake and embrace, LeBron lost the game, yet he still embraced? Chen Bo shook his head in resignation. At that moment, he smiled, not because he believed LeBron's tactical adjustments were misguided. After all, plans often fall short in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Yet, what does such an attitude signify? It might give the impression of an inability to accept defeat. This is a boomerang. How am I, Chen Bo, to hold my head high? Soon, Garnett and others approached, offering embraces and greetings. Chen, how about coming to join us this summer? Garnett inquired. Few can garner such attention from him. Chen Bo raised an eyebrow. Was this the beginning of an olive branch? No. I still hope you will join us. I fear my presence would lead to my downfall, he replied, gesturing towards the fans who were hurling insults at him. Ahaha. Garnett chuckled, ruffling Chen Bo's hair. Then let us settle it in the next match. Let us hope so, Chen Bo murmured, his gaze drifting. Would he even step onto the court in the next game? The post-match press conference commenced as scheduled. Celtics head coach Rivers specifically mentioned the rookie, Chen Bo. I fail to understand why they do not utilize Chen more. Clearly, he possesses an undeniable impact. He is a player with a big heart, which is remarkable for a newcomer. It is quite rare for an opposing coach to praise a player during a decisive Game 7. Meanwhile, Brown, who had suffered the loss, found himself besieged by media and fans alike. Even as he traversed the players' tunnel, he was accosted by irate Cleveland fans. Brown, you really should be dismissed. You serve no purpose. I could perform better than you. Why not let Chen Bo play? You're a worthless coach, a fraud. The pressure on Brown to justify his decision not to play Chen Bo was immense. He could already envision how tomorrow's reports would portray him. At the press conference, Brown rubbed his head, desperately seeking excuses for the team's defeat. You know, LeBron was attacking the paint all night, yet he only earned 8 free throws, while our team had a mere 14. On the other hand, they had 21. This night would be unforgettable. We merely wish for a return to pure basketball. Of course, credit must be shared. It is a team effort. One cannot attribute a loss solely to LeBron, even if it may seem so. With a mournful expression, Brown lamented. Our perimeter shooting also fell short of expectations. In the second half, everyone lost their touch, and we were out-rebounded by 16. However, while these points may be unfamiliar to other media reporters, the Cleveland journalists were evidently not swayed by such excuses. Each time they lost, it was always about the rebounding or the outside shooting, and they had grown weary of hearing it. If you struggle with rebounding, why not play Chen Bo? If you claim the outside shooting is poor, why is West's playing time also limited? Chapter 22. Entering the rotation as Brown sipped water to ease his embarrassment. He nearly spewed upon hearing such questions. Ahem. Brown covered his mouth, directly signaling for the next question. The reporter inquired whether Chen Bo's limited playing time was due to certain internal issues within the team. Each question pierced the heart, and even LeBron, who had been silently gnawing on his fingers, paused, his brow furrowing. One reporter bluntly named the unpleasant incident from the previous training match as the cause. Of course, this reporter was Bill Duffy, who had arranged this through his connections. Given Chen Bo's remarkable performance, it was evident that everything now depended on him taking charge personally. Whether he could secure an endorsement and sign a lucrative contract this summer hinged on his future performances, and his playing time was the guarantee of his display. Fortunately, Chen Bo proved himself, accumulating a mere 8 minutes over 2 games, yet leaving an indelible mark on the world. Such confrontational scenes were seldom witnessed in past post-game press conferences. Rarely did reporters bring team conflicts to the forefront, yet the dissatisfaction among Cleveland's local reporters was palpable, highlighting the profound impact of this game on them. LeBron, witnessing Brown's flushed face, proactively moved the microphone closer, stating solemnly, "This is not our true level. We need to change. It's not him, not you, not me, but us. We are a team." After the press conference concluded, Brown was drenched in sweat. As they walked back to the locker room, LeBron and Brown walked in succession. "Next game, let us have Chen Bo play," LeBron suggested. Brown froze momentarily, replying, Okay. He sighed in relief. If Chen Bo remained on the bench and they lost in a decisive 7th game, he would undoubtedly become the target of criticism. Even with LeBron's protection, it wouldn't necessarily quell the fans' outrage. However, Brown felt uncertain about LeBron's confidence in this regard. But LeBron, if we choose to let Chen play now, and he performs well, wouldn't that validate previous statements? At that moment, LeBron James, walking ahead, flashed a hint of darkness in his eyes. Remember, Chen Bo is ultimately just a rookie. The rookie wall is not a myth. Everyone has their moments of struggle. On the flight back to Cleveland, O'Neal watched the replay of the press conference, exclaiming, "Chun, I didn't expect Rivers to be so optimistic about you." Of course. Didn't you see how Garnett and the others began to double-team Chin? That's the treatment of a star, Jackson replied proudly, casting a sidelong glance at LeBron. Both serving as water boys, why was Chinbo so exceptional? Chinbo chuckled derisively, thinking that scheming in the grand tapestry of history at Dongda is akin to child's play. After all, who has read the 4 great classical novels or The Art of War in their youth? Did you think he was praising me? Huh. As the words were spoken, James, who had been sitting in the back with his head lowered, lifted it at the mention. It was merely a scheme of deceit born from flattery. If I were to utter a boastful remark, they would fear my presence in Game 7, for then their interior advantage would vanish completely. The key lies in my ability to create space, allowing LeBron to perform with greater ease. Chinbo, either intentionally or unintentionally, glanced toward James in the back. Yet it was evident that the latter remained unresponsive. The following day, the Warriors returned to Cleveland to prepare for Game 7 and gathered in the locker room, ready for a new day's training. O'Neal, Jackson, and Chinbo clearly formed a tight-knit group, exchanging laughter and banter, which alleviated the otherwise somber atmosphere of the locker room. At that moment, James entered, and Varejao promptly took the bag from his hands. This scene left Chinbo utterly bewildered. It was truly a pity that Varejao was not born in East University. He possessed an innate talent for servitude. Shortly thereafter, Brown entered, holding player statistics. He paused to announce an important matter, causing the locker room to fall silent as everyone turned their attention toward him. There had been wins and losses in the past 2 games, but Chin's abilities were evident to all, leading the coaching staff to decide that Chun would be included in the rotation for the next game. Oh, O'Neal was the first to cheer, but Brown promptly interrupted, stating, "No one's position is secure. Anyone who performs poorly will be replaced. Therefore, complacency is not an option. There is no shortage of talented players." As he spoke, Brown surveyed all the members, his gaze lingering longest on Chinbo. James silently changed his clothes and then followed Brown out of the locker room toward the training facility. "Chin, you can do it." Jackson approached Chinbo to congratulate him, genuinely pleased. Even the usually taciturn West nodded in approval. Varejao, with a look of defiance, scoffed and shoved past the obstructing Jackson, "Move aside." Watching Varejao's swift departure, Jackson remained unperturbed, whistling in triumph, signifying that Varejao's time would soon be diminished. In the training room, everyone was vigorously engaged in practice. Chinbo watched enviously as his teammates sweated profusely. O'Neal approached him, wiping sweat from his brow. "Hey, Chun, why aren't you training?" He glanced at the beverage bottle beside. "Chinbo training? That's not happening in this lifetime," Chinbo lamented. "For some, it makes no difference whether they train or not. They will still excel." In one moment, Chinbo expressed his sorrow, and in the next, he cheekily remarked, leaving O'Neal both amused and bewildered, "Are you trying to emulate Iverson? You should learn better." O'Neal retorted, "What do you mean? I'm strong too. I just haven't had the opportunity." Chinbo thought to himself, "Am I just giving up?" Absolutely not. In the 21st century, the passionate youth are at the prime of their struggle. How can one afford to falter? As the saying goes, it is the harsh realities of life that compel us. Oh, cursed system, could you not allow me to strive? Dear system, please do not be upset. O'Neal shook his head in resignation and continued with his usual training, while Chinbo also commenced his shooting practice. The three-point shot still required considerable refinement. His slacker value had risen by 200, now totaling 710. Who knows what treasures the silver chest might hold? Fortunately, next time, it might yield a Bennett, the most lackluster first overall pick in history, which would be utterly pointless. As for the bronze chest, the mere thought of receiving a Sun Yu, the great sage, would cause him to explode on the spot. Chinbo consecutively attempted 20 shots, successfully landing 12, a commendable feat for a center. Just as he prepared to exert himself further, the system ominously lit up in red. Truly, it seems they do not want anyone to strive. Chinbo was at a loss for words, pinching the flesh on his belly with a troubled expression. This ability felt profoundly unsettling. That kid selling eyebrow pencils, does he not see? Sometimes, it is not that we lack effort, but rather that we are forced by circumstances. Do you understand what it means to be left with no choice? For some reason, this thought ignited a surge of anger within Chinbo, a betrayal of one's roots. Chapter 23. Am I really to be supported? After being compelled to cease training, Chinbo could only pick up the dumbbells akin to those of Shochi and idly drift through the day. The dilemma of how to utilize his current slacker value of 710 weighed heavily on him. Employing it for a lottery seemed too much of a gamble. Now that he had secured playing time, it would be wiser to invest in enhancing his fundamental physical attributes and progress steadily. System, display my foundational physical information. Host, Chenbo. Total score, 93. Position, center height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 221 centimeters weight, 129 kilograms close range shooting, 99 mid-range shooting, 93 point shooting, 85 ball handling, 85 court vision, 96 rebounding, 85 strength, 95 stamina, 83 speed, 65 steal, 60 block, 75 vertical leap, 70, gazing at the system panel. Chenbo fell into deep contemplation, exclaiming inwardly how formidable his stats were. However, the style of play advocated by Coach Yu did not align with his preferences. He favored explosive basketball, the kind that electrifies the rim. Players like Westbrook, Edwards, Morant, as well as O'Neal, Howard, and Gordon, these were the ferocious athletes he admired. System. How can I exchange for vertical leap? Chenbo had already formulated a plan. He needed to exchange for attributes like rebounding, jumping, and blocking. As such skills would surely captivate the fans. Playing on the floor? Not even a dog would engage in that. What is the purpose of gaining an advantage? Simply to excel in the sport and earn money, coupled with a passion for basketball? Incorrect. That is but one facet. The essence of ostentation lies at the heart of priorities. If one possesses exceptional skills and has accumulated wealth, then refraining from showing off would render one's achievements akin to a splendid garment worn in solitude. 600 degradation points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Is it truly so costly? What about rebounding abilities? 600 degradation points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Goodness, have they all mastered the art of answering so quickly? Chenbo was left speechless, pondering the exorbitance. How can I possibly improve under such circumstances? This is no different than receiving a $5 discount voucher for a Porsche, utterly unattainable. And what of mid-range shots? Chenbo inquired, his spirit beginning to wane. 300 degradation points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In that moment, it seemed Chenbo grasped a revelation. To validate his thoughts, he inquired further, what about three-pointers? Indeed, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chenbo's eyes. The degradation system had proven to be precisely that. It bore no risks for him, who among the centers routinely secures rebounds, executes thunderous dunks, and swats shots. Such exertion would be exhausting. Shooting, however, was far more pleasurable, devoid of the threat of accidental injury. Yet, was this not compelling him to embrace degradation? Curse it. I shall exchange for 6 attribute points. Chenbo muttered under his breath, yet his body betrayed his intentions. After all, elevating his three-point ability to 90 points would mark a significant milestone. To put it in perspective, Durant's ability fluctuates around 89 to 96, while Klay Thompson and Booker currently stand at 89. With this upgrade, I would surpass both of them, and combined with my height, I would embody a dream version of Embiid. Moreover, my three-point shooting might prove pivotal in a decisive Game 7. Chenbo, the coaching staff has placed immense trust in you by including you in the rotation, and this is your attitude? Valerio, drenched in sweat and exhausted from tireless training, observed Chenbo, who oscillated between a frown and a smile, as if lost in a dream. The stark contrast in their states of being naturally irked him, prompting an irate approach towards Chenbo. Who do you think you are? Get up and train. In a critical match like Game 7, can you really afford to slack off? Chenbo, engrossed in the system panel, was jolted by the sudden outburst. What is the matter? Get lost, will you? What? Valerio, taken aback, furrowed his brow and repeated the question. Chenbo rose, towering slightly over Valerio, and coldly retorted, none of your business. Leave. As tensions escalated, Brown approached. Drawn by the commotion, what is going on here? Chenbo huffed dismissively, casting a glance at Valerio as if he were a mere clown, and then strode away. Intent on returning to slumber. Having just squandered his degradation points, he sought to recuperate through rest, planning to rise later in the night to replenish his energy. This realization had emerged inadvertently, all part of embracing the degradation ethos. Though it may not be much, it is certainly better than nothing. As for Chenbo, the fact that he did not retaliate against Brown demonstrates a certain civility. When Vallejo had berated him earlier, Chenbo did not intervene. I was ready to fight back. Then you arrived. Birds of a feather flocked together. On his way back to the dormitory, Chenbo spotted a fast food hamburger joint. Embracing the notion that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he paused. However, As he prepared to step inside, his gaze was captured by a figure within. It was not merely the establishment that drew his attention, but rather a girl inside, how to describe her, with his high school physique. Only 3 words sprang to his mind: tight pants hot. Alas, lacking in education, he could only express his admiration with a crude exclamation. Yet, since she was a girl, perhaps such a description was inappropriate. Tight pants hot would suffice to convey his feelings. The girl was strikingly beautiful. Her aura suggested affluence. Please do not deceive me, system. I truly am not well read. Gritting his teeth, Chunbo summoned his courage and approached, muttering in confusion, "Aren't we a basketball system?" Upon entering the fast food establishment, his attention was immediately drawn to a blonde beauty seated in the corner. She wore a fitted long dress, her arms resting on the table, fair as snow. Beneath her thick lashes were the most extraordinary ice blue eyes, her lips a luscious pink, and her long hair cascading gently over her shoulders. Particularly captivating were her elegantly curved legs, slender waist, and ample hips, all showcasing the perfect contours of femininity. The beauty was savoring her delicious hamburger, her large, satisfied eyes sparkling with delight as she indulged in her meal, exuding an air of grace and charm. Upon seeing her face, a long-buried memory surged forth in Chunbo's mind. "Taylor Swift?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "System, do not toy with me. Being kept by a wealthy woman is also a form of indulgence. The host may choose freely. Yet, how could I, a renowned tough guy from my hometown, be in such a situation?" Chunbo frowned, displeased. Successfully being kept can yield 5,000 indulgence points. How much? Chunbo was astounded as he counted the zeros, confirming that he was not mistaken. "So, my indulgent lifestyle of overeating, neglecting training, and late-night drinking is inconsequential in the presence of a wealthy woman?" At that moment, Taylor seemed to notice someone staring at her and raised an eyebrow, continuing to nibble on her hamburger. As their eyes met briefly, her lashes fluttered before she turned her gaze to the window. "Is she sneaking out?" Chunbo took his hamburger and cola and approached, sitting directly across from Taylor. "Do you know me?" Taylor Swift asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. At this moment, she was a formidable presence, having begun releasing albums in 2006 and earning a Grammy nomination in 2008. In 2010, she reached her zenith, garnering 4 prestigious Grammy Awards: Album of the Year, Best Country Female Artist, Best Country Song, and Best Country Album. It can be said that she was inundated with accolades. How could Chunbo not recognize such a remarkable figure? It was certainly intriguing. As he took a sip of Coca-Cola, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Taylor regarded the tall, robust man before her with curiosity. Despite knowing who she was, he remained surprisingly composed. Was he merely putting on a facade? The crucial point was that he was aware she had sneaked out. "How did you know I escaped?" she inquired. Chunbo smirked and noticed the crumbs lingering at the corner of her mouth. As both a singer and an actress, maintaining her voice and physique was essential. Carbonated drinks and hamburgers were now off the table, as her manager would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her. Taylor pouted, clearly acknowledging that Chunbo had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, she had to maintain her figure to attract more admirers. "Humph, you're just like everyone else," she retorted. Chunbo quickly waved his hand. No, no, he said, almost lifting his shirt but then hesitating, remembering she was a woman. If he were to do that, she might just come over to have coffee with him. Clearing his throat, Chunbo patted his belly through his shirt. "Look, I don't care about my physique. What is life about? It's about pursuing the dreams within our hearts." Taylor impulsively replied, "Indeed." For some reason, she felt at ease conversing with this Asian man, as if they were old friends. He was unlike the typical fan. There was no fervor or possessiveness in his gaze, nor was there any subservience. He exuded a generous and confident demeanor. Not entirely correct. It's also about pleasing oneself. Chunbo nodded. You strive for your ideals. And as long as that journey brings you joy, there is no wrong in that. But why must you be so cautious even when eating? Does it conflict with your ideals? Taylor murmured mechanically to maintain a pleasing physique. So, does that make you happy? Upon hearing this, Taylor felt a jolt within her. Was she indeed trapped in a vicious cycle, seeking to please her audience and fans while losing herself in the process? Drink up, for happiness, Chunbo urged as he nudged the Coca-Cola towards her, akin to a devil's temptation. She swallowed hard, ultimately succumbing to the allure, following her true instincts. Gulping down the drink, Taylor's eyes sparkled with realization. Was this what happiness felt like? Chunbo squinted, perceiving that this young woman, despite appearing to weather storms externally, had every step of her journey meticulously orchestrated, much like a scene from The Truman Show. Now, Chun Bo was the one helping her break free from her shackles, unleashing her inner rebellion that could no longer be contained. This was a quest for exhilaration, a defiance against the constraints that bound her. Her ability to escape signified so much more. Chun Bo had at least experienced the nuances of subtlety and the art of restraint. After savoring the final bite of his hamburger, he lightly clapped his hands and bid farewell to Taylor. "Hey, you still haven't told me your name," Taylor implored. Noticing Chun Bo's abrupt departure, he waved his hand dismissively, reflecting on the serendipity of chance encounters. A fateful meeting across 1,000 miles is beautiful. There is no need to pursue it deliberately. This thought drifted to his mind, reminiscent of the legendary Master Tang's audacious return from his pilgrimage, where he chose not to propagate Buddhist teachings but instead decisively became an esteemed son-in-law. This, in itself, was a manifestation of Buddhist philosophy. If I do not enter hell, who will? Although Chun Bo did not fully grasp this concept, he felt a pang of envy. Taylor Swift donned a mask, her eyes narrowing. "You think this will prevent me from finding you?" "Excuse me, beautiful lady, your bill comes to $52 for the two of you," the waiter interjected. While Taylor was unconcerned about the money, she resented being made a fool, especially since she had just seen that man head to the register. Sensing her confusion, the waiter explained, "Your friend mentioned he had to leave and asked you to settle the bill." Taylor replied, somewhat irritated, "What else did he say?" The waiter, taken aback, exaggeratedly expressed, "Goodness, that gentleman is truly remarkable. He seemed to predict every word you would say." He continued, "He said if you were upset and wondered what else he might say, he instructed me to give you his number." Taylor's ice blue eyes narrowed as she accepted the paper with a number written on it. He said, "If you wish to dine again, call this number. It's on him." "Thank you," she said, carefully folding the note and placing it in the innermost part of her bag. As she walked away, the waiter discreetly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "How did it go?" "Sir, you are indeed remarkable. That lady accepted your number." The waiter, a quintessential attractive housewife type with a figure reminiscent of a water barrel, added, "Thank you. There's a 1,000 service fee in the advertisement on the left side of your store." "Oh, sir, you are too kind. I might just fall in love with you. Would you like to save my number?" The waiter swayed her hips, listening to the dial tone, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. Back in his dormitory, Chun Bo was utterly bored and resorted to surfing the internet. He first used his main account to post an article titled, "The Clown Chun Bo, a season that could drive you mad." Then, he utilized his 12 alternate accounts to create a buzz, concluding with, "Go home. This isn't the place for you." Certainly. To exercise caution, he commented under a pseudonym, "Rubbish, ensure that James will let you play before you speak. James is indeed the sovereign of Cleveland." Soon, he noticed that his comment had been bombarded by other James detractors. Is that so? A quadruple-double with a shooting percentage of 33 and 9 turnovers? Which critical moment did James fail to defend? Without the referees, he is nothing. Observing the lively exchanges in his comment section, Chun Bo contentedly drifted off to sleep. Or rather, stayed up late. He opened a novel and began to immerse himself in the story, eager to witness how James dominated the court, and how the protagonist navigated alongside him. It was exhilarating to behold. Chapter 25, the eve of Game 7. The following morning, Chun Bo, still in a haze, opened his eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. Stretching lazily, he yawned. Staying up late truly takes a toll on one's health. He unlocked his phone, greeted by a plethora of missed calls, instantly feeling a headache coming on. It was only 9:30, why the rush? Chris Pitt had already been at work, busy as an entertainment intern, busier than a hound. Hence, they jokingly referred to the paparazzi as the Beast Team. After freshening up, Chun Bo slung his backpack over his shoulder and took a taxi to the Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for the customary training session before Game 7. A new day of mental and physical challenges awaited him. He was elated to see the King of Cleveland once more. Upon arriving at the training facility, the day's task was merely to practice tactical drills, as Chun Bo had entered the rotation and needed to familiarize himself with the team. This was the highest level of training he had experienced since arriving in Cleveland, as he had been informed he would be getting playing time. The feeling was exhilarating. Before the intra-squad scrimmage, Malone personally supervised Chun Bo's warm-up. "Go ahead." Chun Bo took the ball and stepped beyond the three-point line, commencing his specialized practice, which was quite dissimilar from the post moves being executed by Vergio and O'Neal. They were rehearsing back-to-the-basket hooks, practicing Olajuwon's dream shake, and working on positioning. However, when it came to Chun Bo, swish, swish, swish. He made 3 consecutive shots, followed by 4 out of 4, gradually capturing the attention of his teammates, who noticed something different. Chun Bo's shooting release seemed quicker, and his form appeared more refined. Most importantly, his accuracy. Wasn't he at just a few days ago he had missed all 25 attempts? 5 points in, Chun Bo again shot 25 times, making 20 of them. If Ray Allen had done this, it would be no surprise, but the key was that he was a center, standing at 7 feet 1 inch and weighing 219 pounds. This left O'Neal and all the other big men somewhat embarrassed. After completing 25 three-point attempts, the system notified him that he had exceeded training limits. Reluctantly, Chun Bo returned to the bench to rest. As for his tardiness, Brown merely inquired, and Chun Bo deflected the question by claiming he wasn't feeling well. He at least has his reasons, while some lack even that. The crux of the matter is that no one inquires, nor do they need to partake in the training. Stars like Leonard, George, Durant, and Curry enjoy such exceptional privileges. Nevertheless, only a handful truly abstain. Chun Bo's rationale is straightforward. I am formidable. Malone, known for his stern demeanor, finds himself at a loss with Chun Bo, for the latter indeed possesses remarkable prowess. During intra-team scrimmages, Varejao did not engage in any egregious behavior. It was evident that James played a pivotal role. Indeed, with the decisive Game 7 approaching, unity is paramount, and any discord must be avoided. The strategies revolving around Chun Bo were executed with notable success. Most passing skills are impressive, though it seems he refrains from passing to Yi Jianlian, indicating that one cannot afford to lack one's own temperament. In splendid nations, as in others, the tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong prevails. One must never cower. We all bear the weight of our own responsibilities. Following the scrimmage, numerous media outlets gathered, yet this time the crowd was more dispersed. Not all flocked solely to James. A significant number gravitated towards Chun Bo, clearly exhibiting great interest in him. Chun, I hear you have earned a chance to join the rotation through your performance. What are your thoughts on this? The reporters, always quick to gather news, seemed to have known this beforehand. The paparazzi truly live up to their reputation, often more informed than the players themselves. I'm just observing. Chun Bo jested. Perhaps it's best to remain comfortable. Noting the journalists' astonished expressions while clutching their microphones, he added, just a joke, haha. To put it plainly, it's the coach's favor. The team needs me. That is all. However, such a response failed to satisfy the media. Appearing overly formal and lacking the fearless demeanor Chun Bo had previously displayed. Without a provocative edge, the topics would dwindle. When Garnett spoke to you, did he share anything of note? Inquired a reporter with a somewhat effeminate tone, causing a shiver down the spine of those who heard it. Chun Bo focused his gaze. And indeed, it was the old siren. Did Garnett mention anything to you? The reporter, taken aback, shook his head vigorously. Chun Bo shrugged. Then I cannot divulge. It's a secret. According to sports reports, both Pierce and Perkins have vowed to teach you a lesson. They will not grant you another opportunity and will show you what championship caliber truly means. The reporter, pleased with Chun Bo's furrowed brow, nodded in satisfaction. What do you have to say about that? Did they truly say such things? Indeed. The reporter's eyes brightened with anticipation. Chun Bo scoffed. Relay to that foul-mouthed individual that they are utterly unworthy of competing with us in Game 7. I shall ensure they understand what true truth is. I shall compel O'Neal to retract his statements. Controversy? I shall provide it. As long as I perform exceptionally, none can claim superiority in due course. I shall ascend to stardom, effortlessly managing injuries as a result. Does this not permit a casual approach to the game? I shall play as I please. Who dares to challenge me? I shall subdue any adversary. LeBron, meanwhile, responded to media inquiries with a jovial demeanor, clearly at ease. Yet upon witnessing Chun Bo engaging in light-hearted banter, he felt a twinge of discontent. Is this truly the so-called social prowess? That evening, the Rocket Mortgage Field House was brimming with spectators, every seat occupied, even the exterior thronged with ardent fans, a testament to their unwavering love for the city. Such fans reminded me of the woeful supporters of the national football team far away in Dongda. At least Cleveland fans will behold the coveted championship in 6 years' time. As for Dongda, one can only hope they qualify for the World Cup in a century. That would suffice. Dongda fans are truly easy to please and satisfy. Though Cleveland's fans may not exhibit the same fervor as those in Boston, they extend little warmth towards the Celtics' Big Three. Were it not for them, perhaps the Cavaliers would have claimed the championship 2 years ago. The insufferable pioneers of the super team. During the pregame warm-up, Chun Bo appeared quite nonchalant, aware that a misstep could earn him a warning. He casually made 10 three-point attempts, sinking 9, which caused a flicker of concern for Thibodeau, who observed from the sidelines. It seemed Chinbo's shooting touch was remarkably sharp tonight. Our strategy appears to have been uncovered, thought Rivers, his expression turning serious. But it mattered not, after all. We have Perkins, Davis, and Garnett on our side. He reassured himself. A rotation? Perhaps he is a false substitute? His playing time could be considerable. Thibodeau, however, remained less optimistic. It was perplexing how a rookie second-round pick could exert such pressure on them. Chapter 26. Simple trash talk. The warm-up concluded swiftly, leading into the player introduction ceremony. The visiting Boston Celtics were introduced first, followed by the home team. In a decisive Game 7, momentum is paramount. One must assert dominance from the outset. What was particularly noteworthy today was that after the starting players were introduced, the Cleveland Cavaliers took the time to spotlight Chinbo. Remarkably, he followed closely behind LeBron in the procession. Had the Cavaliers wised up? They were beginning to acknowledge Chin. As Chinbo took to the court, he executed his signature move, lifting his jersey with both hands and shaking it, exuding calmness before the cameras, with a smile gracing his face. He emanated a disarming sense of ease. How captivating. It felt as though I had fallen for him. As Chinbo entered, the arena erupted with cheers rivaling those for LeBron. Many female fans could not contain their bold declarations. Are foreign women truly this audacious? After the opening ceremony concluded, both teams began to take the court in succession. Deep down, Chinbo harbored uncertainties. After all, in this parallel universe, the series between the Celtics and the Cavaliers had not gone to 7 games. The outcome remained shrouded in mystery. The tip-off commenced, and Perkins secured possession. The Celtics launched their offense. This match appeared to be a continuation of the previous encounters. During the initial half of the first quarter, the Cavaliers found themselves under relentless pressure. No player seemed to find their rhythm, while LeBron James struggled to penetrate the defense. Remarkably, he managed only 2 successful attempts out of 5, while Perkins, deployed by Thibodeau as a formidable counter to O'Neal, held the fort in the paint. With Perkins guarding the rim, O'Neal was unable to create space, allowing James, with his explosive athleticism, to score only a couple of baskets. James's inaccuracy stemmed not only from his poor shooting touch but also from the defensive triangle formed by Perkins, Garnett, and Tony Allen. In previous games, Perkins had been rattled by Chinbo, leading to a lapse in their defensive cohesion. However, it was evident that today he had been well coached, showcasing the Celtics' tenacious defense that made life exceedingly difficult for James. Soon, the first quarter transitioned into the substitution phase. O'Neal, having an off night, was replaced by Brown with 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter during an official timeout. Given that the Shaquille O'Neal's offense was stagnant and his defensive movement sluggish, it was prudent to keep him off the floor. After the timeout, the Celtics continued to keep Perkins on the court. His role extended beyond simply contesting O'Neal. He was also responsible for positioning against the trio of superstars and serving as the adhesive for screens. When Chinbo first entered the game, he stood at the center of the arena, slowly closing his eyes and extending his arms, savoring the moment. It was truly exhilarating. At that moment, the score stood at 12-20, and the Cavaliers were already falling behind in the 4th game. There seemed to be no hope for victory. The Celtics' offense continued, with Pierce confronting Parker and, glancing at Chinbo nearby, inquired with concern, "I heard you've been feeling down lately. Have you considered joining us for some brotherly basketball?" Stop right there. Chinbo thought to himself, feeling uneasy at the notion of brotherly basketball. Was this genuine camaraderie, or merely a clique? The brotherly basketball associated with James had caused Chinbo considerable distress. We have tasted championship glory and possess experience, while James, partnering with him would render your aspirations futile, let alone chasing a championship. Pierce's disdain was palpable, as he declared, "He is my defeated opponent, just as he is today." Upon hearing these words, Chinbo nearly laughed aloud. While James may not have been the most likable player, to dismiss him as an inferior opponent was foolish. Even at his worst, James surpassed Pierce by a significant margin. A championship? I intend to earn it through my own abilities, without resorting to such alliances. Winning in that manner would be devoid of meaning. Pierce, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with fury, thinking to himself that youth and naivety often lead one to underestimate the fierce competition. Furthermore, we are not a close-knit group. This is the handiwork of Angie, and we remain unaware of one another. Chinbo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Stop. I am not interested. I only know that you cannot compare to James." Pierce, perplexed, responded, "Very well. Since you refuse to concede, I shall compel you to submit. He was resolute, opting not to waste words. Rather than forcing the ball against Parker, he moved without the ball, utilizing Garnett's screen for space. He received Rondo's perfectly timed pass and swiftly executed a shot. Swish. A silky mid-range jumper, 2 points secured. Parker, in a moment of panic, could not maneuver in time and could only watch as the ball swished through the net. Chenbo gazed at James in disbelief. Indeed, Pierce was formidable. It seemed the barrage of trash talk was directed solely at him. Pierce taunted, "Did you see that? Just a rookie. Ask Shaquille what truth really means. This is only the first quarter. Why the rush? As for truth, you are not worthy." As the Cavaliers launched their offense, Chenbo, standing firm against Perkins, called for the ball. On the court was Williams, who was more than willing to pass to the strong. Chenbo's performance in the previous 2 games had earned his respect. Consequently, as Chenbo engaged in the paint, using his body to assert dominance, Perkins, a tenacious defender, held his ground, capable of contending with O'Neal's presence. Chenbo, unwilling to expend excessive energy in the paint after all. He was a player not known for his work ethic, executed a series of Hakeem Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, shoulder fakes, followed by a fadeaway jumper. Clang. The fans, who had readied themselves to cheer, hesitated as Chenbo soared high above Perkins, snatching the rebound. In a stunning display, he leapt and delivered a thunderous dunk over Perkins. Wow. Oh. His immediate impact was palpable. Brown exhaled in relief, his tightly clenched fists revealing his tension. This was a Game 7, and the Cavaliers' momentum surged. Malone observed Chenbo's dunk with pride and satisfaction in his eyes, thinking, if only this child were a bit more disciplined. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his youth and potential for growth. Unbeknownst to him, however, Chenbo had lost all potential for development. He was a player set in his ways, fully embracing mediocrity. Meanwhile, in the luxury box, the Cavaliers' general manager and owner watched Chenbo's performance with nods of approval. After all, allowing a second-round pick to enter the rotation in such a critical Game 7 was an audacious move. As Chenbo retreated on defense, he quipped to Pierce, "How much does my self-proclaimed dunk count as truth?" "Kid, shut your mouth," Pierce retorted, visibly rattled. This young man did not seem as brutal as he appeared. Why was he so audacious, delivering a barrage of trash talk? When it came to banter, Chenbo would not back down. Isn't it just about manipulating people's mindsets? To be honest, trash talk is something Chenbo could unleash in an instant. No need for a week, just 3 days. Trash talk is simple, too simple. Why don't I engage in it more often? Sound of a slap. A gentleman values his dignity. As a student from Tsinghua, I simply cannot utter such degrading words. Just this statement. Of course, if you initiate the trash talk, then I apologize. Not even Jesus could prevent me from responding. Mark my words. Thus, when Chenbo confronted Pierce's mind games, he retaliated directly. The most effective way to provoke someone is to belittle what they hold dear. Therefore, it is no surprise that Pierce became flustered. As the Celtics launched their offense, for some unknown reason, James took it upon himself to defend against Pierce. James's defensive prowess has never been in question. The issue lies in his attitude towards defense. Chapter 27. Deserving of his championship. Perhaps this is why some self-important so-called superstars regard defense as a menial and laborious task. They are the leaders of the team. How could they stoop to such duties? It diminishes their stature. The critical point is that this would impact their stamina, leading to a decline in scoring, a most intolerable outcome. This is one reason why some strong teams have core players who excel offensively while requiring several three-point specialists to complement them. Conversely, consider Garnett as the leader. He relinquishes his scoring ability to fully commit to defense, only taking shots when the team needs him to score. Such individuals are truly deserving of their championships. At this moment, during the Celtics' offense, Pierce recognized that he had little physical advantage against James. He could only continue to call Garnett up for high screens. In this regard, what difference was there between them? Both were equally matched. At most, one could attempt a contested shot. However, James had anticipated the screen, forcing Garnett to merely shift his body to obstruct. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a moving screen foul against Garnett. The aging Garnett's footwork was no match for the youthful James. Of course, the main issue was that he was not on the Cavaliers. It can be said that there are disparities even among superstars. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, Williams once again fed the ball to Chenbo, garnering James's approval. Chenbo continued to battle Perkins in the paint. "Rookie, did you really think I was easy to bully?" Clearly, Chenbo's demeanor provoked him, causing his movements to become more pronounced. He had previously performed admirably against the Big Shark, earning the respect of the entire team and coaching staff. But now? If this continues, my value will be diminished. Initially, in the judgments of Garnett, Pierce, and others, the Cavaliers' strategy was merely to have everyone stationed at the corners to create space. In light of the previous matches, where Williams and other perimeter players struggled with their accuracy, the defense could concentrate on the interior, creating significant challenges for LeBron James while allowing themselves to play more comfortably. As for Shaquille O'Neal's potential outburst, they were unperturbed, for they could either contain him or exploit his defensive presence to their advantage, much like how Luka Doncic would orchestrate plays against Zubac later on. However, with the sudden emergence of Chun Bo, who was granted playing time at a crucial moment, they found themselves in a predicament. Chun Bo responded to Perkins' flustered anger with a slight smile. "Oh? Do you wish to try again? Come on." 10-0-0-0. Perkins, now incensed, decided to take the wager. "Very well, let us see." In the low post, Chun Bo opted to back down, but this time he refrained from using shoulder fakes. Instead, he showcased his remarkable rhythm change, executing a smooth turnaround jumper with a remarkably high release point. Swish. This time, there was no clanking off the rim. It was a solid score. "You owe me 10-0-0-0, he quipped. Perkins' face turned a shade of crimson, a mix of embarrassment and regret over his previous bravado. As the Celtics launched their offense, Pierce was visibly infuriated. Playing with fervor as what he valued most was diminished in worth. He chose to isolate James, the Cavaliers' core, in an attempt to validate his prowess. Even if he struggled to overpower, his technical skills would compensate. James, feeling a different energy this game, although still stagnant offensively with his usual few moves, displayed heightened defensive vigor. The two engaged in a fierce battle inside the three-point arc, evenly matched. However, unbeknownst to Jamison, Garnett had stealthily approached the free-throw line, granting Pierce an opportunity to escape. Fortunately, Chun Bo, with his expansive coverage and elite help defense, swiftly closed in on Pierce as he prepared to shoot. Reluctantly, Pierce adjusted his release to a higher arc clang. The shot rimmed out. With Chun Bo's defense, hopes for a rebound from Jamison were dashed. When Perkins seized the rebound and attempted to elevate for a dunk, Chun Bo's presence loomed behind him. With a pair of powerful hands, he forcefully pressed down on the ball, effectively thwarting Perkins. Such dominance was astonishing. The spectators in the front three rows were left in awe. After the ball was swatted away, Perkins, like a raging bull, snatched the ball from Jamison's grasp, intent on using his elbow against Chun Bo. Yet, he found that while he could easily overpower Jamison, he was unable to budge Chun Bo strength-wise. They were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. With no space to shoot, Perkins, in desperation, attempted to pass, but Chun Bo and Jamison's elevated arms obstructed his vision. Here, Pierce shouted from the perimeter, yet Perkins was unable to deliver the pass. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled a traveling violation against Perkins. "Damn it, Perkins," filled with indignation, flung the basketball away. "You should have passed it at the first opportunity," Pierce reproached him during the transition back on defense. Yet Perkins kept his head down, his expression dark, questioning whether he had been humiliated once more. The possession returned to the Cavaliers. Offense. The Cavaliers successfully defended against an attempt. Their spirits lifted, and even LeBron wore a smile. Once everyone was in position, Williams, under James's explicit signal, passed the ball once again to Chun Bo. Double team. Thibodeau shouted from the sidelines. Ray Allen, upon hearing this, had no choice but to abandon his defense on Parker and focus on double-teaming Chun Bo, determined not to allow him another comfortable shot. "I'll wager another 10-0-0-0. Are you game?" Chun Bo teased Perkins. Perkins' expression stiffened, his muscles twitching involuntarily as he retorted angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. It's you who are trailing." Chun Bo held the basketball up, slightly turning his head with a smile. "Oh, not betting anymore? Do you know what it means to thrive on a single skill?" "What do you mean?" Perkins pressed against Chun Bo's body, attempting to comprehend the situation, though it would take him a moment. After all, in the position of a center, few were both physically imposing and mentally agile. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding. The host is frequently engaging in interior confrontations with a positive attitude, not aligning with the designated tanking strategy. A warning is issued. Damn it. Chun Bo was poised to showcase his skills, ready to capitalize on the double team and relish the spotlight. Say that again. Perkins, incensed by Chun Bo's foul language, glared with fiery eyes, his grip tightening. "I didn't curse at you," Chun Bo replied, observing Perkins's flushed face. Though on his dark countenance, the redness was not so evident, exasperatedly adding, "It's merely a colloquial expression." Perkins furrowed his brow, struggling to understand, prompting Chinbo to abandon further explanation and instead pass the ball to Williams on the perimeter. "Come on. Why are you afraid to take it to the hoop?" Perkins, mistaking Chinbo's hesitance for cowardice, began to taunt him. Allen, face shadowed with concern, watched as Chinbo proactively set a screen for Williams, with Rondo urgently circling around the pick. Perkins, too, aimed to provide help defense at the first opportunity. Watch Chinbo. Defense. Ball. Williams. At that moment, just as Thibodeau called for defense, Chinbo had already received Williams's pass, reminiscent of a moonlit return. This shot was nothing short of a contemporary surprise attack. It granted Chinbo, positioned beyond the arc, a fleeting moment of space. Chapter 28. I truly am a sinner as the basketball soared past Perkins's outstretched fingers towards the hoop. Every fan in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse once again raised their hands in anticipation, their gazes fixed on the descending ball. Swish. The basketball effortlessly found the net, securing a three-pointer. The Celtics called a timeout, aiming to temper Chinbo's fervor. "Chinbo! Chinbo!" The fans erupted with the most enthusiastic cheers, celebrating his three-pointer, but more so, expressing their admiration for him. On the sidelines, Malone clapped his hands in excitement, his palms reddened, while Brown wore a broad smile. Though his gaze frequently darted towards James, observing his every move, Chinbo raised 3 fingers to his head in celebration. Oh my goodness, he has landed yet another three-pointer. He is truly exceptional, standing in stark contrast to the centers of this era. This is the future of Cleveland. Ha ha ha, our championship is within reach. With James now and Chinbo in the future, the possibilities for the Cleveland fans are boundless. In the studio, Barkley opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh of admiration. Chin's achievements will be historic. The first to come and chest-bump Chinbo was O'Neal, genuinely thrilled for this younger talent. At this moment, the score was 19-20, just 1 point behind. Brown exchanged a reassuring glance with Chinbo, and assistant coach Malone approached with a smile, giving Chinbo a playful pat. This is the fondness reserved for a beloved player. In contrast to the joy radiating from the Cavaliers bench, Rivers was passionately delivering a speech on the Celtics side. Once he finished his ramblings, Thibodeau remarked, "Chinbo is not easily contained at this moment. The best strategy is to engage him in a back-and-forth, but for now, we must prioritize defense and adopt a secondary plan." Perkins looked curiously at Thibodeau, eager to learn about the strategy. Wear him down, tire him out completely, making every movement a test of his stamina. Also, ensure he does not receive the ball easily. Unfortunately, their own center was primarily defensive, with offensive capabilities that were rather lackluster. Engaging in a back-and-forth seemed like a pipe dream. Thibodeau sometimes pondered how advantageous it would be if Chinbo were on his side. It was absurd that he was merely a rotational substitute, or even sitting out altogether. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, there were 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Celtics regained possession, and Rondo, after crossing half-court, utilized Perkins' screen to penetrate from the right side. However, Chinbo stood resolute beneath the basket, akin to a pillar of strength, dissuading any attempts to attack the rim. Rondo passed to Pierce on the perimeter, who, facing James, confidently signaled for space, intent on isolating. After a series of dribbles, Pierce executed a deceptive move, feigning a shot before driving past James, delivering a powerful finish. He then raised his hand for a mid-range jumper. Swish. The shot found its mark. Pierce provocatively glanced at James, as if to challenge him to respond. It was like an invisible dagger, piercing deeply into James' heart. Pierce detected a fleeting moment of displeasure in James's eyes, prompting him to direct his taunts at James, which evidently struck a chord. In contrast, Chinbo did not resemble a mere 19-year-old rookie. Rather, he exuded the demeanor of a seasoned player with 2 decades of experience. Garnett's banter was futile against him, as it paled in comparison to the provocation James offered. In the ensuing offensive play for the Cavaliers, James received the ball and, without the slightest hesitation, passed it to Chinbo in the paint. Chinbo dribbled, advancing to the high post, and as anticipated, Pierce initiated a double team. Ray Allen, recognizing the predicament, positioned himself between James and Parker. With a mere glance, Chinbo signaled to Parker, who instantly understood and began to move without the ball, forcing Allen to choose a side to defend Parker. At the same time, Jamison drew Garnett towards the perimeter. Seizing the opportune moment, James pointed towards the rim, and Chinbo, understanding his cue, lofted the ball towards the basket. James soared, executing a one-handed alley-oop dunk that elevated the atmosphere in the Quicken Loans Arena to new heights. Naturally, James would not squander such an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Indulging in his signature swagger, while the Cavaliers' camera operator adeptly captured a close-up of the moment. In this offensive play, Chenbo was but a fleeting presence. In the absence of James, he was the focal point, yet in the company of James, even a mere assist rendered him a supporting character. How many truths are there now? Pierce, with a grim expression, chose to ignore the question, merely extending a finger silently. Chenbo frowned, ready to retort, when Pierce interjected. I have a championship. What about you? Kid, keep it low-key. Huh? I don't covet a championship won through alliances, Chenbo shot back. What do you mean by that? Is it not true? If Garnett were boasting, I might tolerate it. But as for you, Chenbo displayed overt disdain, indeed dismissing such alliance-based championships. This sentiment explains why Durant, despite winning 2 championships later, is seldom heralded by his fans. They genuinely regard such victories with disdain. However, had he achieved this glory with the Thunder, the narrative would be different, allowing both him and his supporters to walk with pride. Especially considering the formidable prowess of the team led by Westbrook. With just 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining, Garnett possessed the ball, preparing to isolate against Jamison, prompting Chenbo to seamlessly switch onto him. Your opponent is me. Upon seeing Chenbo approach, Garnett altered his strategy, opting for a step-back mid-range jumper. The shot clanged off the rim, with James securing the rebound. Transitioning to the frontcourt, Chenbo found himself closely shadowed by Perkins. LeBron, the ball now? James contemplated taking the initiative himself, but decided to defer, viewing it as a return favor from the previous play. Receiving the pass, Chenbo faced the basket, orchestrating his teammates' movements from the arc. In this round, the defensive assignment fell to Ray Allen, who, in comparison to LeBron James, was a more favorable matchup against Tony Parker. Once you initiated the double team, Chenbo swiftly transferred the ball to Parker on the perimeter. With no one in front of him, Parker dribbled to the right three-point line to find his rhythm, bent his knees, leaped, and released a three-pointer aimed at the basket. Rondo made a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The crisp sound of the net was undeniably delightful. The Cavaliers took their first lead of the game, 23-21, ahead by 2 points. This situation posed a considerable challenge for the Celtics coaching staff, as Chenbo, the center, demonstrated the ability to orchestrate plays with a three-point shot and ball handling skills. One might question if he was indeed a guard. In light of this, the performance of their own Perkins and Big Baby appeared rather lackluster. Chapter 29. Coach. I need a break. Meanwhile, Rondo opted to exploit his speed with a fast break, albeit unsteady on his feet. He executed a reverse layup successfully. The ball returned to the Cavaliers once more, with only 1 possession remaining. Williams, understanding the situation well, directly passed the ball to LeBron. In critical moments like this, the ball typically goes to the team's leader. How the subsequent distribution unfolds is beyond his concern. Although LeBron seemed to be performing normally in this game, Chenbo was acutely aware that it was merely the first quarter and the real contest had yet to commence. Jamison proactively set a screen for him, while Chenbo aimed to draw Perkins out of the paint. However, it was Garnett who emerged instead. After being dunked on by LeBron earlier, Perkins hesitated to step out, leaving the more agile Garnett to defend Chenbo. Following the pick, LeBron took a mid-range shot instead of stubbornly seeking out Perkins for a layup. As the timer buzzed, the basketball struck the rim, clanging off. The first quarter concluded with both teams tied at 23-23. As for the second quarter, during Chenbo's absence, the Celtics seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Big Baby entered the fray, and Shaquille O'Neal also suited up. However, on this day, everyone except Chenbo appeared to be struggling with their shooting. In the previous game, Williams had managed to score 20 points in the first half. Yet today, he had only accumulated 6 points. Among the starters, only LeBron reached double digits, finishing with 5 out of 14 shooting and 3 turnovers, which was still quite disheartening. Remarkably, the highest scorer for the team at halftime was the rookie Chenbo, who shot 6 out of 8 for 15 points, along with 3 rebounds and 4 assists without any turnovers. A rookie substitute scoring 15 points and a half, with the potential to reach 30 points in the game, was a consensus among many commentators during halftime. They generally held a favorable view of Chenbo. However, with teammates underperforming, the Celtics' defense became more targeted, significantly diminishing his ball handling effectiveness. As long as they could double-team him and prevent his shots, they would be successful. The strategy for the second half indeed reflected this. as if fate itself was aiding the Celtics. LeBron also reverted to his usual self, beginning to take the initiative in ball distribution. After his teammates failed to score on 2 consecutive attempts, he opted to take matters into his own hands. However, the moment Chin Bo received the ball, he was immediately besieged by defenders. It would have been wiser to create space for him. In fact, this is precisely what Chin Bo is doing now, as he can at least draw the majority of attention from Garnett, the defensive linchpin in the paint. At this stage of the game, the Celtics have thoroughly analyzed James, recognizing that his mid-range shooting is subpar, thus leaving that area unguarded. Rather than attacking the basket, the prudent approach is to defend against drives while allowing outside shots. Of course, James is well aware of their defensive strategy. How could he not feel a sense of indignation? Is this not a blatant humiliation? So, when he chooses to drive towards the paint, Perkins retreats, as James's ability to penetrate is formidable, and they cannot afford to give him any room. Yet this time, James did not execute as expected. Instead, he came to a sudden stop. He then leaped into the air, elevating the ball to its zenith. A sudden jump shot. Chin Bo frowned, thinking that with such potential, it would be better to drive to the basket and draw a foul. Clang. He missed. James's mid-range shot was both awkward and ineffective. When in rhythm, such a shot might work. But now he could not even guarantee a high percentage in driving to the basket. Was this not sheer folly? The rebound was snagged by Rondo, who swiftly passed it to Pierce, already on a fast break. Williams attempted to chase down for a block, but it was futile. The score gap had widened to 8 points, 40-48, with both teams engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Cavaliers were struggling to make shots, their defense remained resolute. James continued his offensive push, but this time he passed the ball to Chin Bo, who was once again met with a double team upon receiving it. It was not that he lacked the resolve. The flawed system was signaling red. Chin Bo was almost laughing in frustration, giving himself merely 3 minutes to withstand the interior pressure. What was the purpose of setting him up as an interior player if this was the case? Why not just make me a version of Doncic? At this rate, I might as well become Embiid, camping outside and waiting for the ball. The consequence of the double team on Chin Bo was that Parker found himself open. Without looking, Chin Bo delivered the pass perfectly. However, Parker hesitated, paralyzed by doubt. "Give me the ball," James exclaimed in frustration as he saw Parker squander another opportunity. Parker quickly passed it back, and James found himself at the perimeter facing Pierce, rhythmically dribbling to find his rhythm. Yet, Pierce knew him all too well. He was anticipating a three-point attempt. Thus, he resolutely denied him any opening. With only 3 seconds left on the shot clock, James still could not find a chance and had to force a three-point shot. But Pierce's large hand was already looming. In a moment of desperation, James chose to pass to Chin Bo. Chin Bo received the ball and executed a high-arcing shot from the free throw line, scoring just in time. Oh, this is what professionalism looks like, turning a mistake into an assist. James approached with a smile, eager to share a high five, but Chin Bo remained expressionless, dismissing the gesture and opting to retreat defensively. Garnett had exerted his utmost effort on that play, yet the rookie proved to be extraordinarily formidable. The Celtics called for a timeout. On the Cavaliers bench, Chin Bo sought out Brown, stating, "Coach, I require a brief respite. My legs are feeling somewhat uncomfortable." This revelation startled Brown. "What is the matter?" Team doctor, he urgently called out, knowing that the Cavaliers were heavily reliant on Chin Bo, though none dared to voice it aloud. "A short break will suffice," Chin Bo replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and waving his hand dismissively. Although fatigue had set in, he could still endure. The crux was that he could not express his reluctance to share the court with James, especially when there was no possession to be had, and he would merely be taking the blame. Who could withstand that? Consequently, Brown was compelled to send O'Neal onto the court for the remainder of the third quarter. As Parker prepared to enter the game, Chin Bo earnestly advised, "Shoot only when the opportunity arises. Do not overthink things." Parker shook his head. He was not as impassioned as Chin Bo, weighed down by numerous apprehensions. After all, not everyone is unafraid of James. With Chin Bo on the sidelines, the Celtics' once 6-point advantage began to widen. Brown, anxious, frequently inquired about Chin Bo's condition, to which Chin Bo simply shook his head while massaging his legs. "Coach, I'll return in the fourth quarter. I should be fine." As the third quarter concluded, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by 14 points, with both James and O'Neal dominating the paint, leaving no room to maneuver. The Celtics could freely exploit the interior. The worse the outside shooting, the greater the pressure inside, rendering James uncharacteristically uncomfortable and even affecting O'Neal's performance. During the break, James returned to the bench, clutching his elbow. The upcoming fourth quarter would rely heavily on Chenbo. The camera panned to Chenbo, who had been resting for nearly 10 minutes. As the Quicken Loans arena erupted into enthusiastic cheers, inadvertently, Chenbo had assumed the role of a savior among the Cleveland fans. It seemed that whenever he took to the court, the daunting deficit of several points became negligible. He flashed his signature smile at the camera, this time without any playful grimaces, for this was his home court. Chenbo, let us go. He patted his chest, signaling reassurance to the crowd. The Celtics still had Rondo and Pierce on the floor, alongside the formidable Davis in the paint. Meanwhile, his support consisted of West, Moon, Jamison, and Gibson. Jamison had continued to struggle throughout the game, affording Varejao several opportunities, yet he remained ineffective. Thus, at the start of the fourth quarter, Brown resolved to utilize Jamison once more. This lineup was one that Chenbo had specifically requested. No other starters were permitted, and he insisted on having the courage to employ bench players. Brown did not contest this decision. After all, it was with the activation of Chenbo that victory was secured in the fifth match. Come on, brothers. The moment of truth is upon us. West advanced to the front court, lofting the ball to Chenbo, who, using his robust physique, held his ground against any attempt to break through. You sent him to defend me? Chenbo inquired loudly towards the Celtics coaching staff. Rivers, with a grim expression, chose to remain silent. One might think that it was you who held the lead. That's sufficient, kid. Give it a try. Oh, is that so? Chenbo scoffed. If Perkins can't stop me, do you think you can? Instead of driving inside, Chenbo pivoted back to the perimeter. Watch out for his three-pointer, Thibodeau urgently warned as the defender rushed forward. Unwilling to let him take the shot easily, Chenbo executed a shot fake, deceiving the defender, and then passed the ball to West, who was making an off-ball run. Chenbo set a screen in the process. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. West seized the opportunity, launching a decisive and resolute three-pointer, a presence not to be overlooked. Indeed, it all relied on Chenbo. His immediate impact was evident, and crucially, his style of play invigorated his teammates. Yet, with West performing so splendidly, why was he often benched? Mind your own business, remarked a fan, casting a glance at LeBron's silhouette ahead. The praises echoing in LeBron's ears felt painfully grating. West. Chenbo. Well done. Neither of you is a pushover. LeBron's irritation grew. Had it not been for his elbow injury, these opportunities would never have been afforded to them. Your defense against me is futile, Chenbo stated to the defender. As the defender pressed against him, Chenbo opted not to engage physically. Instead, he interfered at the moment of the shot. The rough attempt went awry. Jamison secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to West to initiate a fast break. In a 2-on-1 situation, West charged ahead, launching the ball skyward as he reached the paint. Moon, poised for an alley-oop dunk, was thwarted by the seasoned Pierce, leaving the fans, who were ready to cheer, deflated. Such a dunk would have significantly boosted morale. Fortunately, West retrieved the ball, but Rondo's return thwarted any chance for a second attempt. Yet, he quickly spotted Chenbo waving from the perimeter. West decisively passed the ball outside. Upon receiving it, Chenbo leaped and shot with piercing focus. Swish. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the net, Chenbo's three-pointer sliced through the air, following his personal 5-point streak. The Cavaliers narrowed the deficit to just 8 points. The arena erupted in cheers. This is the hope of Cleveland. This is the future. Observing the visibly irate Big Baby, Chenbo realized that his temperament was as fierce as his physicality, and he was prone to fits of anger. However, it was futile. Your defense against me is ineffective, impossible to contain. With every point Chenbo scored, he turned to mock the Celtics bench, a form of psychological warfare. No one could maintain their composure amidst Chenbo's taunts. Although Rivers was fuming with rage, he found himself powerless to restrain Chenbo. Attempting to wear him down proved futile as Chenbo consistently avoided the paint, opting instead for jumpers and three-pointers. Rivers was compelled to call a timeout. This was a testament to Chenbo's extraordinary individual prowess, effectively halting the Celtics in their tracks. This was the iron-willed Green Army. Chenbo seemed almost otherworldly. When he exited the court, his Cavaliers teammates surrounded him in congratulations, especially O'Neal, who embraced him tightly and planted a hearty kiss on his forehead, reveling in the moment for the cameras. No wonder he had such audacity. True prowess provides the foundation for confidence. At that moment, James furrowed his brow in frustration. He felt an unsettling sensation akin to a horse stumbling. As he observed Varejõo's incredulous gaze fixed on Chun Bo, a menacing glint crept into his eyes. No one would tread upon his ascent. He was the undisputed king of Cleveland, a ruler with absolute authority. Unconsciously, he glanced at the old-timers beside him, questioning their ferocity. What has become of your tenacity? Take him down. A mere rookie, and yet you cannot handle him. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics executed a flawless play, with Garnett driving to the basket for his score. Initially anxious, James instinctively raised his hands to applaud, but as his palms came together, he abruptly remembered his allegiance, transforming his right hand into a fist that struck his left palm with ferocity, radiating anger and frustration. Despite the Celtics scoring immediately after the break, the Cavaliers' momentum remained unshaken. Chun Bo facilitated a series of high screens, passing to West, who charged towards the rim. This time, Garnett showcased his elite defensive acumen, launching from the side for a potential block. However, West demonstrated remarkable core strength, maneuvering mid-air to pass the ball to Chun Bo, who was trailing behind. Big Baby was still hastily retreating on defense. Upon receiving the ball, Chun Bo remained unfazed by Big Baby's presence. With a deft flick of his fingers, he released the ball, which soared gracefully like a sprite from his fingertips. After tracing a high arc, it plummeted swiftly. Swish. The net rippled as Chun Bo scored once more, tallying 8 consecutive points and narrowing the deficit to 7. This was sheer madness. The camera once again focused on the scoring Chun Bo, who merely offered a subtle smile to the lens. Oh my. Chun smiled at me. You insufferable creature. Do run along. He is mine. This was the sentiment of the female fans, while the male supporters had resolved to back Chun Bo. Recognizing the remarkable distinction of this towering figure, he was truly exceptional, creating a historic sensation. But where were they? In a stronghold of LeBron's admirers. The majority favored Chun Bo, yet their affection still lay firmly with LeBron. This encapsulated the undeniable influence and marketing prowess LeBron had maintained over the past 7 years. Consequently, many of LeBron's die-hard fans felt disgruntled, retorting that while Chun was impressive, his style of play was far from captivating. Indeed, all they noticed was his dunks, coupled with a penchant for soda and fried chicken, along with reports of his lack of training. How could they possibly admire someone like that? One individual grew weary of their incessant praise for Chun Bo at the expense of LeBron, prompting a collective backlash from other LeBron supporters. Chapter 31. You simply cannot stop me. It must be understood that LeBron was competing despite an injury. In light of this, those who favored Chun Bo responded with indignation. What do you mean? Were it not for Chun Bo's performance, we wouldn't even be here right now. Had it not been for LeBron's last-minute steal in the previous game, we also wouldn't be here today. Unbeknownst to Chun Bo, a learned scholar was defending him. At that moment, he felt his heart racing. Big Baby was indeed formidable, each collision feeling akin to being struck by a train. This was also Thibodeau's strategy, to rotate defenders closely, wearing down his stamina. Perkins, Big Baby, Rashid, and Garnett took turns, while Shaquille O'Neal on the other side had fallen into a slump, and one could not expect him to regularly deliver explosive performances, given that he had surpassed his prime. 3 minutes had elapsed in the fourth quarter, and the Celtics had substituted all starters except the center. However, Brown opted to retain the bench lineup. Typically, a scoring lineup is deemed effective, and coaches are hesitant to make changes unless the opposing team effectively counters. The current situation on the court revolved around Chun Bo as the focal point, with West as the spearhead, leading to Chun Bo's involvement in nearly every offensive possession. It was exhausting. He was tasked with both offense and defense. Even without the ball in his hands, merely positioning himself had drained a significant amount of his energy. Big Baby's role was to continually disrupt Chun Bo, causing frustration that would ultimately affect his mindset and fatigue him further. Nevertheless, the cheers from the crowd had not yet subsided. The Celtics initiated a fast break. This possession was crucial. They could not allow the Cavaliers to gain momentum. Relying on his exquisite running techniques and synergy with the Big Three, Ray Allen made a series of backdoor cuts, arriving at the corner three-point line. Receiving a pass from Rondo, he swiftly unleashed a three-point shot. This is the pivotal player, unwavering in crucial moments, unlike another. This is one of the reasons why Ray Allen is often discussed among the greatest shooters in history. The point differential has once again reached 10. West passes the ball to Chun Bo, who is orchestrating the play from the high post, while Big Baby defends the paint and Garnett closely guards, denying any easy shot opportunities. Chun Bo finds no openings and must pass the ball to Jamison beneath the basket. Jamison creates space and attempts a mid-range shot, Yet Big Baby's athleticism successfully disrupts his attempt. The shot clangs off the rim. However, at the very moment Jamison created that space, Chunbo had already made his decision and charged toward the basket. He secures the rebound, where his height advantage is unmistakable. Were it not for system limitations, he would have opted for an inside-outside attack long ago. After colliding with Big Baby during the rebound, Chunbo falls to the ground, yet in that moment, he showcases his delicate touch, successfully guiding the ball into the basket while drawing a foul for an additional free throw. Lying on the court, Chunbo gazes intently at the empty ceiling of the key arena, devoid of any fluttering banners. The fans here deserve a championship. He does not immediately rise, causing alarm among the thousands in attendance. If Chunbo is injured, the game's outcome could be jeopardized. West and Jamison swiftly rush to his side, assisting him to his feet. It is not an injury. He is simply exhausted. The critical system provides a notification, not as a warning this time, but as a reduction of his decay value. This adds further burden to Chunbo, who is already not in abundance. How much weight must he gain to recover from this? As he strides towards the free throw line, he contemplates that after this free throw, he will take a moment to rest, as every minute played diminishes his decay value by 10 points. Who can endure such a toll? Now, aside from the enhancement of his three-point shooting ability, he is left with merely 110 points, and he has already lost 30. It is excessively harsh. Rest is imperative. Just as he steps up to the free throw line to adjust his shot, a few scattered cheers begin to rise from the crowd. Gradually, the volume increases. James, seated on the bench, watches Chunbo's omnipotent performance, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. The shouts from the crowd behind him are intolerable. When he turns to glance at the stands, the fans instinctively retract their necks, silencing their cheers as if caught in an act of betrayal. It is worth noting that before Chunbo's emergence, those cheers belonged solely to James. Now, everything has changed. When James retracts his gaze and turns back, the cheers erupt once more, louder and more defiant than before. The synchronized chants from the crowd signify immense recognition for Chunbo. This game is truly his. For the first time, he garnered the audience's recognition. At the free throw line, Chunbo, hearing the fans' fervent cheers, could not help but grimace, his lips curling into a wry smile. He had intended to take a breather, but given the circumstances, how could he dare to suggest a timeout? Taking a deep breath, he understood that in a pivotal Game 7, where the stakes were life or death, every point was of utmost significance and could not be squandered. With his mindset adjusted, he calmly sank the free throw, extending the lead to 7 points. Brown noticed Chunbo's weary visage and the evident instability in his movements. He was clearly exhausted. This fatigue had not gone unnoticed by the perceptive Celtics. Rivers remarked, "It seems our strategy has succeeded halfway." Thibodeau, as a master tactician of the new era, excelled in the five-man strategy, which necessitated extensive training. This explains why, even in the regular season and against weaker teams, Thibodeau consistently relied on his starters. Without enduring the bitter cold, one cannot appreciate the fragrance of the plum blossoms. I typically play for 40 to 48 minutes, and come playoff time, it's not as if I hold back. Tired? That's for you. We are accustomed to it. One can only say that Thibodeau is well-versed in Eastern military strategy, with this five-man tactic serving as the grandest of strategies. You field your best players, I shall do the same. You field average players, I shall still field my best. You field below-average players, I will still respond with my best. The question remains, how will you counter? Ultimately, the Knicks' ability to reach the Eastern Conference Finals through this five-man strategy stands as testament to its efficacy. Of course, this is not the optimal solution. But for the Knicks in 2025, it marks the breaking of a 26-year record. Observing Chunbo, Thibodeau's grasp of the situation became apparent, especially considering that as a rookie, Chunbo's playing time throughout the season could be counted on one hand. As of now, in this decisive Game 7, he had unexpectedly played over 32 minutes, and it was evident that he could not sustain such endurance. Despite his youth, as a person of Asian descent, his stamina could not compete with that of his African-American counterparts. He was indeed fatigued, but the more exhausting aspect was the diminishing value of his performance. Chunbo winced in pain, truly feeling as though he was working while bearing the weight of financial burdens. Coincidentally, this moment caught Malone's attention, who mistook Chunbo's pained expression for an injury. He hurried over to Brown, urging, "Mike, let us call a timeout next round." Chapter 32. Unable to compete. Unable to vent with 7 minutes remaining in the game, the Celtics initiated their offensive play. Pierce executed a simple pick and roll with Garnett, and then rose to shoot. Chun Bo fiercely defended him, but Pierce's contested three-point attempt clanged off the rim. However, Garnett, with his exceptional rebounding instincts, successfully anticipated the ball's trajectory and secured the rebound, swiftly passing it to Rondo at a 45-degree angle. Although Rondo was a point guard, shooting threes was not his forte, yet he executed this shot with great decisiveness. To everyone's astonishment, the basketball swished through the net, a three-pointer successfully made. After these two rounds, Chun Bo sensed that fortune appeared to favor the Celtics. Immediately, Brown called a timeout to quell the momentum and allow for a brief respite. "Chin, take a good rest," Malone approached him, patting his back with concern. "I'm fine, coach," Chun Bo replied, albeit gasping for breath, realizing that his physical condition was not up to par. His sizable frame lacked the athleticism typical of a player of African descent, and prolonged play proved to be quite taxing. At that moment, Chun Bo began to empathize with Jokic, understanding why he opted for a more floor-oriented style of play. Firstly, the Nuggets' offense indeed required his involvement, which was undeniably exhausting. Secondly, he consciously aimed to conserve energy, opting for layups rather than dunks. At this juncture, Chun Bo found himself the target of defensive strategies, particularly in an era dominated by traditional centers that encouraged physicality, making his challenges even greater than those faced by his mentor. Thus, despite playing only 32 minutes, the exertion felt comparable to 45 minutes of play. The timeout soon concluded, and Brown re-entered the game, allowing Chun Bo to rest on the bench. Before James took the court, his gaze was fierce. He was determined to silence certain fans and remind them of who truly reigned in Cleveland. The ominous presence of his death stare loomed large. Both teams were now engaged in a fierce battle. The stakes were high, as the losing side would face an early end to the season, returning home to fish. However, with Chun Bo absent from the starting lineup and the shooting percentage faltering, the offensive flow appeared stagnant. James attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter, yet it clanged off the rim. Perkins secured the rebound. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Rondo brought the ball past half-court, scanning for his teammates' movements at the arc. At that moment, Garnett unexpectedly stepped beyond the mid-range line. O'Neal was compelled to follow suit. After receiving the pass, Garnett lofted the ball into the air, and Perkins soared, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk as he leapt over Varejão's shoulders. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Varejão, the future Oscar-winning actor, instinctively fell to the ground, mirroring James's previous antics, lying down in wait for his guardian. Yet, this time, the referee did not blow the whistle. After all, a guardian can protect you momentarily, but not eternally. This was a Game 7, where any unfair call could incite considerable controversy. Following this, James seemed to enter his isolation mode, relentlessly attacking the rim, yet failing to score a single point, relying solely on the referee's decisions for 2 free throws. Conversely, the Celtics' offense was straightforward and effective. Garnett, with a resolute mid-range jumper from the free throw line, made the basket with ease, exemplifying the prowess of the Big Three. This was Garnett's hallmark. When the team's offense faltered, he would shift into attack mode. With that shot, the deficit widened to 12 points. Only 5 minutes and 26 seconds remained on the clock. Within the confines of the Swift Loan Arena, the fervor of the fans reached a fever pitch. Not only had the score shifted, but the momentum of the game had also been seized by the Celtics. Chun Bo, who had momentarily found his rhythm, was once again subdued. Observing this, Brown promptly summoned Chun Bo, who had only just stepped off the court for a brief respite of 2 minutes. Still clad in his training attire, the Cavaliers could not afford to be without Chun Bo, much like the West could not exist without Jerusalem. The Celtics' display of relentless defense and their indomitable spirit in the face of adversity bore testament to their identity as the team that had narrowly lost to the Lakers in a decisive Game 7 of the Finals, not due to a lack of skill, but rather the cruel hand of injury. Upon his return to the court, Chun Bo did not disappoint the expectations set by Coach Brown and Malone. He launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, the ball swishing through the net with precision. Utilizing his height, he executed a high-arcing shot that Perkins simply could not contest. Showcasing his unique skill set, Chun Bo scored 5 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to within 10 in just a minute. This evening, Chun Bo achieved an impressive stat line of 12 of 15 from the field, including 4 of 6 from three-point range, amassing 33 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, a remarkable all-around performance. In stark contrast, Perkins, who was a starter, managed only 6 points and 7 rebounds on 2 of 5 shooting. illustrating the disparity in their levels of play. Why the timidity? Are you all at Eastern University so intimidated by strength? Chun Bo thought, challenging Perkins to engage him in a physical contest beneath the basket. Perkins, flustered by Chun Bo's nimble fadeaway, found his confidence shaken. Despite having prepared mentally for the matchup, the gap in their performance was jarring. Thus, he resorted to his coach's strategy of provoking Chun Bo into a confrontation, hoping to deplete his already limited stamina. Am I timid? Perhaps you should practice more. You oversized fool. Chun Bo rolled his eyes, dismissing Perkins' attempts at psychological warfare. You're playing a dangerous game, akin to wielding a sword before Guan Yu or demonstrating flame before Xiao Yan. Foolhardy indeed. Just make sure to settle my $10,000 first. Chun Bo scoffed. Beep. Host stamina is depleted. Please rest immediately. Immediate rest required. Damn it, I can still hold on. This is a crucial game. Show some respect. Chun Bo was acutely aware that his body had reached its limits. Yet, this was Game 7. A victory could secure the elusive championship title he had long coveted, an aspiration that haunted the dreams of every basketball player. Moreover, a stellar performance could pave the way for a lucrative contract next season. He needed this game to showcase his talent. Thus, there could be no defeat this night, nor any justification for losing. Chun Bo was well aware that this was a gentle reminder from the system. Glancing at the system panel, he noticed he had only 40 points left, causing his heart to tighten. He quickly inquired, System, what will happen when the wasted value is completely depleted? This system will cease to exist. Is the waste system truly so temperamental? If I refuse to waste, will you simply strike in protest? With only 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining, Chun Bo gritted his teeth and resolved to push forward, taking a chance transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. There was simply no appropriate justification for him to step off the court now. Could he claim exhaustion? Who on the court wasn't fatigued? The most crucial aspect was that the championship was indeed within reach, beckoning him. The next round would be against the Magic, and he was confident of victory. Relying solely on the formidable Dwight Howard would not suffice. After all, it was unrealistic to expect LeBron James to falter indefinitely. This opportunity was rare and must not be squandered. At this moment, both teams were engaged in a fierce battle, equally exhausted yet resolute. The first to falter would be rendered irrelevant in this match. With 2 minutes remaining, the score stood at 90-93, with the Celtics maintaining a 3-point lead. Chapter 33, LeBron. Pass the ball to me. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. Chun Bo dashed back and forth beyond the arc, seeking an opportunity to launch a three-pointer, only to have his shot disrupted by Garnett's lengthy reach, resulting in a miss. Was fatigue finally affecting him? He could distinctly feel that both the speed and power of his shot were compromised. Fortunately, LeBron managed to secure an offensive rebound under the basket, attempting a strong play against Perkins, but was unable to overpower him. Reluctantly, he passed the ball outside. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Bo had found his way to the corner. Upon receiving LeBron's pass, he swiftly executed his shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, a shot of immense value, marking the first time in the second half that the Cavaliers had leveled the score. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted in exuberant cheers once more. This was the advantage of playing at home. In the fourth quarter, Chun Bo had been on the court the entire time. Moments ago, he had utilized his height to force a three-pointer. Moving forward, opportunities would likely diminish. The Celtics would not call a timeout at this juncture. They recognized that Chun Bo was nearing his limits. It was evident not only to the Celtics coaching staff, but also to Brown. Only those who truly understood Chun Bo could perceive this. While the fans continued to celebrate, in the commentary booth, Barkley frowned and remarked, Chun seems to have reached his limit. Why is that? Kenny Smith inquired, puzzled, given that he had just made a three-pointer. After making the shot, Chun Bo faced the camera, lacking the fiery determination and audacity he usually displayed. Yet, he smiled while shaking his jersey. Viewers at home, did you notice? Barkley asked, addressing the fans on camera. You must understand, he is a Terminator on the technical court, a master of trash talk. As Barkley spoke, a sense of camaraderie emerged. This was how the game should be, intense. You trash talk me, I trash talk you. Not only will I retaliate, but I shall also take tangible actions to strike you down. Yet, at this moment, he merely smiles, resembling a gentleman of refined demeanor. Those unaware might mistakenly perceive him as a well-behaved boy. In truth, Chun Bo is merely enduring, drawing upon sheer willpower, as his legs tremble beneath him. Each step a harrowing ordeal of excruciating pain. It feels as though they are laden with lead, unbearably heavy. On the other side, the Celtics. despite several attempts to move the ball, failed to find an opening, much like their decision to place faith in Chunbo. They now choose to trust Garnett, with Rondo delivering the ball to him with surgical precision from the perimeter. However, this time, LeBron proactively seeks confrontation, granting Chunbo a moment of respite. One cannot help but concede that the Asian body often succumbs to fatigue more readily. The African-American physique is indeed a natural powerhouse. East, on the other hand, must rely on his intellect to navigate this game. He truly lacks the strength to defend any longer. Forced to smile wryly as he suddenly comprehends the solitary burden that Jokic must have felt in the fourth quarter. He struggles even to dribble steadily. Returning to the Celtics offense, Garnett, with his back to the basket, attempts to assert himself several times, only to find LeBron's lower body as stable as a tank. With time dwindling, he opts for a straightforward step-back jumper. LeBron possesses ample stamina, sufficient leaping ability, and solid defense. Yet, the basketball finds its way through the net. The Celtics once again take a 2-point lead. As the Cavaliers regain possession, Brown immediately raises his hand to call for a timeout, but fortunately, Malone remains composed. He swiftly restrains Brown's arm, reminding him, "Mike, we don't have a timeout." Only then does Brown come to his senses. With just 46 seconds remaining in the game, Williams brings the ball into the front court. His performance is a microcosm of the Cavaliers' struggles, having scored merely 9 points. With 3-point attempts failing to find the mark at 0 for 4, Chunbo receives the ball at the high post, backing into Garnett. Upon reaching the free throw line, he takes a deep breath, adjusts his rhythm, and executes a difficult fadeaway jumper. Though challenging, Garnett cannot contest this shot. In that moment, Chunbo is oblivious to the condition of his legs. His gaze is resolutely fixed on the hoop as he releases the ball. The basketball arcs high in a graceful parabola towards the rim. Clang. The fans watch in agony as the ball ricochets off the rim. Wait. Clang. Clang. Swish. The ball bounces thrice on the rim before ultimately finding its way through the net. Chunbo has succeeded. After executing the fadeaway, the core strength to control his body eludes him, and he collapses to the floor, sliding back several feet. The score is once again tied, with both teams battling intensely in the final moments, exchanging leads with relentless fervor. The spectators, unable to contain their excitement, begin to disrupt the Celtics' offensive efforts. With merely 38 seconds remaining, the Celtics found themselves devoid of timeouts, relying solely on the players' on-court ingenuity. Their final offensive attempt was interrupted as Chunbo collapsed, inadvertently creating an opportunity for a swift counterattack. The Celtics could seize the initiative. At this moment, Chunbo lay on the ground, while only James and Williams retreated to the foul line. Pierce received Rondo's pass and immediately launched a three-pointer in pursuit. Clang. The opportunity had emerged, yet it was squandered. After securing the rebound, James transitioned the ball upcourt, conscious of the dwindling time, now just 36 seconds. Chunbo had just managed to rise from the floor with considerable effort. Brown, from the sidelines, wished to shout fervently, "Pass the ball to Chunbo. For heaven's sake, don't shoot." Yet, he ultimately refrained, understanding that his own job took precedence. At this juncture, Chunbo grasped his leg, hoping to stimulate it and regain some energy. He made a silent promise. "This is the final play, old friend. You must hold strong. Once this game concludes, I will take you to the massage parlor, where the finest therapists await you, and they will be the most beautiful, with the best skills, guaranteed satisfaction." Whether it was a mere psychological effect, his legs seemed to regain sensation, responding well to his commands. James, still searching for an opportunity with the ball in hand, felt Chunbo's impatience. He had no time for overtime. "I'm running out of chances, and you're still dawdling, wanting to play the savior? What a joke. Last time, it was your fault. Are you coming back for more?" Chunbo dismissed all reservations and, regardless of the situation, shouted resolutely, "LeBron, pass me the ball." James furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. "Am I really going to relinquish the final shot to you? If it were a genuine final attempt, I might concede. But if I score, I'm the star. If I miss, there's still a chance for overtime. Either way, I stand to gain. Pass it now." Startled by Chunbo's sudden outburst, James instinctively passed the ball. The moment it left his hands, he was struck by a wave of realization and rage. "What am I doing? Why am I giving the ball to him? I am the leader." Yet, he failed to notice that upon delivering the ball to Chunbo, not only did his teammates and coaches breathe a collective sigh of relief, but so did the viewers at home. As Chunbo received the ball, Brown immediately shouted from the sidelines, "Run the 15 play." No need. Chen Bo not only commandeered James' possession, but also disregarded the coach's tactical instructions with ease. Good heavens, Chen. Is he really going for a one-on-one? How extraordinary that he could demand the ball from James. Chapter 34. Is he drinking Coke? Not performance enhancers? The commentators were incredulous. Clutching their heads, James had actually passed the ball to a rookie. Such teamwork. This is what leadership looks like. The commentator beside him wore a perplexed expression, pondering whether this was not what Chen Bo desired. Utilizing Jameson's screen, Chen Bo adeptly maneuvered to switch Perkins onto him. Young man, do you still wish to dictate your final offensive move? Such aspirations are folly. Chen Bo had no time to engage in verbal sparring. With merely 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he executed a feigned shot, then swiftly changed direction and accelerated down the right flank. Jameson, possessing the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, had instinctively positioned himself at the weak side high post. As Chen Bo penetrated, only Perkins was there to defend him. And without hesitation, he surged forward. Perkins was an admirable defender, indeed a crucial part of the Celtics' defensive triangle, capable of guarding anyone. However, Chen Bo was an exception. This rookie, who had played only this singular game, found himself facing Perkins. Perkins summoned all his strength, attempting to overpower Chen Bo, but soon realized his mistake. Chen Bo had no intention of attempting a layup. Instead, he disregarded Perkins entirely and leapt into the air. Boom. At that moment, the timer illuminated in red. Chen Bo, clutching the basketball with both hands, emphatically slammed it through the hoop, soaring above Perkins. The tremendous force of his action sent Perkins tumbling out of bounds, while Chen Bo swung around the rim before landing. There were still 12 seconds on the clock. Chen Bo swiftly returned to defense. Yet he and Perkins continued their fierce entanglement in the backcourt, neither willing to yield. Pierce's mid-range shot missed, and Garnett soared from behind to snatch the rebound over Jamison, passing it to Ray Allen in the corner. With 5 seconds remaining, a chance emerged as Ray Allen took a quick shot. The basketball soared through the air at great speed. Clang! It hit the iron. Jamison secured the rebound. The Cavaliers emerged victorious tonight, narrowly defeating the Celtics 97-95 by a 2-point margin. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, akin to a tumultuous wave, stirring the soul. Chen Bo, Chen Bo? The camera followed Chen Bo's figure, for he was the pivotal figure of the night, the undeniable hero. Without him, the Cavaliers would not have reached a Game 7. And what of him now? Chen Bo pushed away his teammates who approached to celebrate, frantic as an ant on a hot stove. He rummaged through his small bag for something of utmost importance. System shutting down in 876 seconds. Chen Bo, drenched in sweat, felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Cola, cola. In a moment of urgency, he tore open his backpack with considerable force, causing a can of Pepsi to roll out. Under the gaze of the multitude, he guzzled down the can of Pepsi voraciously. Ding. The host is engaging in reckless consumption of carbonated beverages in public, a significant influence, gaining 200 points in recklessness. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Bo finally relaxed. Oh, witnessing his blissful expression led one to question whether that soda was a stimulant or a narcotic. Shaquille O'Neal, however, was unconcerned, mistaking Chen Bo's demeanor for shyness, and promptly lifted him alongside Jamison, tossing him upward. Oh. The Quick Loans Arena was nearly in a frenzy. They had triumphed in a decisive 7th game against the formidable Celtics. Revenge had been served. 2 years of grievances had been avenged. Do you know how we endured these past 2 years? Chen Bo was tossed a couple of times before being gently lowered. Only those who throw understand the weight of such acts. Once on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the technical area. The cameramen, skilled and adept at their craft, expertly switched between shots of the technical area and Chen Bo, establishing a powerful connection. The hormones within Chen Bo began to surge. This was an exceptional opportunity to capture the hearts of countless admirers. He sprinted towards the technical area, where the staff had already retreated to the sides. With a single leap, he ascended. Click, click. At that moment, the flashing lights crystallized. He garnered unprecedented attention, with both hands pointing to the court beneath him. Facing the sea of fans, he exuberantly shouted, Chen Bo. Tens of thousands of fans echoed his name in unison. In the commentary booth, Barkley exclaimed that Chen Bo was indeed a true superstar. He was the Terminator of the technical area, the Terminator of the game. Unlike the subtle admiration from Bryn, Barkley's praise was straightforward and visceral. After his shout, Chen Bo felt invigorated, as if all his fatigue had dissipated. Upon descending from the technical area, he was nudged by his teammates towards the reporters for post-game interviews. To his surprise, Varejao was also present. Could it be that he had been subdued by his own performance? Now, apart from LeBron, who had his head down and returned to the locker room, everyone else was celebrating. Chun. After battling fiercely for 7 games against a strong opponent, do you have any words to share? The host raised his voice, attempting to overcome the cacophony of noise and cheers from teammates. As you know, I have stated before that I am their master. Cleveland. Unlike LeBron's tears from years past, Chinbo radiated confidence, exuding a boldness as if he sought to challenge the heavens themselves. This declaration ignited the arena, causing adrenaline levels among the fans to soar, with a few even fainting from excitement. They had once again reached the Eastern Conference Finals. In the locker room, everyone was celebrating wildly. Shaquille even poured a bucket of water over Chunbo upon his entrance, drenching him completely. Oh. Chinbo laughed and exchanged fist bumps with everyone. Only Brown noticed something amiss. Where was LeBron? Subsequently, an assistant arrived to provide clarification. LeBron ventured alone to the medical room, where it appeared that his elbow injury had worsened. This decisive Game 7 concluded with a victory orchestrated by Chun, who naturally seized the opportunity to attend the post-game events. In this match, Chun remarkably scored 41 points, secured 10 rebounds, and delivered 10 assists, achieving an extraordinary triple-double. LeBron, on the other hand, made 8 of his 21 attempts, accumulating 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists. His statistics were equally impressive, if one disregarded the shooting percentage. As for the others, apart from O'Neal's 11 points, no one else reached double figures. The first 4 games of this series showcased a semblance of competitive spirit. But the subsequent matches were quite dismal, not due to the performances of O'Neal and Chun. The Cavaliers were sent home in a mere 6 games. Nevertheless, the only attendees at the press conference remained Chun and LeBron, with head coach Brown also present. Windhorst was the first to pose a question. LeBron, you aggressively attacked the basket multiple times in this game. Is it because your elbow injury has improved? Chin shot an incredulous glance at the reporter, pondering if this press conference might as well be renamed as a platform for LeBron's redemption. After Windhorst's inquiry, everyone noticed that LeBron's elbow was heavily wrapped in bandages and plaster. Chapter 35, The Essence of Novelty. Upon hearing the question, LeBron leaned forward slightly. You know, my elbow injury has been a significant hindrance over the past few games. However, this is not an excuse. My teammates and my coach have worked tirelessly throughout the season to reach this point, and I do not wish to let them down. If I cannot score, I will contribute in other ways. That is my duty, and I am pleased with my performance. LeBron replied with a smile. We won the game, did we not? Is your elbow injury more severe? Will it affect you in the upcoming match against the Magic? This inquiry carried a somewhat probing undertone. There is no issue. Everything will be all right. I believe in myself. That is the allure of competitive sports. You never know what will transpire in the next game. Just as the reporter was about to press further, a journalist arranged by Bill Duffy interjected. Chun, you scored 41 points tonight, marking a career milestone. What do you have to say about that? I am grateful for the multitude of wonderful fans present. Their cheers and support inspire me. I must also thank assistant coach Malone. He deserves a great head coaching position. Chin's response was unusually composed. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Malone was taken aback. And after Chin's praise, he humorously admonished, that little rascal. Were you anticipating this situation before the game? Chin beamed and replied, I did not expect it. I truly did not foresee such difficulty and excitement. He nearly lost the bet. Even the system's grand overseer was on the verge of a breakdown. All of this is deeply intertwined with the fervent support of these delightful fans. This experience is profoundly moving, and I shall forever cherish this match. The reporter's relentless adulation of Chinbo caused James, sitting nearby, to begin nervously nibbling on his nails, although his gaze remained fixed on the journalists. Is your explosive performance tonight a consequence of being benched in the last game? This question was rather pointed, but did Chinbo flinch? I must admit, he did. And here, I wish to convey to all those who feel disheartened, as long as you possess genuine talent, you will shine regardless of the setting. Opportunities must be seized. And true strength is paramount. The nearly game-winning shot was delivered to you by LeBron, the team's leader, who actively chose to pass the ball to you. Is this not a form of validation? There are many like James, after all. Windhorst is a trusted ally, while others merely do their jobs for a price. Chinbo could hardly contain his amusement. Following the post-match press conference, he returned home. Shaquille O'Neal invited him for a drink, but he politely declined. He was in dire need of rest, and of course, There was something more significant to attend to, rewarding his old comrade. I am a man of my word. I shall never be a deceitful scoundrel. A silent night ensued. The day after the decisive Game 7, he drove to a well-known massage parlor in Cleveland. Before he had even parked, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Chun Bo swiftly hung up. He didn't wish to be disturbed while seeking out beautiful ladies to reward his weary legs. However, the call came again shortly after. Chun Bo then realized something was amiss. Who would persistently call twice in quick succession? Yet, he was not in the best of moods. It felt akin to being abruptly interrupted at a crucial moment. Hello, who is this? Didn't we win the game? On the other end, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale, responded, and you are? Have you forgotten me so soon? Chun Bo felt a surge of joy. Is this you, Taylor? Humph. I see, you answered swiftly. Taylor's previously sullen expression instantly brightened, despite her playful huffing. Yet, her heart was already uplifted. You owe me a grand meal. Take me out for dinner. Taylor's tone was almost commanding, though it was evident she was attempting to mask her own nervousness. Chun Bo was tempted to agree immediately, but glancing at the rows of beautiful women at the entrance, he hesitated. Old comrade, I will certainly fulfill my promise, he replied. All right, I'm free tonight. I'll treat you. Aren't you free now? Taylor's voice inquired, tinged with confusion. It's indeed a bit inconvenient at the moment, Chun Bo said, looking at his legs. But you seem to have nothing on your plate right now? Taylor Swift furrowed her brow, exuding an air of certainty. Chun Bo, momentarily flustered, hastily exited the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings, anxiously inquiring, where did you see it? Through the rearview mirror, Taylor observed Chun Bo's agitation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I saw it from the car, she replied. Upon hearing this, Chun Bo turned around, discovering a Rolls-Royce parked not far off, a fitting match for Taylor's current stature. He glanced at his own Santana and awkwardly approached her, greeting her with a hint of embarrassment. Once Taylor alighted from the vehicle, she noticed Chun Bo and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, questioning with a hint of suspicion, What brings you here? Chun Bo chuckled, deftly obscuring her view of the massage parlor situated behind him. Well, I was concerned that it might be inconvenient for you to be so far away. Ah, Taylor responded. Since you're here, why not seize the moment? How about I treat you to a meal? Although Chun Bo had been single for 20 years, he had indulged in ample reading and understood the art of distraction. Indeed, her interest piqued at this prospect, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. No wonder it's said that women are foodies. Sounds great. Just then, Chun Bo sensed a chilling aura. Taylor's assistant was glaring intently at him, a silent warning unmistakable. However, did Chun Bo fear? He was a robust man, standing tall at 213 centimeters, capable of crushing anyone with ease. He met the assistant's gaze defiantly, causing her to huff and turn away, dismissing him entirely. Shall we? Chun Bo maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, gesturing for Taylor to enter his car. She accepted without hesitation, nodding agreeably. Taylor, I will wait here for you, for a maximum of 3 hours. We have a flight to Vancouver tonight. The assistant cautioned, clearly uneasy about Chun Bo. Though he appeared harmless, one could never be too sure. Once inside the car, Taylor began to assess her surroundings, summarizing it in 2 words, old and worn. Yet, there was no unpleasant odor. Instead, a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. What are we going to eat? Taylor inquired, her anticipation palpable. You'll find out soon enough. Chun Bo teased, knowing they wouldn't be dining on fast food. When dealing with someone of Taylor's affluent caliber, the key was to maintain an air of novelty. They were less concerned with the monetary value and more with the excitement and freshness of the experience. After half an hour, they arrived at Rockwell Avenue. Nestled between East 22nd and 24th Streets in downtown Cleveland, a vibrant enclave known as Chinatown, bustling with a myriad of goods from the East. For an American native, the array of items was undoubtedly captivating. Chapter 36. Pain. Excruciating pain. As the two walked down the street, the myriad of displayed products left Taylor utterly dazzled. Could you tell me the brand of that handbag, the value of that jewelry, or which wine is the finest? Taylor would surely articulate every detail with ease. However, when it comes to the products from Todai, she is genuinely at a loss. Chun Bo, what is this? Why are there so many car keys? That is a lighter. And this one, how is it different from Coca-Cola? This is exceptionally refreshing. Of course, the nearby brands like Leiby, Nongfu Mountain Spring, and the 6 nuclear bombs are all sister versions. And what about this clothing? Why does it have a tail? And why is there a zipper beneath the tail? Ahem. This child should refrain from prying too much. At this moment, Shinbo is still 2 years younger than Taylor. Come, let me take you out for some delicious food. Shinbo, feeling a bit guilty, grasped Taylor's hand, and everything felt remarkably natural, except for the sweat betraying his nervousness. Ding. Host's favorability with the #1 wealthy lady is at 80. Keep it up. Shinbo was taken aback, more bewildered than anything else. How could it be at 80 already? Are foreign women so easily won over? Wait, #1. What does that mean? Shinbo, displeased, retorted. Everything else is fine. But I am a pure-hearted young man, so let us avoid such matters. Suit yourself. 5,000 slacker points for one. Shinbo dismissed these thoughts and focused on securing the moment at hand. Taylor Swift smiled at the tall boy holding her hand, showing no signs of refusal. Thus, one was nervously seeking a place while the other followed with a smile in her eyes. This is it. Shinbo halted in front of a barbecue restaurant. Nothing is more exhilarating in summer than skewers. Crucially, he specifically requested an outdoor table. Barbecue must be enjoyed outside. Wait for me a moment. After placing the order, Shinbo hurriedly darted off to another location. Soon, he returned, gingerly cradling a large bowl. Be careful, it's hot. Try it. I believe you will like it. What is this? Taylor exclaimed, pointing to the vibrant red chili oil in astonishment. Spicy hot pot. Shinbo chose the red oil solely for its appealing appearance. He could hardly believe any girl could resist spicy hot pot. Even if she didn't like it, he had an ultimate ace up his sleeve: snail noodles. The two sat across from each other, chatting and enjoying delectable food amidst the hustle and bustle of the street, savoring the lively atmosphere of passers-by. Taylor had never experienced such a vibrant life. Her spirit felt unprecedentedly pure. There is no greater beauty in the world than this. Shinbo even playfully pressed Taylor Swift's head down a few times, skewering meat, or rather, barbecuing. Skewering barbecue means savoring those skewers. It's all about that sensation. And Taylor reveled in it as well. How had she not known about such delightful food before? It felt like a long-awaited reunion. Thank you. This meal has been the happiest I have ever had. Taylor sincerely expressed her gratitude, her ice blue eyes pure and unblemished. I owe you, as long as you're happy. Shinbo walked down the street with him, and after 3 minutes, they halted in front of a children's-themed store. What captivated Taylor were the two rocking rides at the entrance. One was Iron Man, and the other was the adorable sheep, Mei Yang Yang. They beckoned with cheerful calls, "Come play with us." Taylor turned around, her gaze resolute, looking intently at Shinbo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. No way. You are a superstar, aren't you one too? You weren't like this on the court, Taylor teased, pointing at him with a playful glint in her eyes. It suddenly struck Shinbo that he had never formally introduced himself. Yet, she seemed to know his name and status upon their first meeting, clearly having done some research. Of course, he didn't require any investigation. A slight glance would suffice to know his standing. In places like Cleveland and Boston, he was quite well known. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. On the court, he could be a bully, but in front of a girl, he truly resembled a hapless singleton. A superstar. Listen to me, those rides are meant for children under 5. We really don't fit the bill. With so many people around, if anyone recognizes you, how will you ever navigate the music scene again? Shinbo continued to voice his concerns, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After a minute, he leaned against the shop's doorframe, quietly observing Taylor, who was now seated on the Mei Yang Yang ride, joy illuminating her features. What do we call our mother's mother? Our mother's mother is Grandma. On the rocking ride, this seemingly aloof goddess radiated pure joy. Is she your girlfriend? You're quite the lucky lad, remarked the shopkeeper, fanning himself with a banana leaf. He glanced at the towering figure before him, and then at Taylor, whose face was obscured by a mask, enviously stating, "This girl seems to be from a prominent family. Her aura is extraordinary." Shinbo couldn't help but smile. "Uncle, you truly have an eye for talent." As they chatted, the music at the entrance abruptly ceased, and the Mei Yang Yang came to a standstill. Taylor, however, showed no intention of dismounting. "Boss, I need another coin." Shinbo took the coin from the shopkeeper and handed it to Taylor, who evidently had bolder plans in mind. "Will you play with me?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Young lady, my superstar, spare me. Just look at me. I can hardly fit on that. Besides, I'm a 213 centimeters tall man, famously known as 10 times a night." 10 seconds later, Iron Man emitted a cheerful sound. "What do we call our father's father?" "Our father's father is Grandpa." A minute later, Shinbo retrieved $200 from his pocket and handed it to the proprietor, saying, "I shall return to enjoy myself again." The owner's fan came to a halt as he gazed at the incapacitated Iron Man, speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure, his expression reflecting disbelief. Next time, please do come back. I will ensure a larger portion for you, guaranteed to satisfy. Chinbo tugged at Taylor, proudly nodding towards the owner. As they departed, the owner gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering to himself, "What a beast. This is Taylor Swift. Oh, the agony in my heart. Please bear with me. Although I am not adept at emotional narratives, I often write competitions fearing monotony, thus a little diversion. If you truly dislike it, feel free to express your disdain, but do not abandon me. I seek your understanding, dear patrons." Chapter 37. I have become the coveted one ding. Level 1 Rich Lady's Favorability, 90. Continue striving. 5,000 slacking points await your claim. Chinbo gazed at the system interface, his spirits lifted. Checking the time, he turned to Taylor and inquired, "We have 1 hour left. Where shall we go next?" "Superstar?" Taylor's ice blue eyes sparkled as she extended her fair finger towards a nearby vendor. "Let us have hamburgers." Upon closer inspection, Chinbo realized it was not hamburgers, but rather the renowned meat sandwich from their university, just as he was about to lead her to savor it. His phone rang unexpectedly. "Chin, where are you?" "Hurry to our usual coffee shop." It was his agent, Bill Duffy. Such urgency was unusual for him unless an important matter arose. "Is it urgent?" "I have pressing matters as well," Chin replied. "It's about your endorsement. The head of the marketing department for Pepsi has flown in from New York specifically to meet you," Bill exclaimed with excitement, having anticipated merely a regional representative. Chinbo hesitated. "If you have something significant, please attend to it. We can dine together another time." Taylor, ever understanding, chimed in. "You should go take care of your matters. We can always eat together another day." Feeling apologetic, Chinbo gently embraced Taylor Swift, thanking her. "Next time, I shall treat you." As he wrapped his arms around her, she stiffened, taken aback by his boldness. Gradually, she seemed to accept it, her body relaxing as she felt the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. She slowly raised her hands, wishing to embrace him, but he released her, saying, "Until next time." As his figure faded from view, Taylor's assistant approached, pouting in discontent. "Sister, is it truly appropriate for you to be so publicly entangled with him on the streets? If the paparazzi were to capture this moment, do you comprehend the magnitude of its repercussions? What do you think of him?" Taylor, brushing aside her disheveled locks, exuded a newfound intellectual elegance, contrasting sharply with her earlier innocence. "Not much, really. How long have we known each other? To be so familiar so soon." Typical of those athletic types, they are indeed rather rash. Taylor held the charming plush snake doll before her. "However, I find him rather agreeable." She scrutinized the doll carefully and then gingerly placed it into her bag, for it was a gift recently bestowed upon her by Chinbo. Perhaps this is a token of affection. Undoubtedly, it is a token of affection. At that very moment, the regional manager of Coca-Cola Cleveland was dialing Bill Duffy's number. "Bill, how are things progressing? Have we reached a contract yet?" "We remain quite optimistic about Chinbo's commercial potential. We need to deliberate further." Bill Duffy showed no signs of concern in front of the Pepsi headquarters personnel. "Deliberate further? You must realize that many are seeking our endorsement. However, we view this player as rather exceptional. Do not presume we are entirely dependent on you." Coca-Cola, being a globally renowned enterprise, possesses its own pride. Such an air of superiority is not cultivated overnight. If that is your stance, it shall reflect your sincerity. I must attend to other guests now. With that, Bill Duffy ended the call abruptly, leaving no opportunity for the regional manager to respond. The busy signal left him momentarily bewildered. How could this be? His mind raced, swiftly recognizing the precariousness of the situation. Bill had evidently orchestrated this. This is bad. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and made another call. "David, please check if anyone has arrived from New York." 3 minutes later, armed with a definitive answer, the regional manager reached out to Bill once more, his tone unexpectedly obsequious. "Bill, my dear friend, where are you right now? We need to discuss this in person." "Really? To be honest, we are not entirely committed to this endorsement." "Brother, how can you say such things? You are being too formal. Just give me a location and I shall be there." "I come bearing ample sincerity." Upon receiving Duffy's address, the regional manager quickly dialed the Atlanta headquarters. "Boss, we must up the ante. Bill is nothing but a cunning merchant. Has the Pepsi headquarters sent anyone to negotiate?" "Yes. We must secure Chinbo. The unique marketability he presents is not something to overlook, especially considering the Eastern University market." The headquarters granted him the necessary authority, providing regional manager Connor with newfound confidence. This was his first task for headquarters, and should he fail, his prospects for advancement would be jeopardized. Soon, Chunbo arrived at a CAF not far from the Speedy Loan Arena. Bill and his associates had been waiting here for some time. Is this Chunbo? Indeed, he possesses distinct characteristics. The representative from Pepsi scrutinized Chunbo's ample abdomen. Rising to extend a hand with a light chuckle, Chunbo politely reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, the group prepared to engage in a detailed discussion regarding their collaboration. Connor hurriedly made his way to the coffee room, pushing the door open, and, as anticipated, found Bill seated face-to-face with an unfamiliar gentleman. Beside them sat the main figure, Chunbo, who regarded the impetuous blonde intruder with a frown of displeasure. Have you concluded your discussions? Connor inquired. His gaze falling upon the contract laid out on the table, his spirits dampened. After Bill introduced everyone and their respective identities, the two men ceased their pretense, ignoring each other, and the atmosphere grew palpably cold. The conflict between Pepsi and Coca-Cola had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Upon realizing this, Chunbo silently commended Bill, feeling a surge of determination. Bill, why don't you take this gentleman next door to continue your discussion? I shall speak with this individual. With that, Bill Duffy began to rise, but the Pepsi representative, who had been seated on the sofa, interjected with displeasure, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? I arrived first." Having traveled all the way from New York, Connor retorted with biting sarcasm. Does the significance of signing with Brother Chunbo hinge on distance? It is the strength of one's capabilities, or rather, the highest bidder that truly matters. Chunbo, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Brother, one cannot phrase it that way. Should cooperation falter, the sentiment remains, I, Chunbo, am still eager to befriend all." Ha ha ha, Brother Chun speaks wisely. The Pepsi representative shot a disgruntled glance at Connor before following Bill into another room. An hour later, everyone emerged from the coffee shop with smiles plastered on their faces. As they turned to leave, apart from Chunbo and Bill, none of the other two wore a pleasant expression. Damn, how cunning. It's all Pepsi's fault. They truly are relentless. Spitting in disdain, Bill remarked as he watched their departing figures, "Congratulations, Chunbo. This is all you're doing, ha ha ha." Chapter 38, The Veteran Actor. $500 million. Coca-Cola truly holds me in high regard. Your worth extends far beyond the basketball court. It is the vast Eastern market behind you that piques their interest. As Bill, the agent, was acutely aware of their intentions, he noted that the Pepsi representative had claimed that regardless of Coca-Cola's offer, he would proceed without any constraints. This alone swayed Bill towards Pepsi, as their demeanor demonstrated far more generosity than Coca-Cola. While it is indeed true that the highest bidder prevails, one cannot dismiss the acknowledgement of their seriousness from the headquarters. This is a matter of goodwill. No rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. Chunbo's face radiated confidence, resembling that of a cunning old fox. Bill pondered silently, questioning whether collaborating with such an independently spirited individual was indeed a fortuitous endeavor. It was no wonder that the Easterners had endured for 5 millennia. Their intellect was unparalleled. The following day, the Cavaliers plunged into an intense training regimen, for they were destined to confront the Magic, the very team that had eliminated them in the previous season. The two teams converged once more in the Eastern Conference Finals, presenting Cleveland with a chance for redemption. Each player harbored a fierce determination to rectify past grievances, resulting in a palpable tension as the team's managers engaged in a war of words through the media days before the match, replete with vitriol. The Magic issued several statements, proclaiming their strategic advantage, while the Cavaliers, unyielding, retaliated with a series of counter-articles. The stage for the Eastern Finals appeared to have been subtly set amidst this battle of rhetoric. On the day of the match, within the training room of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, Chunbo was, as usual, indulging in leisure, relishing a hamburger to replenish his energy and nonchalance. While everyone had long since acclimated to his lack of shooting practice, Jackson approached, jesting, "Sometimes I truly wish to compete with you gifted players. You neglect training yet perform remarkably well. Are there many like Iverson?" Shaquille joined in, echoing, "Indeed, it's infuriating. You too." Jackson, perhaps having grown comfortable with Chunbo and Shaquille, shared a camaraderie, as few could resist Shaquille's humorous demeanor. Chunbo retorted, "How dare you critique my talent? You rely on raw ability rather than honing your skills as a guard. It's utterly despairing." As he spoke, Chunbo retrieved his phone, displaying a photo of Uncle Moo, wrapped in bandages and languishing in the lounge. Shaquille's smile faded. Uncle Moo commanded the respect of all. he was a true warrior. This was the era of the early 2000s. If it were 20 years later, players like Portsies, the Weeping Embiid, Chet, and Wembanyama might have been utterly obliterated in a single game. I'm not joking. I truly miss that age of physical collisions, thankfully. I managed to catch the last train. Alas, the dog-eat-dog system denies me the chance to experience such a hard-nosed style of play. Hey, Chin, where's LeBron? Is he perhaps feeling shy? Jackson, who genuinely disliked such individuals, mused. Wasn't it only natural for him not to show up? Jackson realized there was indeed some truth to that. Nevertheless, Chun, it would be better if you simply took a rest. Your current display is quite distressing for me. Jackson pointed at the dainty dumbbell in Shinbo's hand, almost mistaking it for a bone. Nonsense. Do you think I'm playing around? Evading practice? Slacking off? Shinbo spread his palm, showcasing his lightweight dumbbell akin to that of Shou-Chi, asserting earnestly, I am training my delicate touch. Do you understand? Delicacy. As the two discussed whether Shinbo was merely slacking off or genuinely training, Brown entered the training room with a grave expression. Bearing unfortunate news, LeBron would be unable to participate in tonight's game due to a worsening injury, which had placed him on the daily observation list. The timeline for his return would depend on the condition of his elbow. LeBron will come back. He is a warrior. We must unite and strive to endure until his return, Brown passionately encouraged the team. In the Eastern Conference Finals, each game is of paramount importance, and every single possession must be executed flawlessly. Thus, he expressed concern that LeBron's absence might dampen their spirits. Shinbo remained silent, wearing a cold smirk, pondering if this was yet another instance of a strategic injury. Having shone brightly in the last game, it was inevitable that someone would be displeased. His performance had been impeccable, even leading to a resounding victory over the formidable Boston trio at home. Ultimately, however, one can be too successful for their own good. Despite claiming the title of King of Cleveland, it did not diminish his desire to assert dominance over others. The main issue was that his recent performances had been disastrous. Unable to stifle Shinbo's statistics, in the court of public opinion, Bill Duffy had utilized his resources to craft a formidable narrative for Shinbo, complicating matters for LeBron. If LeBron were to dominate the ball on the court without passing, even if opportunities arose, it would undoubtedly draw criticism. It was all too apparent. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to withdraw from the game, leveraging his strategic injury. This way, while the Cavaliers fell to the Magic, he could make a grand return in the next match, staging a triumphant comeback. Thus, he would still reign as the King of Cleveland. After the training session concluded, the team's spirits seemed unchanged. They ate and drank as usual, suggesting that Brown's worries were unwarranted. O'Neal and Shinbo did not leave the training facility immediately, but instead found a corner to engage in lighthearted conversation. It was clear that they were all in the know. O'Neal jestingly pointed at Varejão's departing figure, quipping, LeBron, the seasoned actor. Shinbo could only agree. Recognizing O'Neal's keen insight, this was merely the beginning of LeBron's theatrical career. Perhaps we should feign injury as well. There is a distinct lack of leadership, O'Neal remarked. I was genuinely deceived by him once. It would be disingenuous to claim O'Neal had no regrets. For who would have guessed that a certain someone in Cleveland turned out to be an actor? Yet, he had fortuitously encountered a promising talent. Most importantly, Shinbo was to his liking. Perhaps not, Shinbo replied, shaking his head. Everything is as anticipated. Let us consider this from a different perspective. Could this not also be an opportunity for us? Our opportunity? Shinbo mused, staring at the empty soda can in his hand. The can is empty. If we refill it, will it not become a full bottle once more? Like this soda, once I finish it, I may refill. Though it may have lost its fizz and the taste may not be as delightful as before. Yet, it is still drinkable, is it not? Moreover, we have another bottle. Shinbo shook the can of soda in his other hand. Chapter 39. The Eastern Conference Finals commenced that evening. The Quick Loan Arena was still filled to capacity. As a local fan, no one wished to miss the opportunity to witness such a significant match. Many ordinary families eagerly anticipated this game throughout the year. Tonight, they welcomed a fresh opponent, the Orlando Magic, led by Howard. The mood among the Cleveland fans was not as exuberant as during their previous clash with the Celtics. The absence of LeBron cast a shadow over their confidence, although several fans had shifted their allegiance to Shinbo in the last series. LeBron's absence still dealt them a blow. If Shinbo struggled to find his rhythm, the Cavaliers could be in jeopardy. Despite missing the game, LeBron did not miss the opportunity to garner attention, appearing impeccably dressed in the stands, ostensibly to support his teammates. Consequently, during warm-ups, the cameras frequently focused on him, adorned with a large gold chain that contrasted strikingly with his black suit. Naturally, Chunbo also received his share of the spotlight, for he was the pivotal figure in the current narrative. Chunbo opted for a warm-up that conserved energy, attempting a few three-point shots to gauge his feel. Satisfied with his performance, he began to socialize, chatting with reporters and bantering with teammates. Soon, warm-up time concluded, leading into the opening ceremony. As customary, the visiting team was introduced first, and the presentation for the Magic was brief and perfunctory. The starters were announced accordingly: Howard, Rashard Lewis, Vince Carter, Matt Barnes, and Jameer Nelson. Next came the introduction of the Cavaliers, where Chunbo, typically regarded as a third-string player, was not even considered a starter. Yet, in this game, he not only took to the court but did so as the final player introduced, occupying the position previously held by LeBron. This clearly demonstrated the Cavaliers' regard for him. His rise was a testament to his performance in the last 3 games of the previous series, which had convincingly won over the management, coaching staff, players, and fans alike. Strictly speaking, this round marked only his second genuine appearance on the court, where he achieved a career best of 41 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. Let it not be said that he was merely a rookie with limited playing time throughout the season. Even some starters might not achieve such statistics over their entire careers, let alone in the playoffs while playing alongside LeBron. To achieve a triple-double is truly an extraordinary feat. The atmosphere of the opening ceremony was electric as the lights dimmed, leaving only the illuminated strips between the first and second floors. The central screen displayed the opening visuals, and the resonant voice announced, "Cleveland, let us welcome our starting lineup." The crowd's excitement soared, not only among the fervent fans present but also within Chunbo, who felt his adrenaline surging. And now, we invite the rookie from the class of 2009, the towering 7'1" sensation from Dongda, number 15, Chunbo. As the exuberant voice echoed, Chunbo rose from his seat, high-fived his teammates, and sprinted onto the court, shaking his jersey in anticipation. The camera captured this moment flawlessly, and the arena erupted with a thunderous cheer. His previous performance had won the hearts of everyone in Cleveland. For a fleeting moment, sitting courtside, LeBron felt a twinge of regret about his decision. But he quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. Howard's speed and defensive prowess, along with the Magic sharpshooters, were formidable challenges. LeBron reassured himself, "Without my defensive capabilities, they cannot secure an easy victory. This game will serve as a lesson for them." The Cavaliers' starting lineup was revealed: Jamison, Mo Williams, O'Neal, Parker, and Delonte West. Chunbo was not in the starting 5, not due to the coach's decision, but by his own request. As the game commenced, the Magic did not appear as formidable as Chunbo had anticipated. Rather, their offense had noticeably declined compared to the previous year. This was partly due to the trade of Courtney Lee, the true brain and core organizer of the team, although they had acquired the more experienced and daring Vince Carter. The assist numbers were misleading, failing to reflect the difference in offensive fluidity. Just as Sunyu, despite having a championship ring, could not be compared to Kobe Bryant, McCall could not be equated with Curry or Leonard despite his 3 championships. Additionally, the Cavaliers had brought in O'Neal this season, originally to counter Howard, which further diminished the Magic's advantages. Although O'Neal had aged, his threat remained significant, capable of exhausting opponents' core players. Of course, Brown, as a caretaker coach, might not have considered this. His focus was simply on serving LeBron well, while others like Malone were expected to contribute. The main narrative of this match was to wear down Howard. Chunbo awaited the moment when O'Neal, Varejao, Jamison, and others would have sufficiently exhausted Howard before stepping onto the court. At this juncture, Chunbo found it challenging to shine, in contrast to LeBron's proactive approach. He was relegated to a more passive role. The dogged system is designed to prevent fatigue, while one may indulge in a lackadaisical attitude. Allow me to engage in a few vigorous matches, as that would afford me the leverage to pursue a degree of privilege. Otherwise, the management may dismiss me as inconsequential and trade me away. To possess skill is to embody pride. Lacking it, one merely appears foolish. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 21-26, with the Magic holding a 5-point lead. Neither team called for a timeout, showcasing a relentless exchange of plays, awaiting only an official pause. In comparison to the Magic's offensive dilemmas, the Cavaliers faced even greater challenges. Deprived of their pivotal ball handler, LeBron James, who orchestrated their attacks, the Cavaliers became overly reliant on his penetrative passes, compounded by the limited resilience of their role players. Fortunately, They still had Chenbo. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Chenbo stood at the beckoning of Brown, removed his training gear, and approached the center of the court. The fans erupted in cheers at this moment. On the court, the formidable Howard remained present, while the Cavaliers' offense struggled due to O'Neal's playing style, leading Howard to instinctively occupy the paint. However, Chenbo consistently avoided that area reserved for Varejao. At this juncture, the Magic had substituted several bench players, while the Cavaliers replaced two of their big men. Williams and Chenbo executed a pick-and-roll, with Redick pressing tightly to deny him an easy shot. Howard opted for a retreating defense, receiving a pass from Williams. Chenbo glanced at Howard with a slight smile, as if to taunt, "What is it to be? Will you defend me?" Chapter 40. The deceptive move. The advantage of retreating defense lies in its ability to diminish the opponent's interior scoring potential and reduce their impact. It also facilitates rebounding opportunities. After all, this was Chenbo's initial round, and uncertainty about his shooting touch rendered this strategy quite reasonable. "I am curious to see the caliber of your skills, Howard." Maintaining a jovial demeanor on the court often projected an air of frivolity, a perception frequently echoed in media reports. Yet, while they report their observations, I acknowledge my flaws. Albeit without alteration. Chenbo raised a finger towards the hoop and swiftly launched a three-pointer, releasing the ball with remarkable speed. Howard only reacted after the ball swished through the net. This exemplifies the influence of a center with three-point capability exerting pressure on Howard. "If you do not defend, I will shoot the three. If you approach, I will dish the ball inside for a cut. Is that all you have, Howard?" With this, Chenbo began to toy with his opponent's mindset. Psychological warfare is a manifestation of strength. Of course, some may disdain such tactics, like Kawhi Leonard. However, Chenbo is not among them, for it is well known that few formidable players in the league possess a calm temperament. Consider the likes of the basketball deity Michael Jordan, the six-time champion, or the four-time champion Kobe Bryant, adored by countless fans, or the recently retired Garnett, who among them does not exhibit a fiery temperament and engage in on-court banter. This is the essence of competitive sports. If you lack the ability, you will be criticized. If you are not up to the task, do not even attempt to get involved. The truth is stark and unyielding, while falsehoods will forever remain as such. Howard, adorned in a black and white floral headband, observed with a furrowed brow as Chenbo unexpectedly scored. He coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe that making a single shot means you have arrived? You will not encounter such a favorable opportunity again. I will demonstrate the significance of consecutive defensive prowess." Although Howard was known for his good temper, it did not imply that he refrained from verbal sparring. How could a dominant center exude warmth and kindness? The Orlando Magic thrived on Howard's command of the paint, complemented by four sharpshooters, thus pioneering the space-oriented center play style. Chenbo sought to dismantle this dynamic. To capture the king, one must first seize the treasure, and breaking Howard's mentality was the crux of the matter. As the Magic prepared for a sideline inbounds, Jameer Nelson, the ball handler for the pick-and-roll, positioned himself at the arc and lofted the ball to Howard in the left low post. Valanciunas was tasked with guarding him, while Chenbo also positioned himself in the paint, initiating a double team. There was no choice. Even the younger version of the Beast had to be respected. In the playoffs, he was a fearsome presence, averaging an impressive 1 points and 2 rebounds. "Come on. Try to overpower me and see how formidable you truly are." Chenbo, wary of Howard's potential for distributing the ball, resolved to play strategically. Howard, intrigued, decided to test Chenbo's defense. With an explosive roar, he turned and leaped, preparing to deliver a one-handed dunk. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Valanciunas and Chenbo's double team, his shot was disrupted and veered off course. Howard, undeterred, leapt again amidst the duo's pressure to secure the rebound. Chenbo could only exclaim in awe at Howard's remarkable second jump speed. "This is sheer talent," he thought. "Bring it on." However, Howard found his view obstructed by Chenbo's outstretched arms, rendering him unable to dunk once more. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to the equally capable Lewis. After making the pass, Howard established his position, seeking the ball once more, with only 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Chenbo refrained from contesting. Such laborious duties were naturally left to Valanciunas, who had previously assumed this role during LeBron's tenure. Now, he was expected to take the initiative. "Do you not realize my stamina is meant for scoring?" Valanciunas complied with the instructions, forcing his way forward while remaining vigilant for any potential defensive needs. Howard positioned himself and executed a small hook shot. Clang! The shot missed. Quick to react, Howard leapt again, seizing the offensive rebound and executing a powerful dunk. he exclaimed, landing with his arms arched and directing a fierce roar at Chun Bo, laden with provocation. Did you see that, rookie? This is true strength. Humph. In response, Chun Bo merely smiled and nodded, maintaining an air of politeness and grace. The score stood at 28-24, with the Magic leading by 4 points. Williams advanced the ball into the front court, and once again, Chun Bo moved to set a high pick and roll, initiating another mismatch, this time against Redick. Williams aimed to challenge Howard, but upon witnessing the formidable presence of the beast guarding the paint, he faltered. This season, Howard has transformed the restricted area into a no-fly zone, averaging an astonishing 29 blocks per game. Opponents have seen their shooting percentage plummet to a mere 47.1, the lowest efficiency in the league. Such statistics may not evoke strong feelings, yet this figure speaks volumes about Howard's dominance. As Williams passed the ball back, Howard scoffed derisively. Chun Bo, receiving the ball, faced Redick, positioning his body to deny Redick any chance of interception, thus pushing him back to the free throw line. Howard approached with intent. Redick, you cover Williams. It was clear that Howard intended to isolate Chun Bo. After the switch, Howard clapped his hands, eager to see Chun Bo's mid-range shot. A challenge he had issued. Chun Bo, his expression slightly irked, raised his hand to take the shot, but Howard was already prepared, his hands outstretched. Unexpectedly, Chun Bo accelerated past him on the right, executing a simple yet elegant floater that found its mark. You tricked me. Howard's face darkened, feeling humiliated. Isn't that just a basic shot fake? Chun Bo shrugged innocently. You didn't fall for that, did you? You should be ashamed. Howard clenched his fists, glaring fiercely. The possession shifted to the Magic as Jameer Nelson advanced the ball once more. This time, however, he had no opportunity to lob it, as Varejao, under Chun Bo's direction, moved to defend him closely, denying him the ball. This was a strategic response to Howard's inconsistent mid-range game. Nevertheless, Howard still raised his hands, demanding the ball. Putting the passer's skills to the test with a need for surgical precision, too much or too little would not suffice. Fortunately, Nelson successfully delivered the pass, garnering several approving nods from Stan Van Gundy, who contemplated how to address Howard's fury. Perhaps Howard's rage could inadvertently benefit their offense. Observing first, then deciding. Howard backed into Varejao, methodically asserting his presence in the paint, a tactic Chun Bo welcomed. In the first quarter, with ample energy, Howard was formidable. But what about in the fourth quarter? Thus, Chun Bo's strategy was to exhaust him early, avoiding double teams to prevent him from distributing to the perimeter shooters. Howard, now beneath the basket, executed a small hook shot, the ball finding its way through the net with ease. Come on, this is dominance. No one wants to face me down low. At this moment, Howard was indeed justified in his proclamation. This is just the beginning. Chun Bo retorted coldly as he received a pass from Williams at midcourt, advancing to the arc. This time, Lewis dared not give him an inch, fully focused on denying him an easy three-point opportunity. Chapter 41. Bold. Arrogant. You're afraid to come up, aren't you? Howard paid no heed. He was foolish. If he advanced, the interior defense would crumble. Chun Bo fixed his gaze on Lewis, raising his hand for a feigned shot, which failed to deceive him. Do you think such tricks could fool me? Lewis scoffed. Quite clever. Chun Bo replied, giving him a hearty thumbs up. This time, I truly intend to shoot. With just 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Lewis narrowed his eyes as he observed Chun Bo retreating a step to launch a three-pointer. Lewis instinctively moved forward to contest, but his interference was limited. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air like a precision-guided missile, finding nothing but net. What is this? A step-back three from Chun Bo. This was utterly astonishing. How did he manage that? The fans in the stands were left in shock, heads clasped in disbelief. This was a deity, our god of Cleveland. Barkley shook his head from the commentary booth, exclaiming, "There's no way to praise this. Chun is not of this era, he is a revolutionary sinner." Bryn even remarked, Chun could easily be the cornerstone of a new team. He possesses that caliber. While some saw potential in him, others were skeptical. Observing his physique, it seemed he had gained a bit of weight. An undisciplined individual is often just a fleeting phenomenon. He is merely youthful at this stage. If he continues down this path, he holds no value for development. Slow mobility, mediocre rim protection, limited stamina, and an aversion to confrontation. These are the mainstream opinions. Only the Cleveland fans, along with Barkley and Bryn, held a favorable view of him. Yet, those who shared the court with Chun Bo truly understood his remarkable prowess. It could be said that he hardly trained at all. One can only imagine the heights he might reach should he embrace discipline. Who in the league could possibly contain him then? Chenbo placed his hand to his ear, urging the fans to amplify their cheers, fully galvanizing the Cavaliers' spirit. LeBron, seated in the stands, furrowed his brow. He had initially expected to witness Chenbo's downfall today. But what was happening now? If the likes of Garnett and other veterans couldn't contain him, how could a young Howard fail to do so? Find some resistance, LeBron exclaimed. Anxious, if the team could win without his leadership, it would significantly undermine his status. This was not merely a preseason game. It was the Eastern Conference Finals. As the first quarter concluded, the Magic led 35-31, relying on their outside shooting prowess. The Cavaliers faced substantial offensive challenges, depending solely on Chenbo's individual skills. In just half a quarter, Chenbo had already amassed an impressive 12 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal from 5 attempts. Howard, meanwhile, played the entire first quarter, scoring 7 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, and recording 1 block from 5 attempts. As the second quarter commenced, Chenbo took a breather, and O'Neal entered the game alongside Jamison, who also posed a threat with his mid-range and three-point shooting. The Magic, in turn, brought in Gortat. O'Neal found it effortless to dominate the paint against him, yet the Cavaliers still struggled to contain the Magic's offensive onslaught. The Magic's sharpshooters demand robust individual defensive capabilities, a quality conspicuously absent in the Cavaliers lineup. When O'Neal imposes his strength in the paint, the Magic's perimeter players are poised to capitalize. However, O'Neal's sluggishness in defending against pick-and-rolls renders him vulnerable to exploitation by the opposition. Redick, adept at releasing his shot in the fleeting moment following a screen, exemplifies this strategy, which is why he was often entrusted with initiating the first play during his tenure with the Clippers. Following a straightforward pick from DeAndre Jordan, he can effortlessly transition into a mid-range or three-point shot. Regrettably, this is his sole offensive weapon. His ability to cut to the basket and defend against inside plays is rather mediocre, yet the Cavaliers currently find themselves in a quandary. Had LeBron been present, the scenario might have unfolded quite differently, provided he was willing to engage in the gritty defensive chores. 3 minutes later, as Redick once again sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 9 points at 45-36, Brown could no longer remain passive and promptly called for a timeout. Chun, prepare yourself. You'll be entering the game soon. Brown gestured towards Chin. Chenbo, summoned under pressure, assumed the mantle of leading the Cavaliers' offensive charge. Coach, I need Varejao, Chenbo asserted, offering an apologetic glance towards Jamison and O'Neal. Comparatively, Varejo's defensive prowess is somewhat superior to that of the latter two. His defensive efficiency and rebounding statistics surpass those of O'Neal and Jamison, not to mention his selection to this season's all-defensive second team. The presence of both Chenbo and O'Neal on the court creates an unwieldy interior, heavily skewed towards offense rather than defense. If Jamison were to replicate his regular season performances, the Cavaliers might not find themselves in such a precarious position. During the Eastern Conference Finals, the Magic had relied on Kevin Garnett's limitless mid-range shooting to secure victory. Yet, the Cavaliers lack such an asset. Confronted with the Magic's tenacious perimeter defense, the Cavaliers are compelled to challenge Howard's defensive prowess with mid-range shots. Howard boasts the league's top efficiency in restricting opponents' scoring in the paint this season. After the timeout, Chenbo re-entered the fray, hastily shedding his training gear, which had barely warmed him. As the Cavaliers' offense resumed, Williams, with the ball, utilized a screen from Chenbo, penetrating into the Magic's paint. Although Gortat's rim protection is average, he is ineffective against Williams, who, unfortunately, missed yet again. Fortunately, West actively secured the rebound, sending the ball back to the perimeter for a decisive three-point attempt, but alas, it too failed to find its mark. This time, Gortat successfully claimed the rebound, passing it to Redick, with Howard resting on the sidelines. The Magic's offensive strategy shifted from a star-driven approach to one centered around Redick and pick-and-roll plays. None of the 5 players were stationed near the basket. Lewis and Pietrus occupied the corners, while Barnes engaged in a tussle with West at the 45-degree angle. As Redick leveraged Gortat's solid frame for a screen, he prepared to unleash another mid-range shot. Snap! With a resounding crash, the basketball was sent soaring out of bounds by Chenbo, who had executed a volleyball-style block with such force that his palm tingled. Gortat could hardly fathom how Chenbo had managed to surpass him. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. The play was spectacular, exhilarating, and undeniably attributed to Chenbo. Upon landing, Chenbo pointed a finger at Redick, shaking it side to side, his expression dripping with disdain. The mockery left Redick visibly flustered, his demeanor encapsulated by two words, audacious and arrogant. The possession remained with the Magic, and Redick called for a pick from Gortat. This was the essence of the Magic, efficient execution, with each player fulfilling their role, albeit with a somewhat simplistic strategy. This time, Redick successfully maneuvered to position Shinbo directly in front of him. Care to challenge me? Be my guest. Shinbo's expression was one of contempt, though it was clear that this was largely for show. He was well aware of Redick's capabilities. Chapter 42. Truly no boast before his time travel. Shinbo held no fondness for this individual, not solely due to his coaching of the Lakers and their dismal performance, but rather because of his racially discriminatory remarks. During a formal promotional event for the university, he had the audacity to use derogatory language, and he had a history of such behavior, targeting not only Asians but also African Americans. Encountering someone like him now warranted a proper reprimand. With a physique so unfit, how could he still dare to pursue a professional career? Shinbo chuckled, resorting to personal attacks when unable to compete on the court. He felt as if he could easily overpower him. Dribbling the ball, Redick continued his verbal sparring with Shinbo, unaware that West had suddenly emerged, snatching the ball from his grasp. What followed was a familiar sequence for the Cavaliers, a swift defensive counterattack. West, without needing to glance up, launched a long pass toward the frontcourt where Shinbo awaited. Such was the Cavaliers' pace in transition. Even LeBron, seated on the bench, widened his eyes in astonishment as the fans erupted in excitement. Shinbo's presence was unmistakable as he executed both defense and offense seamlessly. With a thunderous dunk, he scored. Upon retreating to half-court, Shinbo initiated a high-five with West. He was never one to withhold praise, just like Varejao. As long as he didn't come off as sycophantic, he was commendable, showcasing excellent skills and solid defense. In the ensuing possession for the Magic, Redick passed the ball to Barnes on the perimeter. After receiving a pass to penetrate, Barnes shot decisively. Clang. The three-pointer missed, but Varejao secured the rebound. As for Shinbo's laid-back approach to rebounding, he could voice his objections, but ultimately it was the coach's strategy. Shinbo's stamina was reserved for the offensive end. In the Cavaliers' offensive possession, without the pivotal presence of LeBron James, one would expect Williams, as the point guard, to assume the role of court commander. However, it is Shinbo who commands the ball with the tacit approval of Brown, emerging as the unparalleled playmaking center, adept at distributing the ball. Williams executes a pick-and-roll with him, seamlessly passing the ball to Shinbo. At the top of the arc, he faces Gortat and contemplates a three-point shot, albeit with an element of risk involved. As he directs his teammates' movements, the Magic initiate a double team, with Barnes persistently applying pressure. Shinbo, teetering on the brink of a travel violation, manages to pass the ball to the unmarked old Parker. The best counter to a double team is to share the ball, provided the open man can convert. However, in the moment Parker hesitates as he raises his hand, opting to step in for a mid-range shot, only to have Gortat swatted away upon his return. Shoot it. Valerio bellows, frustrated by the squandered opportunity. The Cavaliers retain possession. Shinbo receives the ball on the left side, backing down step by step until he reaches the free throw line, executing a deceptive spin and a fading jumper with remarkable difficulty, scoring once more. In the opening 2 minutes, he has tallied 4 points and a block, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Van Gundy, unable to remain passive, brings Howard onto the court a minute early. Gortat appears to be nothing more than a plaything for Shinbo. Following Howard's entrance, the Magic's offensive options expand. Redick, with the ball, lobs it to Howard, who this time opts not to attack, but instead passes to Vince Carter in the weak side corner. Carter, with a quick step, drives into the Cavaliers' paint, where Shinbo extends his long arms to disrupt the play, passing directly to Barnes on the strong side. Once again, with no opportunity available, the ball is returned to Howard down low. After a couple of pivots, Howard attempts a bank shot, but misses. Shinbo secures the rebound. Alert! Host has exceeded 20 minutes of playtime with high intensity. Please rest. Damn it, not again. Shinbo feels an urge to vent his frustration. How can he develop under such constraints? The coach allocates playtime, yet he imposes limits, doesn't he? Just wait until the off-season when I accumulate an abundance of tanking points. I will fill my playtime limit to the brim and aim for 48 minutes. Host boasts but lacks true skill, fitting the tanking persona, awarded tanking points. 1. Shinbo gazes at the solitary figure of 260 tanking points on the system panel, feeling a pang of regret. When will he find himself in a position akin to a certain billionaire, with a cold $4 billion in his bank account? He doesn't require such a fortune, Just a decent amount of tanking points would suffice, even if it's short by 1-0, or better yet, 3. Chen. The shot clock is winding down. Williams calls out to Chen Bo, who is dribbling at the top of the arc. What is he doing? Snapped back to reality. Chen Bo glances at the timer. Only 8 seconds remain, and he cannot afford to waste any more time. It's all on him. None of these teammates can be relied upon. Now he has begun to comprehend Kobe, understanding why in 2013 he suffered an Achilles rupture, pure exhaustion, a cautionary tale for himself. He pushed too hard, his body could not endure. Kobe was obstinate. When his teammates faltered, he took it upon himself to shoulder the burden, often drawing ire upon his fellow players. Chen Bo seized a commendable opportunity thanks to Varejao, managing to release his shot before Lewis could arrive for assistance. However, the basketball ultimately ricocheted off the front of the rim. Fortunately, with both Lewis and Howard positioned at the high post, Varejao adeptly secured the rebound. Upon witnessing Howard and Lewis collapsing the defense, Chen Bo swiftly gestured for the ball, signaling his desire. Varejao noticed Chen Bo's call for the ball but merely acknowledged it. When his own enthusiasm was recognized and he was summoned to the court by Chen Bo, he became acutely aware of the commanding presence of LeBron James on the bench, who had given him a knowing glance. After years of being in James's shadow, he had developed an astute understanding of the star's every move. Moreover, it was time for him to showcase his skills, having made only 3 attempts in the game thus far. Thus, despite Howard's imposing presence, he resolutely opted for a turnaround hook shot. With a thunderous sound, Howard's extraordinary leaping ability established his dominion in the paint. Attempting a hook shot beneath his watchful eye was akin to courting disaster. The basketball was swatted away. Igniting a fierce battle for position beneath the basket, this was the 2009 to 2010 season, where the paint was fiercely contested. Varejao, known for his adept positioning and crafty maneuvers, successfully wrested the rebound from Howard. He redeemed himself from the earlier misjudgment. At that moment, Varejao caught sight of a dark figure charging towards him, fully overshadowed by Howard. His chances were diminished compared to before. He managed to squeeze the ball through the narrow space between Lewis and Howard's bodies. As he passed the ball, he pushed Howard away from the basket. Redick, intent on assisting with a steal, realized too late as the ball soared past his head, revealing the imposing figure behind him, Chen Bo. After a sprint from the arc, Chen Bo leapt from the free throw line, initially intending just to catch and lay it in. However, upon noticing Redick approaching to help defensively, he seized the moment. Chen Bo summoned all his latent strength, gripping the basketball with both hands, and, confronting Redick, forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Redick could not permit Chen Bo an easy dunk. He exerted every ounce of strength to push him back. Yet, he soon recognized the futility of his efforts, as the immense force emanating from Chen Bo was insurmountable. Pushing against Chen Bo's abdomen felt akin to pressing against a mass of cotton initially, only to swiftly realize that he was being bulldozed backward as if by a tank. In the next instant, due to Chen Bo's deliberate maneuver, coupled with the height difference, his thigh came crashing down upon Redick's face. The scene resembled the act of pinning a small chick. With a resounding bang, the entire basketball hoop trembled under Chen Bo's force. The sheer impact sent Redick tumbling beyond the baseline, clutching his chest, his face now a deep shade of purple. Upon landing, Chen Bo surveyed Redick's agonized form sprawled on the ground and stepped over him. What just transpired? Goodness. That was a stunning replication of Allen Iverson's iconic crossover against Tyronn Lue. Classics remain timeless, exhilarating. The crowd at the Quicken Loans Arena erupted in gasps, with the most profound visual impact felt by the spectators in the front row. This legendary moment unfolded right before their eyes, leaving them momentarily stunned and their minds blank. Chen Bo, this is utterly remarkable. Is this what it means to be fearless? Redick, still clutching his chest and blushing with anger, was approached by Howard, who readied himself to intervene. Calm down, he began, but before he could finish, he noticed that Redick, rising abruptly, was not seeking revenge against Chen Bo, shaking his head. Redick feigned a righteous demeanor, declaring, "It's nothing. Everything is for the team's victory. I won't be fooled." Chen Bo, upon hearing this, marveled at the novelty of such bravado. Perhaps this is the mark of a clever individual. Standing at a towering height of 213 centimeters and weighing 129 kilograms as a formidable center, he thought. If Redick dared to swagger in front of him, Chen Bo would surely represent the millions from Dongda and send him reeling. Unfortunately, despite Chen Bo's provocative gaze, Redick managed to restrain himself, a true testament to his resilience. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Chun Bo could only shake his head in disappointment. Magic's coach Stan Van Gundy called a timeout as the score gap narrowed to 3 points. Chun Bo seemed to traverse the court unchallenged, soaring and dominating the game. It was evident that the opposing team needed to collect themselves. Should they exhaust Chun Bo or let him play freely? This was Van Gundy's dilemma. Given Chun Bo's current performance, exhausting him appeared to be the optimal strategy. Allowing him to roam freely would surely lead to disaster. His skills were comprehensive, mid-range shots, footwork beneath the basket, three-point shooting, post moves, fadeaways. He was a true powerhouse. Fortunately, his stamina was finite, and his speed somewhat lacking, making him susceptible to fatigue. The plan was to substitute Howard for him and utilize Carter, Barnes, and others for defensive interference. Above all, they needed to increase the pace of the game and exploit fast breaks. Howard's speed was a distinct advantage. Having devised a strategy, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Shaquille O'Neal entered the fray. Van Gundy observed Chun Bo on the bench, panting and sipping soda, utterly bewildered. There were still 4 minutes left. It wasn't that Brown was playing unorthodoxly, but rather that Chun Bo was defying norms for a very simple reason. I'm tired. In the fourth quarter, it is imperative to perform. Thus, the latter stages of the second quarter revolve around O'Neal as the core of the interior strategy. Both teams are engaged in an exceptionally fierce contest. Today, the Magic's perimeter shooting is commendable, particularly given the Cavaliers' lackluster exterior defense. Howard finds himself unable to dislodge O'Neal in the paint. Coupled with O'Neal's abundant energy, he begins to dominate the interior. Howard, lacking a mid-range shot, cannot simply exploit screens like Garnett does. At this moment, both teams' lineups resemble a configuration of stars orbiting a singular force, differing only in the Cavaliers' significantly lower shooting accuracy. The area of defensive coverage in the paint has shrunk considerably. However, the Cavaliers possess a unique advantage: their ability to penetrate. Williams and West's drives are quite effective, and O'Neal's stature provides excellent screen-setting capabilities. Thus, with 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the point differential remains within 10. Neither side can decisively overpower the other. Today, not only is Chun Bo excelling, but O'Neal is also proving to be formidable. Brown has altered the strategy, allowing both O'Neal and Chun Bo to be on the court simultaneously, deploying a twin tower approach. It is evident that this was proposed by Malone. The duo can be likened to an enhanced version of Gasol and Bynum. O'Neal protects the rim while Chun Bo orchestrates from the high post. This lineup is designed for half-court battles, preventing the opposition from executing fast breaks. At this juncture, Redick also enters the fray, whether by design or serendipity. His presence alongside Chun Bo carries an air of vengeance. "Chin, you've got trouble coming," O'Neal chuckles, draping an arm around Chun Bo. "Is it just him? Just watch." Chun Bo replies with a light laugh, "You think you can outsmart me? You truly underestimate the nature of a cunning adversary." Redick glares at Chun Bo, oblivious to the fact that he is destined to be the unfortunate one tonight. As the Magic's offense unfolds, only Gortat and Lewis remain in the paint. Redick, ball in hand, seeks to initiate a pick-and-roll. In this possession, Chun Bo exemplifies what it means to be a tenacious thief. He corners Redick, enveloping him with his presence, and initiates a forceful steal. Redick, clutching the ball to his chest, finds himself outmatched in strength. Chun Bo effortlessly topples Redick to the ground, seizing the ball and launching a long pass to the front court. In terms of fast breaks, the Magic are no match for the Cavaliers. It is simply a matter of practice skill. Redick lies on the floor, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Fortunately, a late whistle brings him back to reality. For in that fleeting moment, he genuinely sensed Chun Bo's lethal intent, as if he were about to be devoured whole. Disoriented, Redick rises. Casting a wary glance at Chun Bo, there is an unsettling fear in his gaze. This Asian competitor is unlike any he has encountered before. Are all Asians not known for their resilience, refraining from retaliation and refraining from insults? In the beautiful land of America, Asians are often perceived as more vulnerable than African Americans, as they consistently present themselves as civilized individuals. They adhere to the philosophy that a gentleman engages in dialogue rather than physical confrontation. While this may hold true, what is the situation with Chun Bo before us? He exhibits a savage demeanor, displaying remarkable aggression. The referee's delayed whistle incited a chorus of boos from the crowd, clearly indicating a bias favoring Redick. This is what one might call a rhythm or conditional whistle. It appears that Redick, having been subjected to Chun Bo's intensity, warranted a warning from the referee, who could no longer bear to watch. Fortunately, this was a contested ball decision, Otherwise, the referee's family might have received some colorful remarks. In truth, this also indirectly granted possession to the Cavaliers. What could Redick possibly use to contend with Shinbo? If it had been LeBron James, it might have resulted in a spectacular steal. Chapter 44. I am here to languish, not to be a support. Unsurprisingly, the possession belongs to the Cavaliers, as Redick did not even attempt to jump, tacitly conceding. The wise always consider gains and losses, speculate on consequences, and presume they understand everything. Yet they never reflect. What about you? If you are not unified, how can you presume to know your limitations? They lack that unyielding spirit and the courage to attempt. They are perpetually self-assured, as if everything aligns with their expectations. But is there anything in this world that is absolute? At the University of Tokyo, there is a timeless adage: man can conquer nature. Shinbo still received the ball at the arc, lofting it high to O'Neal. He then signaled to clear the strong side for O'Neal to engage in a one-on-one. While Howard is swift and possesses remarkable leaping ability, he pales in comparison to O'Neal beneath the basket. O'Neal pressed his considerable frame against Howard, gauging his defensive balance, then executed a beautiful spin move for a bank shot. It went in. 76-68, the Cavaliers trailed by 8 points. Shinbo often pondered whether this Cavaliers team truly deserved their top ranking in the regular season. How is it that since the start of the semifinals, they have failed to take the lead, consistently being pressed into a defensive posture? Each time, he must rescue himself from the brink, declaring, "I am here to languish, not to be a support." In the next possession, the Magic initiated their offense, with Howard receiving the ball on the strong side, while the other 4 players positioned themselves beyond the arc. Although Howard could contend with the aging Shark, it was indeed a strenuous endeavor. With 3 quarters yet to conclude, he had already played for 31 minutes. It was either the bothersome Varejao or O'Neal. But the one he most wished to confront, Shinbo, was consistently absent from the paint. After a few exchanges, he realized that the Shark was as steady as a rock. A side hook shot, no good. O'Neal secured the rebound. Shaq, the ball. Shinbo immediately called for the ball, and upon noticing, O'Neal tossed it out from under the basket as Lewis sought to challenge Shinbo for possession. His body faltered, forcing him to retreat several steps, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Shinbo's mid-range shot was an opportunity he dared not concede. At this moment, Shinbo stood just a step away from the three-point line, his gaze fixed on the hoop as he raised his hand, flicking his wrist. The basketball soared through the air, arcing toward the basket from beyond the three-point line. Shin, is he attempting a three-pointer? Down low, he could easily overpower Lewis. This is an audacious display of confidence. Even Blind, with furrowed brows, remarked, "This shot lacks prudence. We are still trailing, and time is on our side." Although the Quick-Loan Arena was the home ground, the majority of the fans remained loyal to LeBron, having followed him for 7 years. Among them were fervent supporters who, the more brilliant Shinbo performed, the less they favored him. Thus, should he attempt such a reckless shot, they would show no mercy in their criticism. Confidence? He has merely played 2 good games and has already become arrogant. Conceit scarcely encapsulates his demeanor. No sooner had Xiaohong finished speaking than, swish, the basketball passed cleanly through the net, securing the three-pointer. The score elevated to a 5-point lead. Shinbo extended 3 fingers, pointing to his head, and shouted defiantly at the Magic's bench, "Come on. Is no one going to guard me?" Then Gundy's gaze darkened, his resentment toward Shinbo palpable, wishing to flay him for his audacity. "If you continue this way, I might orchestrate a massacre and break my career record. Then you would become the substitutes for the Celtics." Lewis, visibly perturbed by Shinbo's taunts, clenched his fists and stepped forward to shove him. As a teammate of the Oscar-winning actor, one must possess a flair for theatrics. Shinbo staggered slightly from the push. Barnes also nudged Shinbo with his arm, muttering a few words. Seeing the escalating tension, O'Neal rushed over, ready to intervene, for despite Shinbo's seemingly harmless visage, his temper was rather volatile. "Chun, calm down. Do not lose your cool," O'Neal began, only to discover that Shinbo remained composed, his arms crossed over his chest, coldly regarding the Magic bench. His expression was one of icy indifference, as if the surrounding clamor were irrelevant. At that moment, Lewis and Barnes appeared as mere jesters, barking and blustering. O'Neal, taken aback by Shinbo's demeanor, thought to himself, can one truly pull off such audacity? Meanwhile, the Cavaliers bench erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained, while the agitated Lewis and Barnes exhibited visible signs of frustration, itching to retaliate against Shinbo. This gesture was akin to a world-renowned painting, reminiscent of Uncle Moo wagging his finger. Chen Bo was indeed a remarkable talent. Ha ha ha, such personality. I admire it. The arena resonated with cheers. And though they were still behind, the exhilaration was undeniable. This brief interlude soon concluded. Upon returning from the timeout, with little time left in the third quarter, O'Neal also took a seat to rest after playing for 8 minutes. The Magic's offense commenced. Kid, with such arrogance, someone will surely put you in your place. Carter held the ball with one hand, adopting a tone that exuded a lesson to be learned. He felt an intense displeasure towards Chen Bo's taunting remarks directed at the bench and his crossed arms. It is a matter of experience. But without the strength to back it up, such credentials are disregarded. It matters not, for as long as it is not you, because you do not deserve it. Chen Bo responded with a smile. Carter's expression darkened instantaneously. How audacious. After all these years, it is rare to encounter a rookie with such arrogance. Very well. You shall learn today what it means to be a senior. Carter signaled to clear the strong side, intending to go for a one-on-one. It was time to teach this overconfident Asian a lesson. Chen Bo maintained a relaxed demeanor, thinking to himself, if you were Doncic, Kobe, Leonard, or Durant, even George, I might regard you with grave seriousness. However, you, Carter, simply do not measure up. The Magic had originally traded for Carter to enhance their wing scoring capabilities. Parting ways with Turkoglu, little did they know they had acquired a liability, as Carter's playoff efficiency was alarmingly poor. His only reliable moves now were his drives and three-pointers. His post-up and mid-range shots were lacking. Chen Bo's defensive strategy was straightforward, allow the shot, but deny the drive. As Carter initiated his move, Chen Bo opted to give him a little space. Confident that his height could compensate for any speed disadvantage. Rather than taking a jump shot, Carter chose to drive right, his first step particularly expansive. A hallmark of his style. However, with his explosiveness waning, Chen Bo, having yielded a step, was able to keep pace. He was well prepared for lateral movement. When Carter realized he could not shake off Chen Bo, his threat diminished significantly, leaving him with no choice but to step back for a mid-range shot. Clang. He missed. The ball ricocheted off the rim. The pressure from Chen Bo's defense was formidable. How could a lumbering center predict my every move? Fortunately, Howard seized the rebound and passed it to Jameer Nelson on the perimeter. The Magic retained possession. Is that all? Chen Bo observed Carter and said, I can take a breather. Would you like to try again? Carter was nearly apoplectic with rage. This time, he called for the ball at the top of the arc. And Nelson obliged, as he was ostensibly the second scoring option for the Magic. When Carter demanded the ball, Nelson complied. Chapter 45. Injuries. Since relying on speed to break through was futile, this time he would depend on a change in rhythm to outmaneuver. Carter lowered his center of gravity, executing a series of crossover dribbles while keenly observing Chen Bo's defensive movements. In an instant, the sound of his shoes squeaked against the floor. He pushed off with his left foot, not advancing but rather drawing his body back beyond the three-point line. Clearly, this was a feigned breakthrough. Yet Chen Bo remained utterly still, quietly observing his performance. How could it be? How could he possibly remain motionless? Just moments ago, my dragging step combined with a sudden halt would have left anyone else scrambling to defend. The moment he advanced, he could have easily positioned himself to draw a foul. Yet, he remained unfazed, his eyes seemingly imbued with a hint of disdain. Beads of sweat began to form on Carter's forehead. Chen Bo was indeed formidable, and he was so remarkably young. At this moment, the air of condescension dissipated. Chen Bo's pupils narrowed. What had just transpired? Could Carter possess such speed as well? In this instant, Chen Bo set aside his previous arrogance. He was now prepared to take this seriously. Carter appeared to be in a precarious position. Calling Howard to set a screen would have been the wisest course of action. Instead, he opted for a one-on-one approach, now forced to face Chen Bo head-on. As the crowd began to jeer and whistle in derision, they were all eagerly anticipating how Carter would fare against this burgeoning superstar. Carter sought to exploit his speed once more, breaking to the right, while the utterly focused Chen Bo slid in close pursuit. Upon reaching the free-throw line, Carter suddenly accelerated, then pulled back, launching a difficult fadeaway jumper. Chen Bo anticipated his intentions, leaping to intercept. As Carter leaned back, relying on his core strength, he found himself with no escape. With barely 0.5 seconds after the ball left his hand, it was mercilessly swatted away. Indeed, Chen Bo had emphatically blocked the shot. Williams was the first to dart forward, retrieving the ball and racing down the court. Barnes also surged ahead, ready to engage in a one-on-one in the front court. Just as Mo was preparing to make a decisive move, Chin Bo's voice resonated from behind. Ball. Williams instantly understood, tossing the ball into the air. With a resounding thud, Chin Bo soared upward, executing a soaring dunk. Another 2 points added. The crowd's jeers transformed into explosive cheers. The deficit had shrunk to 3 points, with Chin Bo not only scoring consecutively, but also successfully defending against Carter for 2 consecutive possessions. He showcased his prowess with emphatic dunks. At this moment, Carter was utterly shattered, having been thoroughly outmatched. As the third quarter concluded, Chin Bo's omnipresence on the court had not only erased a 10-point deficit but had also established a 3-point lead. The score stood at 82-79. With the Cavaliers ahead as they entered the fourth quarter, the rotation continued, yet Jamison found little opportunity to shine, while Varejao was granted significant playing time. The combination of O'Neal and Varejao offered a degree of complementary play. However, while their interior defense posed no issue, the question remained, how would they approach offense? The Magic would undoubtedly tighten their defense, allowing only mid-range shots, while the Cavaliers' O'Neal and Varejao lacked perimeter shooting capabilities. What about the outside players? Since entering the second round, the Cavaliers have struggled to find their rhythm, resulting in a stagnation of their offense. On the defensive end, the Magic's exceptional shooting from beyond the arc has been less about the Cavaliers' defensive prowess and more about hoping for a lack of precision from the Magic. However, the inability to generate offensive momentum has sapped the Cavaliers' defensive energy. Under Van Gundy's tactical guidance, the Magic unleashed a barrage of three-pointers, with Redick and Carter being particularly dynamic. Each of them sank 2 three-pointers, not only closing the gap, but also establishing a 10-point lead, prompting the Cavaliers to call another timeout. The camera panned to Brown, pacing anxiously along the sidelines, his expression a portrait of concern, especially since Chin Bo was not present. Moments earlier, Chin had expressed discomfort in his leg, sending Brown into a flurry of worry as he immediately summoned the team physician. Soon, several individuals escorted Chun to the medical treatment room for a thorough examination. As many conditions could not be assessed on the sidelines, this left Brown visibly troubled. Without Chin Bo, the Cavaliers might as well concede defeat. If there was anyone in the entire Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse who was happier than the Magic, it was undoubtedly LeBron. Yet, while he appeared composed, biting his nails, internally he was reveling in glee. Inside the treatment room, the physician wore a serious expression. I know we need you, but as a medical professional, I must advise you, you cannot continue playing like this in the fourth quarter. Otherwise, you'll find yourself sitting next to LeBron for the rest of the game. I was not joking. Upon hearing this, the light-hearted smile on Chin Bo's face gradually faded. Could he truly win if he played conservatively? This was not a matter of Asian bodies being frail, but rather that this body was bearing a weight it ought not to. While the regular season might have been manageable, the intensity of the playoffs, especially against the Celtics in the previous round, was relentless, with constant defensive harassment throughout the game. Even if Louis Barnes couldn't contain him, he was always pushing himself to the limit. The physicality of the 2009 to 2010 season is beyond words. The entanglements between Kobe and Anthony beneath the basket were nothing short of fierce. In this game, even while exercising restraint, Chin Bo had already lost a significant amount of energy, a clear indicator of the physical toll. With 30 minutes already played by the end of the third quarter, barring any surprises, he would have to endure the entirety of the fourth. Trailing by 10 points, he had forfeited any chance of rest. At this moment, Chin Bo recognized a critical issue, his own body. This summer, he must strive to forge a titanium alloy physique. Physical condition is indeed the foundation of success, there is no denying it. No matter how skilled he was, how accurate his shooting, or how refined his technique, if he continued to push himself without regard for his limits, fatigue and injuries would inevitably follow. The case of Harden during his Nets tenure stands as a stark reminder. Exhausted from the strain of a hamstring injury, he, merely a defender, found himself at the mercy of the game. Even a workhorse like him needed respite. This was the current state of Chin Bo. In truth, his reliance had shifted from LeBron to Chin Bo. Should any insurmountable misfortune befall him, it would simply be his destiny. At least he could harbor no regrets, could he? Chin Bo responded with a wry smile. Oh, you're still young. The team doctor attempted to speak, but hesitated, for everyone understood Chin Bo's motivations, though the circumstances were not conducive. Under the eaves of life, one must bow their head. Did Chin Bo yearn for a championship? Undoubtedly, he was fervently desirous. Yet, this was LeBron's team, and winning a title under such conditions was not his ultimate aspiration. He had no intention of being merely a secondary, or even tertiary champion. What difference would it make compared to McCaw or Sun Yu? To exhaust his body for a fleeting chance? He longed for it. Yet he was not foolish. Still, he felt compelled to take the court and secure victory. For someone in the audience was relishing his struggle, Ai Chenbo would not acquiesce to his desires. Chapter 46. Bet that you can't make it. Moreover, Kobe once famously stated that second place is the first loser. He wished to win a championship, but not at the expense of being a pawn in someone else's success. The current situation was particularly nauseating. It seemed that apart from the custodial staff, everyone on the Cavaliers was aware of a certain individual's antics. Chenbo aspired to break free from LeBron this summer and secure a lucrative contract, which necessitated greater influence. This influence depended solely on his performance on the court. Thus, despite his body feeling drained, he was determined to take risks. To strive was to have hope. To refrain from striving meant relinquishing control, leaving himself vulnerable. After all, he had a system in place. He was formidable. How could someone so formidable allow himself to be manipulated? It was simply unacceptable. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the timeout, the atmosphere was palpably different, in stark contrast to the jubilant laughter emanating from the Magic's bench. The Cavaliers' bench wore expressions devoid of joy. Even the usually jovial O'Neal now bore a solemn countenance, silent. Brown occasionally glanced toward the player tunnel, yearning for a glimpse of his favorite yet forbidden player. The ambience within the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse felt especially oppressive. Humph, relying solely on a rookie. The Cavaliers could only go so far. No matter how exceptional, injuries were beyond one's control. They were an integral part of the game. At that moment, a smile finally graced Redick's face. It appeared highly unlikely that he would take the court tonight. "We will win this game," he declared with fervor. Just as he finished speaking, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and applause. Was this what a roller coaster felt like? It was exhilarating. For Chenbo had emerged from the player tunnel, and the ominous clouds hovering over the Cavaliers dissipated in an instant. Some female fans at the scene were seen clutching their chests and crying, their hearts racing. Now, beyond mere emotion, their admiration for Chenbo has deepened significantly. At this moment, his appearance served as a beacon of hope during their darkest hour. Chenbo, 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 Chenbo. The fans could not contain their exuberant shouts of his name. Chenbo remarked that it would be untrue to say he was not moved. In this world, one must never disappoint the fans. He smiled and waved at them, performing his iconic gesture of lifting his jersey and shaking it. At the very moment Chenbo made his entrance, a blonde woman in a box on the second floor let out a deep sigh of relief, gradually placing her phone down, revealing a look of profound relief. "My dear lady, you cannot truly be enamored with him," she interjected dismissively. "Is this what it feels like to be in love? To worry for him, to be anxious about him, to think of him during sleepless nights?" "Isn't that exactly it?" The assistant, flustered, countered. "It's not that I disapprove. It's simply not suitable. Scandals should involve major celebrities." What could possibly agitate the assistant more than Taylor? Taylor had engaged in rumors before, but both parties understood that it was merely for publicity. However, at this moment, she could discern no redeeming qualities in him. "Miss, perhaps you should reconsider. This is merely a fleeting infatuation." Initially, Taylor had declined an engagement to attend this basketball game, but ultimately could not resist the pull of her feelings. "Yet I truly relish this feeling of concern, despite having met him only a handful of times," Taylor expressed, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. "He is genuinely unique, unlike anyone else." The assistant, hearing this, urgently interjected, "But he is merely a smooth-talking charlatan, and besides, he is of Asian descent, a Chin opera performer." "Silence," Taylor snapped, her voice cold. "How long have you been with me?" "3 years, miss." The assistant had never witnessed such fury from Taylor Swift before, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, cold sweat trickling down her back. 3 years? That makes you an old hand. Should such sentiments arise again, you may choose to leave. I will not tolerate any form of racial discrimination, nor do I wish to associate with such individuals. Yes, yes. The assistant, genuinely frightened, nodded in agreement, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, in an office far away in Los Angeles, Neil Ashley, the vice president of basketball operations for the Clippers, effectively exercising the role of general manager, was closely following the Eastern Conference Finals. Among his primary interests was Chenbo, with whom he had previously spoken to Cavaliers GM David Griffin, albeit briefly. However, it was clear that the latter had no intentions of pursuing a trade. At this juncture, he had been informed that he would officially be appointed as the team's general manager come June of this summer. He needed to make a significant mark on his career in this role. The Clippers are in dire need of a championship. Even the Western Conference Finals seem a distant dream. Watching the live broadcast featuring Chunbo, he is filled with profound emotions. He had long anticipated this match, and Chunbo's performance only intensified his restlessness. He embodies everything they require. Paired with Griffin, the Clippers' interior strength is unimaginable, especially considering their youth. However, the better Chunbo plays, the lower the likelihood of Ferry letting him go. This unrequited longing, who among the family understands it? As Chunbo returned to the court, perhaps the collective effort of the players led to a decline in shooting accuracy. At least during Chunbo's time on the floor, neither team had managed to score. The sound of iron against iron filled the arena. Subsequently, both teams instinctively redirected their focus to defense. The Magic felt this shift acutely, realizing that since Chunbo's entrance, the Cavaliers' defense had grown increasingly tenacious, perhaps even unbeknownst to themselves. This is the essence of a cornerstone. This is what it truly means to be a core player. Chunbo attempted a three-pointer but missed. While he possesses the ability, his accuracy is not infallible. Fortunately, it seemed that both sides had lost their shooting touch. The atmosphere transformed into that of a blacksmith shop, with clanking sounds echoing throughout. Time ticked away, and the Magic found themselves sweating profusely as the Cavaliers, under Chunbo's guidance, had taken a one-point lead with an outside shot. Chunbo was granted another free throw opportunity, with just 39 seconds remaining in the game. Then Gundy called for a timeout. Meanwhile, with LeBron absent, the Cavaliers' tactical board was temporarily secure. Brown was busy devising a strategy, while the Magic were clearly intent on executing a game-winning play, relying on their ultimate weapon, the three-pointer. They are the precursors to the Rocket small ball strategy. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and players gradually returned to the court. For the Cavaliers, O'Neal was substituted for Varejao, as it was a defensive possession, and the aging O'Neal's rim protection had waned. Chunbo stepped up to the free throw line, preparing to take his shot. "I bet you won't make this free throw." A chilling voice echoed at the free throw line, belonging to the evening's most significant victim, Redick. $500,000, do you dare to wager? Redick was momentarily at a loss for words. While Chunbo had little money, $500,000 was no small sum for Redick either. Chunbo did not afford him the opportunity to decline. He raised his hand and shot, the basketball swishing through the net effortlessly. "My agent will transfer the funds to you. Remember not to renege." The crowd erupted in supportive cheers, leaving Redick with little choice but to comply, lest his reputation be tarnished. The offensive strategy of the Magic unfolded as expected, culminating in a three-point play executed by the most unexpected player, Lewis. Positioned in the corner, Lewis seized a favorable shooting opportunity thanks to Howard's spatial compression. Despite Varajao's defensive interference, the three-pointer swished through the net, granting the Magic a one-point lead. Just as Brown contemplated calling a timeout, Malone, quick-witted, restrained him, urging calm and faith in Chunbo, who would undoubtedly make the optimal decision. As time trickled away, Chunbo was under pressure. The crowd held its breath. The moment for Chunbo's final play had arrived. Would he opt for a three-pointer or a two-pointer? Suddenly, Williams accelerated, receiving Chunbo's pass, charging toward the basket. My goodness, they were aiming for 2 points, hoping to extend the game into overtime. In that instant, Varejao surged from the paint, while Howard, compelled by Williams' drive, was forced to guard the paint, allowing Varejao to drift toward the three-point line. Yet, Williams was not as solitary as anticipated. He deftly returned the ball to the perimeter, setting up Chunbo for the shot. Due to his height, Lewis was unable to contest. Varajao's movement was not merely to create space for Williams but to set a screen for Chunbo. With 43 seconds remaining on the shot clock, an opportunity emerged. Just then, from the side, Carter surged forth, renowned for his leaping ability. Ignoring Carter's presence, Chunbo decisively released the ball, reminiscent of his practice sessions where he dismissed Varajao's interference. The basketball soared through the air, racing toward the hoop. The arena fell silent, save for the rhythmic pounding of the fans' hearts, anxious and powerful. As the ball reached the apex of its arc, Chunbo's release point was notably high, and its trajectory was precise, igniting a spark in the eyes of the fans. Arms instinctively rose, awaiting the crisp sound of success. Swish. The clear sound, though delayed, resonated through the speakers as the basketball pierced the net. The crowd erupted in a tidal wave of exhilaration. He did it. He saved the Cavaliers once again. He is the savior of the Cavaliers. It is simply astounding. How many times has this occurred? The commentator's voice trembled with excitement, somewhat hoarse, 4 times. In each of the 4 games Chun Bo played, he played a pivotal role. I declare him my choice for Rookie of the Year. He is the key player of this season. Barkley did not hesitate to lavish praise, noting that every game Chun Bo played brought him surprises. Kenny Smith chuckled, remarking that Tyreke Evans might feel somewhat awkward about this, as the Rookie of the Year title should have been snatched from him, benefiting from ample playing time on a weaker team. In Barkley's eyes, there was a discernible disdain for Tyreke Evans, a stark contrast to Chun Bo's assessment. It truly exemplified the audacity that comes from being beloved. With just 19 seconds remaining, the Magic held possession, and Van Gundy called the final timeout of the game. The deficit had once again narrowed to 2 points, leaving the Magic with the option to seek a win or extend the game into overtime. As the timeout concluded, play resumed with an inbounds pass from the sideline. Chun Bo positioned himself above the free throw line, serving as the defensive anchor for the entire paint area. Varejao, following Brown's instructions, stationed himself outside the 3-second zone. Varejao, take the left corner. However, Varejao stared at the vacant left corner in bewilderment, questioning if he was meant to guard thin air. Stop standing there. Just cover the corner. Hurry. Chun Bo barked, directing Varejao emphatically. You go where I point. And if there's a problem, I'll take the blame. Caught between the coach and Chun Bo, Varejao chose to trust Chun Bo, dutifully moving to guard the empty corner. As the whistle blew, the Magic commenced their play, just when the left corner appeared deserted. Redick arrived as if he were a carrot falling into a hole, precisely timed. Meanwhile, Barnes, executing the sideline inbounds, passed to the nearby Lewis, who then launched a long pass intended for a cutting Howard beneath the basket. Yet, this tactical intent was anticipated by Chun Bo. The basketball was mercilessly intercepted midair. Chun Bo seized the ball as the timer flashed red, signaling the end of the game. The cheers from the crowd could not mask the emotional turmoil that surged within Varejao. Was this the essence of strategic prowess? Varejao murmured, filled with joy, shock, and a tinge of guilt, for he had not noticed James on the bench. At that moment, James had already departed the scene. Redick, too, remained at the corner, facing Varejao. Compared to Varejao's stunned silence, Redick's spirit was already fractured. Why didn't you get injured in this game? Chun Bo, why don't you just die? Redick could no longer suppress his rage. This outburst snapped Varejao back to reality, but upon hearing Redick's words, he retorted angrily, what did you just say? Say that again. Varejao shoved Redick back repeatedly. You merely speak out. How dare you? Redick's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless as he pointed at Varejao in indignation. If you dare to mention Chun Bo again, I'll make sure your parents wouldn't recognize you. Varejao spat, delivering a scornful laugh before joining the team to celebrate with Chun Bo. At the post-game press conference, Chun Bo was unsurprisingly invited to attend. Prior to this, Duffy had called him, informing him that Coca-Cola had withdrawn their interest, considering he was merely a newly emerging player. The most significant aspect is the Eastern University market behind him, which is willing to accept high prices yet will not tolerate such overt competition. Moreover, they do not regard him as worthy. When Chun Bo previously used Pepsi to threaten them, their displeasure was evident. They only engaged in discussions based on the principle of not opposing financial gain. However, with the price now elevated and conditions attached, they would rather sever ties completely. The stance from Atlanta is quite clear. He is unworthy. Chun Bo does not possess the qualifications to negotiate terms with them. Chapter 48. Am I afraid of barmaids? Upon hearing such a response, Chun Bo shrugged, indicating indifference, though he found that conversing with Connor was quite enjoyable, which was unfortunate. So, have you signed with Pepsi? Yes. After receiving Chun Bo's affirmative reply, Bill Duffy felt a wave of relief. This was the way to proceed, without restrictions, as otherwise, it would hinder future career planning. Chun Bo merely smiled and remained silent. Duffy failed to grasp one crucial point. One must embrace chaos. Self-discipline is an unattainable ideal in this lifetime. For the sake of my career, I cannot afford to be disciplined. Discipline leads to stagnation. It is a poison, a devil, a path to moral decay. Thus, before entering the press conference, Chun Bo suggested taking a Pepsi from his backpack. Although the contract had yet to be signed, as a professional, he understood the importance of making a good impression as a spokesperson. Upon entering the venue, Chun Bo was met with enthusiastic cheers from the reporters. A rarity for a rookie, and deservedly so, given his outstanding performance that evening. In 41 minutes, he made 14 of 20 shots, including 8 of 12 from beyond the arc, accumulating an impressive 43 points, 11 rebounds, and 13 assists. Another remarkable triple-double, and this was the Eastern Conference Finals. Even as a rookie, he had earned his place. Chenbo positioned the Pepsi prominently on the table in front of him, making it conspicuous. The assembled journalists could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly vying to pose their questions. As he settled into his seat, he noticed the prominent reporter, Windhorst, seated in the front row. He also held another title, LeBron's favorite journalist. With LeBron absent tonight, he was the first to ask a question, directing it at Chenbo. Chin, your performance tonight was remarkable, but compared to previous games, you seemed more fatigued. Is it because LeBron was absent, increasing the pressure on you? In the earlier games, 4 of your 5 three-pointers came from LeBron, yet today you only had 1 from Williams. Without such a great playmaker as LeBron, did the game become more challenging? Chenbo furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation, while Shaquille O'Neal beside him idly fiddled with the microphone. Meanwhile, Chenbo noticed LeBron at the entrance of the press conference, gazing at him with a gentle expression. What is LeBron's team up to now? Are they attempting to win him over? Or perhaps testing him? The inquiries posed by Horst were rather straightforward, as the implications were quite evident. While attempting to ingratiate himself, he found himself compelled to extol LeBron. His response would be, indeed, with the greatest passer in history, LeBron, by my side, I find myself performing with remarkable ease. LeBron possesses an extraordinary ability to simplify the game. He is truly magnificent. Yet, would he articulate such sentiments? Disgusting. Regardless, decisions must be made this summer, rendering the need for flattery unnecessary. Let things unfold as they may. If we aim for the championship, it must be as the core of the team. Cavaliers, as long as you do not betray me, I shall undoubtedly bring a championship to Cleveland, Chenbo silently vowed. He lifted the Pepsi resting on the table before the cameras, unabashedly indulging in it, relishing every sip. To add, without LeBron, the Cavaliers remain the Cavaliers. We still have Shaq, Williams, and West. Chenbo's voice intensified as he spoke. Especially West. We are a cohesive unit. Tonight, we played with exceptional unity, exhibiting remarkable chemistry, a true team. Chenbo paused momentarily. As you know, there were some misunderstandings between Varejao and me, but do you know what just transpired? A reporter from Duffy's inquired at the opportune moment. What? Redick unleashed some trash talk after the game, targeting me, but Varejao, my good brother, stood up for me. What does this signify? The rumors of discord in the locker room are mere fabrications. The more challenging times become, the stronger our unity grows. At that moment, Varejao, in the shower, suddenly sneezed. Who the hell is cursing me? For some unknown reason, ever since he sneezed, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if a storm were impending. The press conference concluded swiftly. After Chenbo finished his statement, James departed with an impassive expression. O'Neal followed closely behind, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chenbo, believing he could have been more diplomatic in his remarks. Although James harbored his own reservations, they were part of the same team, and appearances had to be upheld. Chenbo smiled and shook his head. You know, I hardly move during training. I certainly do not engage in any significant motions. O'Neal looked perplexed, unable to comprehend Chenbo's meaning. What do you mean? My back is too stiff. I cannot bend low. James is formidable. He is aware that his words may provoke ire from many of LeBron's admirers. Yet, he remains indifferent. Does he truly care about such fleeting fame? Understand this. I am here to coast, to collect dollars without pretense, not to assume the mantle of a basketball superstar. A championship is merely a credential for my leisurely pursuits. Without the endorsement of a championship, which team would allow me to slack off? He yearns for a life more relaxed and joyful than Leonard's. Just look at him, coasting through the Raptors' regular season, taking breaks while raking in money without a care. As long as he performs in the playoffs and captures that elusive championship, he can comfortably sign 2 max contracts with the Clippers and enjoy 5 years of prosperity. This is the quintessential ideal state of a diligent worker. Upon hearing this, O'Neal was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. You truly resonate with me, he exclaimed. With his arm draped over Chenbo's shoulder, he declared, Come on, let's hit the nightclub and have some fun. Without a moment's hesitation, Chenbo instinctively raised his hand to refuse. Nightclubs, after all, are places where even dogs would hesitate to venture, wasting one's energy and vitality. There is a hallmark of slothful behavior, with a slothfulness rating of 100. Chin, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there? O'Neal waved his hand in front of Chenbo's eyes. You can't possibly have never been to a nightclub, right? He scrutinized Chenbo, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. You really haven't been to one? Huh, still a novice. I've definitely been there. Let us go right now, Chenbo asserted with conviction. After they departed, Not far away, Tyler stood to the side. His eyes narrowed and a smile creeping onto his lips. Miss, you see? I'm not exaggerating. He is indeed heading to a nightclub. However, Tyler busied himself getting into the car, but before entering, he turned to his assistant with earnestness and said, Men are not appealing unless they possess an edge. I admire such courage to embrace new experiences. But aren't you worried he might go astray? Tyler smiled gently, as if the evening breeze had become sweet and tender. Do you think I would be outdone by those women at the bars? Chapter 49. I am in high demand on this night. When Chen Bo fought valiantly against the tide, tranquility was far from the order of the evening. The narrative surrounding Chen Bo was only just beginning to unfold. Once an obscure figure, he had now become a well-known personality within the circle. Remarkably, he had captivated the majority of team managers in just 2 official games. Among the most enthusiastic was Neil O'Shaughnessy from the Clippers. Unfortunately, Ferry remained tight-lipped. Inside the Los Angeles office, Neil O'Shaughnessy stood in a daze before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the myriad of neon lights below. The ash of his cigarette had accumulated, waiting for the slightest opportunity to dissipate into nothingness. James. Whether I can acquire Chen depends on you. He was not merely observing James's potential departure from the Cavaliers, but was acutely aware of the power struggle between LeBron and James. Ultimately, one of them would have to be let go, and he was prepared for that eventuality. In the dead of night, in Cleveland, Chen Bo, tipsy, was escorted home by O'Neal. Chris Pitt, the prominent entertainment journalist, seemed preoccupied with something, often appearing and disappearing without a trace. Chen Bo did not bother to freshen up. He simply lay down on his bed and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chris Pitt found himself in the midst of a reprimand from his mentor. How could you let this slip? If this information can be substantiated, we could hold our heads high at the television station. Yes, I understand. Chris had initially tracked the game at the Lending Arena, only to lose sight of the situation. The crux of the matter was that his close friend was playing in the match, leading Chris to momentarily set aside his filming duties. Outside the arena, he was wholly engrossed in cheering for his friend. As for the filming, forget it. It paled in comparison to supporting my brother. The following morning, the shrill sound of a phone rang, waking Chen Bo from his slumber. He did not own an alarm clock. Such trappings of punctuality seemed unnecessary to him. Why be so disciplined? If one were punctual, how could one be considered laid back? It was the ringing of the telephone that stirred him awake. Who is it? Huh? You can't be just waking up. The voice of Duffy jolted Chen Bo awake, and he immediately sat upright. Duffy calling so early? Was there something urgent? Duffy, impeccably dressed in his office, answered the phone and moved to the window, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun. Was it still early? A little longer, and it would be time for lunch. Several sneaker endorsements have reached out to me. I've emailed you the details. Take a look. Chen Bo approached his computer and opened his emails. Initially, he had received only derisive offers from Nike and Adidas, while only 361 from East China had made contact. However, after the 2 recent matches, the landscape had changed. Numerous sneaker sponsors, both large and small, began to reach out to Duffy, updating their proposals. Before long, Chen Bo finished reading and dialed Duffy's number. Which brand did you confirm? The call connected instantly, and Duffy's eager voice came through the line. 361. In the United States, if you asked 10 people about 361, likely none would recognize it, as it is a domestic brand from East China, relatively obscure in the basketball shoe realm. Yet, Chen Bo could sense the ambition pulsating within the sports industry. Unfortunately, luck had not favored them much. Back in 2006, 361 established its international division and, following that, sponsored 5 consecutive Asian Games after 2010. Even though they struggled to stand tall against domestic giants like Li Ning and Anta, their ambition for expansion had never dimmed. Despite being as unknown now as they were a month ago, Chen Bo admired their audacity to take risks. Not to mention, their offer was more competitive than those of Nike and Adidas. Simply put, the courage to sign with them amid financial difficulties was commendable. Perhaps it was more a calculated gamble. Moreover, they pledged to elevate Chen Bo as the central ambassador for their basketball footwear, marking him as a pioneer in their ascent. Given this disposition, Chen Bo had no grounds for refusal. Although he harbored little fondness for the basketball and football associations, he was still inclined to support a national brand. Upon hearing this response, Bill Duffy fervently advised against it. After all, even without considering a contract with a colossal company like Nike, Adidas would suffice. Even a modest signing fee would be acceptable. The paramount aspect lies in the resources wielded by these major corporations. Aligning with a smaller brand like 361 would yield minimal benefits for player promotion and award considerations. It would merely be a means of financial gain. Once Chinbo made his decision, however, Duffy's counsel became futile. Reluctantly, Bill Duffy reached out to the head of 361 to discuss the particulars of the contract. Following the conclusion of the playoffs, Chinbo would also proceed to the headquarters of 361 in Jinjiang, Fujian province for the signing. After securing endorsements for both Coca-Cola and the basketball shoes, Chinbo set his sights on the next phase of his plan, acquiring a dedicated journalist. Otherwise, relaying information through Duffy would prove cumbersome. Thus, he sought out the two reporters who had covered him, specifically David Aldridge, a journalist under his wing. While Aldridge could not compare to Windhorst, his expertise was undoubtedly reliable. Soon, the two convened at a CAF. After exchanging pleasantries, Chinbo promptly addressed the matter at hand. "I wish to hire you as my exclusive journalist. All my news will be reported by you." David Aldridge was taken aback. How had Chinbo come to consider him? Was it merely because of Duffy, or perhaps inspired by the post-game press conference? After all, they had collaborated on several games. Chinbo was not in a hurry for him to decide, maintaining a calm gaze as he awaited Aldridge's final verdict. "All right, I can agree to that. But I haven't even mentioned the price yet. Why are you so quick to accept?" At this, Chinbo's composure faltered, replaced by a hint of surprise. "Don't you understand?" Aldridge's rhetorical question illuminated the situation. It seemed he was simply too exceptional. "Then let us enjoy our collaboration," Chinbo exclaimed, rising to extend his hand for a handshake with David Aldridge. "Not so fast. I have one condition. I can report on you. But I will not cover any negative news related to LeBron. At least not for now. You haven't yet grown strong enough to protect me." Aldridge's words were unequivocal. LeBron's influence could easily dismantle his career, as if it were a mere game. Rich Paul was certainly not a trivial figure. Chinbo nodded. Technically, he may not be far behind LeBron, yet the disparity in influence was stark. Chapter 50. The Knights version of the black and white duo. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. It is indeed an honor. David Aldridge and Chinbo rose to their feet, extending their hands for a firm handshake. "Do you know Windhorst?" David Aldridge inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Chinbo, who nodded in acknowledgement. "And WOJ? We all know him. What of it?" David Aldridge stared at Chinbo in confusion. "I believe you will surpass them both in due course." David Aldridge shook his head, clearly skeptical of Chinbo's assertion, for WOJ's standing was undeniably formidable. It is quite challenging to surpass him, especially considering that Windhorst is not someone he could easily rival. After all, he is supported by the towering presence of LeBron James. As long as that pillar remains steadfast, it will be difficult for anyone to eclipse him. Do you not believe it? Yet, I have faith in you," Chinbo declared with fervor, "for I shall become a star greater than LeBron." In that moment, a different spark of astonishment lit up David Aldridge's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall await your assent." Soon, the day of the match arrived. Inside the Rocket Mortgage Field house, in the training room. "Where is Chin? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Jackson scrutinized the door of the training room, harboring suspicions. He had ample reason to believe that Chin was indulging in a lazy slumber, or perhaps deliberately choosing to arrive late. Head coach Brown, unlike his previous sullen demeanor, appeared somewhat relaxed this time as he guided the team's training. "Coach, is LeBron not fit to play yet? If he were, we would undoubtedly advance." Varejao inquired with concern. "Focus on your own performance. LeBron still requires recuperation. We cannot rush this." Brown maintained an optimistic outlook regarding James's injury, for he was well aware of LeBron's physical prowess. Before long, Chinbo entered the training facility, a small bag slung over his shoulder, humming a tune as he commenced his unique training regimen. As he lifted Joe Cheese dumbbells, Varejao and Brown approached him, but this time they wore smiles. "I will be practicing my shooting shortly, so rest assured. I just need to strengthen my arm muscles first," Chinbo preemptively stated. No. It's perfectly fine if you skip the training. Just a bit of shooting before the game will suffice," Brown insisted, waving his hands in a dismissive gesture. "Your abilities are well recognized. You may take a break. How does your knee or leg feel now?" "Should be manageable. Rest assured, I will not shy away. I will fight alongside everyone until the very last moment." Coughing, Brown nearly choked at Chinbo's unwavering determination. Alas, one can only remark on LeBron's methods, he mused silently. Chinbo would have already made a name for himself in any other team. Throughout the regular season, Brown often wished to give Chinbo a chance to play. Yet he felt compelled to heed LeBron's words. He could not deny Valerio his minutes. even if they were merely during garbage time, as it presented an opportunity for them to inflate their statistics. They shared a deep camaraderie. This predicament resulted in Chen Bo languishing on the bench for an entire year. If his talent were mediocre, it might have been acceptable, but after his recent performances, Brown realized he may have truly hindered Chen Bo's progress. At this moment, he felt an immense awkwardness, unsure of how to offer solace. Ironically, the most uncomfortable was Valerio, who had initially intended to advise Chen Bo to conserve his energy for the evening's game, considering training was of little consequence to him. However, he never anticipated the conversation would pivot back to LeBron. Ordinarily, he would check in with Chen Bo about their families, but now he was at a loss for words. While Chen Bo may not rival LeBron in his eyes, he certainly occupied a position just below him, making it difficult for Valerio to express his concern. At that moment, the team physician approached to conduct a pre-game examination on Chen Bo. This afforded Brown and Valerio a reprieve from the uncomfortable atmosphere, and they exchanged a grateful glance with the physician. "How are you feeling?" "I don't feel great," Chen Bo admitted. The physician frowned, his tone turning frosty. "Do not lie. Unless you are truly irresponsible towards yourself." "Well, there is some soreness, but I can endure it," Chen Bo implored, gazing at the physician. He genuinely did not wish to play, but how could he establish his prowess without stepping onto the court? If he did not showcase his abilities, how could he secure a lucrative contract? Without a substantial contract, how could he afford to coast? He longed to rise when the team needed him. To be both valuable and financially secure without excessive effort, was that not ideal? The physician felt a pang of admiration. Indeed, Chen Bo was dedicated, willing to compete despite injury. Such spirit is worthy of emulation. In contrast, there were others who, despite having personal physicians and maintaining secrecy about their injuries, were still aware of LeBron's elbow troubles, which were not as severe as purported. Yet, no one within the Cavaliers organization dared to speak up. Reflecting on this, the physician regarded Chen Bo with a mixture of compassion and respect. Time always seems to fly, and as night fell, the second game between the Magic and Cavaliers commenced as scheduled. Before warm-ups, Chen Bo took a moment to call Taylor, only to be swiftly disconnected. "Oh, it seems the journey to 5,000 points of mediocrity is a long one." Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. It was Taylor calling back, this time via video call. However, Taylor appeared to be preoccupied, being attended to by a makeup artist, evidently preparing for a performance. "Hey, Chen, it's rare for you to call me." Taylor's joy was palpable, though the surrounding noise rendered their conversation inaudible. "I'm currently in a show, but I'll call you back once I'm done." Hurry, hurry. It's almost time to take the court." Taylor whispered into her phone's microphone. "I'll hang up now. When I return to Cleveland, I'll treat you to a massage." "All right. Make sure to rest as well." Beep, beep, beep. Chen Bo awkwardly rubbed his nose. It seemed Taylor was well aware of everything. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Soon, all the members of the Cavaliers gathered and headed to the arena for pre-game warm-ups. Chen Bo, adhering to the team's directive, donned his regular attire and took a seat on the bench. Indeed, he was not warming up. Was he attempting to show off? Perhaps a little, but more so to create a smokescreen. In such a crucial Eastern Conference Finals, teams often engage in theatrics to confound their opponents. As the player introductions commenced, Chen Bo made a grand entrance. The Magic had anticipated this. It appeared the smokescreen had been ineffective. At the start of the game, the Magic's strategy was clear. They aimed to exhaust themselves to the utmost. However, after the previous game, Brown had discovered the delightful synergy of having both O'Neal and Chen Bo on the court simultaneously. Thus, he opted for a Twin Tower lineup right from the outset. Chapter 51, The Farcical League. O'Neal's natural dominance over Howard was evident. Yet, stamina proved to be the greatest adversary. If the Magic managed to run the court, the Cavaliers would be in trouble. Therefore, when the Twin Towers were on the floor, a half-court battle was imperative. This has become the prevailing theme in modern basketball. Much like the Grizzlies' formidable duo and the Pacers, the Magic, however, stood out as an anomaly, yet Chen Bo was an anomaly in his own right. This long-range sharpshooter, tall and robust, possessed an astonishing accuracy. As Chen Bo delivered an assist to O'Neal, who then executed a thunderous dunk, the Cavaliers surged ahead by 6 points, prompting the Magic to call a timeout. Indeed, the Cavaliers were in the lead, with the combined prowess of Chen Bo and O'Neal. The team's playstyle was versatile, both inside and outside. As halftime approached, the Cavaliers maintained an 8-point advantage. During the intermission, the team physician once again scheduled a checkup for Chen Bo. The prognosis remained grim. Yet fortunately, at the tender age of 19, his body was resilient. If he were in his 30s, the situation would have been perilous. Are you truly not considering resting? We're in the lead. Chen Bo chuckled bitterly and shook his head. He wished for rest. But what did an 8-point lead signify? In Du Feng's words, 20 points are nothing. Moreover, an 8-point margin could easily be overturned in just 2 possessions. The team physician, seeing Chen Bo's unwillingness to heed his advice, sought out Brown. However, Brown looked at LeBron with a troubled expression. LeBron, clad in high-end attire that exuded sophistication, appeared entirely unconcerned as he sat alongside Varejao, laughing and chatting. You know, the team cannot function without him. The physician's gaze swept between Brown and James, ultimately letting out a weary sigh. One is earnest yet powerless, while the other is indifferent yet strong, unable to unify. Yet, these thoughts remained locked within his heart. As the third quarter commenced, under the insistence of the team physician, Chen Bo decided to rest on the sidelines. However, without him, the Cavaliers resembled a ship bereft of its helmsman, adrift and directionless, like a headless fly flitting aimlessly. After conceding 2 3-pointers to the Magic, the deficit swiftly dwindled to 2 points. Brown, feeling utterly helpless, could only gesture towards Chen Bo. Bear with it a little longer. Malone patted Chen Bo's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, coach. I can endure, Chen Bo replied. As he donned his gear and returned to the court, he once again seized control of the tempo. Immediately, he passed the ball to O'Neal in the paint. As Varejao posed no threat from beyond the arc, the Magic collapsed their defense in the paint, compressing the space for O'Neal's exploits, leading to a surge in turnovers. Within merely 2 minutes of play, 3 mistakes had already been committed. Yet, with Chen Bo back in the game, the Magic dared not compress their defense recklessly, thus opening up the interior space. O'Neal went one-on-one against Howard, a challenge that proved difficult for Howard to contend with. With a few deft shoulder fakes in the paint, he left Howard spinning in confusion. Unfortunately, a soft hook shot was thwarted by Howard's extraordinary second jump speed, causing the ball to veer off target. Nonetheless, O'Neal, with his exceptional rebounding instincts and positioning, seized the rebound. At that moment, Carter opted to assist defensively, and O'Neal lost his shooting space. Shaq, the ball. Chen Bo called out loudly, as O'Neal, utilizing his immense arm strength, subtly elbowed Carter and Howard away to pass the ball out. Chen Bo leapt high to catch the pass. Lewis, lacking height advantage before him, dared to defend. You wish to challenge me? I might just score 40 tonight. Chen Bo hoisted the ball high, confirming his intention with utmost seriousness. Give it a try? Lewis gritted his teeth, but at that instant, Redick approached from the side to double-team him. In that moment, Chen Bo discerned the hatred in Redick's eyes. Go ahead and try. Unfazed by their provocation, Chen Bo smiled nonchalantly. I shall indeed. Suddenly, he pivoted to the left, executing a powerful dribble before stepping back, launching a shot from a meter beyond the 3-point line. Swish. The 3-pointer found its mark with unerring precision. Chen Bo faced the double team with calm resolve, taking the shot decisively. This was the essence of leadership. This was true prowess. He extended his index and middle fingers, pointing to his eyes, then gestured at Redick and Lewis. I've taken my shot, and what now? Oh, right. You still owe me 500, 000. Chen Bo slapped his forehead in realization. You might wonder why J. Redick, typically a master of banter, now stammers like a tongue-tied novice, merely uttering incoherent sounds. Meanwhile, Carter swiftly transitions to a counterattack, executing a strategy that leaves no room for a stationary battle. Howard's speed serves as their advantage, as he effortlessly breaks through Parker's defense, delivering a one-handed windmill dunk. It must be said, the aesthetic allure of Carter's dunks and the gracefulness of his physique remain unparalleled in the league thus far. Of course, in the later stages of the league, the explosive beauty exhibited by the likes of Levine and Gordon also captivates the audience. As the Cavaliers gain possession, Chen Bo receives the ball in the front court, poised to orchestrate an offensive play. However, the Magic opts for a different strategy, eschewing reliance on Howard. Instead, they apply pressure through their forwards and unleash an array of precise 3-point shots. A one-on-one exchange sees Howard and O'Neal, with Howard maneuvering to prevent O'Neal from receiving the ball easily. Chen Bo glances at the lethargic Williams and Parker, while West remains an unpredictable variable. This particular game proves to be erratic. After surveying the court, O'Neal finds no opportunities and is compelled to act independently. Yet, the intense physical exertion rapidly depletes his stamina. Such a heavy frame, coupled with a lack of discipline, is a recipe for exhaustion. Reflecting on the legendary Yao Ming It seems everyone shares a sentiment that players appear breathless even before the game commences. Upon substitution, they remain winded, though the disparity in their breathing rates is notable. In this possession, under duress, Chinbo fails to find a favorable shot and passes to Williams, who briefly drives before returning the ball. Chinbo, feeling the pressure, thinks to himself, "Aren't you known for your passing? What is going on now?" With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, he opts for a mid-range drive. Carter, having anticipated this, swiftly extends his long arms to contest alongside Lewis. In terms of height and wingspan, Carter possesses a significant advantage over Barnes, amplifying the obstruction against Chinbo. Following a successful defensive play, Carter exudes exuberance. Having just scored with a dunk, he returns to thwart this attempt. And his excitement is understandable. He gestures across his throat, taunting, "I heard you averaged 16 points in that subpar league? Huh. Your shooting is as soft as your fellow East University players. You're too timid to attack the paint. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you're Yao Ming." Faced with such derision, Chinbo appears taken aback, contemplating, "Have you finally figured it out? Yet? You're no Redick, you're lacking." He thrives under pressure, stating, Chapter 52, Entrapped by Capital. It's evident that Carter aims to rattle Chinbo's composure. Yet, as a renowned keyboard warrior from the future, such taunts merely tickle at the surface. Chinbo turns to the audience, boldly inquiring, "How many points did I score while on the court? Tell me." "A super triple-double. 43 points. The fans respond with fervor, their voices resounding in agreement. "Did you hear that?" With a smile, Chinbo responded, then gestured towards Redick, mentioning the individual who owed him $500,000. "You claim to be so formidable, sweeping your opponents effortlessly, yet here I am, achieving a triple-double against you." The Magic's offense faltered as Redick's three-point attempt following a pick-and-roll fell short. The possession shifted to the Cavaliers. Chinbo called for the ball. Would they attempt to double-team him? Ignoring Lewis standing nearby, he addressed Carter with a casual remark. Just as Carter prepared to move in for the double-team, he found himself momentarily immobilized. Should he proceed? Certainly not. He had just made a bold declaration. With a cold smirk, Chinbo elevated the ball to O'Neal and swiftly maneuvered to the corner. As the ball arrived at the perfect moment, O'Neal delivered it flawlessly. However, Lewis's speed allowed him to keep pace. Upon receiving the pass, Chinbo executed a drifting three-point shot. Lewis's massive hand obscured his line of sight, but by then, the shot was already in motion. The basketball spun gracefully towards the hoop, while Chinbo turned his back to the basket, arms outstretched, eagerly anticipating the cheers of the crowd. Confidence, absolute confidence. And Chinbo's self-assurance was not unfounded. It stemmed from his enhanced three-point shooting. Having only a minor deficit of 6 points, yet crossing the pivotal threshold of 90, it was akin to laying the foundation and entering a new realm. The disparity was as vast as that between heaven and earth. Chen showcased his three-point prowess, demonstrating that even a center could rival a guard in shooting ability. The key was that Chen was undeniably charismatic. "Ah, I could bear him, children. Nothing could deter me." Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball slicing through the net resonated throughout the arena. Observing this, Brown vigorously waved his arm, releasing a long sigh of relief. That last shot was truly remarkable. Such individual prowess. Utterly impressive. "Chun, your bravado is excessive, yet I cannot help but adore it." As the team transitioned to defense, Chinbo unleashed his offensive firepower. "Do you know what distinguishes us the most?" he quipped, tapping his temple with his index finger as he addressed Carter. "I play with my mind, while you play with your backside. That's the difference in mentality." Carter's expression darkened. Having just scored, he was immediately met with a rebuttal. The slap to his pride arriving far too swiftly. Was this Chinbo truly merely a second-round rookie? His skills rivaled those of the illustrious Howard. "Oh, by the way, may I inquire if your mother is aware that your intelligence is shorter than the free-throw line?" Carter opened his mouth, only to find his thoughts reduced to a single exclamation. "Bitch." The realization struck him. He wished he had studied harder, for he could not fathom why Chinbo had such a wealth of clever retorts in his mind, unlike the rest of them. Thus, during the third quarter, Chinbo played until the final 2 minutes, feeling a throbbing pain in his legs. Only then did Brown allow him to rest. Due to the presence of Chinbo, despite the Magic continuously closing the gap, the advantage and initiative remained firmly in the hands of the Cavaliers. However, once Chinbo left the court, the Cavaliers lost their direction, yet Brown gritted his teeth to endure the next 2 minutes, allowing Chinbo a respite of nearly 5 minutes. Meanwhile, The team physician was diligently applying ice packs and massaging his legs to alleviate the muscle strain. The Magic seized control of the game, and for Brown, those fleeting 2 minutes felt like an eternity. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic managed to equalize the score. The camera fittingly focused on Chun Bo sitting on the bench, where he was not only wrapped in ice packs on his legs, but also had one on his shoulder. The large screen suspended above the arena displayed Chun Bo's condition in vivid detail. The fans spontaneously erupted into applause, wholeheartedly recognizing this new hero of Cleveland. Chun Bo smiled at the camera, opened a bottle of Pepsi, and exclaimed with delight, his face radiating satisfaction as he playfully shook the bottle towards the lens, exuding an endearing charm. In that moment, the heavy sense of melancholy in the air was alleviated by Chun Bo's antics. As he made a silly face at the camera, which elicited laughter from the fans, creating a moment of collective joy. Chun Bo was, after all, just a young adult on the cusp of maturity. Meanwhile, their veteran hero, LeBron James, sat on the bench with his head down, gnawing at his nails, obscured from view and lost in thought. In a brilliantly illuminated venue in Las Vegas, guest performer Taylor had just finished her act. Eagerly, she turned on the television to watch Chun Bo's game, only to be met with the sight of him in a dire state, covered in ice packs. Covering her mouth in shock, her ice blue eyes glistened with tears. Yet in the next moment, she giggled and remarked, "What a flamboyant character." With tears still glistening on her cheeks, her radiant smile left the man nearby, who had intended to comfort her, momentarily speechless. Indeed, a single smile could captivate a multitude. "Excuse me, Miss Taylor, do you require leave?" She interjected coldly, wiping away her tears and suppressing her smile. The man, sensing her command, promptly retreated, unaware that an invisible jester's mask had been affixed to his face. At the same time, in the headquarters of PepsiCo in New York, manager Charbonneau sipped his coffee while watching the game. He was pleasantly surprised by this young player from Eastern University, signed by Duffy, especially as he observed Chun Bo, who had yet to sign a contract, fervently promoting their product. His heart swelled with joy, not only for the potential advertising revenue, but also for having snatched a client from Coca-Cola. Who can comprehend this feeling? Family? Moreover, this spokesperson is truly remarkable. He excels in basketball, is affordable, and is willing to showcase them in matches. Where else can one find such a quality ambassador? It is still the individuals from Dongda who have bolstered their competition against Coca-Cola. No company can afford to overlook the market of Dongda. At this moment, he even feels that his endorsement fee is insufficient. At least from the current perspective, it is worth every penny. $500 million for 3 years. What a bargain. Let us not forget, this is 2010, when the dollar was indeed referred to as the greenback. Back on the court, Chun Bo is oblivious to the fact that people are watching him on television. He is currently engaged in a struggle with the system. This dog challenge has intensified his lackluster performance, and once this match concludes, he fears he may find himself back at square one. At this moment, Chun Bo is struck by an inescapable feeling. He has been ensnared by capital. This is no jest. After all, which system possesses such capabilities? Chapter 53. Why don't you dare confront him in a fight? Soon, the fourth quarter commences. Chun Bo does not take a continued respite, after all. The 2 minutes he was absent during the third quarter have already been established. It devolved into one-on-one play, an endless series of individual matchups, or perhaps shots following screens. It is not that they do not wish to employ strategies. Rather, the teams that reach the Eastern Conference Finals are not to be trifled with. The perimeter defense is overwhelmingly intense, leaving them with little opportunity. Thus they resort to the simplest and most effective strategy, isolation plays. This is typically the domain of superstars, where brute force prevails. As the camera pans to Chun Bo entering the game, the crowd erupts in a symphony of cheers, resounding and unrelenting. Chun Bo smiles and shakes his jersey. Continuing with the strategy from the previous 3 quarters, as soon as he receives the ball, he is immediately double-teamed. In the last game, they attempted to let Chun Bo play freely, resulting in a painful price to pay. In this match, they have learned their lesson. To win against the Cavaliers, they must stifle Chun Bo's impact. If others score, they can accept it. But they cannot allow Chun Bo to replicate his previous game as 43 points. After a few possessions, Carter once again finds himself exasperated by Chun Bo. Is there truly such a human being? How can someone so tall execute a fadeaway jumper? How does one defend against that? One can only imagine the future's Embiid's fadeaway. Though often criticized, the process is undeniably skilled. Just as one cannot guard Nowitzki's patented one-leg shot, how does one defend against that? And what about Chun Bo? What is his signature move? To Carter, it seems he possesses no singular technique, yet every move he makes appears to be a signature maneuver. The Cavaliers, now trailing by 6 points with 5 minutes remaining, prepare for a sideline inbounds play. In this game, Chinbo has achieved an impressive 12 out of 18 shooting, with 4 three-pointers out of 7 attempts, accumulating 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists, numbers that are nearing a triple-double. James, from the sidelines, fixated his gaze upon Chinbo, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy and jealousy, albeit overshadowed by a deeper sentiment of resentment. The cheers that once belonged to him now felt as though they were being snatched away, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of loss. The architect of this turmoil was none other than Chinbo. Just wait. You had better not falter. Should you fail, I shall take the court and trample you underfoot. No one shall usurp glory from my grasp. Were Chinbo to overhear such thoughts, he would undoubtedly believe them, especially considering the absurdity of having scored 8 points in a single possession during the finals. What did that matter now? As Chinbo received the ball along the sideline, Lewis and Carter converged upon him like conjoined twins, intensifying their defense. Consequently, Chinbo had no choice but to pass the ball to Parker, who attempted several three-point shots, all of which went awry. Subsequently, Carter grew increasingly brazen in his double-team tactics. This was the inevitable consequence of a stifling defense when teammates could not find the net. After a few failed attempts, Parker lost all confidence and ceased shooting, while Chinbo exerted himself to extricate himself from the clutches of the two defenders. As he ventured into the paint, Parker delivered the ball perfectly into Chinbo's hands. At this moment, Barnes, Jamal Nelson, and the relentless duo of Carter and Lewis, along with Howard, who was positioned in the paint, all converged upon Chinbo. In that instant, he felt akin to Kobe, facing 5 defenders in a singular drive. With a determined huff, Chinbo surged towards the basket. Crack! Howard's hand collided with his arm, sending the basketball careening out of bounds just as the referee's whistle pierced the air. Chinbo was awarded 2 free throws. Approaching the free throw line, Chinbo glanced at Redick and Carter, jesting, "Who among you wishes to wager with me? I eagerly await your response." Receiving no reply, he feigned disappointment, muttering, "How dull." He sank the first free throw. The second followed suit. The score was once again tied, as the Magic's perimeter shooting had posed significant challenges for the Cavaliers that evening. Following a successful post move by O'Neal, they advanced swiftly on offense. After a few minutes of such exertion, O'Neal found himself utterly drained of energy. With merely 2 minutes remaining, his hands trembled as he received the ball, allowing Carter to snatch it away. In the ensuing fast break, Carter began to taunt. "How about that? Ready for more?" At this juncture, Obi was too fatigued to return on defense, resulting in 2 consecutive steals by the Magic. Brown urgently called a timeout. O'Neal was substituted out, yet Carter stood at midcourt, cupping his hand to his ear, shouting towards Chinbo, "Need me to order you a KFC meal? Or perhaps a ticket back home?" Chinbo merely smiled, his dismissive gaze cutting deep into Carter's pride. How dare he regard me with such disdain? Carter yearned to confront him directly, but Redick held him back, urging, "Don't act impulsively. What is the matter with you? You lack any spirit. That Chinbo is merely a yellow-skinned softy. What is there to fear? Why do you not dare to confront him?" Carter's frustration with Redick's attempts to dissuade him reached a boiling point. He found him exceedingly cowardly. Yet he failed to notice the subtle malice lurking in Redick's gaze. The spectators were quick to react to Carter's bravado, their boos echoing through the arena. Lacking the strength to back such antics could lead to a fate worse than Irving's. In the face of Carter's provocation, Chinbo merely smiled and returned to the bench, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It was evident that O'Neal would not be taking the court. There was no other reliable player, only one, who remained sidelined. LeBron might grapple with myriad issues, yet no one dares to label him incompetent. Now, Chinbo gazed at the system's interface, where a row of treasure chests awaited him. His heart raced. With a steely resolve, he thought to himself, "I am all in." At worst, he could earn back what he wagered after this game. Ding. Consuming 300 points to draw a golden treasure chest. 300. A full 300 points. Chinbo had gambled on 3 golden chests. His heart ached. With only 50 points remaining and a mere 1 minute and 42 seconds left, he knew it would suffice. The first chest offered a 100% success rate for limited-time rebounds, defensive boards. Chinbo rubbed his temples, striving to calm his anger. Damn it. The second chest guaranteed 100% success for limited-time sideline throws. Damn it again. 200 points down the drain, how many drinks and hamburgers could he have bought with that? This represented countless sleepless nights of effort. For reasons unknown, Chen Bo felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Was this what it meant to be a gambler? He gazed at the third chest. Having already committed, he pressed on. The third chest promised 100% shooting accuracy for limited-time contested shots. Splendid. Excellent. Chen Bo clenched his fists and jubilantly leapt from the bench. Chen, what is wrong? Is your illness flaring up again? Jackson had reason to comment, recalling that in the previous series, Chen Bo exhibited similar symptoms during a tough match. The team was behind then, and here they were again, the crucial difference being that he had previously been unnoticed. Yet now, despite trailing, he appeared so exhilarated. All eyes on the team, as well as those of the spectators, were drawn to Chen Bo in confusion. Was he about to unveil something new? Chapter 54. I am a loser. Chen Bo, noticing the puzzled expressions of his teammates, recognized that his behavior was indeed suspicious. Should they lose, he would not be able to cleanse himself of the accusations. Clearing his throat, he attempted to lighten the mood. Let us not be so somber. Shaq, our elder statesman, is still giving his all. We should not be disheartened. Seeing his teammates nod in agreement, he gathered them close. Time was of the essence. And succinctly proclaimed, pass the ball to me. Williams held no objections, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Brown and LeBron seated nearby. Chen Bo understood his concerns and promptly and resolutely reiterated, pass me the ball. Trust me, I will lead you to victory. Such a proclamation, uttered by a mere rookie like Chen Bo, would have elicited derision had it come from anyone else. Yet, in this instance, there were no dissenting voices. Rather, the crowd was in agreement, for his prowess in recent games was undeniable. Brown nodded towards Williams, acknowledging that Chen Bo indeed possessed the requisite talent. Nevertheless, he continued to outline the strategy, affirming one essential point. We still have Chen Bo. We are not at the end of our rope. We still have a chance. Brown picked up the tactical board and declared, in the forthcoming moments, Chen Bo may encounter even more formidable double-teaming. He will undoubtedly pass the ball. And that will be your moment to shine. When you find yourselves open, be decisive in your shots. Old Parker instinctively lowered his head. Chen Bo longed to raise his hand and assert, Coach, I assure you I will not pass, for I am audacious. As the timeout concluded, Chen Bo approached Carter, leaning in to whisper coldly, you will pay the price. Who was he trying to intimidate? I am not easily frightened. Carter promptly retorted, visibly displeased. Chen Bo, ball in hand, ignored Lewis entirely, beckoning Carter instead, come on. Bring the double team. Van Gundy, unwilling to repeat past mistakes, shouted from the sidelines, double team him, quickly. Still hoping to provoke? I will not fall for that. Carter, dismissive, believed he had deciphered Chen Bo's every ploy, viewing it as a child's game. Did he not understand the principle of 3 strikes? How naive. Observing Chen Bo's bewildered expression, Carter assumed he had everything under control. Convinced that Chen Bo feared the impending double team. Naturally, who wouldn't fear a double team? If you apply pressure, and he falters, you should be content. With a disdainful huff, Carter prepared himself. As the double team approached, Williams, left wide open on the perimeter, called out, ball. Chen, over here. Old Parker, having hesitated to shoot, found himself switched onto Redick. Thus, when Carter initiated the double team, Williams was left unguarded. Chen Bo smiled slightly and waved his hand in refusal. Chen, you're determined to force a shot. James squinted, his eyes narrowing. Such hubris from a star player was rare. Even the likes of Kobe or Jordan would not possess such confidence. Even I would opt to pass. As anticipated, Chen Bo resolutely faced the dual interference from Carter and Lewis, forcing a shot. The duo's arms obscured his line of sight, completely blocking his view of the basket. Swish. The basketball sailed past Lewis's fingertips and soared towards the hoop, finding nothing but net. He did it. Chen, he did it once more. In the moment of peril for the Cavaliers, he once again emerged as the savior. As for the reasons behind this predicament, they are inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's fans scoffed, questioning what could be deemed irrelevant. After all, it was merely a matter of some players' injuries. TCH. On the bench, Brown and Malone embraced in excitement. But upon seeing James's neutral expression, Brown restrained his smile. Malone, visibly displeased, cast a glance and fell silent. In this team, if anyone harbors disdain for James, Malone certainly ranks among them. The reasons are well understood by those in the know. In later encounters, Malone didn't hold back in tormenting the Lakers, particularly showing no mercy towards James. Chen Bo raised 3 fingers to his lips and blew a kiss to Carter. Sure, this 3-pointer is merely the beginning. Just as Carter was about to retort, Chen Bo interrupted him. The Magic's offense unfolded as Redick, using a screen, sought to connect with Howard for an alley-oop. After all, under the basket, Howard had a distinct advantage over Varejao, unlike when he faced O'Neal. However, Varejo's defense was no laughing matter, as Howard positioned himself for a rebound. His elbow grazed Varejo's chin, eliciting a gasp. Bam! Varejao clutched his jaw and recoiled. As Howard slammed the ball through the hoop, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul. Enraged, Howard approached the referee to argue, only to be pulled back by a teammate. Another technical foul would spell disaster. Varejao stepped to the line for 2 free throws. He made the first, but the second veered off the mark. Watching the trajectory of the ball, Howard was confident and reached out to catch it. Careful, Redick shouted, but alas, it was too late. A massive silhouette soared over Howard's head. Snatching the basketball and executing a thunderous dunk, Chin Bo swung around the rim and descended, only to be met by an exuberant Varejao, who celebrated with a chest bump. How exhilarating. How ferocious. Oh my goodness. Did I just witness that? Chun, you dunked. The Cavaliers had leveled the score once again, tying with the Magic at 90-90. With only 28 seconds remaining, the Magic's offense saw Barnes' three-pointer fall short compared to Redick's, and his defense was rendered ineffective against the Cavaliers in this match. After all, aside from O'Neal and Chin Bo, there was no one else capable of contributing. The threat beyond the arc was nearly non-existent. Throughout the game, aside from Chin Bo's 6 three-pointers, the entire team shot a dismal 4 out of 18. This was the top team in the East, and without LeBron, this was how they chose to perform, was it? Consequently, the final moments relied heavily on Redick, who sought to deliver exceptional three-point shots. Van Gundy's decision was not flawed. Redick had made 4 three-pointers, maintaining the caliber of a shooter. In this moment, Redick called for Howard to set a pick, followed by a drifting three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. Old Parker may not have been slow, but for a shooter, the release is an instantaneous affair. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. At that instant, the atmosphere in the Spectrum Center became palpably tense, with some fans burying their heads in their hands, unable to accept the reality. A wail of despair echoed throughout. Soon, their collective gaze fixated on the tallest player on the court, for he was their beacon of hope. With 8 seconds remaining, the Magic pressed the clock to its limits. Brown refrained from calling a timeout, as that would disrupt Chin Bo's rhythm and momentum. Williams brought the ball up the court, and as in previous games, the final shot was entrusted to Chin Bo, allowing him to decide whether to take the shot himself or execute a play. Chin Bo now possessed such decision-making authority, and upon receiving the ball, only 6 seconds remained. It was once again time to believe in Chin Bo. At this juncture, the Magic led by 3 points, and they knew very well to apply a double team on Chin Bo, but this time it was not just 2 defenders. No, it was 3. Redick had left Old Parker unguarded. They were willing to concede a 2-pointer, but a 3-pointer was beyond their capability. A gamble, one must admit. Van Gundy truly had a knack for taking risks. Chin Bo was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. This was too much confidence in him, completely disregarding his teammates. Yet, this was advantageous. Chin Bo was unafraid of the double team. The more defenders there were, the more exhilarated he became. This meant that if he made the shot, it would be all the more impressive. With 4 seconds remaining, Chin Bo retreated, reaching the Cavaliers' territory. Carter and Redick continued their relentless pursuit, closing in on him. Just watch how I will annihilate you with this shot. At that moment, the defenders, including Carter, could not afford to underestimate him. They leaped in anticipation, fully aware of Chin Bo's three-point prowess. Even now, he was a formidable threat. Chin Bo took off for his first three-point attempt, raising his hand, flicking his wrist, as the basketball soared to an extraordinary height, evading the defender's reach, spinning towards the hoop. The entire arena's attention was riveted on the ball. Yet they failed to notice the fierce determination glinting in Redick's eyes. The opportunity had finally arrived. The basketball continued its trajectory through the air, and as Chin Bo leapt, he landed not on the smooth floor, but rather on his foot. Ack. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net coincided with Chin Bo's anguished cry. The Spectrum Center erupted into a cacophony of cheers, which swiftly morphed into outrage. At that moment, Chin Bo lay in agony on the floor, clutching his ankle. Malone and the team physician rushed to assess the situation, and after a brief respite, Chin Bo was assisted, limping towards the players' tunnel. The fans clasped their hands in prayer, while some impassioned spectators shouted accusations at the referees. Corrupt officiating. Corrupt officiating. They would not spare the instigator, shouting in unison, "Love has its principles." Some fans even hurled hard objects and popcorn buckets at him, chanting for his downfall, which was undeniably disgraceful. The score was tied at 93-93, thanks to Chun Bo's equalizing three-pointer, dragging the game into overtime. Following a brief intermission, the match resumed, yet Chun Bo did not return. In a moment of desperation, Brown reintroduced O'Neal to the game. These were their Cavaliers' two towering pillars. However, the aging O'Neal, unrestrained by Chun Bo, found himself under immense pressure from the compressed defense. With only 2 minutes remaining in overtime, the Cavaliers trailed by 6 points. Brown paced anxiously along the sidelines, resigned to the possibility of conceding this match, as it was merely one game in the series, as long as Chun Bo was unharmed. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in a wave of cheers and applause. Brown's gaze was drawn to a figure emerging from the player tunnel. He had arrived. Chun Bo limped onto the court, steadfastly enduring his pain without assistance. It was then that the crowd noticed the swollen lump on his ankle, currently being treated with ice. Chun Bo's presence seemed to imbue Shaq with renewed strength. Obi-Wan forcefully matched up against Howard, suddenly spinning and slamming the ball down, causing Howard to stagger backward. The deficit narrowed to 4 points. The Magic launched an offense. Howard, feeling humiliated, sought to assert himself against O'Neal. Unfortunately, his rough techniques under the basket paled in comparison to O'Neal's formidable prowess. While Howard's physical attributes were impressive, they were insufficient against the seasoned giant that was O'Neal, now in the twilight of his career. Nevertheless, Howard's leaping ability and speed allowed him to secure the rebound. Carter surged in from the side, receiving Howard's pass and completing a layup. The gap widened once more to 6 points, with just 1 minute remaining in overtime. Chun Bo rose and approached Brown, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Coach, I request to enter the game." In that moment, Brown was transported back to the previous series against the Celtics when Chun Bo first boldly sought to play. He felt as though someone had tightened their grip around his throat, rendering him speechless. "Can your foot handle it?" Chun Bo replied nonchalantly, "A man should never admit defeat." "You rascal," at a time like this, still cracking jokes. Malone, witnessing the exchange, was both amused and concerned. "I am still young, coach," Chun Bo asserted, his tone serious and earnest. Brown nodded and promptly called for a timeout. "Chun Bo, if you truly believe that this situation is irredeemable, then perhaps conceding this match is not an unfeasible option. Although James is his benefactor, this approach undoubtedly displeases him. Why is he so fixated on his statistics and performance? If he possessed even half of Chun Bo's qualities, the Cavaliers' chances of securing the championship this year would significantly increase. Yet, at this moment, to play such tricks on a rookie is disheartening. Alas, no words seem adequate to express his sentiments as he gently patted Chun Bo's shoulder. As a coach, he has failed in his duties. After all, he is merely a caretaker without real authority. Without the ability to align with LeBron, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Returning to the bench, O'Neal had no time to wipe the sweat from his brow before brushing aside Varejao, who was ready to inquire with concern. He settled beside Chun Bo, expressing his worries. "Chin, how are you?" A preliminary assessment indicated a soft tissue sprain. O'Neal sighed in relief. "That's good. It won't significantly impact your career. A rest of 1 to 2 weeks should suffice." "And what about this game?" Chun Bo retorted. O'Neal wished to assert that if he were present, the outcome would be different, but with merely 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining, how could they proceed without Chun Bo? "It's just one match." Chun Bo shook his head. "Winning this game would allow me to rest with peace of mind. 2 victories hold a different magnitude than 1. However, your ankle might worsen." "No matter," Chun Bo replied, waving his hand with a smile. "The victories of these 2 games are the result of our collective effort. I do not wish to disappoint anyone or let their hard work go to waste, whether they were substitutes or starters." The coach noted that some regarded Chun Bo's words with disdain and mockery, while others genuinely admired the rookie. Perhaps this is the essence of leadership. This is what a true leader embodies. Meanwhile, on the Magic's bench, laughter and chatter filled the air. Without Chun Bo, victory seemed assured, especially with a 6-point lead. "Redick, you truly are impressive." Howard commended him, but Redick merely shook his head. Who knows what the situation was back then? Chapter 56. He is a god. "I do not wish for this. I am merely striving to defend." Only Carter furrowed his brow, seemingly disdainful of Redick's actions. Chun Bo likely would not play in several upcoming games, and the opportunity was upon them. "We must not be complacent. They still have LeBron," Carter reminded everyone, forbidding any premature celebrations. Furthermore, this celebration was illicitly obtained. "Let us secure this match first." Soon, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Chun Bo, once again injured, stepped onto the court, and in that moment, The arena fell silent, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They covered their mouths in disbelief. What was Chun Bo doing? He was rescuing the team. Amidst the tumult, some female fans could not contain their tears, while more fervent supporters unleashed their wrath upon Coach Brown, questioning his competency and lamenting the potential ruin of Chun. However, none of this would alter the fact that Chun Bo was set to take the court. The Cavaliers held possession, and Carter, devoid of any inclination for idle chatter, was taken aback by the situation, filled with profound admiration. He resolved to double-team Chun, his determination stronger than ever. The utmost respect for an adversary lies in the exertion of one's full strength in response. Chun Bo did not rush his actions. He remained stationary, each movement infused with excruciating pain. At the very moment Carter advanced to double-team him, Chun executed his shot. Though slightly slower, it was launched at a higher angle. The basketball, with an impeccable shooting percentage under pressure, swished cleanly through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers, momentarily alleviating Chun Bo's agony. Was this the effect of adrenaline? The deafening roar caused Reddick's hands to tremble as he passed the ball to Howard just past the half-court line. The latter, brimming with confidence, readied himself to overpower Varejao. Yet, as he attempted a delicate hook shot, Chun Bo, arriving from behind, seized the ball, thwarting Howard's intentions. In a desperate bid for recovery, Howard sought to reclaim possession, even attempting to topple the already staggering Chun Bo. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Howard. Chun Bo prepared for 2 free throws. This time, without waiting for a teammate's support, the sideline referee was the first to offer assistance. "Chun, you have my utmost respect," he exclaimed. Chun Bo stood, patting the referee's shoulder in gratitude. He limped towards the free throw line, ready to take his shots. The camera panned to reveal one foot firmly planted while the other lightly touched the ground, his swollen ankle unmistakable. His silhouette seemed to narrate the unwavering spirit of sportsmanship. LeBron James, seated on the bench, wore a grim expression. In comparison, Chun Bo exhibited a flair that even surpassed his own, rendering his position precarious. The first free throw found its mark, followed by another successful attempt. The Magic now held a slender lead, with just 26 seconds remaining. Should they choose to run down the clock, only 23 seconds would remain for the Cavaliers. In the past, they might have felt anxious but not despondent. Now, however, a sense of despair began to creep in. "Chun, if you can achieve this, I will be your lifelong fan. Count me in," echoed another voice. In the studio, Barkley set aside his usual banter, his demeanor now serious. Would Chun continue the miraculous streak of previous games? Kenny Smith shook his head, foreseeing difficulties due to Chun's injury. The Magic would undoubtedly guard him fiercely. Yet Chun Bo remained unfazed on the court, directing his teammates to fortify their defense, insisting that no three-point shots be allowed. Even Chun Bo was exerting himself in defense, but unfortunately, his injury had adversely affected his already sluggish mobility. Lewis easily broke through to the paint, though his three-point shooting was far from reliable. Help defense. Chun Bo had already alerted his teammates the moment Lewis chose to drive. Varejao arrived to assist. But the opponent indeed missed the shot, yet Varejao was called for a foul for pushing. Howard held an undeniable advantage under the basket, particularly in the absence of O'Neal. Securing the offensive rebound, Howard intended a second attempt, leaving Varejao with no choice but to tackle him down, a diluted version of the hack-a-shack strategy. Foul Howard, whose career free throw percentage hovers around 57. As expected, he delivered a performance befitting that statistic, making only one of 2 free throws, with the second one missing the mark. Varejao secured the rebound. Brown called a timeout, not out of disbelief in Chun Bo, but considering his injury and reduced speed. Opting for a front-court free throw seemed more prudent. The strategy was conventional. The Magic knew precisely to whom the ball would be directed. However, Chun Bo's height posed a challenge in preventing him from receiving the pass. Upon returning from the timeout, the Cavaliers substituted O'Neal into the game, emphasizing rebounding, while the Magic brought in Barnes for Reddick. Emma Williams was set to inbound from the right sideline. On the court, Chun Bo and Lewis occupied the left corner. O'Neal and Howard battled for position in the right side of the paint, exerting their full might. Parker and Barnes stood in the right corner, while West and Carter tangled at the top of the arc. With the referee's whistle, West swiftly cut toward the basket, prompting Carter to hastily follow, clearing the top of the arc. Meanwhile, Chun Bo moved quickly towards that same position. Lewis stayed close, determined not to let him escape. "This time, you certainly won't be so fortunate," Lewis stated with an icy demeanor, resolute in his belief that he could not succeed against such a double team every time. unless you resort to cheating and receive divine favor. Jamal Nelson waved his hands frantically, attempting to disrupt Williams' shot. However, it was Chinbo who received the pass. With only 2 seconds remaining, Jamal quickly closed in for the double team. Yet at that moment, Chinbo stepped back beyond the three-point line, launching a deep three-pointer. Here it comes. Chinbo indeed opted for the three. The Cavaliers were determined not to drag the game into overtime. However, the difficulty of this shot was immense, a step back. Ultra-long three-pointer, all while being double-teamed. And let us not forget, Chinbo's ankle was still injured. The basketball soared toward the hoop, ascending past its apex before beginning its descent. Swish. Boom. Barkley watched the ball's miraculous arc, heading straight for the basket, already beginning his celebration. And indeed, it was a swish. Immediately following was a crisp sound of the net swishing. Chinbo's crucial long-range three-pointer found its mark. Good heavens, Chinbo is astonishing. He is truly a deity. At that moment, a rather unsavory man, bald-headed and boisterous, not for his looks, but for an unmistakable aura, was present. Squinting his eyes and retracting his neck, he spoke through his nose, much to the discomfort of those around him. Fortunately, he was a supporter of Chinbo, prompting nearby fans to endure his presence. Had Chinbo caught sight of him, he would have surely exclaimed, "Isn't this the spokesperson for a certain brand of condoms?" Chapter 57. After the ball went through the hoop, Chinbo, enduring the pain, spread his hands before the dazed Lewis and queried, "What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted with fervor. We won. The Cavaliers bench was in a frenzy, towels waving vigorously. And even Marlon excitedly embraced a nearby trainer, dancing with joy. Incredible! Chinbo. This was not merely a game-winning shot. It was a double game winner. 2 crucial shots in a single match, coupled with his performance from the previous game. It became evident that Chinbo consistently delivered pivotal plays in the final moments of each match. What a terrifying player. As the camera focused on Chinbo, he lay on the ground, while Jackson guzzled a can of Pepsi with fervor. In mere moments, a 330 milliliters can was drained, and Chinbo, reclining on the court, let out a satisfied belch. Despite being unable to feel his feet, he relished the exhilarating sensation. You nearly lost your phenomenal son again. Thankfully, I held my ground and made a remarkable comeback. This smiling moment of Chinbo was captured for posterity. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly be intriguing. Perhaps something like Chinbo's unrivaled brilliance. However, Chinbo knew well that the world is devoid of absolutes, and not everyone would be his admirer. At Dongdao, the philosophy of yin and yang prevails, wherein they complement each other. Thus, some unfavorable news was bound to follow, particularly targeting a certain brand of cola. Chinbo exemplified the notion that discipline pales in comparison to talent. Once he was helped to his feet, the impatient reporters were eager to interview him. Among them was a familiar face, a beautiful journalist. "Chin, tonight you epitomized extreme individualism, steering the Cavaliers through adversity. What are your thoughts on this?" Chinbo pointed emphatically at the court beneath him and declared to the camera, "This is my domain." Tonight was a testament to his unparalleled heroism. Addressing the camera, he voiced his indignation, expressing his dissatisfaction with Reddick's underhanded tactics. The cheers from the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse resonated throughout the arena. Gradually, a synchronized roar and cheer erupted from the crowd, harmonizing with Chinbo's iconic gesture of shaking his jersey. This was a moment of victory for the Cleveland team. At the post-game press conference, Chinbo entered the venue, supported by staff and leaning on a crutch. Accompanying him was the outstanding O'Neal, who also had an impressive performance that evening. Chinbo contributed 45 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists. Although it wasn't a triple-double, his scoring remained explosive. O'Neal recorded 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks. With LeBron absent to share the offensive load, one might wonder if the pressure was overwhelming. Was LeBron providing encouragement from the sidelines? Naturally, the media sought to interview Chinbo, the undeniable hero of the night. And the first question was directed at him, although it was posed by Windhorst. It was already a challenge for Chinbo to endure the pain and participate in the interview. And now he felt provoked. "Next question," Chinbo declared without restraint. He was supposed to support us from the sidelines? Where was he when we won? Where was he? Soon, David Aldridge took the floor and inquired, "What strategies did the coach implement tonight that enabled you to deliver the game-winning shot?" Chinbo felt a rush of satisfaction. Was this the pleasure of being a favored reporter? The question was perfectly timed. Strategies? I told Coach Brown, no need for a strategy. Just give me the damned ball, and I'll lead you to victory. The photographers present laughed as they raised their cameras to capture the moment. They did not perceive this as mere bravado. Chen Bo possessed the capability to back it up. This prompted Chen Bo to reflect on an amusing notion. Wealthy individuals parading around with counterfeit designer labels are rarely doubted. Instead, people ponder whether it's a new model. Conversely, the less fortunate flaunting genuine items often face disdain and are labeled as replicas, or perhaps they are merely putting on a facade. Windhorst, feeling humiliated by Chen Bo's retort, raised his hand with a displeased expression. "I have another question," he began. But Chen Bo interrupted. "No, you don't have a question." Next, other journalists, sharing a disdain for Windhorst, chimed in. "Chen, what were you thinking when you took the final shot?" inquired a female reporter. "I was calculating how much popcorn was left uneaten in the stands, and then my hand slipped, and it went in," he replied with a chuckle. Evidently, Chen Bo's humorous remark dissipated the previously tense atmosphere of the press conference. The Cavaliers had played a largely passive game, yet they managed to reverse the situation at the last moment. Was there a strategic adjustment made by the coaching staff? Chen Bo glanced at the reporter who posed the question, noticing his press badge. "You should be asking Coach Brown this question, Malone." "Why are you asking me?" he replied, signaling for the reporter to sit down. "You asked a good question, but please refrain from asking again in the future. We have observed your frequent passes to your teammates during the fourth quarter. However, in the dying moments of both regular time and overtime, you made 2 pivotal three-pointers. Do you not trust your teammates?" Chen Bo fixed his gaze upon yet another reporter, exasperated, suggesting that perhaps they should cease their inquiries altogether. "It is quite remarkable. When faced with a double team, one must inevitably pass to an open teammate. If they fail to score, then one must take matters into their own hands. It is not a matter of reluctance to pass. There is a rationale behind the act of passing. If a teammate is presented with an opportunity and one fails to capitalize on their own, any assist is deemed a brilliant pass, regardless of the outcome. When one has a chance, and so does a teammate, yet upon attempting to drive in, it proves unfeasible, the pass is made outward. Whether it results in a score or not is merely a means of shifting the blame. I noticed you and Shaquille were communicating in those final moments on the court. What were you discussing?" Chen Bo cast a satisfied glance at the journalist, replying, "We were discussing the Magic strategy, and Shaquille correctly predicted they would likely double-team me. However, it is essential to acknowledge Shaquille's pivotal role on the court. He allowed Howard only 12 attempts tonight." Chen Bo's sharp wit is commendable, but his praise for others is equally impressive. Shaquille lightly touched his bald head, feeling somewhat bashful upon hearing this. He lifted the microphone before him, stating, "Chun is the most critical core player. He is the hero of the Cavaliers. It was, in fact, his idea for us to play together." Chapter 58, Bittersweet Victory. Shaquille has long been renowned in the league and feels a sense of mentorship towards this younger player. Before placing the microphone down, he suddenly brought it back to his lips and added, "Chen said he would lead us to victory, and as you can see, he delivered. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival my own." This assertion was devoid of flattery. Shaquille genuinely believes it. Tonight, Chen Bo not only led them to victory, but did so twice. This revelation sparked astonishment among the reporters, their pens dancing swiftly across their notepads. Next came the most crucial topic, Redick's trip. Certain calls are ones referees should not overlook, yet this is the nature of the game, rife with uncertainties. Chen Bo candidly remarked, "At that moment, the coach urged me to remain calm. This is the essence of competition, a time of trial. Some calls may seem unjust, but we cannot afford to lose our composure. Impulsiveness can lead to technical fouls, complicating an already challenging game and deepening our frustration." David Aldridge pressed further. "The team physician explicitly warned that continuing to play might exacerbate your injury. Why did you insist on participating?" Look, fellow reporters, this is professionalism. The questions must strike at the heart of the matter. Chen Bo leaned forward, bringing himself closer to the microphone. "In the locker room, there's a mirror. And before each of us steps onto the court, we must ask ourselves, do we deserve the sweat and blood of our brothers? Today." My answer resonated amidst the roars of the audience, who shouted it on my behalf. Deservedly so. Following the post-match press conference, with the assistance of the team doctor, Chen Bo began his recovery process. This implies that for my next game in Orlando, I might have to sit on the bench like LeBron did in the last 2 matches, observing the game in a tailored suit. However, having persevered through 2 challenging games in Cleveland, I hope that as long as LeBron and the team can secure a victory, the worst outcome would be my return in a decisive Game 7. Yet, a sudden question emerged in my mind. Would I truly make a comeback? At that moment, I could not provide an answer. The next day, various reports concerning Shinbo flooded the headlines of major media outlets. Bill Duffy and David Aldridge exerted considerable effort in this regard. One must not underestimate the influence of journalists and agents, particularly the latter, as their ability to generate hype is formidable. I recall the young talent Yang Hanqing from Dongda University, who faced skepticism from both domestic and international media prior to the draft, with many predicting he would go undrafted. However, after signing with the renowned agent Rich Paul, his fortunes transformed, and he ultimately became a late second-round pick. Following this, he participated in joint workouts, benefiting from Rich Paul's promotional prowess, as well as his own hard work and talent. Yet, it would be misguided to think he would achieve a first-round selection at the 21st pick. As some sensationalist influencers suggested, this exemplifies the allure of an agent. Consequently, numerous media outlets featured headlines proclaiming, "This is the advantage brought to him by Bill Duffy." While Shinbo was intrigued, engaging with some detractors online, he received a call from Taylor. "How are you? I just found out. How did you get injured again? Is it serious? That guy Reddick, he did it on purpose. I've never liked him." A barrage of questions enveloped Shinbo in a sea of happiness. "Are you worried about me?" Shinbo inquired, touching his nose and adjusting his hairstyle in the mirror. Of course. Taylor, caught off guard by Shinbo's sudden question, immediately regretted her words. "Who else worried about you?" Flustered, a blush crept onto her fair cheeks, fortunately with no one else around. "Oh, never mind. I was being overly sentimental." Upon hearing Shinbo's disappointed tone, Taylor replied, "I do have some concerns." Shinbo found it curious, after all. Taylor was immersed in the entertainment industry and had a boyfriend. Was she merely using me for practice? Did she think this innocent young man was easy to manipulate? If so, she was gravely mistaken. "I'm not a delicate little boy. I possess both strength and cunning. Do you have time today? I would like to see you." "If that's all right." Taylor's sweet and enchanting voice sent a tremor through Shinbo's heart. "Absolutely. Of course," he replied. "I'll send you the address shortly." Shinbo stared blankly at the message he had just sent, murmuring to himself, "I really know how to manipulate this." Due to Shinbo's mobility issues, Taylor naturally went to his residence, a shared dormitory. However, at this moment, he was alone. As Chris Pitt had mentioned, he was preoccupied with a significant task and had been away for days. Could this be the moment for a promotion? Shinbo relished the solitude. "This cake is homemade. Do give it a try." Today, Taylor donned a white, wide-sleeved cotton shirt paired with meticulously tailored charcoal gray tapered trousers, complemented by misty blue suede loafers. A delicate silver watch adorned his wrist, and a teardrop pendant rested at his collarbone, creating a striking yet understated ensemble. Shinbo's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was both simple and elegant. "I am honored." He accepted the cake from Taylor, unwrapping it to reveal its exquisite color and shape. "How can I describe it? It is truly crafted with care. Such a rare masterpiece could not have been made without genuine effort. Do taste it." Shinbo's smile radiated brightly, as smiles often conceal sorrow. He set the dark cake down, retrieved a knife and fork, and took a bite. "How is it?" Taylor watched intently, his expression filled with anticipation. "Hey, why are you crying?" Shinbo waved his hand dismissively but, undeterred, took another bite. "Why are you really crying?" "I tasted my mother's flavor. It makes me want to cry." Shinbo wiped away the tears streaming down his face. "Is it truly that delicious?" Taylor, somewhat skeptical, cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The next moment, ugh. Taylor hurried to the trash can, expelling the cake in a panic. "Did you deceive me?" he asked, a mix of frustration and anger in his tone. It was bitter, salty, and sweet. "Thank you, Taylor, for reminding me of my mother," Shinbo added. "Not only did it remind me of my mother, but it almost brought me to my great-grandmother." Seeing Shinbo speak so earnestly, the previously annoyed Taylor began to believe him. "Would you like to hear my stories from the past?" Taylor nodded seriously in response. Shinbo gazed out the window, his face tilted at a 45-degree angle, presenting his profile to Taylor. "My mother told me when I was very young that children from poor families mature early. So this tale unfolds in autumn, when the winds are so tender." Chapter 59. 3 consecutive losses. 2.5 hours later, Taylor rose to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, leaning against the frame with a smile. "If you like the cake, I shall make you another next time." Upon hearing this, Shinbo's smile abruptly faltered. Taylor waved goodbye, saying, "No need to see me off. You're still injured. All right, I'll see you next time." Watching Taylor's retreating figure disappear completely, Shinbo couldn't help but mutter, "Next time, just bring yourself." Unbeknownst to him, as Taylor departed, a smile blossomed at the corners of her lips. She seemed to recall Chun Bo's awkward demeanor, her eyes crinkling in delight. What an interesting person indeed. After bidding farewell to Taylor, he returned to his mundane existence. Just as he was about to lie down, Chris Pitt's call interrupted him. Chin, I just missed $1 billion. What? Chin Bo was taken aback, feeling disheartened. He did not fear his brother's struggles, but rather the prospect of his brother driving a Range Rover. No. How could he possibly have missed $1 billion? Was it the Joy Beans? I was just tracking a celebrity, and I saw her leave our dormitory building. Chris Pitt lamented, his frustration palpable. So close. There must be a romantic connection in our building. What a pity. Goodness, why is my path to promotion so fraught with obstacles? Chin Bo's heart raced. Who is the star you were tracking? Just wait until you hear her name. It will shock you. I've been keeping an eye on her for over half a month. Who? Chin Bo swallowed hard. Higi, Taylor Swift. She must have a lover here. Chin Bo mused inwardly. Indeed. What do you mean by lover? Can't stars have relationships? Moreover, they might merely be ordinary friends. Chris Pitt, displeased by this notion, retorted. Are you questioning the future as top paparazzo? I swear, you've become a bit too carefree. Ahem, I've got to run, bye. After such a ruckus with his best friend, Chun Bo reflected. Being a celebrity is no easy feat. They have no privacy whatsoever, and paparazzi are truly relentless. In the following 2 days without matches, he found himself unable to engage in his beloved training. During this time, O'Neal, Jackson, and others came to visit him. Bringing astonishing news, James would be traveling with the team to Orlando. He was set to make his comeback on the road, although the specific game remained confidential. Upon hearing this news, Chin Bo couldn't help but scoff. Even his own teammates were keeping secrets. Yet, all of this fell within his expectations. It would be strange if you didn't return. How petty. You're wary of a mere rookie like me? While one could understand the caution in facing Wade later on, after all, Wade is genuinely impressive. Was I really worthy of such scrutiny? This was the culmination of your entire season. And you'd rather not play at all, opting for a score of 0. He longed to be in Orlando to witness James's prowess firsthand. Unfortunately, he found himself listed on the injury report, unable to publicly disclose the specifics of his condition. After all, this was crucial for the Eastern Conference Finals. And discretion was paramount. The team's explanation was simply that his ankle was sore and swollen, placing him on the daily observation list. The next day, the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals commenced in Orlando. However, James did not take the court. How could he possibly play in the first game without Chin Bo? Victory is a collective achievement, yet defeat burdens the individual with blame. Such a losing venture is not one he is willing to undertake. He bides his time, awaiting the moment when the Cavaliers falter, poised to stage a triumphant return and guide the Cavaliers to victory in the series. At that moment, it would be as if only O'Neal remained on the court. James, meanwhile, maintains his composure from the sidelines, though his spirits appear notably high today. The game commences swiftly. Following a few successful one-on-one plays against Howard, the Magic ramp up their defensive intensity. Without Chin Bo's influence, O'Neal finds himself once again ensnared in the difficulties reminiscent of the previous round, as the Magic tighten their defensive line. Ultimately, O'Neal achieves impressive statistics of 26 points, 12 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, yet the Cavaliers still narrowly succumb to the Magic. This evening, the Cavaliers bench players exhibit a resurgence in performance. However, they fall short of that crucial final push, which Chin Bo had previously provided in the first 2 games. Now, no one seems capable of offering O'Neal the support he desperately needs. O'Neal expended every ounce of energy tonight. His statistics do not encapsulate the entirety of his impact, as he made the game exceedingly challenging for Howard on both ends of the court. Post-game, the media lavishes praise upon O'Neal. Since his return from injury during the playoffs, O'Neal has been relentless, giving his all in every match. It is evident that if given possession, he can score in the paint. A few days later, James announces on social media his imminent return in Game 4, vowing to lead the team to victory. His announcement precedes the official declaration from the Cavaliers. Can the Cavaliers, devoid of Chin Bo, triumph in this series under the leadership of their star, LeBron? This is the query and anticipation shared by most media personnel regarding the upcoming Game 4. They are well aware of the significance of such discussions, with numerous pre-game indicators emerging. Although the discourse surrounding James does not quite reach the fervor of Decision 10, it undeniably ranks among the league's most prominent topics. One team is helmed by the relatively obscure Chin Bo, while the other is led by the long-established league sensation LeBron. One has achieved consecutive victories. Can the other do the same? Observers quickly discern that Chun Bo's remarkable efforts were pivotal in securing those hard-fought wins. Now, the challenge awaits James. Amid the fervent anticipation of Cleveland fans, James makes his return. At Orlando's Amway Center that night, many Cleveland supporters flock to cheer for their idol. As the game commences, James immediately displays a fervent desire to attack offensively, in stark contrast to Chun Bo, who typically begins by assisting teammates, energizing the entire squad before deciding to take matters into his own hands. For him, statistics hold significance, yet winning is paramount. He plays not for the fans, but for the team's coaches and managers. Numbers do not convey the entirety of the game's essence. Thus, in a much-anticipated performance, James delivers astounding statistics: 46 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. O'Neal turns to find that he has lost possession of the ball, with only 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 block. He accompanied James in sprints tonight. This game epitomized a typical LeBron performance. The team may have lost, but I did not. I, LeBron, have truly exhausted myself. Yet, to Chun Bo, it appeared as though James had lost his sanity. Why did O'Neal score 12 points in the first quarter, yet finish with only 14? He had no ball possession. It is impossible for James to shine without Chun Bo on the court, as the spotlight remains elusive. Chapter 60, the 10th day of missing Chun Bo. The 5th game has arrived, returning to the home ground of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Following Brown's ineffective strategies, they were defeated by the Magic in the subsequent match. The score gap soared to 23. After winning 2 consecutive games, the Cavaliers suffered 3 losses. Once again teetering on the brink of despair. Is LeBron playing poorly? Far from it. In these 2 games, James averaged 38 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 12 steals, nearly filling every statistical category. In the words of his devoted fans, it's about his teammates. How many golden opportunities were squandered, with open shots that simply did not go in? Yet, some still claim LeBron's style is selfish. It truly makes me laugh. LeBron has sacrificed so much for the Cavaliers. When his teammates fail to score, he has no choice but to take matters into his own hands. One cannot utilize a workhorse in such a manner. LeBron, it is time to leave. You owe Cleveland nothing. However, these fans seem to have forgotten that James vowed to bring a championship to Cleveland. Amidst the mixed reviews of LeBron, a comment rapidly ascended to the top. The 10th day of missing Chun Bo. Within just an hour, it garnered 20,000 likes. The day before heading to Orlando, General Manager Ferry sought out Chun Bo. To this, Chun Bo, still undergoing rehabilitation in the hospital, was not the least surprised. Did James send you? The two began conversing in the hospital's private room. Ferry looked at Chun Bo with astonishment, yet it mattered little. We hope you can play. The team needs you. Chun Bo regarded him intently, without uttering a word. Ferry, having been thrust into this predicament, received a simple message from James. Let him play, and he would accommodate any conditions, including an apology from Brown. And from me. Chun Bo, feeling a bit unnerved by the scrutiny, Ferry continued. Others, including Brown, can apologize to you, as long as you agree to take the court. Huh? Chun Bo raised his foot, still wrapped in bandages. Do you think I can play? Although he was prepared for this scenario, Ferry's insistence on having him play injured made him want to curse. Why not have James relinquish ball control, minimize the scheming, and leverage the abilities of O'Neal, Williams, and the others? Yet, you come to me, an injured player? Absolutely not. Chun Bo replied with unwavering certainty. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. It was resolute, devoid of any desire for politeness. You are aware that my injury can be adequately healed with a fortnight of proper rest. However, should I force my return prematurely, I risk jeopardizing my entire career. I am merely a rookie, and in these few matches, I have repaid the team for the honor of being chosen. Despite my participation being my own decision, without it, the Cavaliers would have been eliminated in the semifinals. What must one do to take the court? Upon witnessing Chun Bo's resolute demeanor, Ferry had no choice but to return the ball to him, allowing him to set conditions. It is futile for anyone to offer apologies. My dignity cannot be preserved through mere words, but rather through my own prowess. I cannot gamble with my career. Ferry had not anticipated Chun Bo's steadfastness. Indeed, it is unreasonable to demand a player to compete while enduring an injury. This, in itself, is a form of moral coercion. He had to reconsider his approach, his expression turning grave as he glanced at the closed door. He then spoke in a hushed tone. Do you believe that if LeBron fails to win the championship this year, he will remain in Cleveland? Chun Bo looked at Ferry with unexpected surprise, questioning, what do you mean? He has spent 7 years in Cleveland, enduring numerous trials and tribulations. And he has certainly done right by the Cavaliers fans. Ferry clarified, of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Shinbo felt perplexed. Yet one thing was clear. Ferry seemed to suspect that LeBron might depart in the summer. Thus, he felt no reservations and retorted with a cynical smile. LeBron will undoubtedly leave. Huh, you see, you are aware. Yet many within the Cavaliers organization and their fans cling to the hope that if this time fails, there will always be another chance. Ferry spoke with self-deprecation. I arrived at the Cavaliers alongside LeBron. Often, the king of Cleveland has become his own shackles. If he were to leave Cleveland as a failure, he would face universal scorn, a blemish on his legacy that could never be erased. While Ferry remained engrossed in his soliloquy, Shinbo had already begun to observe him intently, embodying the role of a competent listener. However, he was merely listening. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Even children understand this principle. Does James wish to have it both ways? It is quite laughable to expect virtue while embracing vice. Noticing Shinbo's indifference, Ferry realized that his words had not resonated. Hence, he decided to forego further gentle persuasion. If softness proved ineffective, then a firmer approach was necessary. James requires a championship. You merely need to assist him. Conditions? Shinbo waved his hand in refusal. He needs a championship, as do I, as does Kobe, as does Howard. So what? His needs are his own concern. Shinbo did not wish to embarrass Ferry, questioning why they assumed that a disabled player like himself could guarantee their success in securing a title. For such uncertain outcomes, Ferry asserted seriously, you can receive an injection. LeBron has done so. His choices are his own. Why must he always be the standard? Am I endowed with the same physical attributes as he? I desire this championship, yet I am still young, with ample opportunities ahead of me. Ferry furrowed his brow. Clearly a formidable adversary. Well, since you are not so eager for the championship, what about the stage? Ferry scrutinized Shinbo. For these opportunities are bestowed upon you by us. Otherwise, would you have achieved your present success? Trust me, even in a trade, I could send you to a lackluster team, distancing you from the playoffs entirely. Moreover, in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, it is evident that the Cavaliers, from top to bottom, recognize Shinbo's prowess and harbor apprehensions. One explosive performance from you, Shinbo, may be attributed to luck. But can you sustain such brilliance over 5 consecutive games? Upon hearing Ferry's threat, Shinbo's fist clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound, his gaze growing ever colder. To Ferry, this was a clear indication of hitting a nerve. You know, the playoff stage is where stars truly shine. The further you progress, the greater the attention you receive. Excelling in the regular season holds little weight. The playoffs serve as the crucial proving ground for players. Indeed, for an athlete, the playoffs are of paramount importance. It is a chance for fame and lucrative contracts for championship contenders. Thus, in this moment, Shinbo found himself wavering. Ding. Detected an excellent opportunity for the host to join a lackluster team, declined to play, persist in mediocrity, 200 mediocrity points. What? Only 200? It is not that Shinbo looks down upon it. Rather, he feels his playing time is still too limited, leaving him uncertain about securing a substantial contract. Chapter 61. The masks are torn as one might expect. Upon successfully joining a lackluster team, the host could earn 5,000 mediocrity points. Shinbo? What do you think? The closed-door injections are not as terrifying as you imagine. As long as one exercises caution, significant issues can be avoided. Ferry sat in his chair, turning his coffee cup, eagerly awaiting Shinbo's final decision. What did you say earlier? The cup in Ferry's hand came to an abrupt halt. The stage. Do you not desire it? Oh, then I shall forego it. And what was the preceding statement? It seems you have made your decision? Very well. Take your time to recover. Ferry's patience had worn thin. Shinbo remained obstinate, and there was little he could do. After all, he could not compel an injured player to take the court. However, Shinbo found a bitter amusement the following day when the platform published an article. Who can stop the magic? A string of injuries has ravaged the Cavaliers, and LeBron is in dire need of assistance. Had Shinbo been able to play earlier, the Magic would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Well, resorting to such tactics again, are we? Truly, it is as if they are opening the door to disgust. And it has reached its peak. In frustration, Shinbo sought out David Aldridge, only to find that he did not readily acquiesce to his request. Very well. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. His Twitter followers had now approached nearly 1 million, quite commendable for a rookie. He expressed on Twitter that among the 739 private messages he received, 96 fans pinned the same sentiment. We wish to see you grow old healthily, rather than exit the stage in tragedy. What took Chinbo by surprise and moved him was the support from David Aldrich. As a result, even before the decisive battle between the Cavaliers and the Magic commenced, internal strife within the Cavaliers was already palpable. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. The Cavaliers, heading to Orlando, entered the fray with diminished morale. At the start of Game 6, they found themselves down 120, prompting Brown to call a timeout. Yet, the team was already fragmented. What good was a timeout? James resorted to his usual tactics, attempting to shake off defenders on the perimeter but failing to find any openings. Consequently, he had to rely on his physical prowess to drive inside. Yet Howard stood in his way. With time running short, he passed to those on the perimeter who had not received opportunities, resulting in missed shots. While assists may not matter, maintaining shooting accuracy was imperative. Another turnover was unacceptable. Thus, unsurprisingly, James delivered a personal masterpiece, yet the game ended in defeat. He amassed 37 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, comprehensive statistics. Alas, it was all for naught. This signified the end of Chinbo's season, halted in the Eastern Conference Finals. The atmosphere in the locker room post-Game 6 was stiflingly oppressive, a silence that was almost terrifying. After winning 2 consecutive games, to be overtaken in 4 straight, who wouldn't he feel the pressure? The most heart-wrenching was for the veteran. He had traversed 2 teams in pursuit of a championship. Yet now all seemed a distant mirage, and his dream of glory appeared ever more elusive. At the post-game press conference, Brown struggled to call James to join him, knowing full well the discomfort that awaited them. In such a loss, the reporters were acutely aware not to direct their questions at LeBron first. Some buffer was needed. This was where Brown's role came into play. You lost Game 6 and failed to bring the series back to your home in Cleveland. Had you won this match, your chances in a Game 7 would have been significantly enhanced. Would you care to comment? Brown responded, "Our team gave its all, but we lost. This is not solely on one individual. The opponent was formidable, having swept their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. LeBron had done everything within his power. Yet they were up against one of the season's strongest 4 teams. Clearly, we fell short, but we will return stronger." Brown's response was a textbook Cavaliers reply, a formula only present in teams with LeBron. The first step was to share the blame across the entire team. The second step was to reaffirm James's contributions. Chinbo, watching from the screen, couldn't he help but smirk. Indeed, Brown was commendable. This year, the Cavaliers had upgraded their roster, even bringing in O'Neal. And Chinbo had led the team to 2 victories, yet why did they still fall to the same adversary? The journalist in question directed his criticism squarely at James. "As you may know, I have been plagued by elbow issues, and our opponents have brought in Vince Carter, making it impossible for us to contain him. While injuries are indeed part of the game, I must assert that injuries have ultimately ruined our chances." At this point, James paused, gesturing toward his elbow, and remarked that if Chinbo could contribute to the team as he does, we would have undoubtedly swept the Magic with ease. This statement followed a familiar formula. First, he affirmed his own contributions, then shifted the blame to the injured Chinbo. "This summer, you faced yet another failure, succumbing to the Magic. What are your plans?" Although the question was posed delicately, speculation about his potential departure began to circulate, stirring a commotion in the venue. James appeared composed before the cameras, indicating they had prepared for this press conference in advance. "I reiterate, my sole objective here is to bring a championship to Cleveland." Chinbo chuckled at the absurdity, pondering whether the decisions made that summer were perhaps his doing. "Ah, how shameless one can be. I will indeed secure a championship for my hometown." Of course, such antics are not unique to him in the league. The absence of Chinbo, one of the key discussion points, rendered the press conference somewhat lackluster and devoid of excitement, leading to its swift conclusion. However, this tranquility was but the calm before the storm. Chinbo, harboring a deep-seated aversion to sharing a team with such a hypocrite, felt no obligation to maintain the so-called harmony of the locker room, especially after James had launched his verbal assault during the conference. After all, his arrival had already altered the trajectory of the game. One could only hope that James would not have a moment of irrationality and decide to stay. What was originally a rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers had now transformed into a contest with the Magic. The following day, Chinbo unveiled a shocking headline on his social media, accompanied by even more explosive commentary beneath it. "I firmly believe that injuries are not an excuse. A loss is a loss, and one should reflect on their own shortcomings. When Bynum was injured in 2008, did Kobe use that as an excuse? The true losers demonstrate their resilience. Last year, Garnett suffered a significant injury, impacting his speed and other abilities, yet in the previous round, we narrowly triumphed. And they played with remarkable tenacity. Did anyone hear them lament over injuries? Such behavior is utterly cowardly. These remarks provided an outlet for Cavaliers fans, or more accurately, James's fans, who had long been unable to express their frustrations. Chinbo's comment section was inundated with responses. Chapter 62. You cannot imagine my joy at this juncture. Chinbo took pleasure in observing the vitriol directed at him by the so-called James fans. After all, he eagerly anticipated their reactions once James departed. The intensity of their current insults would undoubtedly become a boomerang. A jester, if not for LeBron, would never have the opportunity to step onto the court. Although he typically refrains from acknowledging that James' authority supersedes that of the coach, allowing him to dictate whether players take the floor, now, in their eagerness to criticize Chinbo. Such considerations have been cast aside. They revel in the moment without regard for the consequences. If a titan of the league like James can endure pain for the sake of victory, how can a mere rookie fret over his own physical well-being? Spare us the rhetoric. His body is deemed more precious than even LeBron's. A rookie daring to comment on the team's star player, what audacity. In the Cavaliers, no one dares question James. He has accomplished everything. Chinbo, observing these remarks, remains unfazed, his heart as calm as still water. He is even resolute in delivering them a significant setback. A loss is a loss. What purpose does it serve to bicker over shares? Our objective is to reclaim victory. Of course, some may feel there is no future here and wish to depart in search of brighter prospects, and we shall not hinder them. After all, he owes it to every fan of Cleveland and the Cavaliers. Despite everything, he still holds affection for the Cavaliers, yet his true desire is for James to depart. Chinbo understands that once James leaves, the Cavaliers will plummet to secure the top draft pick, perfectly aligning with their tanking strategy. There would be no need to acclimate to a new environment or new teammates, and crucially, there are still adoring fans who cherish him. Ferry has also remarked that should James leave, he would have honored his 7 years with the Cavaliers. Thus, if you wish to leave, then hasten your departure. The situation has been brewing for 2 days. While engaging with fans online at home, Chinbo received news regarding David Aldridge. He has been released from all associated collaborations. Chinbo promptly made a call, intending to extend an apology, but the response was nonchalant. Duffy has already connected me with them. They wish for me to join. As old foes and rivals, they were eager to accept the news of Aldridge's dismissal. Ultimately, after Chinbo's rebuttal to LeBron, it signified the unraveling of the Cavaliers. One of them must inevitably depart. Chinbo had anticipated this moment long before, even from the instant of his arrival. However, he had not expected James to stoop to such depths, engaging in palace intrigue with a rookie. Thus, following the press conference, Chinbo's social media has been in a continuous uproar, dominating trending topics for 2 days. Today, the discourse surrounding Chinbo is overwhelmingly negative. Fans have voiced their disdain, and even some media outlets have joined the fray. A rookie, having played only a handful of games, truly believes himself to be of consequence? What about his defensive attitude during games? Is that acceptable behavior? With the center absent from the paint, he remains on the perimeter, presenting himself as if he were a guard. He never participates in practice, displaying laziness and a lack of discipline, contributing to a toxic locker room atmosphere. A jester, indeed, is Chinbo. Leave Cleveland. For I have long known you to be a critic of LeBron. Yet, some fans of Chinbo, in defiance, argue, have you forgotten who led us to the Eastern Conference Finals? Without Chinbo, would I have had the opportunity to witness the magic? Your hearts are filled with malice. Chinbo, despite suffering an injury in the second game, persevered and made 2 game-winning shots against the Magic. Have you all forgotten? In these recent matches, Chinbo has averaged 43 minutes on the court during the playoffs. When LeBron was absent, did we utter a word? The followers of LeBron are indeed the most distasteful group. However, these few comments were swiftly drowned out by the multitude of LeBron supporters. Nevertheless, Chinbo remains unfazed, continuing his recuperation at home. On the following day, the day of the first game of the finals, where the Magic faced the Lakers, Chinbo once again declined the nutritious meal delivered by the dietitian. He gazed contemplatively at the barbecue grill before him. Prior to the commencement of the evening's match, Chinbo updated his social media. He realized that the more people became aware of his nonchalant attitude, the greater his slacking off value would increase. Correspondingly, the more prominent figures took notice, the higher his slacking off value would soar. Is this what they call the celebrity effect? Today's leisurely life consists of watching the game. enjoying barbecued delicacies and sipping on beer, complemented by a picture of him holding a wine glass in his left hand and a skewer in his right, all while wearing a beaming smile under the night sky. It must be said, Chris Peters possesses undeniable skill. He is indeed an entertainment journalist. His ability to capture candid moments is exceptional, illustrating the joy emanating from Chunbo's core. If this young man were at Dongda, he would undoubtedly thrive. With such photographic talent, those deceptive models would eagerly flock to him. Naturally, this immediately attracted a swarm of LeBron supporters. Ha. They say this fool is doing it on purpose. Redick is taking the blame. This guy simply does not want to win. Just look at him, indulging in food and drink. How can you smile after just losing a game? There were many comments. Chunbo's social media has been exceptionally lively these past few days, with everyone, both human and canine, offering their 2 cents before departing. What surprised Chunbo, however, was the support he received from some fans in Orlando and Boston, who rallied behind him. It seems these individuals have been captivated by Chunbo, or perhaps they simply cannot stand the bullying from LeBron's supporters. Chunbo's performance on the court is evident to all. Such disparagement is unwarranted. Looking at his system panel displaying 400 slacking off points, a smile crept across Chunbo's face that he could not suppress. He could hardly fathom how much he might accumulate during this offseason. The primary concern is that once the offseason begins, the attention will diminish significantly. Thus, he must seize the moment and devise ways to remain active. Observing his current physical data, Chunbo stroked his chin in contemplation. Host, Chunbo. Overall rating, 93 position, center height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 221 centimeters weight, 129 kilograms close-range shooting, 99 mid-range shooting, 93-point shooting, 85. 91 ball handling, 85 court vision, 96 rebounding, 85 strength, 95 stamina, 83 speed, 65 steals, 60 blocks, 75 vertical leap, 70. Alas, it still feels insufficient. I have yet to earn the respect of those naysayers. Chunbo pondered that he must play explosive basketball, for a lackluster style would hardly garner any fans. Perhaps his allure is simply lacking. The current dilemma lies in whether to increase his playing time, enhance his skills, or acquire an indomitable physique. For a moment, he found himself without answers. He could only continue to languish, striving to accumulate lackluster points first. Those critics only know how to berate his lack of training, unaware of his struggles. Do you think indulging in crawfish and sipping beer is bliss? Do you believe that enjoying cola and hamburgers is comfortable? Do you think one can truly relish the absence of the grueling, sweat-drenched experience? Do you think that staying up late and rising late is truly perfect? You're mistaken. My joy is beyond your comprehension. Chapter 63. So professional, are you aiming to harm me? The body is the soul's sanctuary. Indulgence is sacrilege. Just look at James, who has abstained from soda for 18 years. At 37, he maintains a body fat percentage of 5, with explosive core strength that surpasses that of 95 rookies. Then observe Ronaldo, at 36, playing a full 120 minutes. His diet has excluded hamburgers for a decade, and his serum testosterone levels rival those of a 25-year-old youth. In stark contrast, consider a certain prodigy who signed a fast food endorsement. 3 years later, his knee cartilage is as worn as honeycomb, forcing him to retire at 28 and sell fried chicken. In the first game of the finals, Chunbo could not attend, as his ankle had yet to fully heal. However, he was determined to witness the next match in person. After all, it was Los Angeles. O'Neal had ample connections. During this time, O'Neal had also invited him to join, and he had no reason to decline. This was a splendid opportunity to accrue lackluster points. In the first game, the Lakers, playing at the Staples Center, suffocated Carter, leading to a dismal 0-for-10 shooting performance. The Lakers secured their first victory with a score of 98-90. After all, the Magic had exchanged wins and losses with the Lakers during the regular season. However, the Magic's foolish decision to trade Turkoglu left the team without a guiding force. Relying solely on one engine proved to be far too challenging. Without direction, the four wheels would only veer further off course. The second game commenced 2 days later. If the first game lost its suspense due to Carter's poor shooting, the second game plunged both teams into a fierce, grinding battle. The perimeter defense from both sides was terrifyingly formidable. Until the end of the first half, the score stood at 45-46, with the Lakers possessing a slender lead as they entered the second half. Prior to the commencement of the third quarter, the camera panned to the sidelines, where Chunbo was seen holding 3 bags of potato chips beside him. He sat next to Shaquille O'Neal, and it was evident that their physiques were somewhat comparable. Perhaps this phenomenon can be attributed to a deceptive appearance of weight. Weighing in at 129 kilograms, Chin Bo could hardly compete with O'Neal. However, Chin Bo's bulk was not comprised of chiseled muscle, but rather genuine fat. Oddly enough, he exuded an aura of cheerfulness and vitality, coupled with an indefinable charm. Despite his size, standing at 213 centimeters, he conformed to the aesthetic standards of the United States, where he might be considered relatively light. Today, we observed Chen seated in the audience, his demeanor relaxed. The commentators, following the camera's lead, playfully teased him. Chin Bo, ever the good sport, waved at the viewers with his greasy, chip-crusted hands. Ding! A new category of junk food, with significant influence, 100 points for slacking off. Chin Bo chuckled, seemingly in agreement. Did he truly require self-discipline? Do you believe he does? This is pure talent. Another commentator interjected, cautioning that if he continued in this manner, his body would increasingly bear the brunt of the strain, elevating the risk of injury. As a versatile center with a three-point shot who avoids playing in the paint, I contend that he is less likely to sustain injuries. Naturally, as a commentator, he could not assert that this injury was solely the result of foul play by the Magic team. The game soon commenced, and the Magic appeared to be on a rampage, particularly Howard, who dominated Bynum and Gasol with exceptional fervor. Nevertheless, the Lakers employed a strategy to counter Howard's prowess. Despite Howard earning 20 free throws, his shooting percentage was a mere 59.5, a consequence of the Lakers' strategy. Previously, they had utilized the same tactic against O'Neal. Fortunately for Howard, he fared slightly better than O'Neal, managing to convert 1 out of every 2 attempts. Ultimately, as the Lakers struggled in the paint and Howard found his rhythm, the Magic narrowly triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 92-87. In this contest, Kobe played with relentless tenacity, akin to a rabid dog, making it exceedingly difficult for the Magic. Following this, the Magic returned to their home court, where they unleashed a torrent of offense from their perimeter players. Kobe, despite scoring 38 points, could not alter the outcome, resulting in a hollow performance. The series score escalated to 2-1. Prior to Game 4, Kobe issued a rallying cry in the locker room, vehemently declaring, "We must drain the oxygen from Orlando in the next game," leaving them gasping. Indeed, on the court, the Lakers' perimeter defenders exerted greater effort, while Gasol's form improved. Ultimately, with the Lakers trailing by 3 points, Kobe made a clutch three-pointer to equalize, leading the game into overtime once again. However, unlike the previous round against the Cavaliers, this overtime would not see Kobe as the hero, but rather Ron Artest, the formidable defensive stalwart, would take center stage. Through a remarkable rebound, he clinched the victory. After all, only Kobe is capable of executing the game winner. It is a universally acknowledged truth. The game has reached the 5th match, which is also Orlando's final home game. This triumph holds immense significance for the Magic. Should they falter, as they venture into the Lakers' consecutive home games, their prospects would be dire. The Staples Center, known for its fiercely loyal Lakers fans, presents an immense pressure that is palpable. This encounter indeed stands as a pivotal clash in the finals, with both teams once again pushing the game into overtime. Amidst alternating leads, the match was drawn into an additional period, where the clutch player emerging this time was Fisher. It seemed as if every member of the Lakers was poised to rise to the occasion. Kobe, however, struggled with a shot, going 8 for 21. Yet, Gasol shone brightly with 29 points, seemingly a response to Howard's prior dominance in their matchups. After securing the 5th victory, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles. Naturally, Chin Bo would not miss this game, seizing yet another opportunity to accumulate some value. Why not indulge in such an endeavor? Before the 6th game commenced, Shaquille sat beside Chin Bo, perplexed. "Your ankle should have healed by now after all these days. Can you really skip training? What are your plans for the off-season?" Given the several months ahead, Shaquille's words were quite tactful. If the upcoming season did not go well, this young brother might find himself back on the bench. Many players, particularly those on the cusp of stardom, tend to work even harder, engaging in various targeted training regimens. Their daily schedules are meticulously planned, from morning routines to meals, all under strict control. "How about I introduce you to a professional nutritionist?" Shaquille suggested. Chin Bo became intrigued. He had previously been assigned a nutritionist by Duffy, but he was not fond of the recommendations, which revolved around vegetables, chicken breast, and eggs. "Isn't that detrimental to me? How credible is the one you are suggesting?" Shaquille assured him, "Rest assured, absolutely professional." Observing Chin Bo's furrowed brow, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Don't you trust my word, brother? This nutritionist is my personal one. Exceptionally professional. I don't want that. Shinbo replied hesitantly, feeling somewhat uneasy about rejecting Shaquille's offer, as it was his initiative. Such professionalism could be harmful to me. No, no. Shaquille was left bewildered. Consider this. If we only seek professionals, what happens to the freshly graduated nutritionists? Are they lacking in expertise? They merely lack the platform. I can provide that platform, enabling mutual growth. Thus, it benefits you, me, and them. Chapter 64. Trade Me. Shaquille stared at Shinbo in disbelief, but ultimately decided to arrange for a novice to gain some experience. What are your plans for the next season? O'Neal inquired. I will take it step by step, but if that person remains with the Cavaliers, I must leave. Shinbo did not conceal his feelings from O'Neal. What about you? During this time, O'Neal had received interest from several teams, most of which required him to assume a bench role. Even in the twilight of his career, he remained a perfect piece for a championship puzzle. However, for a superstar of his stature, being relegated to a substitute role, while he may not express it as bluntly as Iverson, was indeed hard for him to accept. Unfortunately, there are very few teams capable of offering him a starting position, with championship potential and a need for a center. I might go to Boston. In truth, O'Neal was quite reluctant about that option, yet there were not many suitable alternatives left. There, he would reunite with the three stars, whom he knew well. As the two conversed, the game commenced. In this match, Kobe showcased his unparalleled one-on-one skills, hitting three-pointers, driving to the basket, and executing fadeaway jumpers with remarkable finesse. His signature turnaround jumper was a sight to behold. Among those who could rival his physical grace, only McGrady and Kobe came to Shinbo's mind. Additionally, the Lakers system, orchestrated by Gasol and fortified by Arteas' defensive prowess, created an ironclad defense, underpinned by an indomitable spirit. Consequently, the match did not unfold as arduous as anticipated. What was expected to be an intense clash resembled more of a lackluster performance from the Magic, who appeared disinterested. A true reflection of the adage, a bear leads a pack of bears. Howard was unfit to be the leader of this Magic team, akin to a child at heart, displaying a character reminiscent of the current Embiid. As the final buzzer sounded, when Kobe received the ball and spread his arms wide, the fading sunlight of the purple and gold dynasty cast an eternal golden sheen upon the ruins in Orlando. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Magic with a score of 98-87, claiming the 2009-2010 season championship. At that moment, O'Neal remained outwardly indifferent. However, Shinbo understood him well. O'Neal's resolve to continue playing for another year was undoubtedly strengthened. He could not accept a record of 4 championships to 5. Kobe already had 5 titles in his possession. Shaq, if you have not yet decided to go to Boston, I have a better destination for you. Oh, where might that be? By this time, O'Neal and Shinbo had left the Staples Center. In O'Neal's luxurious vehicle, Shinbo gazed out at the vibrant city lights and said earnestly. The latter clearly placed his trust in Shinbo. The Mavericks? Where? Shinbo had anticipated O'Neal's reaction. After all, the current Mavericks did not possess a caliber that inspired fear. The team was filled with veterans, with only Nowitzki standing out. Shinbo was aware that telling O'Neal about the Mavericks winning the championship in the 2011 season would be a bold statement. O'Neal merely smiled faintly. And no one would believe it. I will give it serious consideration. Yet, what Shinbo did not anticipate was that O'Neal actually took his advice to heart. Shaquille escorted Shinbo back to the hotel, even graciously covering the expenses. One must admit, O'Neal's emotional intelligence is truly commendable. The following day, which was the day after the Lakers secured the championship, Shinbo received a call from Duffy while on the plane. Ferry wishes to meet with me? Understood. Subsequently, the two arranged to meet at a CAF near the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland. This time, Ferry appeared somewhat haggard. It seemed he had been under considerable pressure from his boss lately. We can't reach LeBron anymore, Ferry stated bluntly, eager to discern Shinbo's current thoughts. Well, if you can't reach him, what purpose does it serve to come to me? Shinbo was well aware that Ferry's visit was not merely to inform him of LeBron's unavailability. Ferry shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging that Shinbo's mindset was indeed formidable. Observing his demeanor, Ferry suddenly realized, without a positive outlook, how could one indulge oneself so freely? This summer, we will exhaust all efforts to retain LeBron. Shinbo shrugged helplessly. He had long understood that the Cavaliers' management, from top to bottom, was entirely subservient to LeBron. So, your intention now is to have me removed? Shinbo reclined slightly, speaking in a subdued tone. You know, there is a slim chance they might still keep James. Ferry pointed upward with one hand, chuckling ruefully. I find it curious how you are so certain you can retain James. Chinbo too is puzzled. As from their previous conversation, he was aware that Ferry recognized the futility of keeping LeBron. Besides myself, the management believes that as long as they show sufficient sincerity, it could be possible. What's the basis for their confidence? Chinbo pondered, bewildered that after all these years, they still did not understand LeBron. One could only describe the management's naivety as amusing. Because LeBron claimed he would bring a championship to Cleveland. Is that the sole reason? Indeed, Ferry responded, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Of course, there are deeper layers to this. Cleveland is a small market. They require superstars to uphold the spectacle and ensure the team's profitability. The commercial value behind LeBron may elude some owners, but they certainly grasp the business aspect. Much like the Clippers in later years, consistently lacking results yet always possessing superstars, especially after the ownership change. Once Ballmer took over, there were new arenas, new players, and new ambitions. Ballmer, with his wealth and whimsy, still required the team to be profitable. Thus, even after failing to re-sign Paul George and automatically falling out of championship contention, they still opted to re-sign Harden at a bargain price. Establishing the position of Shao Kahn is essential to ensure the attendance of the new arena. Ultimately, it boils down to a significant business venture. The notion of one person, one city is merely a farce. LeBron's prowess is undeniable, yet he too is ensnared by the machinations of capital. As the saying goes, Jordan elevated Nike, while Nike has enveloped LeBron. Thus, the remarks of certain individuals seem to carry an air of opportunism. Should LeBron still be with the Cavaliers now? Nike might very well have reservations, thinking, I can support you, but after 1 or 2 years, or even 7, without a championship, our resources would not be so heavily allocated towards you. With this in mind, Chinbo became increasingly convinced that LeBron would depart from the Cavaliers come summer. There existed a potential for harmony between you and LeBron, yet the situation has unfolded contrary to my intentions. I have made every effort. Initially, I had suggested retaining you until James made his decision, as Ferry still held Chinbo in high regard. However, now the question arises, which team should I join? Chinbo interrupted Ferry, questioning the necessity of such discussion, asserting, is it not simply about facilitating my exit? Chapter 65. Late signings equate to losses at this juncture. Duffy entered. As an agent, his presence was imperative during such a crucial negotiation. However, upon entering, he immediately overheard Chinbo's inquiry regarding his potential trade destination. The door swung open, and both Chinbo and Ferry's gazes converged upon Duffy. At that moment, Duffy remained unaware of the progress made between Chinbo and Ferry. Yet, with Chinbo's question, it became evident that the Cavaliers were prepared to relinquish him. Does the management believe Chinbo lacks a future? From the agent's perspective, Duffy found it difficult to comprehend. Chinbo is equally deserving of development. I have faith in Chinbo's abilities, his organization, his three-point shooting, his composure under pressure, yet Ferry paused momentarily. However, he is a product of East University, and his physical condition and athleticism pose concerns. His candor was striking. After all, the market surrounding Chinbo's East University is highly coveted, yet it also presents numerous challenges. In the dynamic between Chinbo and LeBron, even the slightest possibility would lead them to unhesitatingly choose LeBron, from both economic and competitive standpoints. For now, Chinbo remains a developing talent, his most commendable asset being his potential. Yet, potential alone is merely that potential. The league has seen too many prodigies devastated by injuries, and many brilliant talents unable to realize their gifts. Thus, the decision to place their bets on James rather than Chinbo is conspicuously clear. We have witnessed your capabilities and contributions to the team during the playoffs, Ferry acknowledged. Therefore, as compensation, we can allow you to select your team. He articulated his terms. Of course, we will endeavor to secure you a spot on a championship contending team. That is unnecessary. Chinbo interjected, which teams do I actually have the option to choose? As Chinbo posed this inquiry, he fixed his gaze upon Ferry, recalling his prior assertion that entry into the Eastern Conference would be denied. Feel free to choose any team in the West, he proclaimed. We shall endeavor to communicate and facilitate a trade shortly. Indeed, a cold chuckle escaped Chinbo's lips. It is quite amusing how you simultaneously express concerns regarding my physical condition while being apprehensive of my capabilities. At this juncture, Chinbo felt indifferent towards the Cavaliers. Their actions were nothing short of sycophantic. To echo the sentiments of the Eastern University, a sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. He would not divulge to Ferry that he had connections. When the time came for him to embrace mediocrity, they would come to understand the true meaning of endurance. As he spoke, Chinbo took the paper from Duffy and inscribed a list of Western teams he desired to join: the Grizzlies, Nuggets, Warriors, Lakers, Clippers, and Thunder. These selections were well considered. They were either formidable teams, possessed significant market appeal, or offered a chance for him to be a starter. Having already prepared for a confrontation with LeBron James, he was ready for the possibility of being traded. Thus, these teams were firmly in his mind. Earlier, he had contemplated the Knicks and Pacers, but the Cavaliers had since faltered. Such a management team was destined for mediocrity. They were far too obsequious. Now, he focused on which team to pursue. Should he join a weaker team to hone his skills and accumulate a meager 5,000 in mediocrity? Or target a strong team to challenge LeBron? After a moment of contemplation, he decisively dismissed the latter option. Joining a strong team would merely entail clinging to another's success. What sense of accomplishment would there be in defeating LeBron under such circumstances? A championship won in that manner would lack significance. To achieve greatness, one must be at the core of the team. Thus, he crossed out the Thunder, Lakers, and Grizzlies on his paper. The Thunder had their trio of stars. The Lakers boasted Kobe and were champions, and the Grizzlies had their established duo. This left him with the Warriors, Clippers, Rockets, Suns, and Nuggets. The atmosphere in the Warriors' locker room was tumultuous, with Monta Ellis vying for control over ball possession with Curry, or perhaps monopolizing it entirely. Chinbo promptly eliminated them from his considerations. This iteration of Curry was plagued by injuries. The Nuggets, too, were not without their complications, as Nene was present, and Anthony was likely to be traded. With only 3 teams remaining, Chinbo handed the paper to Ferry. The latter examined the listed teams before glancing back at Chinbo, whose brow was furrowed and expression somber. Ferry assured him, "We shall make every effort to facilitate your move to one of these 3 teams." All 3 were in a state of rebuilding, making it unlikely for Chinbo to reach the playoffs, let alone make an impact in the finals. Thus, they were more than willing to accommodate him. Furthermore, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. June 24, 2010. Marked the day of the draft at Madison Square Garden, an eagerly anticipated event in the off-season. This day held the potential for teams to secure foundational players for the next 5, 10, or even 20 years. At this moment, Chinbo finds himself in a rather unorthodox situation. At the gym, indeed. Yes, he is indulging in a rather lackadaisical manner. There he is, recording his check-in video and training footage, having completed a mere 20 push-ups and 5 lifts with the barbell, with similar results in other exercises. The most striking detail, however, is the presence of sausages, beer, and Pepsi at his side. What a curious scene. This is quintessential Chinbo, truly the epitome of sloth. Do you now understand why he is considered a second-round disappointment? He exhibits a complete lack of discipline. Surely, you do not believe he possesses the prowess to be selected again, do you? It's merely the allure of the market behind him that attracts attention. Such trivialities are best left behind. Allow me to share an amusing tidbit. According to my aunt's nephew's cousin, we are on the verge of trading this liability. How fortuitous. To dare to oppose LeBron and defy the leader's authority is simply asking for trouble. The comments section swiftly became a battleground dominated by LeBron's admirers, while his dwindling fanbase attempted to mount a defense. Yet, how can one stand against the tide? It's a mere drop in the ocean. Chinbo remains unfazed, even somewhat pleased, as his slothfulness garners him another 100 points. Without your scorn, this system might have only awarded him a paltry 20-30, a mere pittance. After 20 minutes of intense training, Chinbo settled into a seat by the window. He pondered where he might be traded next. If only he could learn sooner. Perhaps he could bolster the team's strength. After all, he possesses extraordinary abilities. Among the 2010 draft class, there are gems like Wall, Cousins, Monroe, Hayward, and notably the future superstar, Paul George. These players are indeed treasures, well known to scouts, as they all belong to the top 10 picks. Yet, Chinbo is aware of many hidden talents further down the draft. He might offer the team some valuable suggestions, including the second-round shot-blocking king, Hassan Whiteside, and the high-flying dunk artist, Jeremy Evans. Alas, if only they had signed him sooner, for he is not alone in this endeavor. During this time, news emerged from the Cavaliers that they would be placing Chinbo on the trading block, inviting offers from all teams. However, business is business, and Chinbo did not foresee such an audacious move from the Cavaliers. They cast a wide net, eager to see what enticing offers might come their way. Ultimately, they stand to lose nothing. Chapter 66. Next stop, Los Angeles. Should a more enticing offer arise, they would not hesitate to part ways with Chinbo. If not, they might settle for a bargain price with three particular teams. After the draft concluded, history remained unchanged. Wall was selected first overall by the Wizards. Evan Turner was chosen second by the Philadelphia 76ers, and the third pick, Derek Favors, was traded from the Nets to the Jazz. Meanwhile, the fate of Chun Bo's trade remains suspended in the air. Evidently, he remains in high demand, with approximately 8 teams having inquired about his value. Such a display of dominance in the playoffs merits their gamble. Just 3 days after the conclusion of the draft, the seasoned journalist Wojnarowski reported first-hand details regarding a trade involving the Cavaliers. This transaction even eclipsed the aftermath of the draft, inciting widespread discussion among fans. The Clippers sent Byron Davis and the unprotected 2011 first-round pick, along with the 8th overall pick they had just used to acquire Earl Amin Johnson, to the Cavaliers. In return, the Cavaliers only parted with a rookie, soon to be a sophomore, Chinbo and Jackson. The unprotected 2011 first-round pick could potentially secure a future championship cornerstone in the form of the first overall pick, Kyrie Irving. This trade could be characterized as the Clippers displaying an overwhelming sincerity. A rookie who had played only a few commendable playoff games and was merely a second-round pick was exchanged for 2 first-round picks, one of which was a guaranteed 8th overall pick, alongside their own all-star, Byron Davis. The Cavaliers emerged as significant victors. The Clippers willingly plunged into this gaping maw of opportunity. The pivotal question remains, why would the Clippers trade away a formidable center when they already have their promising young star, DeAndre Jordan? This decision raised eyebrows. The trade was widely reported across various media outlets, provoking laughter and ridicule from fans. The Cavaliers profited immensely, and I would readily crown Ferry as the best general manager of the year. With this maneuver, the Cavaliers secured 2 first-round picks while shedding a toxic presence from the locker room, propelling them forward, truly soaring. LeBron has no reason to depart from the Cavaliers now. Ha ha ha. The Clippers appear to have been thoroughly misguided. Having chosen Chinbo, why did they not sign him last season? Only to engage in such absurd dealings now. Did Neil Olshey receive some benefit from Chinbo to justify such a baffling operation? The Cavaliers now boast a roster featuring Williams, Jamison, LeBron, All-Star Byron Davis, Varejao, and the newly acquired Earl Amin Johnson. The era of LeBron has arrived. In fact, prior to Wojnarowski's announcement, Chinbo had already learned from Ferry that he was being traded to the Clippers. Thus, it was unequivocal that his next destination would be the Clippers. Before this, the Cavaliers had cast a wide net and received several enticing offers, among which the Pacers' proposal was comparable to that of the Clippers, potentially offering this year's 10th overall pick, Paul George, along with Stevenson. This was a pivotal factor in the Cavaliers' negotiations with the Clippers. Reluctantly, the Clippers bit the bullet and surrendered this year's 8th overall pick. Upon hearing this offer, Chinbo was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed astonishing. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of loyalty, akin to a soldier willing to sacrifice for a true ally. One can only say that the management of both the Pacers and the Clippers truly understands the game, and they have a better grasp of Chinbo's potential. The assets the Clippers possess, to be frank, could easily be any second or third player from another team, even from those in the midst of a rebuilding phase. Chinbo contemplated the Clippers roster, envisioning himself alongside the illustrious Blake Griffin, the charismatic James Harden, the versatile three-point shooter, and Eric Bledsoe. The potential was immense, especially if mid-season trades could secure another proficient sharpshooter. With his presence, there would be no need for additional playmaking in the starting lineup. He harbored a genuine confidence in leading the Clippers to the playoffs, and perhaps even to the elusive Western Conference Finals. The mere thought of overcoming the formidable LeBron James and compelling him to relinquish the throne filled him with exhilaration. Just imagining it invigorated Chinbo. Soon after, a call from Bill Duffy arrived, instructing him to pack his belongings for a journey to Los Angeles, the famed basketball capital. Upon arriving at the arena, he was surprised to find Ferry waiting for him at the locker room entrance. "You came to wait for me, I must admit. I'm taken aback." Ferry, still unsettled by Chinbo's previously arrogant demeanor, felt an inexplicable premonition that Chinbo might excel in the coming season. This hope provided a semblance of comfort amidst his doubts. "I have a feeling they will regret this," Ferry remarked, observing Chinbo busily packing his belongings. "Rest assured, they will indeed regret it. Not to mention, with LeBron's impending departure, they will undoubtedly enter a full rebuild," Chinbo asserted with unwavering conviction. Ferry frowned, questioning whether he was placing too much significance on a mere rookie. Would LeBron truly leave? That remained uncertain. After all, they held 3 first-round picks, affording them leverage should LeBron desire a trade. Yet, the communication breakdown was genuine. They truly could not reach him. Chinbo swiftly completed his packing and strolled towards the exit, gazing at the posters lining the corridor. In that moment, memories of Shaquille O'Neal, Phil Jackson, and even Anderson Varejao flooded his mind. Though he harbored disdain for Varejao, one could not deny the appeal of a loyal and capable teammate, akin to Draymond Green, who, despite being criticized, was cherished by Warriors fans. He also thought of Patrick Beverley, Dillon Brooks, and others. However, his favorite remained the footballing warrior, Pepe, the steadfast guardian of Cristiano Ronaldo. As Chinbo departed the arena, Ferry felt an indescribable sensation, akin to the loss of something profoundly significant. He found himself reluctant to let go, hoping that regret would not shadow his decisions. Ferry reminisced about Chinbo's commanding presence on the court, his charismatic leadership, and his extraordinary poise in moments of adversity, all leaving an indelible impression. Alas, if LeBron could not be salvaged, they might indeed find themselves stripped bare of all assets. While others are mocking the Clippers' glaringly poor decisions, only the Cavaliers' management, like Ferry, are aware of the numerous high offers from various teams. What does this signify? It indicates that Chinbo is indeed deserving of such attention. Surely, not all those team managers can be foolish. The next day, Chinbo woke early, his good friend Chris Pete having flown off to Canada, shrouded in mystery. Since he became a paparazzo, he has become as elusive as a dragon. So much so that one might mistake him for a true celebrity. Chinbo had no choice but to gather his belongings, summon a taxi, and head to the airport. The distance from Cleveland to Los Angeles is approximately 838 kilometers, and with no other means of transportation available, he was left with no option but to fly. Chapter 67. 25 minutes of endurance. What he did not anticipate was being surrounded by numerous Cleveland fans upon his arrival at the airport. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see that the female fan ratio was an impressive 60. Goodness, am I really that captivating? Seeing their reluctant expressions, Chinbo's heart softened, and he felt genuinely touched. He graciously obliged their request for autographs, even seeking a corner to avoid obstructing the passage of others. He left Cleveland without any tangible mementos, save for the heartfelt connection with these devoted fans, who truly loved basketball and were the ones worth striving for. At that moment, Chinbo understood why younger players often say they admired LeBron James in their youth and later idolized Kobe Bryant. It is because Kobe genuinely took responsibility for his audience and his fans. Of course, Kobe had his share of flaws, his tendency to play solo, his brash demeanor, the infamous Eagle County incident, and strained relationships with teammates, all of which could fill a lengthy list. Yet, when it comes to basketball, his fiercely competitive nature is essential in the realm of sports. Even in an all-star game, his words resonate. Fans yearn to witness the most exhilarating clash of stars, to see them engage in fierce duels on the court, for that is the essence of the all-star experience. No one wishes to see players merely jog back and forth, casually dunking the ball. Those who play street ball train harder than those on the all-star stage. Personally, I am more than willing to play earnestly. I owe it to those who purchased tickets. If I were on the same team as Paul, victory would be assured. Sometimes, it only takes a shared glance. If others are not giving their all, then we shall play with utmost seriousness. In the fourth quarter, we shall dominate them. In contrast, LeBron's competitive spirit is directed not at his opponents, but rather at his teammates. Dwayne Wade is perhaps the greatest victim of this, and he holds the most authority to speak on the matter. After 7 hours of flight through the beautiful skies of America, Chinbo was awakened from his slumber by Jackson. "Boss, look, we've arrived in Los Angeles." Through the window, Chinbo gazed down upon the magnificent city of Los Angeles, California, renowned as one of the finest in the United States. A sweeping glance revealed the grand scale. The urban layout was meticulously organized, with a labyrinth of roads that were both densely packed and orderly, crowned by the towering skyscrapers of the bustling downtown. Damn, Jackson couldn't help but express his emotions. Chinbo shot him a look, perceiving him as a naive bumpkin, utterly lacking in worldly experience and, more alarmingly, in culture. To convey his astonishment, he struggled for a long moment before uttering 2 crude phrases. "Boss, why don't you come and teach your humble subordinate a thing or two?" "What? Are you questioning me?" Chinbo retorted, displeased. He examined the comprehensive map of Los Angeles, paused for 3 seconds, and his eyes lit up. Los Angeles. So impressive. This not only conveyed his shock, but also articulated his sentiments perfectly. After disembarking, Jackson visited his relatives, while Chunbo had already arranged accommodations through Duffy. Having secured contracts with several companies for endorsements, purchasing a modest villa was well within his means. Upon arriving at his villa, Chunbo reclined and pondered his future. This off-season represented a critical window of opportunity, a pivotal period that could determine whether he would comfortably coast through life. He had successfully joined a struggling team known for its lackluster performance. The Clippers, almost seemingly cursed, had only made it to the playoffs once in the early years of the 21st century. This team had journeyed from perennial underdog to fleeting hope, and then plummeted into despair, experiencing far too much over the decade. Thus, for Chunbo, it was a mutual endeavor. With 5,000 points of slack value in hand, he had the chance to become the leader, especially since most of his teammates were rookies. Furthermore, his recent performances had garnered him 600 points, totaling 600 points of slack value. What a concept. He also needed to draw a lucky prize. He was determined to enhance himself comprehensively. Primarily, he aimed to upgrade his playing time, which was currently a mere 20 minutes per game. System, upgrade by 5 minutes. How many points of slack value are required? Only 3,000 slack points needed. What? Chunbo's mouth fell open, speechless for a moment. Are you seriously calculating by the second? 10 points per second. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Even if he exceeded the time limit, he would only lose 5 points for a minute. Host, please note that every second here represents a permanent enhancement. Fine, you win. Chunbo gritted his teeth and decided to invest in the 5-minute upgrade. Ding. Host has upgraded the permanent duration by 5 minutes, bringing the total playing time to 25 minutes. With 600 points remaining, Chunbo looked at the exchange for a robust physique, which required 10,000 slack points. He fell into deep contemplation. All right. So it seems I cannot achieve anything. Just then, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Although pursuing romantic conquests may yield similar levels of indulgence, I, Chunbo, am not that kind of person. Such a notion represents a moral decay and a distortion of human nature. I hold it in disdain. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, if I were to lead a lackluster team to victory and then immediately join another struggling team to secure that elusive championship, would that not ignite a fervor within, especially when targeting teams that have never tasted victory in their history? At that moment, I, Chunbo, would call forth the next dreamer. How invigorating that would be. How liberating. Just the thought of it causes a smile to stretch across my face. Once more, I open the system panel. Host, Chunbo. Total rating, 93 position. Center height, 213 centimeters wingspan. 221 centimeters weight. 129 kilograms close shot. 99 mid-range shot. 93-point shot. 85. 91 ball control. 85 court vision. 96 rebounding. 85 strength. 95 stamina. 83 speed. 65 steal. 60 block. 75 vertical jump. 70. Time has progressed. And while my physique cannot be altered, for now, I take solace in being a foundational player. Explosive basketball. Await my moment. I shall shatter the rim. It would not suffice for Shaquille O'Neal to bask in glory alone. The Clippers value my passing and playmaking abilities, as well as my three-point shooting. Most importantly, they covet my unwavering composure in critical moments. Thus, without hesitation, I allocate 5 points to my three-point skill, elevating it to 96, consuming 1,000 points. As for stamina, who needs it for just 25 minutes? The playoffs are a different story. For now, it is of no consequence. If I am to spend, let it be wisely. Rebounding? Is it too much to expect a center to secure rebounds? After all, even Embiid does not prioritize that. The system does not demand such arduous efforts. If one is to languish, one must heed the call. Hence, I pass on that. With a court vision of 96, I find my existing abilities, particularly those bestowed by my mentor, to be more than sufficient. Pass. Steals, blocks, and vertical leaps are essentially interchangeable. Such dirty work is not for a great center. Let the power forwards handle that. Pass. Strength at 95 and close shots at 99 are currently adequate. Pass. Chapter 68. Minor enhancements now. I am left with the attributes of ball control at 85, mid-range at 90, and speed at 65. With 1,600 points remaining, I cannot elevate mid-range shooting, as surpassing 90 requires 200 points for each increment. As for ball control at 85, it proves adequate for a center at this stage. leaving me with no choice but to enhance my speed. I shall reserve 600 points for safety. The remaining 1,000 will be fully allocated, raising my speed to 75, resulting in a significant enhancement. Thus, the current skill profile of Chenbo is as follows. Host, Chenbo. Overall rating, 93-94 position, center height, 213 centimeters wingspan, 221 centimeters weight, 129 kilograms close-range shooting, 99 mid-range shooting, 93-point shooting, 85 ball handling, 85 court vision, 96 rebounding, 85 strength, 95 stamina, 83 speed, 65 to 75 stealing, 60 blocking, 75 jumping, 70. Yet, he remains impoverished as 5,000 points vanished in the blink of an eye. Chenbo does not allow himself to be complacent. Recognizing the considerable distance he must traverse to reach the status of a superstar, I aspire to become the Ma Long of the table tennis realm. I aim to be a hexagonal warrior. With this determination, Chenbo set up the barbecue grill from his villa in his yard and procured a case of beer. However, it must be noted that the beer of choice should be Heineken and Wu Su from Dongda. Presently, Chenbo, holding a Budweiser in hand, shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that wild boars do not savor fine grains. He must make do with something that packs a punch. As the night wore on and the drinks flowed, although Chenbo's solitary revelry grew somewhat tedious, the increasing leisure points were better than nothing. The following morning, the doorbell rang. Having indulged the night before, Chenbo rubbed his head and groggily descended from his bed. Which fool is knocking at this early hour? Despite his grumbling, Chenbo retrieved his firearm, taking precautions as he cautiously approached the door. Upon peering through the peephole, he was taken aback and promptly opened the door. "Who are you?" "Neil? Are you Winnie Del Negro?" he exclaimed, recognizing the two prominent figures from the Clippers, one a general manager and the other a head coach, both newly appointed. During this transitional phase, the Clippers were predominantly comprised of newcomers, making the locker room volatile, reminiscent of the Celtics' previous turmoil. With Tatum and Brown, the arrival of veteran Irving led to an abrupt disbandment. The root cause lay in the absence of a true core leader. The Clippers sorely needed someone to fill this pivotal role, and that was precisely the part Chenbo was destined to play. He was the organizational linchpin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three took a seat, and Chenbo warmly prepared coffee for them. Neil O'Shea, beaming, raised his cup to clink with Chenbo's. "With you on board, I feel optimistic about our upcoming season." Last season, the Clippers underwent a coaching change in February, with assistant coach Ken Hughes stepping in as interim head coach, managing a dismal record of only 8 wins in 33 games. Furthermore, their newly drafted number 1 pick, Griffin, suffered a left knee fracture during the preseason, leading to his season-ending injury. The team's sole scoring option was Eric Gordon, averaging a mere 16.9 points per game. In a bustling basketball city like Los Angeles, such a lackluster performance left no one, from the upper management to the fans, satisfied. Thus, when Neil O'Shaughnessy assumed complete control, a monumental trade ensued. With the return of Griffin from injury, they harbored grand ambitions for the season. Their first step was to trade away the locker room dynamite, Baron Davis, forging a new roster while retaining several core players, including Eric Gordon and DeAndre Jordan. "You may wonder why I invested so heavily in acquiring a rookie," Neil O'Shaughnessy mused, taking a sip of coffee and chuckling softly. Indeed, Chenbo found it perplexing, as no one knew of his extraordinary potential. His style of play seemed incongruous with contemporary basketball philosophies. Such assets could genuinely secure a secondary star or even an all-star caliber player. After all, it was 2 first-round picks. While the 2011 pick might not be high, this year's 8th overall selection was a substantial sacrifice. Neil candidly acknowledged that he had hesitated when Ferry escalated the stakes with the 8th pick. "But do you know why I ultimately chose to trade for you?" "Why?" Chenbo was still curious about what prompted a general manager to make such a sacrifice. It couldn't possibly be Donald Sterling's decision, as owners rarely interfere in these matters. They only care about results. "It was because one person solidified my conviction." "Who?" Chenbo was further astonished. Was there someone capable of influencing a general manager? "You would never guess. Shaquille O'Neal." Vinny Del Negro interjected earnestly, eager to see Chenbo's reaction. Chenbo did not disappoint. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought he might influence O'Neal, only to find himself influenced by him instead. He said, "You are a cornerstone worthy of cultivation, worth the gamble." "That guy?" Chenbo chuckled and shook his head, realizing O'Neal was merely praising him, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. The three continued their discussion regarding the team's future direction. And 2 hours later, Neil O'Shaughnessy stood up and patted Chun Bo on the back, though he couldn't quite reach his shoulder. Tomorrow, I will have Vinny take you to familiarize yourself with the arena. In a few days, I will arrange a special press conference for you. The rest of your time is yours to manage. There are no immediate matters concerning the team. Chun Bo nodded, escorting the two to their vehicle and watching them depart. It was a tremendous honor for him that both the general manager and head coach visited him personally, reflecting their high expectations. The next day, bright and early, Chun Bo arrived at the Staples Center under the guidance of coach Vinny Del Negro, greeted by the impressive statues outside the arena. They are not merely artistic creations forged from copper. They embody the very essence of the city's sporting ethos. There exists the legendary Magic Johnson, the incomparable Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the illustrious Jerry West. This is the rich heritage of the city. Coupled with the Lakers' recent championship victory, marking 2 consecutive titles, the Clippers find themselves overshadowed, almost relegated to the status of a secondary team. They have become invisible within the league, and who could endure that, especially during the Lakers derby? The home court of the Clippers bears no distinction from that of the Lakers. The legion of Lakers fans will forever outnumber those of this lackluster team that has managed to reach the playoffs only once in a decade. As Chun Bo contemplated these thoughts, a serious expression settled upon his face. The path ahead is laden with responsibility. He is acutely aware that historically, the Lakers achieved a sweeping victory over the Clippers in the 2011 season. Shaving his head, he mused, "At 40, I have arrived, and you shall not find yourselves under the Lakers' dominion any longer." Chun Bo understands that the Lakers began their descent in 2011, yet he harbors confidence in his abilities. Shortly thereafter, he was escorted by Negro into the Clippers' locker room. Approaching his designated locker, situated in the very center of the facility, he discovered it was once the domain of Baron Davis, the nameplate still affixed above. From this vantage point, it is clear that Chun Bo holds a significant position within the team, as adjacent to him is another promising player, the first overall pick, Blake Griffin. This physically explosive presence serves as Chun Bo's primary motivation for joining the Clippers. Griffin is akin to an enhanced version of the Nuggets' former dunking champion, Gordon, perfectly complementing the skills of Jokic. Chun Bo represents an upgraded iteration of Jokic, while Griffin is the amplified version of Gordon. Hence, the prospects for this season's Clippers appear exceedingly promising. One must acknowledge that Griffin's athletic measurements evoke comparisons to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Across the league, only he possesses such stature, standing at 6 feet 9 inches with a wingspan of 6 feet 11 inches. Despite weighing 225 pounds, his body fat percentage is a mere 8. 2. Griffin's physique resembles that of a muscular, short-armed T-Rex, as his dynamic athleticism is devoid of any shortcomings. Boasting a 360-degree range of motion, his vertical leap reaches an astonishing 83 centimeters, with a running jump measuring 90 centimeters, and an incredible maximum reach of 357 meters. His speed rivals that of many guards, completing 3/4 of the court in just 32 seconds. His ball handling skills are impeccable, effortlessly managing 3 basketballs simultaneously. It is no wonder he was the first overall pick in a 2009 draft teaming with talent, featuring the likes of Harden, Curry, Rubio, and Holiday. And of course, there is himself, this overlooked gem, Chun Bo. Possessing leaping ability, strength, and ball control, coupled with a reliable mid-range shot, he is a paragon of perfection. All that remains is to acquire a player with strong penetrating abilities, and the Clippers will ascend to new heights. After familiarizing himself with the locker room and the team, within just a few days, Chun Bo received notification to prepare for a press conference. This press conference defies convention, focusing solely on him. The other new recruits are sidelined. Neil expressed his concerns, wondering if this approach might inadvertently cause unnecessary trouble for Chun Bo. After all, it is akin to putting Chun Bo on display for scrutiny. Chun Bo is indeed a player with a resilient spirit. If he cannot handle this level of pressure, how can he assume the role of a core leader? Neil O'Shea gazed at Chun Bo, who was approaching from a distance, filled with admiration. To garner a distinct advantage, one must demonstrate commensurate prowess. And this press conference marks the initial step. Neil O'Shea is well acquainted with the personalities of Griffin and Gordon, and he eagerly anticipates how Chun Bo will unify the locker room. If he can achieve this, he is absolutely confident that they will secure a playoff berth this season. Negro proactively approached, ready to escort him into the press conference venue. Just before entering, he made a special remark during the conference. Please maintain a modest demeanor in your speech. Negro was fully aware of Chun Bo's past actions with the Cavaliers, where he had boldly challenged James. This is indeed the Cavaliers. Chun Bo nodded, and as he entered the press conference, he was struck by the sheer volume of attendees. Goodness, is this what a major basketball market looks like? These individuals were not there to celebrate Chun Bo's prowess or his playoff performance, but rather to interrogate the general manager. After a season of deliberate underperformance, why had they traded away their 8th pick and a first-round selection from 2011? What a baffling decision. Even a trade for Davis would have sufficed, considering he is an all-star player. Chun Bo furrowed his brow, feeling exasperated by the incessant barrage of questions directed at the general manager. This was his patron. How could they treat him with such disrespect? Clearing his throat, Chun Bo forcefully tossed his Pepsi onto the table, a modern display of defiance. David Aldridge instantly understood, raising his hand to pose a question. Without allowing other reporters time to react, Chun Bo gestured for him to proceed, offering a slight apologetic glance toward the other journalists. The humility of the Eastern Giant was evident. Given that the Clippers have invested so many assets in acquiring you, especially after 4 consecutive seasons without playoff appearances, is your goal to lead them into the playoffs? Aldridge's question relieved Neil O'Shea, who then turned his gaze toward Chun Bo, his expression a blend of intrigue and satisfaction. The intrigue stemmed from the reporter's evident connection to Chun Bo, while the satisfaction arose from the young man's proactive attempt to extricate himself from a challenging situation. No. You see, I told you. Neil, you've put the Clippers in a tough spot. After Chun Bo uttered these words, a pessimistic team member expressed his discontent, lamenting that despite the hard-earned reinforcements, there was so little confidence. Our goal is not merely to qualify for the playoffs, but to seize the championship. At that moment, Chun Bo stood tall, his voice measured and steady, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. It was one thing to remain silent, but once he spoke, the atmosphere ignited. Many assumed he lacked confidence, yet his words exuded an overwhelming self-assurance that bordered on delusion. How could one even entertain the notion of a championship when the playoffs themselves seemed a daunting challenge? Such audacity could hardly lead the team to success. A championship? The Clippers have never claimed one in their history. They have never even reached the Western Conference Finals. Just because they have not succeeded in the past does not mean they are doomed to fail in the future. After all, historical records are continually shattered. Last season, we faced injuries that caused us to lose many games we should have won. But now that I am here, things are different. We have Griffin, we have Gordon, and we have me. With Jordan as a backup, our roster is formidable. The playoffs became a certainty the moment I was traded here. At this point, Chun Bo paused, his gaze sweeping the room with an air of solemnity as he declared, therefore, our goal from this moment forward is the championship. Neil O'Shaughnessy, emerging from his moment of disbelief, recognized that although the championship seemed distant, Chun Bo's assertion held some merit. This season, our objective should indeed be the championship. And he must possess confidence. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed 2 first-round picks along with a star player. However, the reporters present seemed oblivious to this, intent on recording Chun Bo's grandiloquent statements. Championship aspirations? Can we even surpass the Lakers? Can we contend with Kobe? They are the reigning champions. Many reporters in Los Angeles leaned towards the Lakers, and upon hearing Chun Bo's audacious claims, they could not help but mock him. They were well aware of how the Lakers had dominated the Clippers during the regular season. Neil O'Shaughnessy's expression darkened. In such a context, why bring up the Lakers? Why stir the pot? Kobe. Chun Bo replied nonchalantly. Upon witnessing Chun Bo's demeanor, Neil O'Shaughnessy felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. A foreboding sensation washed over him, akin to a thunderclap. Chapter 70, Competing in the World Championship? To hell with it. Chun, cool your jets. Before Neil could finish, Chun Bo interjected. I do not believe Kobe is the strongest player in the league. It was over. Neil lowered his head, massaging his temples, unable to bear the sight, utterly apprehensive. It must be understood that the back-to-back champion Lakers were in their prime, especially in Los Angeles, where the Clippers held no stature whatsoever. Meanwhile, Kobe, having secured his 5th title, was widely recognized by mainstream media as the best in the league. What did Chun Bo mean by his words? Did he genuinely believe that a few commendable performances and some praise from Neil had inflated his ego? How dare he? Such brazen arrogance. Truly, this young man was excessively audacious, dismissing even Kobe with disdain. In the face of some journalists' mockery, Chun Bo remained composed, elegantly presenting his arguments. The championships of the past 2 years should be credited to the Rockets. They reached a decisive Game 7, and if not for Yao Ming's injury and Kobe's collision, the Rockets might have emerged victorious. The fervor surrounding this topic was considerable at the time. Indeed, had I not sustained an injury this year, the championship might not have belonged to the Lakers. Speaking of Yao Ming, this is something everyone can accept, as his prowess is well known after so many years of play. However, Chinbo, how many games have you actually played? Have you indulged in too much faux wine? A journalist retorted defiantly. Do you believe your team can surpass the Lakers this season? Chinbo responded confidently, next season, no one will want to face us. After uttering these words, he crossed his arms, bracing for further ridicule. The outcome was, unsurprisingly, disappointing. What began as a straightforward press conference devolved into this. Afterward, Neil sighed with a wry smile. You haven't changed a bit. Manager, I apologize, but we must lift our spirits. We cannot succumb to the negativity that surrounds us. You traded for me precisely to alter this narrative, didn't you? Oh well. Neil sought to transform the team's atmosphere, but not through such brashness. To put it politely, let the winds blow from all directions. I shall remain steadfast. To put it less diplomatically, isn't this simply a form of giving up? After Chun Bo departed, Neil brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming season, convinced that Chun Bo would surprise him. He sensed that Chun Bo's confidence was not unfounded. What followed was the lengthy off-season, during which he found himself with little to occupy his time. Training? No. Surrendering? He promptly dialed Taylor's number. Pursuing romance was the priority. That 5,000 worth of surrender was beckoning him. However, after a brief exchange, he learned she was preparing for a concert and would be unavailable to chat. Even courting proved to be a challenge. Everyone is busy, perhaps that is for the best. I love you, as a mouse loves rice. Just as he lamented the emptiness of his life, his phone rang. It was a call from Duffy. Chun, there's an upcoming World Championship at Eastern University. Do you wish to participate? Is there really a competition? A World Championship? What a splendid opportunity to shine. Chun Bo's interest peaked. This was an international event that could shatter the prejudice against him. The doubts would dissipate alongside it. If you're willing to go, I'll confirm with the Eastern University Basketball Association. Ding. Host detected an opportunity for surrender. Refusal to participate in the World Championship grants 1,000 surrender points. No. Tell them I want to attend. My injury hasn't healed. Duffy was taken aback. Your earlier demeanor suggested you were eager to go, not reluctant. In the blink of an eye, he changed his mind. Is your injury not healed yet? Duffy inquired, scrutinizing his perfectly intact ankle with suspicion. It's not a major issue. Primarily, my schedule is tight this summer, and I have numerous arrangements to attend to. Duffy was further taken aback. What could Chun Bo possibly have to arrange? As his agent, how am I unaware of this? The endorsements for shoes and cola had already been secured, while others were still under negotiation. All contingent upon Chun Bo's subsequent performance. Duffy contemplated raising the price, but the brands aimed to negotiate down, naturally needing to assess Chun Bo's worth. What kind of look is that? Chun Bo retorted, displeased. Duffy, that's rather prejudiced. Chun Bo, work hard too, you know? A polite smile crossed Duffy's face as he excused himself, deciding that the matter was his to determine. He was well aware of Chun Bo's true nature. Moreover, as an agent, it was impossible to devote all his energy solely to Chun Bo. Shortly after receiving a phone call, he bid farewell to Chun Bo, as he had many other clients to manage. Once Duffy departed, Chun Bo swiftly pulled out his phone and posted an update on his social media. Chun Bo, will not be representing Dongda at the World Championship. His initial intention had been to garner attention, as this international event would undoubtedly attract fans from around the globe. The thought of sipping Pepsi or being reported for indulging in late-night barbecues or clubbing the night before seemed to signify a decline in his reputation. Yet, the system did not follow the expected path, preventing him from participating, insisting that competing in events outside of the norm was a testament to diligence rather than complacency. The benefits it offered were substantial. Furthermore, Chun Bo had never held the Dongda Basketball Association in high regard. The exorbitant buyout fee paid by Yao Ming is a topic left unspoken. The team also took a cut, which was reasonable enough. Disgusting, he thought. Chun Bo felt a profound sense of injustice regarding Wang Ziji's actions. Simply for vying for the chance to stay, he was labeled a traitor, facing expulsion from the national team and a domestic blacklist. Was this the conduct of a basketball association? Fortunately, his system favored him, understanding his desire for a decline in reputation, which felt akin to a gift. Why could those officials manipulate the patriotic sentiments of passionate youth like him? Chun Bo anticipated that this news would return to his homeland, and he would undoubtedly be met with scathing criticism, with his ancestors' names dragged through the mud. When it came to the art of insult, Dong Da excelled on a global scale. Yet, Chen Bo remained unfazed. Time passed swiftly, and whenever he had a moment, he would engage in lengthy conversations with Taylor. Recently, it seemed that Taylor had opened up, willing to share many things with him, and he was more than willing to be a listener. During this period, O'Neal excitedly told Chen Bo, "Chun, I'm heading to the Dallas Mavericks. That will be my next destination." They engaged in extensive conversation, and he expressed that they were eager to offer him a starting position. Chen Bo smiled knowingly and replied, "Shaq, you will be pleased with today's decision. You will truly attain what you desire. And if you manage to secure 55 points, remember, you owe me a car." O'Neal readily agreed, considering a mere car a trivial matter compared to the glory of a championship. Chapter 71. I Bring Talent to the South Coast. The summer of 2010 marked a seismic shift in history. The restructuring of superstars reshaped the landscape of the league for the next decade. Among these changes, none was more significant than LeBron's return to the public eye after nearly a month of absence, accompanied by a sensational and audacious announcement. He declared on his social media that on July 8th, a nationwide live broadcast would unveil his destination for the upcoming season, a move that would reverberate throughout the league. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Bo dashed to the comments beneath James's post, feeling a twinge of envy. The barrage of criticism was overwhelming. "LeBron, can't you just join me instead of leaving? So you're really going to leave? The Cavaliers are truly the jesters. Trading away Chen Bo was just for you, right? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Just got pummeled by the Magic in the Eastern Conference Finals, and now you're making a decision? So you're departing from the Cavaliers, are you? What kind of nonsense is this? Go wherever you please, but spare us the drama and nationwide broadcast. Do you think you're Michael Jordan? Just seeking attention. Is this what influence looks like? If I had such power, wouldn't my reputation soar effortlessly? At that point, I'd surely max out my attributes, along with time and physicality, becoming an unparalleled deity, unmatched by any before or after. Truly a major player. Thus, the current challenge lies within the system, which restricts my ability to perform. If I can't showcase my skills, how can I achieve fame? Without fame, how can I elevate my reputation? Each day, I barely scrape by with a few points. Sometimes even none at all. I spent thousands of reputation points for just 5 minutes of playtime. Despite the criticisms, the fans in Cleveland remained hopeful, believing in LeBron. As the decision had yet to be finalized, they clung to their hopes, even if a part of them sensed he might leave, indulging in a bit of self-deception. James's supporters continued to defend him, but alas, while his fan base was substantial, so too were his detractors. At this juncture, the most vocal critics were undoubtedly Kobe fans. Or rather, Lakers fans. Originally basking in the glory of back-to-back championships, they were the summer's most prominent topic of discussion, poised to create a buzz. As a result, James emerged onto the scene, creating quite a stir. Kobe, in a direct jab on social media, mocked him, questioning, with no accomplishments, why the desperate attempt for attention. Where were you during the finals? Initially, Kobe had no intention of airing his grievances online, but the antics of the Cavaliers were simply unbearable. Following Chen Bo's assertion that his championship was not earned through merit, and LeBron's attempt to overshadow him, the spotlight soon shifted to the much-anticipated date of July 8th. On this day, nearly 10 million viewers tuned into the live broadcast across the nation. The concept of this sports program was, at the very least, successful in generating the desired buzz and viewership. What could have been conveyed in a single sentence was instead stretched into an hour of awkwardness. Chen Bo had settled in front of the television early to witness this unprecedented live spectacle. However, he consumed 3 bottles of soda, played 10 rounds of a game, and polished off 5 bottles of alcohol, yet the main event still did not unfold. The entire experience was painfully awkward, a reflection of the unprofessionalism or lack of experience involved. Ultimately, it boiled down to a transactional arrangement between the television network and James's team. The network would provide a live broadcast slot and permit them to promote their products or advertisements during the program. The condition was that James needed to exclusively announce his decision and donate a portion of the earnings from the broadcast to charity, specifically the Boys and Girls Club where the recording was taking place. In the days leading up to the broadcast, significant discord arose within James's team. His agent, Leon Rose, and advisor, Wesley, both believed this could severely impact James's reputation. Regrettably, James chose to heed the advice of his personal team, Carter and Rich Paul, opting to make the announcement on the program. Just as everyone was hoping for a peaceful resolution, the host finally inquired, Everyone is eager to know your answer, so LeBron. What is your ultimate decision? Facing the television cameras, LeBron nervously licked his lips, acutely aware of the impending scrutiny. This autumn, the decision is a challenging one. I will be taking my talents to South Beach, joining the Miami Heat. Upon revealing his decision, the anxiety that had previously clouded him dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. Having unveiled what he had kept hidden, the pressure on his heart lifted momentarily. This sensation is akin to that of a criminal who, while evading capture, lives in perpetual fear, yet once apprehended, feels a sense of release and relief. It was evident from his expression that he felt remorse for any Cavaliers fans. He understood the efforts made to retain him. Miami Heat. This is the conclusion you arrived at this morning? The host reiterated for confirmation. Yes, it is the conclusion I reached this morning. Indeed. It is challenging to decline such an enticing proposition. With two of the finest players in today's competition alongside myself, we would undoubtedly form a formidable team. The host incisively inquired, you three will share the spotlight. This is Wade's team, and they have already secured a championship. Implicitly. This echoes Draymond Green's sentiment. We were champions before you arrived. The host then pressed on. How will you adapt? You may not always be the headline. You could lose the limelight. James, once again, pressed his lips together, stating, I do not perceive this as sharing. Each of us possesses our own spotlight. Of course, Wade is the epitome of selflessness. He graciously welcomed both Chris Bosh and me to join Miami. That is what teamwork embodies. That is the essence of the game. But how will you explain this to the fans in Cleveland? Upon facing this sensitive query, James merely furrowed his brow slightly. Well, this is indeed difficult. I spent 7 years in Cleveland, where every game was witnessed by 20,000 fans. They watched me grow from 18 to 25. I never envisioned leaving Cleveland, and my heart will forever remain there. Yet, this also presents the greatest challenge for me. His gaze remained as tranquil as water. It is simply about moving forward. He continued to respond with composure, indicating he was well prepared for such inquiries. One might argue that James's team employs various strategies. Yet they exhibit remarkable professionalism in this regard. Chapter 72. The outrageous Gilbert this summer has indeed been lively. Chunbo watched the live broadcast, savoring his meal. As James's words were quite palatable. Mr. Chun, this is tonight's supper. Please partake. Upon closer inspection, Chunbo was taken aback by the array of seasonal fruits and vegetables, his eyes widening at the sight of the nutritionist recommended by O'Neill. The individual appeared to be a sheltered college student, lacking in worldly experience. Are you trying to sabotage me? Hurry up and bring me the grilled squid from Zhang Ziqiang outside. The nutritionist, Feynman, reluctantly approached to fetch the nutritional meal for his esteemed employer, feeling that his expertise had been profoundly insulted. The following day, upon awakening, Chunbo opened the news to find, unsurprisingly, that James had dominated the headlines across major media outlets. Leading the charge in condemnation was Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert, who unleashed his fury on social media within an hour of James's announcement to join the Heat. He issued an open letter through the team's official website, which, due to its extreme language, resulted in a $100,000 fine and became one of the most infamous examples of an owner's rage in sports history. This despicable act of betrayal will age us far more quickly than the Cavaliers will ever achieve a championship before the traitor. He is, without a doubt, a complete narcissist, solely enamored with his own personal showcase. He is nothing but a coward, joining forces when he cannot prevail. A shameless display of selfishness. Due to the intensity of the original rhetoric, the official website was swiftly met with a 404 error. Nevertheless, 91 fans still support the Cavaliers owner's statements, deeming LeBron an unequivocal hypocrite. The reason for Dan Gilbert's fury is twofold. First, James has shown a profound lack of respect. As the Cavaliers owner, he has dedicated years to assembling a team around James, investing immense effort, only for James to decide to leave, resulting in Gilbert being informed merely 5 minutes before the nationwide broadcast. This is a slap in the face. Furthermore, with LeBron's departure, the valuation of the Cavaliers plummeted by 25 within 24 hours, representing a staggering loss of $2.5 billion. As a Jewish individual, Gilbert perceives James as a wayward son betraying his patriarch, a significant taboo within Jewish culture. Chunbo has little to say on the matter, while James is in the wrong. It is merely his methods that are questionable. This is fundamentally a business league. Players should be free to go wherever they desire. After all, James's actions occurred within the bounds of rules and legality. One should not bind players with notions of loyalty or morality. Chunbo, As someone who has experienced this firsthand, sees it clearly. Consider Griffin, think of Harden, reflect on those players who sacrificed everything for their teams, only to be ruthlessly discarded due to injuries. Yet, James's departure, coupled with Gilbert's open letter, merely serves as an appetizer. Subsequently, the Cavaliers swiftly dismissed general manager David Griffin, seeking a scapegoat. The manager responsible for the Cavaliers' operations, following the owner's lead, promptly removed all promotional materials concerning James. The main event unfolded as Cleveland fans descended into utter madness. Incited by Gilbert's letter, they began to gather at James's residence in Cleveland. They burned items associated with James in front of his mansion, jerseys, posters, signed shoes, framed memorabilia, and everything else linked to him went up in flames. The Cleveland fans exhibited their disdain for James in a tangible manner, their fury manifesting as a physical assault. The online backlash, however, represented a truly comprehensive attack. For James does not only have fans in Cleveland, he is celebrated by many across the globe. Underneath his social media posts, a torrent of outrage erupted, a spectacle that could only be described as a sea of fervent supporters waving banners. The intensity of their wrath surpassed that of the previous day by 100-fold. The most profane language imaginable converged in the comments. LeBron, you wretched soul. Why don't you just die? Griffin, Brown is your most loyal sycophant. You are both traitors and the villains of the Cavaliers. Our future in Cleveland is lost. We traded our core future for this betrayer, Cheng Bo. It is LeBron who has rendered us the laughingstock of this summer and perhaps the next few decades. Do you know I am a fan of Chen? It is all because of you, foolish fairy, who traded him away. You are a wretch. And I curse you to a lifetime devoid of championships. West, you have done splendidly. I too wish to vent my frustrations, you insufferable fool. Chun Bo gazed at the comments above, his head throbbing with the brutality of it all. Is this what they call online bullying? As for the likes of Swan Yao, he might as well continue to languish, for he needs to seize every fleeting moment to wallow in his mediocrity. There are myriad ways to share one's life, be it through culinary delights, gaming videos, or various forms of leisure, not solely confined to bars and dance halls. I need not engage in training or partake in anything related to basketball. Thus, he resolved to go fishing. This is a pastime many stars cherish, and indeed, most men in the world cannot resist the allure of fishing. Before long, James decided to take action a month later. Chun Bo had been consistently sharing snippets of his daily life, barbecuing skewers, traveling, reading, fishing, and exercising with a focus on attracting the ladies, as evidenced by his diverse collection of photos featuring beautiful women. Naturally, junk food like cola and fried chicken was a staple. Perhaps it was his newfound lifestyle that instilled a sense of urgency in Taylor, who had been abroad. Unable to contain herself, she returned to the United States, bypassing New York and heading straight to Los Angeles. Chin, where are you? Taylor's voice was melodious. Me? I am, of course, at the training ground. I absolutely adore sports. Chin Bo replied nonchalantly, a testament to his well-honed skill in deception, perhaps believing his own fabrication. He had reached this stage of mastery. Oh, I hope this isn't like last time. You haven't taken me for a massage yet, Taylor teased, prompting Chun Bo to rise suddenly. He turned to see Taylor Swift standing at the door of the training room, beaming at him. What brings you here? I'm indeed training. Just taking a brief respite, he stammered, tossing aside the chips he held. It's fine. I just wanted to watch you train. Observing Taylor's weary yet determined demeanor, Chun Bo realized she had genuinely come to find him, or perhaps to check on him. With a sense of trepidation, he picked up a basketball and tentatively shot a few hoops, each three-pointer swishing through the net. Although he regularly shared his life to amplify his influence in embracing mediocrity, most teams, by August 1st, would mandate players to commence systematic training, as exemplified by Harden's nightclub escapade on August 15, 2023. Teams possess the authority to initiate a punitive chain of fines, suspensions, and trades. Chapter 73. You are incapable. Yet, the majority remain conscientious. Many stars, like Wade and Kobe, often recruit amicable peers to initiate training camps. George, Towns, and DeRozan would also engage in mixed offensive and defensive drills, though those matters are of a secondary nature. Thus, Chun Bo was duly informed by the team that he needed to commence systematic training. However, could Chun Bo endure such training? Certainly not. Consequently, he promptly relayed his response to the team. I can provide you with some training photos. But to suggest that I train is utterly impossible. Such a notion is beyond the realm of possibility for me in this lifetime. When Neil O'Shaughnessy received this news, He was not particularly surprised, for Chunbo had acted similarly during his tenure with the Cavaliers. Chunbo was quite clear in his stance. My contention is not with you, Clippers, but rather with all teams. I require no training. The strong remain formidable. Neil O'Shaughnessy merely smiled, yet Chunbo was immediately displeased, proclaiming, I am a prominent figure, not to be doubted. He then showcased his exceptional three-point shooting skills, initially sinking all 10 shots without any defensive pressure. Subsequently, he achieved 9 out of 10 with defenders present. At this point, Neil O'Shaughnessy refrained from uttering another word. In fact, he even declined the photos that Chunbo voluntarily offered for collaboration. At this juncture, Neil O'Shaughnessy adhered to the principle of trusting those he employed, while dismissing those who raised doubts. Chunbo understood this well. When someone extends you a courtesy, one must not overstep. Thus, he made it a point to visit occasionally to clock in. 20 minutes later, a bead of sweat finally appeared on Chunbo's forehead. This was one of the rare instances of voluntary perspiration since the match against the Magic. At this moment, Taylor Swift was resting her chin in her hand, intently observing him with affectionate eyes. The 3 months of interaction had cultivated within her a profound interest in this towering man from the East. As for whether it was love, she mused, perhaps it is. It must be. Why don't you return home and rest for a bit? Chunbo suggested as he sat beside Taylor. No need. I simply wish to observe your training. I am curious about a day in the life of a player. You carry on with your work. Training is paramount, and I wouldn't want to distract you, Taylor replied, displaying her understanding. However, could Chunbo truly train? It had already been 20 minutes, and that infernal alarm from the system had sounded once more. Could any training possibly outweigh her significance? With a feigned frown, Chunbo declared, your concerns and emotions are my utmost priority. Everything else is merely ancillary. You know, a woman's blush surpasses all confessions, he added, accusingly. Upon hearing this, a rosy hue spread across Taylor's fair cheeks, a sight previously obscured by the screen. Now, the unparalleled beauty was right before him, and he was utterly captivated. He could ascertain that the boyfriend Taylor had mentioned before was undoubtedly a fabrication, a mere formality, much like work itself. Due to the current closed training environment, there is no one entering or exiting, a preparation made by Neil O'Shea for his own amusement. The heavy breaths of both individuals mingled in the air, creating an atmosphere charged with warmth. Taylor, having never encountered such sentiments before, felt her heart racing like a startled deer. As she gazed at Chunbo's gradually approaching visage, her eyes initially darted away in confusion, but then, as if resolved to a decision, she slowly closed them. They drew nearer until their lips met. In that electrifying moment, Taylor's body stiffened suddenly, akin to a jolt of lightning, before gradually relaxing, her tightly clenched hands loosening. Chunbo felt the coolness of her lips against his, sending waves of exhilaration through him. From the initial awkwardness of their kiss, Taylor swiftly transitioned to reciprocation and then took the lead in a mere minute. After an impassioned embrace lasting 2.5 minutes, they reluctantly parted. Taylor's cheeks were no longer merely flushed like a youthful maiden, but instead radiated the vibrant hue of a mature woman. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Chunbo picked up a basketball to resume training. You're not still a virgin, are you? Have you never experienced your first love? Taylor suddenly inquired, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with a teasing glint as she scrutinized Chunbo. A true man should stand tall and proud. I've simply dedicated all my time to my career, he replied, momentarily frozen in place before offering a nonchalant explanation in the face of her skepticism. As an athlete, though I may only observe the water cooler, I am nonetheless a formidable presence earning $1 million a year. Preposterous. Utterly absurd. I, Chunbo, am not merely a nobody. Unlike those who only know how to bask in the limelight of others, he continued, noting the absurdity of his situation at 38. With not a single rumor of a girlfriend in sight, Taylor, astonished by his revelation, covered her mouth in disbelief. At your age in America, most people are already fathers. It's quite extraordinary that you've never even been in a relationship. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Chunbo grasped the ball and prepared to train. Wait, I want to try as well, Taylor exclaimed, pointing towards the hoop, eager to participate. Her height of 1.8 meters, accentuated by her high heels, made her comparable in stature to an average guard. Chunbo placed his hands on her waist, lifting her with ease as she attempted a dunk. With admirable finesse, she swung the ball and executed a successful slam dunk. Yes, take that. I just dunked on you, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced around after being set down, exchanging high fives with Chunbo. The two continued to share tender moments on the training court until a call from the assistant prompted Taylor to depart reluctantly. At this juncture in her career, Chen Bo understood that he could not be selfish and hinder her ascent. After escorting him to the airport, Taylor took the initiative to embrace Chen Bo, whispering in his ear, "Your kissing skills need some practice." What? Chen Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he had been criticized by his girlfriend. Was she implying he was inadequate? "Hold on. I shall show you my prowess," he threatened. However, Taylor offered him no opportunity to respond, donning her sunglasses. She sprinted towards the boarding gate, glancing back with a triumphant tilt of her chin. This left Chen Bo both infuriated and amused, rendering him speechless as he threatened, "Just wait." Joyful moments are always fleeting, and Taylor's eagerness to reunite after a long separation was palpable. All he could do was strive to keep her content. In the time following Taylor's departure, Chen Bo continued his routine life, occasionally visiting the training facility. As for James, who had recently faced public scrutiny, he had arrived in Miami to join the Heat, participating in a fan press conference alongside Wade and Bosh. In this fan meet and greet, LeBron achieved yet another world-class spectacle. On stage, Wade, Bosh, and James showcased the Heat's uniforms. Chris Bosh opted for the number 1 jersey, Wade retained his number 3, while James chose the number 6. Presenting themselves in front of the cameras, the focus then shifted to the Heat's general manager, Riley, renowned for his frugality. He was instrumental in assembling the trio, first securing the services of the Raptor star, and then successfully convincing James to join amidst fierce competition. Remarkably, he also managed to persuade the 3 superstars to accept pay cuts to retain Haslam. Subsequently, the host handed the microphone to LeBron James, the center of summer's most contentious discussions, and inquired, "What is your goal upon arriving in Miami?" James confidently replied, "You know, not just 1 championship, but 2. The host was taken aback and quickly asked, "LeBron, what do you mean?" Without hesitation, LeBron responded, prompting Wade, who sat nearby, to burst into laughter, unable to contain his amusement at James's audacity. As LeBron basked in the thunderous cheers from the crowd, his confidence soared, while Wade and Bosh exchanged grins, unable to suppress their delight. The camera then panned to LeBron's mother, who excitedly shared her pride with those around her. The shot then shifted to Riley, who remained composed despite the fervent atmosphere, well aware that LeBron could say anything in the heat of the moment. Later, when Wade was interviewed about the incident, he merely shrugged, stating, "I took it as a joke. Surely, no one is taking this seriously, right? As for why there are 7 championships, 7 surpasses 6. Chen Bo chuckled to himself while watching the footage. The current G.O.A.T. is no longer content with merely standing alongside Jordan. The ambition now is to surpass him. In contrast, Chen Bo's remarks regarding the Clippers can only be described as rather modest. He merely stated that he aimed to bring home a championship. Yet here is LeBron, asserting his intention to bring 7 championships. How could the Miami Heat, boasting their own trio of superstars, find those 7 titles easily attainable? It is simply implausible. While one may form alliances, so too can others. Moreover, Chen Bo is aware that Miami's cohesion for the upcoming season is far from optimal. The crux of the matter lies in how LeBron's trend of forming alliances has influenced the landscape of the league for the foreseeable future. Their trio is not akin to that of the Celtics, whose formation was achieved through extensive asset trading, multiple first-round picks, and significant sacrifices from players. In stark contrast, the assembly of the Heat's trio could be characterized as effortless. What thoughts would this inspire in other teams? It is precisely this statement that has subjected LeBron, already under scrutiny, to even more vehement criticism. Observing the shocking and often vulgar comments online, Chen Bo shook his head and resolved to share the burden of the backlash. If one is to attract attention, why not do it with flair? Chen Bo commented beneath LeBron's post, "LeBron, you have made the right choice. I support you. If the road is rough, it is better to shed your shoes early." A dual benefit, achieving fame, even if it comes with infamy, while also avenging Gilbert's disdain. Soon after, Chen Bo switched off his phone, fully aware that he would likely face online exposure. As the team was about to convene for the players' return and to sign the code of conduct, Chen Bo noted that the summer training regimen typically unfolds in several stages. Stage 1. Absolute downtime from the end of the season until June 20th. During this period, players are free to engage in any pursuits they desire, travel, fishing, or nightlife. Stage 2. Awakening phase from June 21st to July 15th. After the conclusion of the draft, some stars may discreetly organize training camps. Stage 3. Specialized Evolution Phase from July 16th to August 31st. As the name implies, this stage focuses on targeted training, whether it be physical conditioning or shooting skills. Stage 4. Tactical Preloading Phase, beginning September 1st with training camp. This involves private training camps and collaborative tactical rehearsals. Stage 5. Official Assembly Phase, opening game of training camp. Currently, Chun Bo is on the cusp of Stage 5, preparing for the team's training. Thus, he has been virtually residing in the training facility these past few days. As for whether he is training or how he is training, that is not for others to concern themselves with. Given his speed, relative to the average veteran guard, he remains quite competitive. And his three-point shooting ability? It is so impressive that one might mistake him for a sharpshooting guard rather than a center. After much contemplation, the Clippers trainer ultimately resolved to assist him in enhancing his physical conditioning. Although Chun Bo could only endure for 25 minutes, his stamina might prove crucial in the final moments of the game, where endurance is paramount. The opposing team would undoubtedly exert considerable effort to wear him down. He has meticulously crafted his persona as a clutch player. Insufficient stamina could render his shots feeble. In alignment with Chun Bo's aspirations, the trainer devised a series of specialized drills: full-court rapid dribbling, full-court zigzag dribbling, chest pass full-court sprinting, and full-court bounce pass speed drills, along with sideline sprints culminating in layup training. These exercises were tailored to Chun Bo's attributes as a facilitating center, providing a comprehensive workout that enhanced speed, fast breaks, passing, and overall endurance, achieving 4 objectives in one. Naturally, each session was strictly limited to 25 minutes, exceeding that would prompt Chun Bo to throw in the towel. "I'm exhausted. You want to penalize me for slacking? That's absurd." "All right, Chun, that should suffice. Let us commence," Jason Powell suggested, glancing at his watch. Ever since he began coaching Chun Bo, he himself felt on the verge of exhaustion. Today was barbecue and beer. Tomorrow would be chicken wings and cola. Training was limited to a maximum of 1 hour daily, 25 minutes in the morning and 25 in the afternoon, with 5-minute breaks in between. "Wait, this pizza just arrived. We must indulge while it's hot. Would you care for some?" Chun Bo eagerly devoured his share. "Go ahead, I'll pass." Jason Powell watched with longing, internally lamenting how this young man seemed to eat without gaining weight. It was perplexing. His speed remained impressive. Did everyone at East University possess such remarkable metabolism? How could he alone digest it all? Chun Bo not only excelled in intellect, but also demonstrated proficiency in three-point shooting, court vision, mid-range shots, and positioning awareness. Perhaps this was what they termed talent, divine providence feeding him effortlessly. Some attributes were beyond envy, as he alone seemed to remain robust despite indulgence. Weighing in at a solid 129 kilograms. Chapter 75. Griffin's provocation. Despite the visible jiggle around his abdomen and arms, he remained an agile figure. Unlike Shaquille O'Neal's formidable physique, Chun Bo was simply portly. Yet, this did not compromise his strength. Jason Powell often found himself puzzled. How was it that Chun Bo maintained such power amidst his excessive feasting? Before long, the date arrived, September 25th, marking the commencement of the official training camp. With all players returning to the fold, they gathered at the Staples Center, located adjacent to the Figueroa Street Convention Center in Los Angeles, California. This luxurious arena, capable of accommodating up to 20,000 spectators, boasted comprehensive facilities and amenities. At this moment in the training facility, apart from Gordon, Ryan Gomez can be considered a veteran, while Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and Bledsoe are all rookies. Griffin was sidelined last season, having not played a single game, thus qualifying as a rookie. After the trade of Baron Davis, Griffin was initially viewed as a cornerstone player due to his status as a first overall pick. It was akin to a prince ascending the throne following the emperor's demise, only to have an unexpected contender emerge, announcing himself as the true heir and requesting the prince to step aside. Who could endure such a situation? When Chun Bo arrived at the training facility, Griffin was engaged in conversation with a balding member of the management team. Upon spotting Chun Bo, he abruptly halted the exchange and exclaimed, "Let me see who has arrived. Our invincible rookie king, Chun Bo." As Chun Bo approached with a furrowed brow, the inevitable confrontation loomed. However, did he feel apprehensive? Certainly not. Griffin extended his arms for an embrace. "Chun Bo, I've heard you are quite remarkable, with game-winning shots in every playoff match. Truly impressive," he whispered during the hug. During the offseason, the team members had indeed crossed paths and interacted on social media. Among them, Griffin was undoubtedly the most displeased. This tension traces back to Neil O'Shaughnessy's dedicated press conference. Initially, it was anticipated that tensions would flare quickly. Yet Griffin had been biding his time until this moment of their official meeting. "Shall we engage in a little sparring?" Chun Bo suggested, patting Griffin's shoulder. Only to be met with a refusal. Let it be. This refusal only fueled Griffin's perception that Chun Bo was timid, inciting him to become more confrontational. Without the prowess. "You aspire to lead? What? Let it slide? Surely not. Neil has granted you numerous exceptions. If it's merely a stroke of luck, the others may not readily accept it." Griffin's voice escalated, resonating through the training facility, which fell into a sudden hush. "Blake, you..." DeAndre Jordan began to intervene. But his arm was seized from behind. "Wait. Let go." Jordan wrested himself free, ready to unleash a tirade. "What are you doing here, manager?" he stammered. The words caught in his throat. "It's nothing. I'm just observing." Neil's gaze was fixated on the scene unfolding. Not only he, but all the Clippers players present were focused on the two in the center. Discontent? That's of no concern to me. Chun Bo was unfazed by such intimidation tactics. It was juvenile, and he had no desire to instigate trouble from the outset. Yet, let it not be mistaken that he was afraid. Timid? If so, then cease pretending to be profound. Focus on your training instead of resorting to underhanded tactics without any real skill. Remember, we have invested significantly to acquire you. Blake Griffin stated coldly. Chun Bo's steps toward the sidelines suddenly halted, and the only sound that resonated through the vast training ground was the ticking of the clock. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chun Bo's calm voice broke the silence. 500,000? Are you willing to wager? Griffin's expression sharpened. After all, he was merely a rookie. Why was this guy so audacious? The sum of $500,000 was casually thrown out. Observing the teammates and staff gathered at the sidelines, Griffin had no choice but to steel himself and accept the challenge. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you," he scoffed, determined. Griffin had already devised a strategy to confront this towering opponent, relying on his speed and explosive power, his distinct advantages. "Well, you have some guts. Let us see how this unfolds." Chun Bo appreciated Griffin's acceptance of his terms. Often, he pondered whether this could be a lucrative endeavor. "Of course," Griffin retorted, only to realize he had perhaps overstepped. Wasn't he the one who should be receiving the compliments? Their one-on-one duel was to follow the American style of play. The rules dictated that the offensive player must complete their move within 3 dribbles of receiving the ball, a regulation aimed at simulating real-game scenarios. Naturally, Griffin initiated the play by bouncing the ball to Chun Bo on the perimeter. Noticing Chun Bo's puzzled expression, Griffin felt insulted, as if someone had stepped on his tail, and exclaimed, "Remember, I am the first overall pick." He pointed at Chun Bo, emphasizing, "And you are merely a second-round selection." Laughter erupted from the sidelines as teammates cheered. "Go, Blake. You're the best." Griffin's charismatic demeanor and engaging style of play endeared him to the Clippers, while Chun Bo's connection seemed less appealing. Amidst the cheers for Griffin, a distinct voice rang out. "Chun Bo, go for it. I believe in you." Just as Chun Bo prepared to teach Griffin a lesson at the Arc, he was interrupted by that familiar voice. "Williams? What are you doing here?" Chun Bo was taken aback. Indeed, in historical trades, Williams had ended up with the Clippers. But hadn't his own actions disrupted that historical transaction? It appeared that the course of history remained unaltered by his presence. "What are you waiting for? Come on. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Do you know about a shot that descends from the heavens?" Chun Bo retorted to Griffin's taunt, clutching the ball and grinning. "What?" Before Griffin could process the question, Chun Bo leaped into action, launching a three-pointer with precision, executing the move flawlessly. This unexpected shot silenced the crowd of supporters at the sidelines. Wait, was that luck? Others may remain oblivious, but in little Jordan's heart, there was a sudden jolt of disbelief. How naive. Do you truly believe you can withstand the intensity of the playoffs, averaging 5 three-pointers with a shooting percentage exceeding 50? Moore Williams scoffed. As an old teammate of Chun Bo, he was well aware of his capabilities. The trade that brought Neil to the Cavaliers was largely due to the departure of Baron Davis. The team required a ball handler to alleviate the burden on Chun Bo, and the Cavaliers were more than willing to comply. They had already prepared for reconstruction the day after LeBron left for Miami, rendering the retention of Williams unnecessary. This trade was mutually beneficial. Chapter 76. I simply was not serious, however. Chun Bo was oblivious to all this. Upon entering, he found himself blocked by Griffin. "I was merely not serious before. The game had yet to officially commence." "You're being unreasonable." Griffin's heart trembled slightly. Did that three-pointer just slip in? Yet, even so, What could be done? He indeed had not been diligently defending. Ridiculous. Could it be that when you enter the battlefield, with the enemy's gun barrel aimed at your head, you would say, "Wait, I am not yet prepared"? Chen Bo chuckled, unperturbed. "Then that shot doesn't count. Let us try again." Griffin was utterly infuriated by Chen Bo's nonchalant demeanor. If there had been a debate, he might have felt somewhat better. What was this supposed to mean? Was he completely dismissing him? Enraged, Griffin focused intently on his defense. Chen Bo began backing in from the top of the arc. With each push from Griffin, it felt as if he were being struck by a train. How could Chen Bo possess such immense strength? Wasn't he supposed to be all flesh? Yet, leveraging his physique, Chen Bo bulldozed his way in for a stunning turnaround jumper. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark. Does this count? Chen Bo inquired with a playful smile. Griffin's face flushed. He had not anticipated Chen Bo's prowess. Subsequently, Chen Bo demonstrated an array of skills to Griffin. With a series of crossovers to establish his rhythm, he suddenly burst to the right side. Griffin clung tightly, denying him space. Nevertheless, Chen Bo pressed forward to the basket, leaping for a thunderous dunk that once again found success. 3 minutes later, the score read 110. The Clippers players on the sidelines widened their eyes in astonishment, mouths agape, unable to regain their composure. Does he excel in everything? Gordon, initially intending to merely observe, found his perspective completely overturned. He was quite familiar with Chen Bo, especially since his arrival at the Clippers. You may wonder why he only lingered on the perimeter during his time with the Cavaliers. Williams, though surprised, took the initiative to clarify. It was because his individual strength was limited. At that time, our perimeter shooting was collectively poor, and he needed to conserve his energy for offense. The pit we have dug is far too deep. We can only pursue with a three-point shot. Fortunately, he is a rather inept fellow. Williams was aware of Chen Bochiang, yet he did not anticipate his prowess to such an extent. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that Chen Bo's acceleration had markedly improved. The speed at which he released his three-point shots had also noticeably quickened, and his accuracy had not only remained intact, but had actually enhanced. Gordon, listening to Williams' explanation, murmured, "He is indeed formidable." Meanwhile, Negro gazed at his companion, Neil Oshley, with profound admiration, realizing why he held the position of general manager. Such discernment. Are you impressed? Chen Bo fixated on Griffin's increasingly darkening expression. My one-on-one defensive capability is not my forte, especially considering the disparity in our physiques. Thus, I am not entirely convinced, or perhaps only one-third convinced. Griffin was displaying his final act of defiance. The truth was indeed as he suspected. His ability to defend and block was not particularly exceptional, constrained by his shorter arms. Otherwise, how did he earn the moniker of a human Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chen Bo decided to forego further discussion. Since you insist on being the stepping stone for my assertion of dominance, I shall graciously accept. He passed the ball to Griffin, signaling for him to initiate the attack. This would culminate in a sum of 1 million. Chen Bo cast an intrigued glance at Griffin. At that moment, Griffin, feeling the pressure, had no choice but to comply. There were teammates, the head coach, and even the general manager watching from the sidelines. He could not afford to falter. A moment of hesitation would mean relinquishing his position as the team leader. Although Griffin was not renowned for his three-point shooting, his mid-range game was commendable. Thus, upon receiving the ball, he utilized his explosiveness and speed to bypass Chen Bo with a single stride. Bam! It seemed as if he sought to vent the humiliation of his earlier defeat with a powerful two-handed slam dunk that shattered the rim. Griffin did not engage in taunting Chen Bo like a mere jester. He had already come to acknowledge a significant portion of Chen Bo's abilities. At the very least, he had shattered his preconceived notions. It was indeed extraordinary for a center to possess a three-point shot and be this formidable. Chen Bo smiled and nodded. Griffin was commendable in this regard. You are impressive, indeed. However, to truly command respect, one must possess the strength to back it up. What gives you the right to mount upon a former first overall pick without proving your worth? The crux is that we belong to the same draft class. Then, he shifted to a more serious demeanor, choosing to apply pressure. In that very instant, Griffin felt an unprecedented defensive strain, rendering his dribbling cumbersome. After 3 dribbles, he still found no opportunity and was forced to make a desperate shot that clanked off the rim. Your dribbling and ability to receive passes on the move require considerable improvement, Chen Bo remarked with a smile after successfully defending. Griffin chuckled helplessly. This was undeniably true. He was aware of his own shortcomings. Although Chen Bo's speed was not on par with Griffin's, however, with an undeniable advantage in height and weight. The most crucial factor, defensive awareness overwhelmed him. How can you anticipate my movements? Griffin pondered, feeling as though Chun Bo was akin to a parasite residing within him, predicting his every intention. In truth, he was eager to inquire, why is your defense so formidable? Oh, I forgot to mention, defense is my forte. It merely hinges on my desire to engage. In this instance, Chun Bo might have been slightly boastful. Despite the advantages, he lacked certain skill sets. His previous play was merely a matter of preemptive judgment, a gamble that paid off. As the next possession fell into Chun Bo's hands, he remarked, I neglected to inform you that my defense is also commendable. In the previous game, I was simply blinded by rage. Griffin, with a resolute expression, approached this one-on-one challenge with utmost seriousness. Is that so? I shall witness it. At that moment, Chun Bo concealed his playful grin and adopted a demeanor of respect. Griffin's professional attitude was indeed commendable, as he fought until the very last moment, even enduring painkillers to return to the court, ultimately leading to the premature conclusion of his career. Upon receiving the ball, Chun Bo raised his hand for a shooting motion. This time, Griffin remained unfazed by the feint. As Chun Bo released the ball, he had already initiated his move, dribbling with his right hand to accelerate through. Admittedly, his speed could not rival Griffin or several other shooting guards. While he lacked in sheer velocity, he transformed this disadvantage into a rhythmic advantage, playing the game with a keen sense of timing. At this stage, Chun Bo's breakthroughs reflected a strategic intellect overcoming athletic prowess. Nevertheless, Griffin quickly regained his defensive stance, employing a swift retreat. His speed allowed him to keep pace with Chun Bo, who had failed to outmaneuver him. Yet, Griffin soon found himself losing balance under Chun Bo's physical contest. Chapter 77. I must take this seriously. Chun Bo's prowess in breaking through was not solely attributed to his rhythm. His physicality and finishing abilities were of the highest caliber. As Griffin lost his defensive footing, Chun Bo executed a deceptive back pivot and skillfully banked the ball into the hoop. Observing this, Neil Ashley turned to pat head coach Negro on the back. Next season, we have hope. After scoring once more, Chun Bo acknowledged Griffin's defense. It is indeed commendable, but there is still room for improvement. Griffin, gazing at Chun Bo's smile, found himself devoid of the previous irritation. I only exerted 70% of my strength, he replied with a grin. Taken aback by this response, Chun Bo smiled knowingly, picked up the ball, and stepped forward to accelerate. He aimed to push Griffin further back, attempting to obstruct Chun Bo's path. The effect was indeed achieved. Chun Bo raised an eyebrow, realizing the challenge ahead. This could be troublesome. Griffin contemplated Chun Bo's intentions, yet his body lagged behind his thoughts. Thud! He was knocked off balance. Chun Bo halted abruptly, retreating as he collected the ball, creating a 2-meter gap between them in an instant. With a swift flick of his wrist, the basketball soared through the air, heading toward the hoop. Swish. A three-pointer. Chun Bo had no intention of humiliating Griffin. After his shot, he approached and helped him up. Hiss. On the sidelines, Jordan was utterly flabbergasted. Could this center truly outmaneuver someone? Who would believe such a thing? All he felt now was envy, as he appeared to possess only superior physical attributes compared to the others. My goodness, am I seeing things? What on earth just happened? Gordon clasped his head with both hands, astonished yet filled with boundless anticipation. Last season, Griffin had suffered a season-ending injury, while Davis was constantly embroiled in controversy, leaving Griffin to carry the team. The feeling of being powerless in such a situation was truly disheartening. Who could maintain a positive spirit while losing day in and day out? Griffin's face flushed. This time, it was not out of anger but rather embarrassment. This was utterly humiliating. You needn't worry about it. In fact, it demonstrates your commitment to defense, which I appreciate, Chun Bo reassured him. Do you know why certain players lack such dramatic moments? Why is that? Griffin found himself unwittingly diverted by Chun Bo's subtle redirection. Because in crucial moments, you simply cannot match up with them. They might as well be defending air or role players. Of course, only the two of them could hear this exchange. Griffin instantly understood whom Chun Bo was referring to. As for the player who had been outmaneuvered, Chun Bo believed both deserved commendation, one for his technical prowess and the other for his earnest defense. This epitomized the essence of basketball. The background figure, Paul George, exemplified this. Most people mock his background incident, yet no one doubts his defensive commitment. There is also a notion that, in critical moments, the coach views him as the defensive ace, which is why he has so many standout performances. This, too, can be seen as a form of recognition. While many criticize his defense, it can only be said that the coach understands the game better than the critics. Griffin looked at Chun Bo in surprise. not expecting him to have such strong opinions about James. It seemed their previous disagreements were indeed genuine. Is that so? But I only exerted 8% of my effort just now. Griffin smirked slightly, provocatively. Shall we go again? Let us do it. Griffin bent down, clapping his hands on the floor, assuming a proper stance. What is this colorful spectacle? He had not noticed it before, but upon bending over, he became aware. And Chinbo playfully lifted his foot in response. Those shoes were undeniably flashy. Would you like to know what kind of shoes these are? Chinbo inquired. Huh? Let us go again. How much effort this time? To be honest, I exerted merely 9/10 of my strength. At this moment, Griffin remained unfazed. Quite impressive. To draw out 90% of your power is already a considerable achievement. Chinbo shook his head in resignation. All right, I shall truly engage now. Previously, I was merely assessing your capabilities, but now I shall enter the mode of relentless entanglement. This match was initially intended to probe Chinbo's prowess, yet under Griffin's taunting, it extended for a full 20 minutes. However, what astonished Chinbo was Griffin's stamina. This was nothing short of an amplified version of Westbrook. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Griffin became. Typically, a person subjected to such relentless punishment would have crumbled, yet this young man seemed to thrive amidst the chaos. Once more, Chinbo waved his hand dismissively, stating, other teammates still require training, so let us conclude here. If I do not call for a halt, I would truly have to charge for instruction. This is a precious opportunity to squander. It cannot be deemed entirely worthless, merely of limited value. Very well. Let us practice again next time. Griffin lamented, still unsatisfied. Today he had felt the might of Chinbo, which surpassed even the clutch player from last season's playoffs. It was akin to the strength displayed by the Eastern University team, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. What struck him most was Chinbo's dominance as an interior player during post-up situations. The pressure he exerted on defenders, his awareness of defensive shifts, the timing of his pivots, and how he created space after turning, all were of the highest caliber. Thus, Griffin gazed at Chinbo with a profound thirst for knowledge. He yearned to learn intensely. This is the nature of a player. As long as their mindset is not overly complicated, they are quite manageable. Unsatisfied? Then I shall make you submit. At this moment, Griffin was thoroughly convinced, following closely behind Chinbo. Brother, what shoes are you wearing? At this juncture, Griffin's address to Chinbo became notably affectionate, and he used Chinbo's footwear as a conversational entry point. Exquisite and natural, fostering intimacy. These shoes. Upon hearing Griffin's considerate inquiry about his signature sneakers, Chinbo paused and replied earnestly, you should pay close attention. The brand is 361 from Eastern University, a reputable name. The pair I am wearing is the Floral Demon Eye, a signature shoe designed specifically for me, yet to be officially released to the public. Griffin was taken aback. He had merely intended to pay a compliment, and there was no need for such elaborate detail. It sounded as though Chinbo was promoting his shoes. However, he genuinely found the Northeast floral design of the sneakers quite appealing. In the days that followed, Griffin became like a persistent shadow, trailing closely behind him. Jackson grimaced, sensing that his position as Chinbo's primary follower was being threatened, subtly hinting at a potential usurpation. As for Chinbo, amidst the collective training of the Clippers, he still chooses to languish. Yet, he consistently engages in essential drills. Just teasing. Chapter 78. The Unusual Joe Shoshin. Griffin, that indomitable little roach, has gradually developed a commendable synergy with Chinbo, who, with just a glance, can convey his intentions instantaneously. This is intentional on Chinbo's part. For in the forthcoming matches, Griffin will be the cornerstone of his interior defense, tasked with the gritty and laborious responsibilities. As for the other training exercises, they are of no concern to him. They merely encroach upon his precious downtime. Thus, while you all train, I shall observe, unless it is a joint practice. Otherwise, Chinbo shall remain motionless. On the very first day, he imparted a harsh lesson to everyone, leaving no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. It is simple. Chinbo declared that anyone unconvinced could challenge him to a one-on-one, and he would welcome them, provided they possessed sufficient spirit. As for the previous $1 million from Griffin, Chinbo had no intention of claiming it. Griffin is now his subordinate. And how could he demand such from his own? Instead, he arranged for the entire team to engage in a bonding activity. Mutual goodwill is the true essence of harmony. Neil O'Shea, observing the current team atmosphere, felt a blend of satisfaction and solace. He was no newcomer to the Clippers. He had witnessed the detrimental impact of Baron Davis on the team and understood that a strong squad must have a harmonious locker room. In the following days, they commenced some 3-on-3 tactical drills, with Chinbo serving as the tactical initiator, assuming considerable responsibility. One of these strategies would be the cornerstone of the Clippers system for the upcoming season, centered around Griffin and Chinbo. The Space Magic. Mo Williams, weak side 45. Griffin corner, Chinbo top of the arc, and Ryan Gomez, wing, with the lethal weapon being the three-pointer. Gordon, diagonal cut, represents the enhanced version of their subsequent offense. At least in Chinbo's view. Mo Williams, the Cavaliers' second scoring option, is a quintessential chaos specialist, akin to Smith, a wild card shooter. Gordon, needless to say, is the Clippers' finest scorer, having been nominated as Indiana's Mr. Basketball and selected for the McDonald's All-American High School All-Star roster, winning the Gatorade National Player of the Year award. During his high school years, he achieved an astonishing three-point shooting percentage of 46.2. Perhaps others are unaware. But Gordon later won the three-point contest and was a pivotal player during the Rocket small ball era. Consequently, while his defense may not rival that of KCP, his three-point shooting and driving skills undoubtedly surpassed those of KCP during the latter's peak. And as for Griffin, he requires no further embellishment. Now, Chinbo is akin to the enhanced version of Jokic, recognized and certified by the system. As for Gomez and Porter, they are quite evenly matched. The injured Porter exhibits a rather erratic defensive style, marked by instability. Fortunately, his three-point shooting is commendable, aligning well with the tactical framework centered around Chinbo. In such a lineup, no team dares to double-team Chinbo or Griffin. While the starting perimeter defense may not be exceptionally strong, their three-point shooting can undoubtedly punish adversaries. Moreover, their bench boasts the rebounding prowess of Jordan, alongside the tenacious defense of Eric Bledsoe, known as the defensive bulldog. In terms of the head coach, Vinny Del Negro, Chinbo possesses a deeper understanding than most of his fellow Clippers. After all, he is a prodigious talent, capable of foreseeing the future, albeit limited to the next 15 years. In 2013, he was thoroughly criticized by Paul and even shouted in the players' tunnel, "We need a coach who understands tactics, not a cheerleader." Unsurprisingly, Del Negro was dismissed 3 days later. However, he found success in the commentary realm, earning acclaim for his incisive tactical breakdowns. Thus, Chinbo's reservations regarding Paul's critiques likely stem from differing perspectives. Often, coaches bear the brunt of blame when teams face early exits in the playoffs. Someone must be held accountable. Yet, in Chinbo's view, Del Negro is a commendable coach with his own philosophy focused on offense while somewhat lacking in defense. He is also willing to utilize newcomers, though, like Brown, he has not been afforded the opportunity to truly take charge. Paul holds a similar influence to James, possessing absolute authority within the team. Years later, Del Negro candidly reflected in an interview, "I was too eager to be one of the players," forgetting that a coach must maintain boundaries. This sentiment rings true. A coach who strives to blend too closely with players risks losing the respect and authority inherent to their role. During this week, as familiarity and understanding among the players grew, the preseason approached, prompting Del Negro to organize 55 scrimmages among the players. This marked the Clippers' first formal team scrimmage in days. Like other teams, they were divided into 3 squads: the starting lineup, the reserves, and the third unit. This year's starting lineup for the Clippers includes Chinbo, Blake Griffin, Eric Gordon, Ryan Gomez, and Mo Williams. The bench comprises DeAndre Jordan, Moon, Randy Foye, Eric Bledsoe, and Craig Smith. The third unit features Darnell Jackson, Jamal Tinsley, Ike Diogu, Will Solomon, and Trey Johnson. Typically, the starters wait while the reserves and third unit commence play. The intra-squad scrimmages usually last for a 12-minute period, and the contest quickly ensues. The evidence reveals why most members of the third unit remain in the developmental league. They exhibit defensive effort and a commendable attitude. However, there was a distinct lack of offensive prowess. In stark comparison, Randy Foye emerged as the most threatening player on the court. Chinbo could only describe the situation with 4 words: a clash of novices. Although the bench players possessed scoring ability, they could not withstand the relentless defensive onslaught from the third unit. Training within the team also served as a criterion for evaluation by the head coach. They needed to showcase their talents to seize opportunities. As the half concluded, the substitutes surprisingly led by only 4 points, 106, among the 5 bench players. It was not solely Randy Foye who could score. Jamal Crawford also had his share of scoring capability. Yet, their paltry 4 points stemmed from DeAndre Jordan's silence, as he insisted on isolating plays without regard for teamwork. His chosen target was Darnell Jackson, a fellow interior player brought in by Chun Bo. Unfortunately, Jackson had been relegated to the role of a mere waterboy, having precious little time on the court, even in garbage time, with a mere 26 seconds of play. Nonetheless, he was not a pushover. His survival on the court relied on his toughness and rebounding skills. This summer, DeAndre had developed a left-handed hook shot, whether intentionally or not, and he persistently targeted Darnell Jackson. Tensions began to rise between them. Both Jordan and Jackson had reputations as rough players, relying heavily on their inside game. However, Jordan possessed a level of talent that surpassed Jackson significantly. After maneuvering past him, Jordan scored with a hook shot over Jackson's head. He continued this isolation play for several consecutive possessions. Chapter 79. The Jumping Man. As this unfolded, the other bench players were left feeling utterly frozen. Craig Smith and Randy Foye expressed their dissatisfaction through their body language. This was meant to be an intra-squad competition, not a solo performance. At this moment, Chun Bo observed Del Negro's reaction from the sidelines. His furrowed brow and crossed arms spoke volumes of his displeasure. Was Jordan truly so self-absorbed? Jackson felt a deep sense of humiliation reminiscent of the shame Griffin had experienced earlier, perhaps even more intense. Griffin had acted with intention, while Chun Bo had shown him respect. But what of Jordan? It was evident that he was targeting Jackson specifically. Why was he being singled out? Was it not enough to be a mere waterboy without being bullied? In a fit of anger, Jackson's frustration boiled over. At that moment, it was clear to everyone that Jordan was indeed fixated on Jackson, planting the seeds of resilience deep within him. With only one possession remaining, Jordan once more called for the ball in the paint. "Give it to me." Foye, with a scowl, hurled the ball towards him, and upon receiving it, Jordan pressed against Jackson. Utilizing his formidable physical prowess and core strength, he effortlessly rose to execute a single-handed dunk. Thud! Jackson glared at the thigh resting on him, and, in a fit of rage, shoved little Jordan. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Jackson confronted little Jordan, seeking an explanation. In a fair contest, he would have accepted defeat gracefully, acknowledging the superiority of skill. However, they were teammates. What did it mean to assert dominance like that? Unyielding, little Jordan stood his ground, and the two engaged in a heated exchange. Griffin and others promptly intervened, pulling little Jordan away, while Williams and Moon guided Jackson aside. The head coach, Del Negro, approached with a stern expression. At that moment, Chun Bo finished the last slice of pizza, rose from the bench, and clapped his hands. "Coach, when will our starting team take the court?" Even at this juncture, if he remained oblivious to the underlying issues, it would indeed be a wasted opportunity. Xiao Shoshin was expressing his dissatisfaction in his own manner. Before Chun Bo's arrival, his agent had negotiated a contract worth 4 years and $43 million. However, after the Cavaliers decided to trade for Chun Bo, Neil O'Shaughnessy began to lower the offer, capping it at 4 years and $30 million, with performance incentives included. Even then, the trade received a rating of merely commentary, overpriced investment in a rough-and-tumble player. This motivated little Jordan to train diligently that summer, determined to demonstrate on the court to the management who the true cornerstone of the interior was. Neil O'Shaughnessy's acquisition of Chun Bo and the intention to sign little Jordan was a strategic safeguard. After all, given Chun Bo's Asian physique, there were legitimate concerns. It was akin to the Dallas Mavericks signing O'Neal and then Chandler. Thus, little Jordan felt emboldened. He sought to assert his tactical position in playing time through such provocations. The issue now was simply who would be the starter between him and Chun Bo. Initially intending to observe, he could no longer remain passive upon realizing the team's strategies revolved around Chun Bo. How could he ensure his 41 starting games or secure the performance incentives under such circumstances? He was determined to challenge Chun Bo. The Eastern gentlemen were soft, and he felt he could manipulate Chun Bo's underlings, believing they would not dare to oppose him. Moreover, he needed to show everyone that he was no longer the same player he had been last season. He had evolved. Do not presume that excelling in one-on-one situations equates to prowess in team play. Del Negro was certainly not naive to be a head coach. One must possess versatility and solid basketball skills. He recognized that Chun Bo was intent on teaching little Jordan a lesson. 15 minutes later, we will commence the next round. All right, Chun Bo replied with a slight nod and a smile. He sat beside the frustrated Jackson and asked, "How does it feel?" "Not so pleasant, is it?" At our esteemed university, there exists an age-old adage, "Those who lag behind shall be met with adversity." Jackson was acutely aware of the humiliation he faced. Alas, His skills fell short, a feeling that was profoundly stifling. Chen Bo pulled him aside and spoke in a solemn tone. "Do you trust me?" Jackson replied anxiously. "Of course I do. Chen, you must believe in me. Do not fret. I am aware of what needs to be done. Focus your training on enhancing your speed and shedding weight." Shedding weight. Jackson hesitated, for the contemporary emphasis in the paint was on physical confrontation. His foundational skills were predicated on strength, resilience, and rebounding. If he were to lose his bulk, he would possess no advantages whatsoever. Not only did he need to reduce his weight, but he also needed to practice his three-point shooting. Yet, the prevailing trend leaned towards dominating the paint and securing rebounds. Jackson was not skeptical of Chen Bo. Rather, the suggestion seemed extraordinarily radical or perhaps too forward-thinking. "Isn't this the current reality? You are at a disadvantage with your current approach." Chen retorted. "Then what is your advantage?" "It is me. Trust me, the three-point shot is the future." Chen Bo's earnest demeanor instilled a measure of conviction in Jackson. He recognized that had it not been for Chen, he might have already faced being cut from the team. Chen would not jeopardize his own standing. "Very well, I shall dedicate myself to training in these two areas." Soon enough, the next round of scrimmages commenced, pitting the starters against the reserves, or rather, Chen Bo against Little Jordan. At the onset, possession was granted to the substitute team, who initiated the attack. "Pass me the ball." Little Jordan, right from the start, pressed against Griffin, intent on a strong play, demanding the ball in the paint. The reason Chen Bo was not defending him was that he was stationed well beyond the free throw line, outside Little Jordan's shooting range and technical capabilities. To exploit the starters' weaknesses, one must engage where they were strongest. Randy Foye furrowed his brow, his mind clouded with uncertainty. "Really?" he thought, as he reluctantly passed the ball to Little Jordan while muttering something under his breath. Though the words were indistinct, the sentiment was clear. Upon receiving the ball, Little Jordan faced Griffin, who was considerably shorter, and realized he was at a disadvantage in strength. He opted instead to leverage his height and executed a hook shot. Just as the ball left his fingertips, an enormous pair of hands surged forward. Wow! A spectacular block! Jackson, who had been feeling disheartened, was invigorated by Chen Bo's impressive defense against Little Jordan. It was a moment of sheer exhilaration, akin to avenging a long-held grudge. As Griffin secured the rebound and prepared to pass, he noticed former Cavaliers player Williams and Chen Bo racing down the court. What speed! What agility! He marveled. Launching a long pass to Chen Bo Chapter 80, walking the dog, the latter received the ball, refraining from charging into the paint, instead positioning himself at a 45-degree angle, awaiting the arrival of the defender. However, for reasons unknown, DeAndre Jordan seemed disinclined to guard him. In a fleeting moment, he fancied he saw the silhouette of LeBron James. Craig Smith, the stout interior player, found himself at a disadvantage against Chen Bo's strength was evenly matched, with Chen Bo even holding the upper hand. Yet the opponent evidently had the advantage in speed. "Are you bold enough to approach? Let me gauge your worth." Chen Bo gestured towards DeAndre Jordan, effectively declaring war. This was not akin to Jordan's subtle thrashing of Jackson. "Come at me. Do you think I fear you?" In that moment, DeAndre Jordan had no reason to decline. If it were that man, he might merely smile, denying any opportunity to score over him. Having torn through the veil of hesitation, he stood resolute, eager to demonstrate to the management who truly was the backbone of the Clippers. With nowhere left to retreat, he proclaimed, "Here I am. Go ahead and shoot. Shoot." It seemed as though DeAndre was rallying himself. Yet, entangled with Smith in the paint, Griffin silently prayed, "Jordan, you must hold back. Don't let your emotions get the better of you." Upon hearing this, Chen Bo nodded in agreement. He raised his hand for a feigned shot, and just like that, he sent Jordan flying. As Jordan lunged towards him, Chen Bo shifted to the left and released a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer landed with certainty. DeAndre Jordan's expression darkened. He had become so engrossed that he allowed Chen Bo to exploit the opening. With possession now on the bench's side, Randy Foye advanced with the ball. Gordon's double team was decisive, applying pressure on the ball handler and forcing a turnover. Reluctantly, Foye passed the ball to Smith. Observing the situation, Chen Bo executed a decisive trap. Smith was compelled to pivot towards the baseline, but Griffin interfered, causing Smith's shot to miss. Yet Jordan soared high, clearing Griffin to slam the ball through the hoop. "Come on." After his emphatic putback, Jordan raised his arms in a triumphant roar, having scored right under Chen Bo's nose. In the next play, Chen Bo opted not to handle the ball himself, but rather engaged in off-ball movement. Participating so vigorously in the offense was merely a means to teach Jordan a lesson. Jordan resembled a small, eager dog, being led around the court by Chinbo suddenly. Griffin advanced, creating a momentary distraction for Jordan. It was this opening that allowed Chinbo a sliver of space to shoot. Williams delivered a precise pass. Upon receiving it, Chinbo launched a three-pointer, his release sharp and decisive. The head coach, whose brow had been furrowed in concern, relaxed upon witnessing this moment. Who would have thought that a sudden stop-and-shoot three-pointer could be so accurate? Was this indeed a 129-kilogram center? Who could possibly disrupt his rhythm? When had the Clippers ever employed such a tactic? It has improved, truly improved. Chinbo exchanged a high five with Williams during the defensive play, showcasing their remarkable synergy. A testament to their history as former teammates who have battled through intense 7-game series. DeAndre Jordan's prowess in protecting the rim is undeniable and commendable. Yet he tends to falter when it comes to off-ball defense, often losing focus. This moment stirred memories of someone from his past. The score now stood at 62. Thanks to Chinbo's 2 three-pointers. In a sequence involving the bench players, Randy Foye passed the ball to Eric Bledsoe, who utilized Smith's imposing frame to set a screen. Bledsoe took a mid-range shot that veered off the mark. Transitioning to the starting five's offensive play, Williams delivered the ball to Gordon. Chinbo promptly stepped up to provide a screen. Gordon's skill set is distinctly defined, his drives are incisive, and he possesses a strong three-point shot, coupled with excellent resistance to interference. However, his ball handling leaves much to be desired. Chinbo's screen quality was commendable, allowing Gordon to launch a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball soared like a mortar, arcing gracefully through the net, producing a crisp, melodious sound. It was evident that Gordon's shooting tempo significantly surpassed that of Chinbo. The score escalated to 9-2. The substantial disparity among the perimeter shooters could not be compensated for by defensive efforts. In this round of bench play, they seemed to realize that against the starting five, DeAndre Jordan was their only focal point. Smith moved to the weak side corner, attempting to draw Chinbo away from the paint to create space for Jordan. However, Chinbo remained unperturbed by Craig Smith, opting instead to double-team Jordan. Although Jordan's passing vision is mediocre, he had clarity of mind. He understood that to compete against Chinbo, he needed to engage in a 5-on-5 scenario. He had come to the realization that challenging Chinbo in isolation was implausible. He possessed the skills and techniques necessary for interior play but chose not to utilize them. Before Chinbo could double-team him, Jordan passed the ball along the baseline to Smith in the corner, granting him a three-point opportunity. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Smith appeared hesitant. Ultimately, he opted to drive towards the basket, only to be thwarted by the recovering Chinbo, his shot missing the rim entirely. While Chinbo adeptly positioned himself to secure the rebound, one must not underestimate the significance of a mere 10-point increase in speed, as it greatly enhances Chinbo's ability to assist and transition defensively. Upon securing the rebound, he immediately charged forward with the ball. The other members of the Clippers had become accustomed to a slower tempo, often seeking the point guard immediately after securing the rebound. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Chinbo dribbled past the free throw line alone, only for them to finally react. Eric Bledsoe, with lightning speed, attempted to strip the ball from Chinbo, aware that a center's high dribbling point presents a greater opportunity for a steal. However, Chinbo had already anticipated this move, launching the ball forward, where Williams was already positioned beyond the three-point line. The Cavaliers' tradition of fast breaks was once again on display, showcasing the stark contrast between a bottom-tier team and the leaders of the Eastern Conference. What perplexed Gordon was the speed of Griffin. As Williams advanced with the ball, he noticed the pursuer behind him and, upon recognizing it was Griffin, effortlessly tossed the ball high into the air. Griffin sprinted, landing on one foot, leaping into the air, and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. A commanding start with a score of 112. Williams not only excelled in fast breaks but also demonstrated remarkable proficiency in 2-on-1 situations, reminiscent of a former acquaintance who relished such plays, simple, efficient, and without hesitation. In the subsequent possession, Jordan actively called for the ball. Randy Foye, without hesitation or discontent, relented. They had both tried and found it exceedingly difficult, with the perimeter failing to yield results that could only chip away at the interior defense. The strategy proved effective. Little Jordan attracted double teams, and when he passed, he did so with a high leap, ensuring the ball remained intact. For the first time, Moon touched the ball. After 5 minutes, he received it, and, unlike Smith, showed no hesitation. He took a decisive shot. The three-pointer swished through the net with unwavering accuracy. In another possession, Chinbo remained off the ball, allowing Williams to orchestrate the play. He seemed to have matured, passing the ball to a moving Griffin instead of insisting on solitary plays. Chapter 81. Am I weak? Are we going one-on-one again? The latter, noticing little Jordan had not caught up in time, opted for a jump shot from the free throw line, only to be disrupted by Bledsoe's defensive presence. The ball clanged against the rim, bounced a few times, and fortuitously fell through the net for 2 points. Luck was on the side of the starting team. Eric Bledsoe, with the ball, maneuvered past Gordon, but as he slipped by, Chinbo had already closed in on him, leaving no space for a layup. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Little Jordan, who held it, challenging Chinbo to engage him in the paint. Little Jordan, momentarily taken aback by the prompt challenge, did not respond immediately. Upon Chinbo's command, he swiftly pressured Little Jordan for the ball. Little Jordan turned his back to Chinbo, preventing any chance for a steal while actively engaging in physicality. However, he quickly realized he could not overpower Chinbo. The latter remained immovable. Although Chinbo's weight may not be as imposing as O'Neal's, his core strength was unmatched by any center. His resilience in physical confrontations was notable, albeit he preferred not to exert it. As the adage goes, possessing a sword and choosing not to wield it are two different matters. Chinbo possessed the technical skills of a center but refrained from using them, a polite way of saying he preferred to avoid the dirty work. In a less flattering light, one might say the system simply did not allow it. Just as Little Jordan prepared to turn, he noticed Griffin closing in for a double team. In the face of this pressure, he chose not to pass. It is not that he does not wish to, but rather that he is unable to. Choosing to force a jump shot, he was met with the opportune intervention of Chinbo, who deftly swiped the ball away. Following the steal, Chinbo surged forward, effortlessly evading the grasp of DeAndre Jordan. Moreover, Williams was charging down the opposite side, pushing the fast break. While Eric Bledsoe could not provide support in time, Chinbo showcased his exquisite skills, reminiscent of Yao Ming's court mastery. Bledsoe attempted a cut but was unsuccessful and retreated to defend the paint, as Chinbo had already elevated the ball high, leaving him with no chance. In the blink of an eye, Chinbo raced to the front court and executed a breathtaking one-handed slam dunk. The sound resonated, not with an explosive force, but with a profound thud that echoed in the hearts of everyone present. The third-string players on the sidelines leaped up in exhilaration. Having been overshadowed by the bench in the previous game, witnessing their struggles was a source of great satisfaction. What do you think? My brother Chin is amazing. ISNTE? Impressive indeed. How about introducing us later? Jackson grinned, thumping his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. My brother Chin loves making friends. When Chinbo shines, Jackson feels honored to be associated with him. After landing, Chinbo turned to glance at Del Negro on the sidelines. Noticing the relaxed expression on Del Negro's face, he realized that his position was now firmly established. At this moment, he stood on the precipice, with Griffin and Jordan beneath him. The final score was 25-18, with the starting lineup effortlessly securing the victory. DeAndre Jordan stood dumbfounded beneath the basket, still unwilling to admit defeat. I am clearly the stronger one. Could it be because of my teammates? They're all starters while I am relegated to the bench. Meanwhile, Del Negro observed Chinbo lounging comfortably on the sidelines, growing increasingly fond of him. Chinbo sensed the gaze upon him and felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps rising. I am a man of steel, not one to play around, and certainly not from Chengdu. After the training session concluded, Chinbo returned to the locker room. Organizing his shoes, he gazed at his signature sneakers, finding them increasingly appealing. The color scheme, inspired by the Northeast, was unbeatable and ahead of its time. Once Griffin finished tidying up, he promptly approached Chinbo to discuss techniques for playing in the paint and the nuances of defensive rotations and timing. Chinbo was somewhat astonished by Griffin's eagerness to learn. What a competitive spirit. It is understandable to catch up when your performance lags, but to strive so hard when you are already successful, how can others keep up? Except for Chinbo. You all can compete amongst yourselves. I shall take my own path. If Griffin maintains such a diligent attitude, his achievements will undoubtedly rival those of future generations. Throughout their exchange, he found immense value in the conversation. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, DeAndre Jordan approached, visibly agitated. Seeing this, Griffin hurriedly pulled him away, fearing that their conflict would reignite. Although Chinbo was a relatively new acquaintance, Griffin recognized that he was the quintessential individual who maintained a polite facade with everyone. His wit and humor masked a more complex nature. If someone were to provoke him, they would quickly learn the meaning of a formidable adversary, volatile and explosive. Let go, Griffin. I want to challenge him, DeAndre Jordan exclaimed, shaking off Griffin's grip. His eyes blazed with determination, despite knowing he might not match Chen Bo's prowess. He felt compelled to test his mettle. I won't back down until I face him. I will not relent. Jordan's voice echoed loudly in the locker room, catching the attention of all present, most of whom were eager spectators. While Chen Bo possessed commendable skills, the disparity in their activities created a sense of imbalance among the others. Why did they practice shooting while he played? Why did they work on their jumps while he indulged? Why did they build endurance while he continued to play? The coach's rationale was sound. If they were dissatisfied, they simply needed to defeat Chen Bo. Yet, they lacked the courage to do so. Now that someone was willing to step up, they adopted a spectator's mindset. Why should I challenge you? What is in it for me? Chen Bo retorted rather than outright refusing. Jordan, being forthright, inquired, what do you want? 50,000. Chen Bo treated this as a jest, engaging in playful banter. After all, he hadn't received a dime from their previous wagers. No way. I don't need my teammates to risk their fortunes, especially that racist jerk, Reddick. He still owes me 50,000. Chen Bo's thoughts were straightforward. He aimed to dissuade this simple-minded, physically gifted individual. After all, Jordan was still on a rookie contract worth only 850,000. The cost of this wager was nearly equivalent to a year's salary. He wasn't intent on making enemies. His purpose with the Clippers was not to indulge in rivalry, but to pursue a championship and thwart the dominance of the Heat's Big Three. However, to Chen Bo's surprise, Jordan remained resolute, accepting the challenge without hesitation. Fine, let us get started. Chen Bo wasted no time. Since Jordan had pushed his luck, he would not hold back. If proving his worth against Griffin was insufficient, he would add another layer to the challenge. He placed his prized sneakers prominently on display and stood up, heading towards the training court. Wait, Jordan called out. I haven't stated my conditions yet. Chen Bo halted, raising an eyebrow. Your conditions? Chapter 82. Hitting 11 consecutive shots, the others gathered around, captivated by the palpable tension between the two, holding their breath in anticipation. I have no interest in knowing because I am not destined to lose. Speak, Chen Bo said, departing without a glance back. Little Jordan could only follow him with a bitter resentment, thinking, very well, one must have the prowess to flaunt. Soon, everyone rose from their seats, leaving the changing room in a flurry. To their surprise, the one-on-one challenge still had a 20-point version. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Within the training facility, only a few staff members remained, tidying up the premises. The entire area felt desolate, an eerie silence enveloping it, while the sound of their footsteps echoed like rhythmic percussion throughout the venue. How shall we start? You go first. Chen Bo nonchalantly conceded the ball to Little Jordan. The latter, not one to hesitate, accepted the ball and assumed an offensive stance. You are formidable, but I am not to be underestimated. With that declaration, Little Jordan swiftly initiated his attack from beyond the three-point line. He changed direction and drove towards the right. Chen Bo closely pursued him, and Little Jordan found it challenging to shake him off. Abruptly stopping, he discreetly used his elbow to nudge Chen Bo aside, executing a forceful fadeaway jumper. Chen Bo seized the moment to leap for a block, yet Little Jordan's wingspan was remarkable, leaving Chen Bo unable to interfere. Do not presume that Little Jordan lacked ball handling skills. Rather, his style was less fluid than that of a guard, constrained by his height. Much like the later Aaron Gordon, who hesitated to handle the ball but transformed into a dazzling dribbler when called upon to emulate Kyrie Irving. Clang. Little Jordan was too hasty, attempting to leverage his speed against Chen Bo. Yet, did he possess the basket? Lacking an advantage in speed and bearing a high center of gravity, Little Jordan found himself unable to effectively evade his defender through either pace or dribbling. Halfway through his drive, he was left with no choice but to resort to a forced jump shot. The ball was now in Chen Bo's possession. From here, just watch me score, he proclaimed confidently. Anyone can boast, but let us see results first. Little Jordan scoffed, secretly lacking confidence. However, he maintained a fierce faade, hands clasped before his chest, adopting a defensive posture, clearly intent on reclaiming his dignity on the defensive end. Chen Bo raised his hand, feigning a shot, but this time Little Jordan remained steadfast, having learned from the previous scrimmage. Oh, you've got some tricks, he remarked. Chen Bo feigned again, his composure unwavering. This time, I truly intend to shoot. Then shoot. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Bo took a clean three-point shot. Instinctively, Little Jordan reached out to contest the shot, but it was too late. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, a testament to the 5-point enhancement he had acquired for 1,000 points of effort. Truly worth it. Is this the essence of peak Durant? Harden and Irving's three-point prowess? It even echoed a hint of Doncic. A fluke. Undoubtedly a fluke. Chinbo responded with a smile, I suppose so. But do you believe luck will always be on my side? With a deft maneuver, he faked a shot, causing little Jordan to shift his weight instinctively. Though it was evident that the movement stemmed from a subconscious reaction, Chinbo merely feigned a shot, quickly dribbling to his right, stepping in just a pace before releasing a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, soared upward, and then descended. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. Facing the basket, little Jordan watched the ball roll on the floor, and in that moment, he truly questioned himself. Was it all for that fleeting obsession? Knowing he couldn't compete. Why? What justified this? He had spent an entire summer honing his skills, yet as a player for the Clippers. He was well aware that Chinbo hardly trained at all. Could such extraordinary talent truly exist? I told you, luck is indeed on my side. Chinbo chuckled as he stepped beyond the three-point line, readying himself for the next offensive play. Little Jordan encouraged himself. You can do it. You will succeed. Though he had confidence in his abilities, he knew a basic psychological edge was necessary. Could he rely solely on his three-point shooting? HM? Would you like to see something else? Very well. Little Jordan, hearing this, felt reassured. Chinbo raised his arms for another three-point shot. Yet this time little Jordan remained motionless. It was evident that if Chinbo were to shoot, interference would be futile. For little Jordan's reaction time and rhythm simply could not keep pace. As Chinbo took a step inward, little Jordan stayed close, his lateral movement not lacking. Maintaining his position. With no opportunity to pass, both Chinbo and little Jordan came to a sudden halt, gathering the ball. And then Chinbo executed a jump shot leaning back. Little Jordan's wingspan was impressive, obscuring Chinbo's line of sight. However, in that instant, Chinbo elevated his shooting angle. A crisp sound resonated as he scored a two-pointer. The same predicament arose. Chinbo possessed the skill that little Jordan lacked. It was now 31. Chinbo remained silent, returning directly to the arc's apex. After regaining possession, he initiated a leftward drive. Little Jordan continued to guard his path. Do you know what the pinnacle of bravado is? It is silence. Yet this time, Chinbo opted not to halt for a jump shot. Instead, he backed in aggressively. Was he supposed to shy away from the paint? Little Jordan, though strong, found it challenging to withstand Chinbo's advance. After 2 steps of backing in, Chinbo feigned left and right, then pivoted, slipping past little Jordan. Still, little Jordan's speed was impressive, extending his arm to contest the shot. As Chinbo prepared for a layup, he switched to his right hand and executed a delicate layup that found its target. This technique had been employed by the great Yao, yet Chinbo's execution was notably more fluid and polished. After scoring, Chinbo disregarded the gasps from the sidelines, retrieved the ball, and once again approached the arc, continuing with the same strategy. This time he bypassed the feint, took a step in, and opted for a turnaround jump shot. Swish! He scored yet again. 5 minutes later, Chinbo scored 11 consecutive points. When Chinbo focused, even Durant might need to retreat a few steps from his brilliance. The murmurs of his teammates in the arena transformed from hushed discussions to gasps of disbelief, ultimately fading into an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. Shall we continue? Chinbo quietly inquired as he tossed the ball aside. Little Jordan's hands trembled. He wished to speak, but found his throat constricted as if filled with cotton, rendering him voiceless. While his previous encounters with Griffin had been fiercely contested, providing him an escape, this encounter with little Jordan was utterly merciless. If he desired unity in the locker room, he needed to eradicate all unstable elements. To subdue such arrogance, he had to decisively assert his dominance. Jackson, observing Chinbo's methods, swallowed hard. It was brutal. Chapter 83. This season, I shall embrace mediocrity. At this moment, his previous discontent dissipated, even as he felt a twinge of sympathy for the dazed little Jordan, whose vacant gaze lingered. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, little Jordan kicked a bench aside and attempted to leave. Where do you think you're going? Chinbo asked. I'm going to notify the agent to transfer your money. Little Jordan retorted angrily. A man must accept his losses. Chinbo was momentarily speechless, pondering why he would forsake Griffin for little Jordan. Come back, he commanded, pointing to the remaining Clippers players. Let's treat everyone to a meal. Griffin felt a surge of joy, recognizing Chinbo's intention to let matters slide and provide little Jordan with an out. He quickly rallied everyone toward the restaurant. On the way, Chinbo shouted to the group, "Everyone is welcome to challenge me to a one-on-one. I'll treat you to a feast." He chuckled, indeed. I'll be sure to invite 3 lovely ladies next time. Jackson's dark visage revealed a lecherous grin. I want 4. Chinbo coughed and replied with mock gravity. You all are incorrigible. 1 is more than sufficient. Although we have the financial backing of DeAndre Jordan, we athletes are still weary. For us, 2 hands are just right, 1 for gaming and the other for swimming. Achieving success with women is often forced upon us. So, to summarize, 1 is enough. Too many would be overwhelming. Seeing Chinbo's earnest demeanor, they almost believed him. Some quick-witted individuals soon grasped Chinbo's subtly humorous innuendo. Brother Chin, is this the subtlety of you Eastern University folks? Go away, I am a serious person. Chinbo feigned anger and affectionately patted Jackson's head. Laughter erupted as everyone shared their own anecdotes, filling the journey with joy and mirth. In an instant, their relationship took a step forward. However, upon entering the private room of the restaurant, DeAndre Jordan remained sullen. As soon as they were seated, Chinbo inquired, Can you explain why you seem to be targeting me? DeAndre muttered, I'm not targeting you. Jackson, taken aback by this statement, thought to himself, Can you really not see it yet? Everyone here knows that I, Darnell Jackson, am essentially Chinbo's subordinate, completely loyal and unwavering. He continued, Fine. I was originally the core of the inside line, and the starting position was mine. I want to earn money. I want to be a starter. Feeling scrutinized by Chinbo, DeAndre decided to seize the opportunity to express his true feelings. Let us not discuss anything else about East, but I must say, his mind operates at a remarkable speed, he confessed, with nothing left to conceal. You are indeed quite straightforward, without a hint of pretense. Chinbo retorted with a cold smile. The truth is, the team originally promised me $43 million, but your arrival has resulted in a direct reduction of $13 million. At this point, DeAndre's tone grew more intense. I earned my starting position through my performance in the playoffs. You should be aware of that. Chinbo paused, crumpling the soda can in his hand before tossing it into the trash. I was once merely a water boy, someone even the commentators might not recognize. Did I complain? Respect for the starting position is earned through skill, not by creating discord in the locker room. Therefore, to sum it up in one sentence, your abilities simply do not measure up, that is all. Hearing this, Griffin sensed trouble and hurriedly explained, Chun, there's no other meaning. He.s. referring to you. Griffin scratched his head, attempting to clarify Chinbo's statement, but he realized his emotional intelligence fell short in this situation. Ultimately, he could only cast a reluctant glance at Chinbo. What do you mean? Don't think that just because you've beaten me, you can insult me. DeAndre retorted. Displeased. Calm down, let him finish. Griffin urged, trying to pacify him, as he still held some sway within the Clippers due to his status as a #1 draft pick. Your flaws are far too evident, free throws and rebounding. Ultimately, you are merely a jumpy player. The crux is, you lack the physique of Shaquille O'Neal, his skills, and certainly his emotional intelligence and dominance. Thus, it is impossible for you to become a core player like him. At best, you can be a starter, but in my presence, you have absolutely no chance. DeAndre's face flushed with embarrassment, for Chinbo's words were irrefutable, leaving him no room to argue. Chinbo, too, desired victory. He shook his head, emphasizing that winning is not the same as merely being present. My words are straightforward. The starting position is forged through genuine effort, not by pushing others aside. DeAndre's spirits visibly sank. And the regular season is your stage to shine. What does that mean? DeAndre asked, as if he had glimpsed a faint light in the endless darkness. He was eager to seize the moment. Chinbo extended his palm, and Griffin instantly understood. He nudged DeAndre Jordan. The latter quickly grasped the situation, lifted the soda in front of him, and was about to hand it to Chinbo. However, at that moment, Griffin gave him a knowing glance. DeAndre, in a moment of confusion, suddenly comprehended. He unscrewed the bottle cap and returned it to Chinbo's hand. Chinbo surveyed DeAndre and Griffin, recognizing the talent in both. They were perceptive and quick learners. Such individuals held great promise. In the context of the East University, athletic prowess was not of utmost importance. Without discernment or the right connections, progress would be arduous. It was worth noting that even a prodigy, often lauded for their mother's excellence, could still falter in the game. I intend to coast through the regular season, exclaimed Griffin, astonished, as he swiftly turned to check if the coach or management was nearby. Can one truly say such things? The other players gazed at Chinbo in bewilderment, their eyes filled with admiration. Was it possible to be so audacious with genuine skill? At that moment, DeAndre's gaze also became clear. Chinbo, unfazed by their astonishment, replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it quite normal for me to take it easy? Have you ever seen me play during the regular season?" He looked at the others with confidence. "Jackson, brother, weren't you just standing shoulder to shoulder with me, waving towels while I passed you water? Will we ever get a chance to play? Just forget about that. Just tell me if there is a chance to play." Chenbo shrugged. "Then there isn't. Have you ever seen me train seriously? That hasn't happened either. Have you seen me consume disciplined, nutritious meals? Definitely not." Chenbo looked at Jackson and remarked appreciatively, "You, my friend, should consider a future in the Diyun Society. I have faith in your potential." Their banter resembled a comedic dialogue. Chapter 84, Documenting a Wonderful Life. Brothers, if interested, feel free to check my social media, where I am chronicling the beauty of life. At that moment, Chenbo felt a jolt in his heart. I must focus on making money. I am not a mere boy. Yet, with foresight, he yearned to earn some cash, albeit with a firm grip on his ambitions. "Wait for me, Yiming." During this meal, the most elated was DeAndre Jordan, who had initially thought his stats would never materialize again. To his surprise, he received the news of Chenbo's intention to take it easy. "Great. That's fantastic. So what are we waiting for? Brother Chun, allow me to toast to you. I may have offended you before." Despite being older than Chenbo, he believed in respect for merit. "If you excel, you are my brother. Good brother. I have faith in you." Chenbo regarded DeAndre with increasing fondness. The young man was astute, and the more he observed, the more he liked him. "From now on, I shall handle the dirty work for you." It was a win-win situation. With a noble pretense of taking it easy, they dubbed it the balanced development of the team, preparing for the playoffs. Notably, DeAndre seemed to relish the idea. Subsequently, harmony prevailed within the Clippers, and no one dared to target Chenbo anymore. His lackluster performance was accepted by all. As time swiftly passed, early October arrived, heralding the commencement of the preseason. The media of the beautiful nation began to unveil real-time predictions for the upcoming season's team rankings, offering their professional forecasts. Among them, one was the first to release their predictions. Topping the list of championship favorites was none other than the Lakers. Following closely were the formidable trio of the Heat, whose prospects were not only endorsed by the media but also favored by numerous renowned sports journalists. Next in line were the Celtics, Magic, Spurs, and Thunder, teams that had made impressive playoff appearances. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers found themselves languishing beyond the 20th position. Having lost LeBron, Williams, Chenbo, and O'Neal, they plummeted from last season's Eastern Conference champions to mere bottom feeders, drawing little optimism from observers. A trade that had caused a stir during the offseason involved the Clippers and the Cavaliers, wherein an all-star 8th overall pick, along with a first-round draft choice, was exchanged for a rookie, Chenbo, who had only managed a handful of commendable performances. Despite Chenbo's declaration of championship aspirations during the press conference, skepticism prevailed. His ranking fell to 22nd, igniting fervent discussions on social media, with a consensus questioning why the Cavaliers were not positioned at the very bottom or among the 3 least favorable teams, and why they were deemed superior to the Clippers. Another heated debate centered around the rankings of the Lakers and the Heat. The Heat boasted the likes of the Flash, Dwayne Wade, and the King, Chris Bosh, along with the pivotal figure of that man. Conversely, the Lakers faced challenges with an aging roster, having barely clinched the championship in the previous season amid struggles. What justified this? Ultimately, a beleaguered columnist attempted to provide clarity. First, this was merely a prediction. Second, I harbored doubts about Chenbo, as history is rife with fleeting talents, and he had only played a few games before succumbing to injury last season. Third, the Lakers possess a championship pedigree, maintaining their core group with established chemistry, bolstered by Kobe, making a two-peat, or even a three-peat, not out of reach. Fourth, while the Heat's big 3 appear formidable on paper, their synergy raises a question mark. Furthermore, a crucial point regarding the Heat is that there is only one basketball. Lastly, I firmly believe that the Clippers and Cavaliers trade, which involved 2 first-round picks, was a grave misstep. The Cavaliers are poised to reap benefits in the coming 2 years, while the Clippers seem to be under a curse, plagued by injury woes and a decades-long history without a playoff appearance in the semifinals. Neil O'Shaughnessy will surely lament this decision. Almost simultaneously, the league announced the schedule for the 2010 to 2011 season's preseason and regular season. Each year's schedule is meticulously crafted, reflecting the great orchestrator's understanding of the fans' expectations. On October 5th, the inaugural game of the preseason features the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, facing off against the Toronto Raptors from Canada. This matchup caters to both fans and international teams, as the Raptors also belong to the league. The regular season is set to commence on October 26th, with the first game pitting the championship favorites, the Miami Heat, against LeBron's lifelong adversaries, the Boston Celtics. The opening day showcases three highly anticipated matches, demonstrating Stern's keen understanding of the fan sentiments. In addition to the Heat and Celtics clash, the Lakers, as the top-ranked team, will undoubtedly attract significant attention. Following this, the Suns will compete against the Trail Blazers. The Clippers' regular season will commence on October 27th with a back-to-back match against the Trail Blazers, presenting an opportunity for them to secure a victorious start. They will not have the chance to capitalize on the opening day unless the league orchestrates a Los Angeles derby, which would certainly draw attention, albeit at the Lakers' expense. However, their focus remains on their first preseason opponent, the Golden State Warriors, as the game is set to take place at the Ontario Arena in Canada. Attendance for preseason games tends to be relatively low due to their lesser significance, compounded by the absence of many star players, resulting in limited viewing appeal, except for the marquee teams. The matchup between the Clippers and the Warriors is perceived by fans as a contest between two equally matched teams, both projected to rank outside the top 20 for the season. Both teams field their starting lineups, as they require roster training and adjustment, with the preseason serving as a warm-up for the onset of the regular season. The Warriors' starting lineup includes Stephen Curry, Monta Ellis, Darrell Wright, David Lee, and Andris Biedrins, while the Clippers feature Chinbo, Blake Griffin, Gomez, Mo Williams, and Gordon. From the outset, Chinbo appears to be coasting, as he faces a Warriors defense that offers little resistance. Griffin, on the other hand, exudes enthusiasm. Against David Lee, Griffin feels no pressure, while Lee possesses impressive offensive skills. His defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. His lateral movement is glacial, rim protection is inadequate, and he often becomes disoriented during pick-and-roll situations. Additionally, with Chinbo drawing defensive attention, he stands at the top of the arc, prompting either David Lee or Biedrins to step up. Otherwise, he is poised to launch a three-pointer. The playmaking center, a rarity in today's league, creates space in the paint, and with Griffin being dubbed a point forward, he easily engages in one-on-one confrontations. Even when faced with double teams, Griffin remains undeterred and attempts mid-range shots. After successfully scoring 3 consecutive baskets, Warriors head coach Keith Smart decides to substitute Lee for Ekbudo. This muscular interior player, as the 6th overall pick this year, has demonstrated commendable effectiveness in guarding Griffin. With remarkable speed, height, and strength, he is far from lacking in any aspect. Chapter 85. What? Do I still need to prove myself? After missing 2 strong attempts, he refrained from stubbornly forcing the play and opted to pass the ball to Chinbo on the perimeter. Not sitting idle, I, Chinbo, positioned myself at the three-point line, though I did not actively call for the ball, merely preparing to receive it. One might think he had no possession rights while playing for the Clippers. Yet, in reality, he is the leader on the court, the core of the team. You, who sit in the front row, can you surpass me, Chinbo? I am directly witnessing the game unfold on the court. I nearly wished for a director's chair to watch it all unfold. Upon receiving the ball, Chinbo observed the serious demeanor of Biedrins, as if facing a formidable foe. He turned towards the Warriors bench and boldly inquired, "Are you certain you will not double-team me?" Head coach Keith Smart remained unperturbed, seemingly dismissing Chinbo's words. Although the Clippers held the game's momentum, the point differential was a mere 4 points, was it not? He was not anxious. It was still the first quarter. Under his guidance, the Warriors emphasized offense, relegating defense to mere slogans. Should you choose not to double-team me, be prepared to pay the price. Haha, you underestimate me. Chinbo's proclamation was akin to delivering a couple of slaps to Biedrins' face. Underestimate you? So what? Chinbo feigned a move, failing to shake Biedrins off, and chose to drive from the right, advancing toward the free-throw line. Biedrins closely followed, but Chinbo's substantial frame shielded him. Noticing this, David Lee came over to assist defensively. Chinbo pointed skyward with one hand and tossed the ball toward the basket. Bam! Griffin, already in sync. Leapt high at the moment Chinbo released the ball and emphatically dunked it into the hoop. The arena erupted in cheers. Who wouldn't appreciate such an electrifying style of play? It was exhilarating and immensely entertaining. Following this, the Warriors' Curry, facing Gordon, called for a simple pick-and-roll and shot a three-pointer without hesitation. It went in. His off-ball movement was indeed impressive. However, before the jubilation could set in, Chinbo retaliated with a quick three-pointer of his own. Thus, Chinbo played a significant portion of the quarter, leading the Clippers to a 26-18 advantage. After his stint, Chinbo approached Coach Negros, suggesting, "Coach, you should bring in DeAndre now. Jordan has room for growth. You need time to prove yourself too." Negros was taken aback by Chinbo's proposal. Although the preseason was of lesser importance, it served as a platform for these first- and second-year rookies to showcase their talents. Would he really concede his position so easily? "What? Do I still need to prove myself?" Chinbo pointed to his own face, then draped an arm around the coach's shoulder. "Coach, I am merely fostering unity within the locker room," Chinbo whispered. "As for myself, I am indifferent." Upon hearing this, Del Negro turned to Chinbo with eyes full of admiration. Indeed, the general manager had not misjudged him. "You possess this capability." Chinbo interjected, "Coach, personal statistics do not concern me. All I desire is victory." In his heart, he added, "If the Clippers possessed the championship essence, if you newcomers exhibited the prowess akin to the Lakers, would I still need to take the floor? Must I still play in the preseason?" Del Negro, taken aback, nodded solemnly and extended his hand toward DeAndre Jordan. "You're up." At that moment, Curry was executing a free throw. DeAndre Jordan and Chinbo exchanged a glance filled with gratitude. He understood that Chinbo was intentionally granting him ample playing time. Their gaze seemed to convey, "Brother Chun. True camaraderie lies within." Chinbo nodded in affirmation, encouraging, "My good brother, secure those rebounds." Once DeAndre Jordan was substituted in, the Clippers' offensive strategy transformed entirely. They could now fearlessly exploit the perimeter, fortified by the formidable presence of Jordan in the paint. The leading rebounders for the Clippers were Blake Griffin and Jackson. While Curry was precise, and Monta Ellis and David Lee were not to be underestimated, they all shared a common flaw: a lack of defensive fortitude. With a frail guard and a defensively vulnerable big man, DeAndre Jordan was not like Chinbo. Floating on the perimeter, he was engaged in earnest combat within the paint. In a display of gratitude towards Chinbo, both Griffin and Jordan exerted themselves exceptionally on the court. Ultimately, the Clippers triumphed over the Warriors with a score of 108-100, seizing what rightfully belonged to the Warriors. In this match, Griffin scored 22 points, secured 10 rebounds, provided 4 assists, and made 1 steal. DeAndre Jordan recorded 12 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks, showcasing a remarkably aggressive performance. In contrast, Chinbo managed only 6 points, 0 rebounds, and 4 assists, playing a full 8 minutes and maintaining a steady performance with a perfect 3-point shooting percentage. As for his 0 rebounds as a center, he deemed it inconsequential. "I am simply being lazy. After all, this is the preseason. Why should I personally chase after rebounds? What standard is this? Do they truly believe I would forego my $1.5 million in vain?" Ding! Due to the current preseason status, the penalty for lackadaisical behavior is minimal. 0 rebounds results in a score of 20 for slacking. Chinbo, what the? Why was this not mentioned earlier? One can gain rebound points without actually securing rebounds? You did not inquire. How was I to know if you did not say anything? You did not ask. Chinbo needed to process this. Did this mean he had squandered his opportunities in the previous playoffs and Eastern Conference Finals? Damn. He now comprehended that since obtaining the system, he had yet to fully grasp it over the past 5 months. In the next match, the Clippers would return to their home court at Staples Center, facing their first opponent of the regular season, the Portland Trail Blazers. They were nearly perennial playoff contenders. Regardless of whether they were one and done, they always managed to qualify. Upon entering the arena, it became apparent that the team was superior to the Clippers in the West. With players like Matthews, Aldridge, Batum, and Brandon Roy, their paper strength exceeded that of the Clippers significantly. In this match, Chinbo played predominantly in the first quarter before taking a backseat. Gordon and Williams, the dual threats from beyond the arc, alternated in their offensive onslaught, propelling the team forward. By halftime, the Clippers held a slender 3-point lead. As the second half commenced, Brandon Roy began to showcase his prowess. Despite enduring 2 injuries that left him with only 25 of his meniscus and missing last season's playoffs, he had spent the past 6 months recuperating and was eager to regain his form. His innate talent shone through, as his first step took a mere 0.8 seconds. Leveraging this advantage, he executed a quick stop and pop jump shot following a pick and roll, achieving a remarkable shooting percentage of 63. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Clippers found themselves trailing by 11 points. Before the fourth quarter began, Negro approached Chinbo. "Chun, we need you on the court." The Trail Blazers were exceptionally accurate. But without Chinbo, The Clippers' tactics appeared exceedingly simplistic. Their strategy revolved around basic ball movement, attacking the basket, or taking shots post-pick. The chances for rapid ball movement were virtually non-existent. This highlighted the essence of a core player. Strictly speaking, neither Gordon nor Williams excelled as playmakers. Chapter 86. What's wrong with 0 points and 0 rebounds? Upon Chun Bo's entry, the Trailblazers maintained their strategy with the inside duo of Marcus Camby and Aldridge. Griffin appeared somewhat inexperienced against Aldridge. His mid-range shooting was nearly at a textbook level, slightly trailing only behind Nowitzki. As a power forward, he had certainly made a name for himself. In the subsequent era, he was considered Duncan's successor and performed commendably. Unfortunately, they were up against Chun Bo. In the first quarter, Chun Bo recorded 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 5 assists, focusing primarily on facilitating play. Yet, when the Clippers faced dire circumstances, Chun Bo was called upon. As long as he refrained from grabbing rebounds, he had the opportunity to accumulate waste points. The system's judgment was multifaceted, and the ultimate interpretation did not rest with him. Chun Bo could only proceed cautiously, akin to a blind man crossing a river. However, this was merely a preseason game. It was unreasonable to expect him to exert himself excessively. Yet, the dilemma was that if he wished to sustain a lackluster performance, he needed to showcase his true capabilities, which were to manifest precisely at that moment. Upon entering the game, Chun Bo faced Marcus Camby's defense without feeling significant pressure. Although he was the second overall pick in 1996, he still paled in comparison to the formidable Howard. Chun Bo's ability to penetrate and shoot from the outside, coupled with his capacity to draw defenders, granted Griffin ample space in the paint. The point deficit gradually diminished. Ultimately, under Chun Bo's leadership, the Clippers mounted a comeback, narrowly defeating their opponents 101-99. The preseason had scheduled the Clippers for 7 games. Aside from the initial 2 matches and the final rematch against the Warriors, he spent the remaining 4 games resting on the sidelines. He accompanied the team but did not participate in the games. Under the leadership of Chun Bo, the Clippers fostered a united team atmosphere and achieved an impressive record of 6 wins and 1 loss. After the game, on the flight back to Los Angeles, DeAndre Jordan approached Chun Bo with sincerity, saying, "Chun, thank you. You were right. Initially, he had indulged a bit in alcohol and felt somewhat tipsy, but upon reflection, he realized that he had unjustly accused Chun Bo of merely stalling for time. The most critical revelation for him was that after adjusting his travel schedule, his performance data visibly improved. He concluded that playing time was not the most crucial factor. Rather, it was the timing of one's participation that held significance. Chun Bo had provided him with an example, LeBron James. With this newfound perspective, DeAndre Jordan felt no further hesitation. Chun Bo, smiling, patted him on the shoulder and declared, "My friend, this season we shall show everyone whether the Clippers can truly shine under our stewardship. Even if we do not secure the championship, we must ensure that those who do triumph over us are left battered and bruised." DeAndre Jordan felt a surge of respect upon hearing this. Although Chun Bo often appeared laid-back and nonchalant, he possessed the talent to navigate the game with ease. What was wrong with a casual demeanor? As the preseason concluded, the latest team rankings were released, revealing that the Clippers, under Chun Bo's influence, had made the most significant leap, rising from beyond the 20th position to 15th, thereby entering the playoff contention. This ranking sparked considerable debate among fans, with the chief criticism being the validity of a team reaching playoff caliber based solely on preseason performance. Other teams had not fielded their starters heavily and had given their young players opportunities to showcase their skills, while the Clippers had their entire starting lineup on the court. Resembling a championship showdown, truly laughable. Time always seems to slip away swiftly. The regular season officially commenced on October 26th. This marked Chun Bo's second season, but regrettably, he would not have the opportunity to take the court on opening day. The only qualified player was the league's darling, or rather Nike's darling, LeBron James. The matchup between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics could be likened to a collision of titans, filled with excitement and anticipation. That evening, the TD Garden was packed to capacity. Those in the know recognized this as the opening game of the regular season, while others might have mistaken it for the finals. Given the grandiosity of the event, before the game commenced, casual conversations filled the air as everyone exuded confidence in the impending match. Soon, it was time for player introductions. The Miami Heat, visiting the TD Garden, were introduced first. While a chorus of boos erupted when LeBron's name was called, the reactions to others, such as Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, were minimal. This season, LeBron donned the number 6 jersey for the Heat, not out of reluctance to wear his iconic number 23, but rather due to the circumstances surrounding his transition. Rather, it is a strategic evasion behind the shadow of Jordan. An additional significant reason lies in Pat Riley's retirement of Jordan's jersey across teams in 2003 as a mark of respect. Consequently, LeBron James had no choice but to change his number. As James tossed magnesium powder into the air at the technical table, the game commenced promptly. The players prepared for the jump ball. The Miami Heat's starting lineup consisted of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carlos Arroyo, Joel Anthony, and Chris Bosh. The Celtics retained their original starters, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Perkins, and Rondo. A sharp whistle from the referee signified the official beginning of the match. Perkins was the first to tip the ball back, granting possession to the Celtics. Pierce, who had long harbored disdain for James, was further incensed by the latter's decision to form an alliance. While the Celtics had indeed formed a cohesive unit, they had previously expressed that their unity was reactive, and they had already passed their prime. Did you think that acquiring Chris Bosh and Wade made you our rivals? Pierce initiated the Celtics tradition of trash talk, attempting to undermine James's mental state. Although he spoke a kernel of truth, was it necessary to voice it? Upon hearing this, James's expression slightly shifted. Yet his acting prowess allowed him to manage his demeanor adeptly under the watchful cameras. Had he forgotten so quickly who eliminated them in the previous season's semifinals? In Pierce's eyes, James's retort was inconsequential, and he shot back. What does the team that eliminated us in the semifinals have to do with you? If it weren't for Chinbo, you would have gone home early. Trust me, now that you no longer have Chinbo, you will surely lose. The Celtics thrived on targeting James, a rivalry that bred mutual disdain. Oh, even if this game had reached a 1 in a million chance, it certainly would not be due to you. Pierce's taunts struck deep, inflicting minor harm, yet laden with insult. James opted to disregard this, choosing instead to let his performance on the court speak for itself. This match drew not only the attention of the entire nation, but indeed the world, a spectacle amplified by the league's deliberate promotion. The Heat, Lakers, and Celtics are undoubtedly the top 3 high-profile teams in the league today. From the outset, Wade appeared intent on feeding James the ball, yet the effort bore little fruit. The Celtics had thoroughly studied James's game. They focused on restricting his drives while allowing him to shoot. Pierce shadowed him throughout the game. And with Garnett providing defensive support in the paint, James soon found himself in a more challenging position. The interior was congested. Without Chinbo to stretch the defense and Bosh's lackluster performance, his penetrations became even more arduous. Chapter 87. The South Coast will eventually betray you. Although the Celtics had aged another year, their style remained unchanged, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Green Army, with their defense as impenetrable as ever. Shooting has never been LeBron's forte, and the Celtics' strategy directly exploited this vulnerability. Not only was LeBron struggling, but he was not alone in his discomfort. Wade found himself similarly besieged by Ray Allen and Rondo, enduring relentless pressure, with Allen consistently maneuvering through screens. Despite being knocked down repeatedly, he persevered. As for Bosh's attempts to isolate, Garnett exuded confidence, feeling no need for help defense. He was adequate on his own. This encapsulated the indomitable spirit of the Iron Wolf King. Bosh, however, was clearly unprepared to contend with Garnett in the post. In the final 2 minutes of the first quarter, Garnett emphatically blocked shots from both LeBron and Wade, unleashing a primal roar directed skyward. With his fingers raised in a pointed gesture towards the floor of the TD Garden, he passionately shouted, inciting a fervor among the Boston fans who erupted in unison, seemingly in response to last season's chaotic antics by Chinbo. Here, before LeBron, they sought retribution. The morale of the Heat took a significant dip. At the end of the first quarter, LeBron had managed only 4 points on 2 of 7 shooting, accompanied by 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers. Despite numerous attempts, his efforts were futile as the Celtics effectively neutralized his style. Wade and Bosh's performances were equally dismal, with one scoring just 1 point from free throws on 4 attempts, and the other contributing a mere 2 points. The first half was a microcosm of the entire game, concluding with the Celtics leading by 15 points at 30-45. Upon returning for the second half, the Heat players wore expressions devoid of the initial ease they had displayed. The intensity of this match was far from that of a typical regular season game. The Celtics played with a ferocity that left LeBron speechless. However, the Heat mounted a commendable comeback in the third quarter, narrowing the gap to 27-18. As the fourth quarter commenced, Pierce entered the game and began taunting LeBron, declaring, The South Beach will betray you eventually. You should worry about yourself first, Noise. LeBron scoffed, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar with Pierce. The Big Three, along with the Heat's bench, initiated a counterattack in the waning moments. Yet, during a critical juncture, Rivers substituted out the big baby in favor of Perkins. As LeBron prepared for free throws and noticed Perkins re-entering, his brow furrowed with discontent, his lips muttering in frustration, clearly exhibiting a look of distress. This moment was captured by the cameras. The Heat's resurgence coincided with Perkins being sidelined due to knee injury concerns, allowing them to exploit a moment of vulnerability. No one understood this better than LeBron. Yet, as the Heat approached the brink of tying the game, Rivers had no choice but to reinstate Perkins. As anticipated by LeBron, the Celtics' twin towers of Perkins and Garnett rendered the Heat's inside game ineffective, culminating in a mere 4 points for the Heat in the final 5 minutes. The score on the court has reached 84-78, with only 2 minutes remaining. Pierce once again directed his trash talk towards James. You three can't even tell who the real leader is, can you? In my opinion, it should be you. Upon hearing this, James's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully shrugged off Pierce's hand that had been resting on him, impatiently retorting, "What is it to you? Get lost." This remark was fortuitously overheard by Wade, who stood nearby. Pierce, feigning innocence, raised his rejected hand towards the referee. His eyes filled with a poignant and helpless expression that was executed flawlessly. Unfortunately, the sentiments of the fallen blossom often go unnoticed by the indifferent stream. The referee did not grant him a glance, which was something Pierce had grown accustomed to. James, after all, was the league's favored prince, Nike's beloved son, and the adopted child of the referees. With this thought, Pierce's eyes sparkled anew. Should the score tighten, he could certainly exploit this adopted son angle to undermine James's mentality. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. West, you truly are a remarkable talent. Having birthed such a great son, some things are indeed unattainable by envy. Little did he anticipate, however, that his previous jibe would bear fruit in the next play. Wade collided with James, and Rondo, quick on his feet, snatched the basketball and charged down the court, executing a smooth layup with ease. In the final minute, the Heat called for a timeout. Spoelstra, in a fit of rage, tore into the tactical board, and as he devised the strategy, the camera captured a close-up of his trembling hands. The Heat simply could not afford to lose this game. Too many eyes were upon them, either eagerly watching their downfall or waiting for their laughter. Yet, after Perkins joined the Celtics, it seemed the Heat had forgotten how to play. Every shot missed. Every dribble resulted in a turnover. James and Wade collectively accounted for 14 turnovers, James with 8 and Wade with 6. At the sound of the final buzzer, Garnett pointed at the Heat's bench, his voice booming. Don't think winning a championship is easy. Ultimately, the Celtics triumphed over the Heat at home with a score of 88-80. Naturally, Chen Bo was watching this match, not merely observing, but indulging in it as if it were a delectable drama. At that moment, within his villa in Los Angeles, his professional nutritionist, Feynman, wore a bitter expression as he retrieved the nutritional meal originally prepared for Chen Bo. With a sigh, he lamented, "Once again, I must digest this myself. Can't Chen respect my profession just a little? I have my own professional ethics too." He patted his increasingly rotund belly and shook his head in disbelief. "Time waits for no one. What can I do? I must maintain Chen's body in optimal condition." Thus, he set this grand objective for himself and resolved to strive diligently. "Feynman, hurry. The pork belly is ready. Quick, the cumin just sprinkled on needs to be enjoyed while it's hot." Just as he was engulfed in his frustrations, Chen Bo's voice rang out. The sound of rejection had already escaped my lips, yet upon hearing the tantalizing allure of cumin-grilled pork belly, I found myself swallowing my words. "Ah, brother, I have arrived." The weariness in my eyes instantly brightened, my lips involuntarily curving into a smile as I exclaimed, "Brother, how about a Heineken? It is an absolute necessity." "All right then, brother." Feynman's eyes sparkled with delight. "As for the so-called nutritious meal, did you not see my brother Chen yearning for beer?" Upon awakening the following day, Chen Bo gazed at his abysmal performance value, which had reached 1,400, instantly lifting his spirits. Life indeed held promise. Grand contracts await me. I shall thrive. This pesky system seems intent on preventing me from enjoying a life of leisure. Without time, how can I secure those lucrative contracts? Do you expect me to rely solely on 25 minutes? If only you would grant me the formidable lineup of the Warriors or the Lakers three-peat champions. Alas, such is not the case. Is it easy for me, Chen Bo? For the sake of a mere performance value, I was traded to the Clippers, of all teams. Fortunately, I possess an innate leadership quality, which allowed me to win over both Griffin and Jordan. Chapter 88, No-Fly Zone. On October 27th, the Clippers faced the Portland Trail Blazers at their home court, Staples Center. In this match, Chinbo immediately showcased his unparalleled dominance. The two teams had previously met in the preseason, but at that time, Chinbo played rather casually, primarily focusing on facilitating. The first game of the regular season held immense significance for the Clippers, compelling Chinbo to adopt a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers, having played back-to-back games, were also fatigued after their previous battle against the Suns. Thus, facing the Clippers would not be an easy task. Are you aware of the medical standards in Portland? Right from the start, it was a back-to-back game. Unbelievable. In the early stages of the first quarter, the Trailblazers faced relentless attacks, leading them to resort to double-teaming. Batum's height and wingspan, coupled with Aldridge's presence, made things challenging for Chinbo. At that moment, Chinbo lacked the full skill set to counter the double team. This illustrates how difficult it is to transition from extravagance to frugality. In the face of the double team, Chinbo was compelled to pass the ball. However, it seemed the perimeter shooters were not awake today. Williams missed a shot, and Chinbo subsequently passed to Gomez, who had found an open opportunity due to the double team. This Clippers sharpshooter attempted 3 shots in the first quarter, all of which failed to hit the mark. Must I exert myself so early in the first quarter? As the first half concluded, Chinbo and Griffin executed a pick and roll at the 4 and 5 positions. Chinbo received the ball at the top of the arc, while Griffin drove into the paint, forcing Chinbo to double team. Aldridge found himself in a conundrum, unable to cover both players effectively. Ultimately, he chose to let Griffin go, who capitalized on his speed to score repeatedly in the paint. By halftime, Griffin had made 6 out of 9 attempts, racking up 13 points and 5 rebounds, trailing only behind Chinbo's 18 points. Gomez, despite defensive vulnerabilities, remains at a score of 0. On the other hand, Aldridge of the Trailblazers only managed to secure 4 points, with his deepest impression being that of the second-year rookie. His playing style resembles that of a seasoned veteran. Brandon Roy emerged as the undeniable hero for the Trailblazers in the first half, contributing significantly to their 54-52 lead. In the second half, DeAndre Jordan once again made his presence felt, coordinating seamlessly with Randy Foye and Eric Bledsoe during Chinbo's absence, showcasing both offensive and defensive prowess. The second unit performed exceptionally well. DeAndre Jordan, in his quest for impressive statistics, was omnipresent on the court, effectively guarding the paint area with an impenetrable defense. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Clippers triumphing narrowly, 88-86. Statistical highlights include Chinbo's impressive 10 out of 15 shooting, amassing 25 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1 steal. Griffin contributed with 20 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks from 16 attempts. Gordon also had a commendable performance with 24 points. The standout among the substitutes was DeAndre Jordan, who recorded 14 points and 13 rebounds, including 7 offensive boards. For the Trailblazers, Roy led with 22 points, followed by Aldridge with 19 and Batum with 14. Post-game, Chinbo refrained from any excessive gestures, though the enthusiastic fans offered him encouragement. It was merely another routine regular season game, devoid of extreme excitement. Upon returning to the locker room, Chinbo noticed a cheerful atmosphere among his teammates, except for one individual, Ryan Gomez, who was visibly downcast. He was acutely aware that his performance had been nothing short of a disaster, playing 28 minutes, yet managing only 2 points from 6 attempts. Such a display was hardly persuasive. Griffin and others seemed indifferent to him, casting only a fleeting glance before heading off to shower, perhaps already harboring some reservations about him. Chinbo, facing double teams, missed open shots, a stark contrast to his previously reliable shooting. His defensive efforts were equally disappointing, ranking him among the lower tiers of the league. During the post-game press conference, Chinbo and Griffin appeared together. From the moment they entered, Griffin exuded a cheerful demeanor, even joking with others. When reporters inquired about Gomez's performance, Griffin defended the new recruit, asserting that Gomez faced no issues, stating his physical condition and feel for the game were excellent. He emphasized the variability of a player's rhythm, assuring that Gomez would improve. Chinbo, initially occupied with his Pepsi, felt an unsettling familiarity with Griffin's words, realizing the script was strikingly similar, with only the protagonist's name changed from James to Griffin. It seemed everyone was well-versed in their lines. Chun. Do you believe Gomez's performance will have a detrimental impact on your future, or perhaps hinder your progress? Some journalists certainly recognize the allure of Chun Bo's press conference. He truly possesses a remarkable charisma. The material for sensational headlines was abundant. However, they miscalculated. Chun Bo merely cast a fleeting glance at the questioning journalist, and that single look left the reporter's heart racing. Gomez had simply faltered in performance, but that was hardly the end of the world, was it? He is a seasoned player in the league, and he merely experienced a temporary lapse in form. I believe he will bounce back in the next game. Chun Bo expressed unwavering confidence in Gomez. With that, he lowered the mouthguard resting on his lips, rose from his seat, and stormed out of the press conference, pushing his chair aside in frustration. This unexpected display left the reporters in stunned silence. Head coach Negro and Griffin exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why he had suddenly become so incensed. David Aldridge momentarily pondered whether Chun Bo had undergone a transformation. Such an action conveyed a certain resonance. It certainly felt that way. After tidying up in the locker room, Chun Bo returned home to rest, as they were set to face the Warriors on October 29th. However, just as he finished showering and prepared to engage with critics on social media, a call from Gomez came through, catching Chun Bo off guard. Chun, thank you for your remarks today. Gomez's voice was low, revealing his evident distress, as if he had indulged excessively. From the moment he joined the Clippers, Chun Bo had sensed that Gomez seemed somewhat out of place among the team. Thank you for what? You defended me during the post-game press conference. Stop, Chun Bo interjected, his tone stern. I did not defend you. I merely spoke the truth. Your abilities far exceed what you have shown. For the first time, Gomez felt a genuine concern from this young man from East University. It would be disingenuous to say he was not moved. Yet he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Do you have time tomorrow? Gomez hesitated, clearly puzzled by Chun Bo's intent, but eventually nodded. I have time. Great. See you at the arena tomorrow. Chun Bo ended the call, shaking his head. Gomez indeed possessed talent. He was simply a victim of timing. Had it been 10 or even 5 years later, his statistics would not reflect such mediocrity. Chapter 89. The Wild Boar Cannot Appreciate Fine Grain. Given that the Warriors' home court is located in Oakland, California, merely over 500 kilometers from Los Angeles, the Clippers opted not to depart a day early, choosing instead to bolster their training at the facility. Upon seeing Chun Bo enter, Gomez hurried over but was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chun Bo took the initiative. Shall we practice today? Yes, sure, Gomez stammered, his face shifting through 3 expressions in a matter of seconds. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Chun Bo was actually taking the initiative to train. The reason for his earlier embarrassment upon seeing Chun Bo was simply because it was only just past 9 a.m. When did Chun Bo arrive so early and so punctually? Isn't it all because of him? However, I am already immensely grateful for your early arrival. And now you even want to train me? What are you standing there for, and what do you mean by that? Chun Bo immediately felt displeased. It had only been a short while since his arrival, yet everyone seemed to harbor the impression that he was neglecting his responsibilities. Have I ever been absent from training? How innocent the first am. Surely, my occasional lack of training cannot be a hindrance. It is akin to those top scholars who gain admission to Tsinghua University. What use is it for them to repeatedly tackle mundane problems? On the training ground, everyone noticed the fierce confrontation between the two individuals. Goodness. What is it with Gomez that he finds so difficult to comprehend? How dare he provoke Chun Bo? Soon, we shall have another opportunity to enjoy a meal. Overestimating oneself and daring to challenge Chun Bo. Griffin and Jordan, having been vanquished by Chun Bo, naturally looked down upon Gomez. Why? Because we have all lost to him. Can you still prevail? The evolution from initial defiance to unwavering allegiance occurred in just a few matches. Such is human nature, drawn to the strong. They are now fervent supporters of Chun Bo. He did not hold back due to Gomez's poor performance yesterday. He is not here for mere theatrics. He genuinely desires to understand Gomez's specific strengths and weaknesses to validate his own assessments. However, unlike before, Chun Bo sensed that Gomez was somewhat anxious, with many of his technical movements appearing distorted. This was already evident in the previous night's game. This reaction likely related to Negro's tactical arrangements, which compelled him to engage in more low-post plays, an approach that severely undermined his efficiency. After Gomez's 3-point attempts went unanswered, Negro may have ceased granting him shooting opportunities, opting instead for interior attacks or back-to-basket plays. Yet, this swingman, who plays both the small forward and power forward positions, is not well versed in back-to-basket maneuvers. Chenbo diligently wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, not due to a lack of effort, but because Gomez truly did not exert any pressure on him. Of course, this was also intentional on Chenbo's part. While back-to-basket plays were impractical, he symbolically interfered during Gomez's three-point attempts. Chenbo realized that Gomez is better suited for catch-and-shoot situations rather than ball-handling attacks. Thus, after their session, the look in Gomez's eyes shifted when he gazed at Chenbo. Is this what a sophomore rookie looks like? Haha. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, each more formidable than the last. He truly cannot withstand the pressure, yet Chenbo's leniency was perfectly measured. This training session was not a conventional training exercise. Chenbo now concluded that besides Gomez's state of play, his mentality also required adjustment. Yet, at times, the more anxious one becomes, the worse the performance. It is akin to the Trailblazers. Rushing leads to errant shots, ultimately eroding the coach's trust. The state can be adjusted, yet if psychological issues remain unresolved, it may become a ticking time bomb. The disharmony in the locker room is palpable, regardless of the circumstances. Gomez undoubtedly possesses the caliber to be a starter. Crucially, he does not monopolize possession. His three-point shooting is commendable, providing the necessary space on the perimeter. Chenbo recognizes that the future rests upon the prowess of the forwards. In a small ball lineup, the significance of the forwards cannot be overstated. LeBron, Anthony, Durant, Kawhi, George, Butler, and Tatum are all distinguished figures on the front line. With their presence, the confidence to vie for the championship is bolstered. Chenbo understands that such progress cannot be hastened. One must ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Do you have time after practice? Chenbo inquired, seated on a chair sipping cola. After the morning session, the afternoon is largely free, as there is a game tomorrow. Shall we continue? Certainly, though I must confess, I am not your match. Gomez's lack of humility was evident. He seemed oblivious to the formidable pressure he exuded. It is perplexing why someone of his caliber is merely a second-round pick. Could it be due to a slight excess in weight? Standing at 213 centimeters. Is that physique truly a liability? Or is it that he hails from the East and lacks physical resilience? Yet, does he even need to withstand physicality? As he pondered this, Chenbo's voice pulled him back to reality. Continue training? Do you perceive me as a particularly diligent individual? While I may project an image of industriousness, I am not as industrious as you might think. Once we conclude, I will take you to an enjoyable place. Gomez, though still perplexed, nodded in agreement. The adage that embellishments do not compare to timely assistance rings true, when all others distance themselves from you due to your perceived shortcomings. One individual who remains steadfast can earn your trust. Before the morning training had officially concluded, Chenbo concocted an excuse to depart. The others were already accustomed to such behavior. 2 hours later, both Jackson and Gomez received a call from Chenbo. What is this? Gomez and Jackson found themselves in Chenbo's car, racing swiftly towards the seaside. What expression is that? Hurry and lend a hand. Jackson, already familiar with the routine, recalled how he had accompanied Chenbo in a similar manner during their time in Cleveland and continued to do so upon arriving in Los Angeles that summer. As he spoke, Jackson began to beckon Gomez to help unload the fishing gear from the trunk, while Chenbo set about erecting a makeshift tent. Fishing in the wild is one aspect, yet a picnic is equally essential. How many individuals like them, who toil diligently, remain? Is it easy for him to endure the burden of mediocrity? Alas, none comprehend his plight. The heights of success can indeed be isolating. At the coastal coral reefs of Los Angeles, 3 individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks. One was setting up a tent, another was arranging a barbecue grill, while the third was skillfully handling a fishing rod. It goes without saying that Gomez was the one erecting the tent, as he was utterly inept at the other 2 activities. As for the barbecue, I must say it ought to be wrapped in this flatbread that is truly authentic. Chen remarked. Jackson tended to the charcoal, his gaze fixated on the sizzling pork belly, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. You've indulged in too much of that rough fare, haven't you? Is this how easily you can be swayed? Chenbo reclined in a lounge chair, observing the upright bobber, and mused languidly. Chapter 90. Why are you wearing a hat? At this moment, the sun cast a perfect glow on the coastline, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The trio sat side by side, relishing skewers while fiddling with their fishing rods, their laughter mingling with conversation. Chenbo lounged comfortably in the middle, savoring a light beer. Chen, why is it that you all wear hats? He personally harbored a dislike for hats. A pure matter of personal preference. You don't think I enjoy wearing one, do you? Look. Chen pointed towards a distant cluster of seagulls. What are they doing? Gomez peered in the direction indicated, puzzled yet responding, "That's a flock of seagulls. They are soaring." You realize they are flying? Chenbo straightened, casting a curious glance at Gomez. The latter, bewildered, retorted, "What is so difficult about that? I'm not foolish, you know. You are quite the brave one. I admire you," Chenbo said, giving Gomez a thumbs up. Strangely, Jackson, too, wore an expression of admiration. "What is with that? They are flying. Yet you don't wear a hat?" Just then, the raspy cries of the seagulls echoed above the trio. A sudden chill ran down Gomez's spine as something landed atop his head. Reaching up, he discovered it was a droppings. Chenbo shrugged helplessly. "We did have our warnings." Observing Gomez's embarrassment, Jackson, suppressing laughter, leaned closer to Chenbo and inquired, "Chen, how did you know that fellow wouldn't wear a hat? Isn't it obvious? When you first came here, did I ever suggest you wear one?" Chenbo maintained his gaze on the bobber, as if sensing a bite. "I didn't tell you wear a hat, and I ended up getting hit too." Jackson chuckled, patting his bald head. Chenbo found himself amused by Jackson's antics. "Wait, brother. How did you know I should wear a hat?" Jackson's soul-searching inquiry caused Chenbo's expression to turn cold. "You, my friend, should refrain from asking questions best left unasked. How many fish have you caught? Are you feeling proud?" As he spoke, Chenbo opened his fish bag, revealing 3 fish. 3 in half an hour. Jackson remained silent, quietly unveiling his own catch, which numbered precisely 10. "Chenbo." "Jackson." Splash. Chenbo delivered a powerful blow to Jackson's head, exclaiming, "Why are you so loud?" Jackson, with a helpless gesture of his hands, replied, "Did I say anything?" His gaze towards Chenbo was filled with a mix of grievance and defiance. Chenbo silently mused, "The prowess of the women's boxing team at Dongda is indeed formidable." Feeling the scrutiny from Jackson and Gomez, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Gomez, did you have a crush in high school?" "Of course, I did. I remember one autumn. The breeze was so tender, and she gave me 200,000 words omitted. Don't ask why, he's black." Chenbo furrowed his brow, thinking, "How can he even relate this to me? Those are my words." Jackson interjected, "Actually, I never had a crush in high school." "How refreshing." Chenbo rolled his eyes, realizing that this guy, with his awkward demeanor, probably didn't even know what a crush was. "Brother Chen, you're mistaken. The belle of our class had a crush on me. Everyone knew." Chenbo raised an eyebrow, feeling like a fool. Jackson then turned to Chenbo, asking, "What about you?" Chenbo responded with a hint of irritation, "Jackson, you're particularly unlikable today. When we return, I shall reward you with a few little whips. Just wait." He almost bit his tongue for bringing it up. He had intended to showcase his own charm, only to be overshadowed by these 2 brothers who had relationships in high school. Is it simply because they possess such length and vitality? "Their endurance is remarkable, yet I am handsome. Is that not enough?" He sighed, thinking it must be that the women at Dongda only cared for boxing and overlooked the merits of men. "Gomez, how did you get that long scar on your neck?" Chenbo sought to redirect the conversation once more. Upon hearing this, Gomez instinctively touched the back of his neck, a reminiscent expression crossing his face. "You know, I grew up in a slum where it was survival of the fittest. I remember one autumn, the breeze was so tender, and I was attacked," Chenbo remarked. Such a simple explanation, yet it resonates with deep truth. "And what about you, Chen? I see some scars on your fingers." Chenbo glanced at his index finger and recounted a childhood tale of throwing firecrackers. "The left hand got injured because I threw too late, and it exploded in my hand. The right hand suffered because I mistakenly threw the lighter instead of the firecracker." Thus, the 3 of them stood by the shore, embraced by the gentle breeze, reminiscing about the joys of their childhood, laughter echoing in waves. The sunset painted the distant horizon, clouds tinted in crimson. Unbeknownst to them, they had gathered around the flickering campfire, which was gradually dying down. "Chen, thank you for today." Gomez sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chenbo, realizing that he had finally grasped Chenbo's intentions. He must have understood by now that he was soothing his own heart. Why mention this? We are all brothers, true brothers in spirit." Chenbo stood up and buried the campfire with sand, smiling as he spoke. With a smile on one's face, good fortune naturally follows. Chenbo playfully kicked Jackson, urging him to smile. "Huh. Oh, ha ha ha. However, Brother Chen, what shall we do with these fish?" Jackson inquired, pointing at the box of yellowfin snapper before them. "Take them back." Jackson and Gomez proudly carried the box towards the car, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, we 3 are truly remarkable. You caught 10 fish in just 1 hour. Yet I've been at it for nearly 6 hours, and have still only caught 10. The next day, the entire Clippers team boarded the plane to Oracle Arena, home of the Golden State Warriors. The two teams had already faced each other in the preseason. The Warriors were on par with the current Clippers, their locker room bearing a striking resemblance to that of last year's Clippers. The power struggle between Curry and Monta, coupled with injuries, cast a shadow over their future. At the pregame press conference, a reporter asked, "Chun, tonight you will face the Warriors again, who boast elite shooters like Stephen Curry. Your three-point shooting is commendable as well. What do you have to say about that?" In response to the journalist's inquiry, Chun Bo leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. He brought the microphone closer and replied earnestly, "I will defeat him again." The reporters in attendance murmured among themselves, creating a brief stir, but it quickly settled down. This was indeed Chun Bo Chapter 91. I will defeat Curry, however. The Warriors reporters were somewhat unconvinced. After all, both teams were considered underdogs. Why should he be so arrogant? Just because he won against them in the preseason? Are you suggesting that your three-point shooting can outshine Stephen Curry's? Yes. I will score more points than him within the same time frame, proving who the most formidable shooter in the league truly is. This statement unsettled the audience. He had previously claimed that defeating Curry was contingent upon the team, yet now he was asserting it was about individual three-point ability. The reporters shook their heads, dismissing it as a jest. Otherwise, Chun Bo would appear as nothing more than a jester at this moment. Though Curry and Chun Bo were contemporaries, Curry had already displayed a historic level of shooting prowess the previous season. He recorded an astounding 166 three-pointers, the highest in rookie history. To put this in perspective, the previous record held by Ray Allen was 117, making it quite clear. Curry's three-point shooting percentage soared to an astonishing 43.7, surpassing renowned shooters like Durant and Redick. His assist rate reached a staggering 91.8, exemplifying his unparalleled off-ball killer instinct. This was achieved, nonetheless, amidst Monta Ellis's dominance, had it not been for his overbearing style. Curry's statistics might have been even more impressive. Moreover, despite facing the defense from within a mere 0.9 meters, he achieved an impressive shooting percentage of 39.1, a record for rookies. He possesses a knack for delivering in crucial moments, in the final 5 minutes of a game when the score difference was merely 5 points. His three-point shooting percentage soared to 46.7, ranking third in the league for the season. Thus, when Chun Bo proclaimed that he could outshine Curry in three-point shooting, many, including head coach Negros, looked at him in astonishment. Following the press conference, certain extremist factions on social media began to launch attacks against Chun Bo, questioning his self-awareness and mocking his audacity to claim superiority over Curry. How can you compare yourself to LeBron or Kobe? Aren't you merely relying on your height? What is so impressive about that? The season has just begun, and you're already claiming championships and asserting you're better than Curry and dismissing Kobe. One might think you're invincible. That evening, the Oracle Arena, which accommodates nearly 20,000 spectators, boasted a commendable attendance rate, albeit not as high as during the Warriors dynasty. Prior to the game, players engaged in warm-ups on the court. Griffin, deeply immersed in the moment, executed a remarkable alley-oop dunk with DeAndre Jordan, eliciting gasps from the crowd. These were the loyal fans of the Clippers, many of whom were ardent supporters of Chun Bo, with a significant number being fans from East University and a fair share of female admirers as well. Dressed in warm-up attire, Chun Bo leisurely munched on chips from the bench, reminding himself to continually cultivate his value, especially during high-exposure games. The cameras frequently panned to him, as the media recognized Chun Bo as an emerging cornerstone of the Clippers, given that no one dared to curtail his actions, especially considering his audacity to disregard LeBron during his tenure with the Cavaliers. Shortly after the warm-ups concluded, the entrance ceremony commenced, with the visiting team entering first. The other Clippers players dashed onto the court in response to the announcer's calls. However, the home crowd remained indifferent until that man appeared on the screen, prompting a chorus of boos. In response to the jeers, Chun Bo smiled and playfully shook his jersey, which only intensified the disapproval from the audience. This exemplifies his reputation. Once lacking the prowess to flaunt, he now refrains from arrogance despite his ability. What is the point of having talent if one does not showcase it? The game soon commenced, with the starting lineups announced. For the Warriors, Stephen Curry, Monta Ellis, Andris Biedry, David Lee, and Dorell Wright. For the Clippers, Griffin, Chun Bo, Williams, Eric Gordon, and Gomez. As Curry brushed past Chun Bo, he quietly remarked, "I heard what you said in the pregame conference." To which Chun Bo retorted, "So what? It's the truth." Curry scoffed. You'll come to understand why I was a first-round pick while you ended up in the second. Let the true prowess be revealed. The jump ball occurs between Chun Bo and Andris Biedrins. Biedrins deftly taps the ball back, granting possession to the Warriors. Alas, a misstep in the jump leads to the forfeiture of the initial offensive opportunity. Yet it circumvents potential injury to the knee, a strategic move in the face of a deliberate downfall. Chun Bo feels a flicker of joy. Is this truly permissible? However, as he retreats on defense, a sudden eruption of fervent cheers snaps him back to reality. For Curry has seized the ball. Yet, for the Los Angeles Clippers, this is merely a trivial matter, as their home court bears the same atmosphere as their away games, an ominous graveyard. In this play, Curry opts not to take the shot himself, but rather to orchestrate the offense. The Warriors' off-ball screens swiftly create an opportunity. Although Monta Ellis fails to sink the shot, Biedrins secures the offensive rebound, poised for a second attempt. Bam! Chun Bo soars in, delivering a resounding block. Griffin, quick of hand and eye, retrieves the rebound and dishes the ball to Williams for a fast break. If there was any discontent at the outset, it certainly resides with Ellis. The better Curry performs, the more perilous Ellis' position becomes. Yet when he took to the court, the coach demanded the ball, instructing him to allow Curry to organize the play in the first quarter. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, yet he couldn't shake his dissatisfaction. The previous opportunity had been promising, but his final attempt went awry. Thus, he resolved to make his mark on the defensive end, exerting himself to the point that Williams was compelled to pass the ball back to Chun Bo. Did you take your medicine today? Williams gazed at Ellis in disbelief. They were familiar adversaries, and today, Ellis, who typically coasts on defense, was unusually tenacious. Ellis, silent and focused solely on defense, remained resolute. Are you two planning to double-team me? Chun Bo initiated the banter, smiling toward the Warriors' bench. Enough talk. The shot clock is winding down. Biedrins still brooded over that recent block. Primarily, Chun Bo's verbal jabs had unsettled him. What does that imply? I can't guard you one-on-one. 5:43, Chun. What is your intention? Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to show off? Do you truly think you're a sharpshooter? Though Negro disapproved of the first defensive play, he couldn't deny that Biedrins had just suffered a significant block. As the timer illuminated in red, the basketball left Chun Bo's palm. The arc was impeccable. Would Chun succeed? Unexplainably, the tension was palpable, despite this being merely the beginning. Could Chun Bo possess some kind of magic? What justified his confidence? Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The first shot of the game, compounded by insufficient warm-up, resulted in a cold hand and an unsuccessful attempt. Ha ha ha, what a clown. I thought he was truly remarkable, capable of such grandiose proclamations. Chapter 92. He only knows how to call for screens in the home arena. A chorus of boos erupted. One advantage of Chun Bo floating on the perimeter was that Biedrins could only position himself at the free throw line, limiting his influence in the paint. Consequently, Griffin found it relatively easier to secure offensive rebounds, especially considering the negligible rim protection offered by David Lee beneath the basket. As Griffin prepared to leap for an offensive rebound, he was suddenly confronted by Daryl Wright, thwarting his opportunity. He swiftly passed the ball to Gomez, who, after receiving some psychological encouragement from Chun Bo, appeared to carry far less burden. With determination, he launched a shot. Swish. A three-pointer hit its mark. This exemplified Gomez's role. He was a catch-and-shoot player, not meant to operate in the low post, for that would simply be a case of attacking one's own weaknesses. Curry continued to orchestrate the offense, this time delivering the ball to David Lee in the paint. Yet, Griffin's lower body was exceptionally stable, posing little threat. As he found himself in a predicament, two voices called out simultaneously, "Ball, give it to me." It was Monta Ellis at the arc and Curry, who was making a move to create an open shot. After a brief moment of consideration, Curry received Lee's pass and took a three-point shot. The basketball sailed through the net with a crisp sound. Williams had exerted himself defensively, yet the rapid release at the 3-second mark placed immense pressure on the defender. Possession shifted to the Clippers, with Williams advancing the ball. Tonight shall be a sleepless night for you, as I shall stifle you. As Chun Bo entered the front court, Biedrins began to deliver taunts. Chun Bo was not mistaken. Although Curry was still young, his charming personality had already endeared him to the other Warriors players. They would not stand idly by while Curry faced humiliation. Moreover, the recent defensive success had significantly bolstered Biedrins' confidence, perhaps leading him to believe that his previous preseason performance was lacking effort. Without the ball, Chun Bo made his movements, with Biedrins closely trailing to deny him any opportunity. What a spectacle this was! whether it was the head coach or the spectators. When had they ever witnessed such a scene, two towering centers darting along the perimeter without the ball? One might mistake it for a group of sharpshooters vying for open looks. With their physiques being closely matched, it was no simple task for Chun Bo to shake off Bedrins. The endurance of the black athlete was not something he could rival, and Bedrins seemed invigorated, as if fueled by some newfound confidence. Fortunately, Griffin, displaying remarkable synergy, promptly moved to set a screen. Chun Bo utilized the pick to drift to the three-point line, where Williams intuitively delivered the pass at the perfect moment and position. As Chun Bo received the ball, he slightly leaped back, extending his arm with precision. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a swift and elegant arc. With unwavering determination, Chun Bo charged towards the hoop for his second three-point attempt. This time, Bedrins failed to position himself adequately on defense. Despite the center's speed, he was no match for the effectiveness of other positions during the pick and roll. This lapse granted Chun Bo the opportunity to release his shot effortlessly. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, a moment of pure fluidity that left the fans in the arena momentarily stunned. He only knows how to rely on screens. This was merely a stroke of luck. Bedrins scoffed. In the next play, Curry passed the ball to David Lee, who skillfully executed a layup. This was his forte. Chun Bo received another pass from Williams. "You won T-score again," Bedrins bellowed, resembling a Komodo dragon in his ferocity. "Go ahead and call for a screen. I'll show you what defense truly means." Chun Bo smirked, raising his hand to signal for space before commencing his dribble. Throughout the recent games, he had rarely taken control of the ball himself. Suddenly, he exploded to the right before penetrating the defense, but Bedrins was there to thwart his path. "Is that all you've got?" he jeered, reveling in the moment. With a flicker of a smile, Chun Bo pulled back sharply, stepping beyond the three-point line to take his shot. Bedrins was caught off guard. "Aren't you supposed to be driving? Why the step back? Do you really think you can shoot threes? You're a center." The sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, each motion of Chun Bo's seamless and fluid. "He is going for another three," gasped the crowd. Such audacity. How could he be so confident? Amidst the boos from the fans at Oracle Arena, the basketball soared once more into the air before plummeting swiftly. Swish. A perfect shot. Chun Bo began the game with three three-pointers, sinking two. "Come on. Didn't you claim your defense was formidable?" Chun Bo taunted, extending his finger in a provocative gesture towards Bedrins. His expression was laden with contempt. "Slicing through your defense is as simple as crossing the street in the morning. Don't flatter yourself." Chun Bo had never been one to exhibit gentleness, especially towards adversaries. A verbal jab would elicit a merciless retort. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' side, Curry remained silent. Yet, when his teammates were bullied, he would not stand idly by. However, Ellis found himself without an opportunity to shoot after several possessions. In this round, he utilized a sharp drive to slip past Gordon, executing a sudden jump shot, but unfortunately, it ricocheted off the rim. His mindset evidently faltered. Nonetheless, the ball struck the rim and rebounded directly towards David Lee, essentially gifting him the offensive rebound. However, upon receiving the ball, David Lee was immediately confronted by Griffin's close defense. With no opportunity available, he passed the ball beyond the three-point line. Curry, positioned just a meter away from the arc, caught the pass and took his shot. While others may have been oblivious, Chun Bo clearly understood Curry's capabilities. A mere meter from the three-point line made little difference for him, as it fell well within his shooting range. "Quick, defend him," Chun Bo urged, realizing he was unable to reach in time and could only vocally prompt Williams to interfere. Williams, stationed within the three-point line, found it perplexing. Wasn't this their standard defensive approach? Did it truly require him to venture beyond the arc? Clearly, he lacked awareness of Curry's range. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, Curry had already executed a long-range shot just beyond the three-point line. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the hoop. A three-point score. In the offensive possession, Griffin passed the ball to Williams. "You should heed Chin's advice. His words are never wrong." At some point, Griffin had completely placed his trust in Chun Bo. And indeed, reality proved Chun Bo's words to be prophetic. In the final 10 seconds of the first quarter, Curry attempted another long-range shot beyond the arc. Unfortunately, this particular three-point endeavor did not find success. Williams, having learned from past mistakes, tightly guarded Curry this time. Chapter 93. I kneel before you at this juncture. Griffin had been substituted for DeAndre Jordan, marking the Clippers' attempt at a twin tower strategy, a proposal initiated by Chun Bo himself. Although DeAndre Jordan did not pose the same offensive threat as Shaquille O'Neal, he was formidable in securing rebounds, exactly what Chinbo required. He diligently protected the defensive rebound, denying Ekpudo any advantage. The Clippers launched a fast break, and Chinbo sprinted beyond the three-point line, with just 4 seconds left on the clock. DeAndre Jordan made a long throw. While passing was not his forte, Chinbo's height compensated. Noticing Bellinelli hot on his heels, he leapt high to catch the ball just before Bellinelli could catch up. With only 2 seconds remaining, he had no other recourse but to take a quick stop and attempt a three-point shot from a 45-degree angle. Utilizing the momentum of his body, he aimed for the backboard, as time did not afford him the luxury of aiming for the hoop. The basketball, propelled by inertia, hurtled towards the backboard. Bang! The ball struck the backboard. Did it miss? Not at all. After rebounding, the ball sailed directly into the basket. A buzzer-beater score. The score stood at 35-26, with the Clippers leading by 9 points. Chinbo had played the entirety of the first quarter, logging 12 minutes, with 23 minutes remaining for further play. In the second quarter, he typically entered based on the situation at hand. After all, his time was limited, and he could only afford to spend it wisely. Fortunately, his stellar performance in the first quarter, bolstered by consecutive three-pointers, had helped the Clippers gain momentum. When did they become so comfortable? The most profound impression was left by Gordon, who used to be the team's backbone, yet his abilities fell short. He was forcibly clinging to the support of others, but such dependence could break him. In the first quarter, he attempted 4 shots, successfully sinking 3, all thanks to Chinbo's ability to attract double teams. As the second quarter commenced, the Clippers maintained their aggressive approach, although their offensive efficiency and overall fluidity experienced a noticeable decline. Their strategies faltered. During this quarter, Chinbo had no intention of stepping onto the court. He remained remarkably calm. However, the coach, Negro, appeared as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Nearly pleading with Chin, why not take the court? We're only leading by 7 points. No need to worry. 3 minutes later, the urgency escalated. Chin, please get in the game. The situation is dire, as we are now trailing by 3 points. The coach's anxiety was palpable, without Chinbo's influence. The Clippers' raw aggression proved futile. If they couldn't score, what was the point? Stay calm. Trust them. Meanwhile, Chinbo lounged on the bench, leisurely sipping cola. Were it not for the prohibition against alcohol, he would have indulged in a slight inebriation, perhaps to test if his slump value would increase. On his first offensive possession, he failed to jump for the ball. Alas! Thus, he attempted a three-pointer, but regrettably, it did not contribute to his slump value. He had inquired, only to receive the cold response from the system. You truly missed that shot. A matter of pure skill. Chinbo sighed, deciding to embrace the slump. There were still 13 minutes left, so he might as well make the most of it. Fortunately, Griffin and Gordon established a synergy, one playing inside and the other outside, complemented by the relentless rebounding of DeAndre Jordan, which opened up opportunities. By halftime, the Clippers led by 3 points, with Gordon's final three-pointer igniting a surge of momentum. In the locker room, Chinbo wiped his face with a towel, prompting Jackson to curiously ask, "Bro, what are you wiping? Did you break a sweat?" Chinbo's action of wiping the cola from his mouth led to an awkward moment. "You little rascal, come here, ha?" Jackson responded. Chinbo laughed heartily as he beckoned Jackson closer again. "Come on, let me see." Jackson, bewildered, approached with a large question mark over his head. Smack. "You little rascal. If you can't speak, just scram." Chinbo playfully shoved him. Just then, Negro entered with a serious expression. The lively locker room fell silent. "Chun, step outside with me." Upon hearing this, Chinbo tossed the towel to Jackson and followed Negro out. Oh no, Chun is in trouble. Is it because he refused to play in the second quarter that he is about to be scolded? It is hard to believe. But Chingu is the general manager's chosen one, and the coach would not dare to act otherwise. I sense that Chinbo may soon find himself on the receiving end of harsh criticism, perhaps even begging for forgiveness. Inside the locker room, discussions abound, however. It is evident from their expressions that there is no cause for concern. Chinbo's position is not so precarious that missing a single game could jeopardize it. Outside the locker room, Negro glanced at the empty corridor before speaking. "My Chinbo, my exceptional player, you are like a brother to me. You must play in the second half, all right?" A bitter expression crossed Negro's face. He truly felt helpless. "Psy coach, what are you doing?" Negro's tone was serious. For every game in the regular season is of utmost importance to them. It has been far too long since they last reached the playoffs. There is no room for complacency. Earlier, The locker room was bustling with people, but now I find myself kneeling before you. Quickly, don't scare me, coach. Chunbo, startled, quickly pulled Negro back. Although it was merely a show, he was genuinely taken aback by this attitude. Coach, are you serious? Chunbo sighed, placing his hands behind his back. Turning away from Negro, he mused, do you believe there are many things in this world beyond our control? What do you mean? Negro asked with a furrowed brow, confused. Rest assured, I will definitely take the court in the second half when it is needed. With this confirmation, Negro finally smiled with relief, though he resolved to discuss Chunbo's concerns at a later time. The second half of the game soon commenced. Chunbo still did not take the court, but it was apparent that Curry's demeanor had shifted. If he had been focused on organizing the play in the first half, he now unleashed his offensive prowess. In the first half, Curry had struggled, as if something had restrained him. Clearly, during halftime, the coach had given him the green light to unleash his full potential. At halftime, Monta had also expressed a desire to play, but he did not receive the coach's approval. Kiss Smart, being a seasoned assistant coach for the Warriors, understood the toxic nature of Ellis's presence. However, they still needed him at this stage, at least until Curry found his rhythm. The Warriors required his scoring ability. This refusal would later set the stage for an eruption in the locker room. Consequently, the issue arose that no one could contain Curry, forcing Negro to allocate defensive resources to double-team him. This, in turn, allowed Ellis to find space to operate, while the rest of the Warriors were executing their offense effectively, albeit with a slight defensive weakness. Chapter 94: The sound of your rear end reverberates, leading to a scenario where a one-on-one confrontation could have been a balanced exchange. The Clippers' defense might have been slightly more formidable. Yet, it was Curry's prowess that dismantled their defense. Neither Gordon nor Williams are renowned for their prowess in perimeter defense, nor do they possess the tenacity of relentless defenders like Beverly, Dillon, or Washington. The most formidable are akin to Kobe and Wade. They share a distinct characteristic: ferocity and an unwavering resilience in defense. Their tenacious style of play renders it exceedingly challenging for the offensive team to maintain possession, inadvertently accelerating the depletion of the opponent's energy and stamina. The score gap widened swiftly, and with 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Warriors had pulled ahead by 10 points. During a layup, David Lee was fouled by DeAndre Jordan, resulting in a trip to the free throw line. Chun, what is his status? Why isn't he on the court? Is he injured? Kenny Smith inquired from the commentary booth, perplexed. Barkley, seemingly privy to all, smiled enigmatically and remarked, Chun is not injured. He is quite well. Just observe his demeanor. He's simply being lazy. At this juncture, he too was uncertain. Yet, based on his understanding of Chunbo, it was likely just laziness. Such a player was a rarity in his extensive career in basketball. What had he not encountered? Players devoid of talent yet diligent, those with talent who worked even harder, and then there were those like Iverson, talented yet lackadaisical. But as for Chunbo, it is perhaps premature to comment on his talent. What is most astonishing is not merely his lack of effort, it is the fact that, as the game reaches a critical moment, he can hardly muster the will to step onto the court. It is utterly unfathomable. What remains baffling is that no member of the Clippers seems to harbor any grievances against him. It is profoundly strange. What merit does this second-year rookie possess? From the owner to the general manager, down to the coaches and players, there appears to be a profound respect for Chunbo. It seems anything he does is met with acceptance, without interference, only inquiries at most. Surely, he cannot be acting the prima donna? No one knows. At this moment, Chunbo reclines on the bench, leisurely savoring a cold Coca-Cola. The chilled beverage is delightful, and watching the game while indulging in it offers a unique experience. His approach exudes relaxation. When the camera pans to him, he raises a Pepsi, signaling for everyone to join in a toast, which elicits a chorus of boos from the crowd. Chun, you're worthless. A clown. Faced with such derision, Chunbo can only regard it as a mere tickle, hardly comparable to the fervor in Boston. With the referee's whistle, David Lee prepares to take his first free throw. Negro looks expectantly at Chunbo, hoping he will take the court. Chun, you promised me. Before the camera, Chunbo set down his cola, clapped his hands, and nodded towards Coach Negro. Chewing on his mouthguard, he approached the technical area, still clad in his training attire, eliciting fervent greetings from the spectators. Many were aware of the animosity the Warriors fans harbored against Chunbo. Was it merely because he mentioned Curry? Not necessarily. Chunbo understood that these fans often viewed him through a biased lens, believing that players from Dongdao should tread humbly, that they should not, must not, allow themselves to be so audacious. Just look at Yao Ming, Look at Yi Jianlian. They are paragons of propriety, unlike Chen Bo. Yet, Chen Bo never indulged their petty grievances. If they dared to confront him, he would retaliate tenfold. He had nothing to lose. Of course, that was not an option at present. He had yet to secure a lucrative contract and lacked the leverage for such defiance. Chen, you are worthless. Your rear end sounds like a trumpet. Chen, admiration follows rules. Chen Bo paid little heed, merely gesturing to the crowd to amplify their voices. This action provoked a bearded fan seated closest to the technical area, who shouted, Chen Bo, you bum, your wife tastes like sweet nut cereal. Go back to Dongda. You coward. This taunt caught Chen Bo off guard. He pointed at the fan and nodded. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but when family was involved, it crossed a line of decency. Instead of retaliating with anger, which would only serve the fan's purpose, Chen Bo called over the referee to report the incident. Soon, the offending fan, a white pig, was ejected from the venue. As security escorted him away, he feigned innocence, clenching his fists in front of him while still managing to mock Chen Bo. Hey, as this fan, no, this coward, is being removed, Chen Bo shouted, once you're out. Don't leave. You stay outside and watch closely. Witness whether I am garbage. Observe how this so-called trash turns your Oracle Arena into a library. Chen Bo's words boomed, resonating with hundreds of nearby fans. TCH. How juvenile. Anyone can make threats. They believed that merely being ranked in the top 20 by the media conferred genuine prowess. However, their fervor faltered, their voices lacking the previous strength, an unexplainable sense of insecurity creeping in. As this brief episode concluded, the game resumed. Returning to the technical area, Chen Bo casually tossed his training jersey to Bedouins, who was also preparing to enter the game. Without looking back, he strode onto the court. This action infuriated Bedouins, who retaliated by hurling the training jersey back. What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? At this moment, the caddy astutely picked up the training uniform from the ground. Facing Bedouin's inquiry, Chen Bo replied calmly, It's nothing of significance. Your fans have sharp tongues, and I apologize. But it is you who will bear the consequences. What are you so arrogant about? Bedouins retorted defiantly. Do not shout. Wait a moment, and I shall engage you in a proper discussion. Chen Bo, pressed by Bedouins in the front court, understood that he was about to unleash his strength. Initially, he merely intended to engage in a standard regular season game. So why must you insist on making it difficult for me? I find it rather perplexing. So please bear with it. Chen Bo continued, speaking to himself. With every word he uttered, Bedouins felt an increasing sense of trepidation. At this juncture, 3 minutes and 26 seconds remained in the third quarter. Williams dribbled past half-court, noticing that it was rare for Chen Bo to position himself at the free throw line. Without hesitation, he lofted the ball to Chen Bo, clearing the weak side to afford him a one-on-one opportunity. DeAndre Jordan had been substituted and was already satisfied, having played 22 minutes and secured 13 rebounds. His statistics and performance were commendable. Chapter 95. Indiscriminate assault. These opportunities were provided by Chen, as he was well aware. Thus, upon seeing Chen Bo prepare to teach Bedouins a lesson, he could not contain his excitement and rose from his seat, fixated on the court. His towel in hand was eager for action. The Clippers initiated their offense with a structured attack. Chen Bo received the ball in the low post on the right side. With Bedouins guarding him closely, arms draped around Chen Bo's waist, sensing his body movements. Although Chen Bo's speed was not exceptional, his skill set was diverse. He was not merely relying on physical attributes like Howard or Jordan. Come, defend me well. Chen Bo called out as he received the ball, his back to Bedouins, who had no chance to interfere with Chen Bo's shot. The Warriors had yet to apply double coverage, making this a one-on-one play. With all eyes on Chen Bo for this possession, without hesitation, Chen Bo executed a powerful move, launching himself for a fadeaway jumper from the right baseline. Bedouins, though slightly delayed in his reaction, still managed to apply some interference due to his height and reach. Swish. The 2 points were secured. Chen Bo had managed to score despite Bedouin's presence. Following David Lee's earlier free throw conversion, the point differential had narrowed to 11, and with Chen Bo's basket, it now stood at 9. One should not underestimate the significance of a 10-point margin, as it imposes a distinctly different pressure on players. The possession shifted to the Warriors. Do not be disheartened. This is merely the first shot, and we are still ahead, are we not? Curry consoled Bedouins, well aware that as long as Chen Bo was on the court, the pressure Bedouins faced would be the greatest within the team. As for him, upon entering the second half, there was no need for him to orchestrate the play any longer. His organizational skills remained rather immature and unrefined. prompting Kessie Smart to assign him to the shooting guard position. Play without the ball? The ball-handling duties were entrusted to Monta, enabling him to dictate the pace of the game. Kessie Smart also reminded Curry to pass whenever an opportunity arose. Without the ball, Stephen Curry managed to exhaust his defender, Gordon, who was left gasping for breath. Monta advanced with the ball, calling for Biedrins to set a high screen. Like a cheetah, he darted towards the basket. While his defensive capabilities were undeniably weak, his offensive threat, particularly in driving to the hoop, was significant. He assumed a triple threat position, only to abruptly rise for a shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, a missed opportunity. Although David Lee struggled with rim protection, Biedrins was renowned as a formidable force on the offensive boards. Alas, in terms of vertical leap, Chinbo was lacking, not tall enough to contest Biedrins, who seized the rebound amidst the pressure from Griffin and Chinbo. Preparing for a second-chance opportunity, Chinbo feigned a lack of intensity, granting him a slight opening. Noticing the chance, Biedrins disregarded Curry's call for the ball from the perimeter. As a near-empty basket lay before him, with both hands firmly gripping the ball, he prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk. Griffin loomed in front while Chinbo trailed behind, creating a deceptive play. Just as Biedrins thought he had evaded Griffin's block, his face lit up with joy. The 2 points seemingly within reach. Bang! The resounding noise echoed throughout the Oracle Arena. A ferocious rejection sent the basketball crashing down, causing the Clippers bench to erupt in disbelief. Chinbo, you are incredible. Brother Chin, wow. I'm in awe of you. Before DeAndre Jordan's towel could fully take flight, the referee's whistle sounded. The moment Biedrins' dunk was swatted away, he immediately protested, arms raised in disbelief. The expression on his face reflected indignation and skepticism. Fortunately, although delayed, the referee's call was ultimately made. That was a clean block. What are you doing? Head coach Negro furiously debated with the officials on the sidelines, suspecting foul play. Yet he refrained from voicing such accusations to avoid a technical foul. Thankfully, the arena began replaying the footage, showcasing several slow-motion angles. In front of the camera, the referee announced a reversal of the decision. It was indeed a clean block. Meanwhile, Chinbo on the bench calmly sipped his soda, seemingly unfazed by the incident. In stark contrast, others appeared as if they were experiencing a heightened sense of urgency, akin to courtiers anxious for their emperor. At that moment, it was Biedrins who felt the most humiliation. Before the timeout concluded, following Coach Negro's remarks, Chinbo gathered the team together. They formed a circle, hands resting upon one another. Chinbo called out, "Do you want to win?" "Yes," came the resounding response. Louder, "Yes." At this moment, the Clippers seemed to be coalescing around a singular purpose. They possess a goal, a driving force, and a captain at the helm. Their ship is poised to set sail. Excellent. Today, let them be the sacrificial offering. Rally. Rally. Meanwhile, the Warriors bench wears expressions of indignation. They are the ones in the lead and enjoying home court advantage. Yet, it feels as though their momentum has been stifled. They are merely posturing. We must focus on our game and grant them no opportunities. The voice of Marcus Smart resonates powerfully as he seeks to awaken his teammates. Momentum is crucial in these final moments. As they return to the court, possession is granted to the Clippers. Upon receiving the ball, Williams aims for a swift breakthrough, yet it is clear that the Warriors are well prepared. With no openings available, he is compelled to settle into a structured play. Chinbo once again calls for the ball in the low post. Without hesitation, Williams passes it to Chinbo. For the Clippers, there is no contention for possession. This leader, Chinbo, is remarkably laid back. He is indifferent to such matters and would even prefer not to take the court. Yet, he feels a twinge of guilt. After all, their season has only just commenced, and they are already pressuring their leader excessively. Chinbo is unlike any other. He truly does not wish to play unless absolutely necessary, eschewing any contest for possession, as that is the behavior of the weak. Receiving the ball, he maintains his back to Biedrins, but this time he positions himself at the left high post. Watch closely. This time it's from the left, and I will demonstrate the meaning of indiscriminate assault. 360 degrees of unimpeded offense. Biedrins appears serious, fully alert, and unwilling to falter for even a moment. Despite conversing, Chinbo's movements remain unaffected. As he pivots towards the free throw line, he draws the attention of Curry's double team. Just as Griffin anticipates a pass, Chinbo suddenly pivots sharply towards the baseline, executing a powerful three-step drive to the basket for a two-handed dunk. David Lee attempts to provide help defense, but Griffin will not allow him that opportunity. In terms of physical prowess, David Lee has much room for improvement. The score now stands at a 7-point margin. If I'm on the court, I will make an impact. At this moment, whenever Chinbo receives the ball, he is met with a cacophony of boos from the Warriors fans. It's only the third quarter, and they are already ramping up the intensity against him. Chapter 96. You're certain you want to double team, are you? Come on. Call out again. Chinbo, arms flexed, bellows towards the Warriors bench. Do not be deceived by the apparent bulk of Chinbo. That is merely an illusion. When his arms are drawn back, the definition of his muscular physique becomes evident. The Warriors on the bench are left with faces flushed like liver, a clear sign of being outmatched. Yet they can do nothing but clench their fists in silence, their eyes blazing with defiance. The words discontent are plainly etched upon their faces. Had it not been for the infamous Palace incident, they would undoubtedly have surged onto the court to teach him a lesson. In 2005, following the Palace incident, a series of 35 regulations were swiftly enacted, explicitly prohibiting substitutes from intervening in conflicts. Is this intolerable? What were you all doing when you were berating me earlier? Chin, you coward. Why not face me in a duel? Such arrogance. One might think you possess a scoring title or a championship. With such swagger, you must have a championship, right? Just a cast-off from the Cavaliers, ha. And yet, you still pretend to be something. Chinbo wasted no words. The Warriors' offense was in full swing. At this moment, Ellis faced a fervent crowd, making it difficult to continue his solo efforts. Instead, he passed the ball to the towering David Lee, who felt the pressure intensify as Chinbo entered the paint. This was yet another of Chinbo's tactics, to allow his opponent the comfort of playing inside for 3 quarters, only to surprise them in the fourth, when they would find themselves at a disadvantage as Chinbo's imposing physique loomed large. Equally crucial was Chinbo's stamina. He was well-rested and full of energy. Not at all delicate. David Lee lost the opportunity to penetrate the paint and was forced to pivot, but Griffin, though shorter in stature, possessed a stable lower body and impressive leaping ability. Lee reluctantly attempted a side-hook shot, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Naturally, Chinbo did not contest the rebound. Rather, he effectively blocked Biedrins, denying him any chance to secure it. Thus, Griffin seized the rebound, passing it to Williams, who then relayed it to Gordon, who had already dashed past the baseline. However, Curry was equally swift. Gordon, lacking confidence in his contested shooting ability against Curry, hesitated and prepared to continue the half-court battle, where they held the advantage. Ball, Chinbo shouted as he sprinted towards midcourt. Upon receiving the ball, Gordon quickly passed it out, but Biedrins, having just settled at the free throw line, was caught off guard by Chinbo's unexpected retreat from the paint. He hurriedly attempted to reposition himself beyond the three-point line. But as a center, his speed could not keep pace. Fortunately, the agile Daryl Wright arrived just in time. Fast break machines like Wright were no joke. He was perfectly suited for a team with LeBron James. Now they were mismatched. Chinbo, observing Wright, who stood a head shorter than him, shouted once more towards the bench. Are you sure you don't want a double team? With a grim expression, Keith Smart gritted his teeth and shouted, double team. Oh, now you decide to call it? Too late. With that, Chinbo unleashed a three-point shot over Wright, seemingly stronger than ever. Particularly noteworthy is the shooting posture and speed from beyond the arc, both of which have improved significantly. This is hardly characteristic of a center. Yet, an astute observer has taken note. In the studio, Barkley rises from his seat in astonishment, leaning on the table as his gaze fixates on Chinbo on the court. Chin appears transformed. His shooting form during the previous game against the Trailblazers was not like this. Kenny Smith seems to have noticed this shift as well, likely influenced by Barkley's attention, as his focus predominantly rests on Chinbo. Indeed, both speed and accuracy seem to have ascended to new heights. Is he still concealing his potential? What an enigma he presents. Barkley's interest in Chinbo deepens, fueled by an irresistible urge to become acquainted with this promising rookie from Dongda. Truly, he captivates the senses. Inside the Oracle Arena, the jeers from the crowd have yet to subside. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net feels like a resounding slap in the face to all Warriors fans present. The deficit has narrowed to 4 points. The Warriors have called for a timeout. In less than 3 minutes, Chinbo has single-handedly scored 7 points, nearly dismantling the entire team with his prowess. Chinbo gazes at Daryl right before him, thinking, it's not your fault. It's mine, Chinbo. If you don't double team, you are essentially gifting me points. At the moment the Warriors called for a timeout, DeAndre Jordan, once the most disgruntled with Chinbo, is now the first to rush over to celebrate with him. As the timeout concludes, with just 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Chinbo re-enters the game. The camera adeptly captures his return. He lifts his jersey and shakes it, and this time, the derisive boos have diminished. What is this? Do you underestimate me, Chenbo? Noticing the insufficient jeers, he makes a playful face at the camera, which amplifies the boos somewhat, satisfying him as he steps onto the court. Following the timeout, the Warriors have evidently devised a tactical plan. Monta Ellis does not rush to pass the ball. Instead, he orchestrates play from the perimeter. Curry runs off-ball screens while Biedrins cuts to the basket. Monta Ellis attempts to slip the ball to Biedrins through a narrow gap, but Chenbo intercepts it midway, having anticipated the pass. Nevertheless, Curry's speed is formidable, and he salvages the possession amid a tussle with Gordon. With only 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Curry gestures for Biedrins to set a pick, with Gordon squeezing through the screen, but Curry's shot comes off too quickly. The basketball spirals toward the hoop. Swish. This moment resurrects the Oracle Arena, which bursts forth with exuberant cheers. This three-pointer is of paramount importance to them. Finally, they have received their long-awaited reprieve. Aha! As Curry removed his mouthguard and let out a furious roar towards the heavens, not only the fans but also the players on the court felt a palpable tension. Chenbo smiled as he observed Curry venting his emotions. Gomez was at the baseline for a free throw, while Williams advanced with the ball. Once again, Chenbo positioned himself to receive a pass from the perimeter. Let me show you a brand new move. Just as Chenbo uttered these words, Daryl Wright had already closed in for a double team. This time, there was no need for Chenbo to call for it. The double team was initiated proactively. Even if you were beyond the three-point line, it was an utterly outrageous scenario to defend a center at the arc, especially under a double team. Had Chenbo not executed it successfully, one might have thought it was an international jest.